You're gonna
How
say
can
that
I make
every
their side
picture
sound ridiculous?
20
I'm gonna
years
start claiming that
after
they're
that,
talking about
20
one picture.
years after that, it's all so fake. Do you
I'm
not
not gonna
understand the
even
ludicrousy
entertain
with
it,
it?
dude. You're this is classic Branch. He'll take your argument and simplify it and make it sound like you're saying something completely different, and then keep
No.
repeating it louder and
I usually
louder
don't
so
do
that
that,
it
bro. I
seems like
usually don't
that's
do
what you
that
really
unless
believe.
like I don't even know why I'm doing that.
You are.
I know.
We're not talking about one
Fuck it.
picture.
No, it's just flat.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Well, dude,
Finally, you're on the winning side again.
yeah, like it just is what it is. Like it's Mother Nature. It's just geometry and just the way that the system is, like what this realm actually is. I would say that it is what it is. When you look at all the ancient civilizations and cultures and so on, the Vedics, all of it, you can go back to all of that and see those foundations. And but without going into all the detail on that at the moment, it is what it is. There seems to be like this current system, whatever you want to call it, and the people in control, because there's definitely a system in place right now. You've got the legal system, the political system, the medical. There's all this, the energy, your big oil, the money, all of these factors. We're in like a certain, it's like a rollout of a particular. You can call it a matrix or whatever you want to call it. It's like a particular rollout, and so along with this rollout came this cosmology, this globe thing, which is the kind of globalism. And I think the way that this current structure in society is structured is based upon this whole globe idea. So it's just like a propagandized story that is used to build this particular kind of structure that has us in a way kind of enslaved to the cosmological lie and then enslaved to the money the way that we are, and just this whole kind of hierarchical system. So to me, it's just like a propagandized story more than having anything to do with actual nature and reality. They just happen to have gotten a lot of people to believe in it.
I mean, the way I see it though, Gio, is that like the way shit we're doing right now, right? That's somewhat short term. Like we look at the age of us, we're pretty fucking young motherfuckers when I'm talking about society in general, right? So, if this is the means for a greater good, I'm okay with that. And the greater good being something in the future, you know what I mean? If we have to go through this turmoil in order for fucking tech to get good enough, where people don't have to work and it just can be peaceful all the time, then that's fine. As long as the long-term goal is people just chilling.
Well, that's a bigger question. I mean, if we're in this kind of globalized system right now with this military and the money and all the way that it's set up, I think a lot of people would say that it's unfair and not ideal in a lot of ways for a lot of people. I mean, homelessness and starvation and financial imbalances and hierarchies and what was the word I was looking for? Just the disparity between financial.
Right. It's very unfair. Very unfair. But it's still a lot better than it was 200 years ago.
Is it though? I mean,
yep, it definitely is.
Well, see, that's part of the psyop too, that we're sold that in the old times people were also horse and buggy and struggling, and that now all of a sudden everything's better. I'm not convinced of that. I actually think people were born.
I don't know. Actually, you know what? I do disagree with that. There's part of me that feels that way too. Like I think that living a fucking just a chill life is what we're put here to do. I don't know. So I kind of agree on that point too. Tech ain't always good, but I think that it's inevitable. And as a species, we are going to become very technological. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, we're gonna be androids, basically, like half android pretty soon.
But like Gio, I kind of get it too, man. Like the whole tech shit makes us lose who we are.
There's a trade-off.
And I don't know how we're gonna get that back. Like as technology increases, the family unit decreases. The need for a family unit decreases. But the family unit is the foundation of who we are.
Well, it's like, is anything going to get better under this globalist society? Which involves partly the belief in the globe and the NASA taking billions of dollars and SpaceX, and the same guy that's blasting fake rockets into space is owning Twitter and the social media companies. And is anything going to get better under this? Now, maybe in small ways, like, okay, but I'm saying overall, are we going to get to the promised land under this globalist world?
I don't know. The fact that we're talking to each other right now seems like a better world than it used to be.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying everything's just going down the tubes. I'm just saying, like, my thing more, I was just more relating it to, because Branch was saying, oh, what if the earth just is flat or whatever? But it's like, I think the truth coming out will only, I mean, there could be some turmoil in the middle of, to get there, but I think there's much more potential for sovereignty and some kind of new way of living that would be outside of this current matrix. I mean, if the same people lying to us about the globe are also in control of the money and in control of the big pharma, big oil, the big agriculture, all of these components, then if their system, if we are able to, like, the truth sets you free kind of idea. So if we're able to come to the awareness that the globe itself is not real, and then all of the other components, perhaps these people in power would no longer be in power, and then we could get our sovereignty back in some way and have society be better for people, and be more fair and balanced. I mean, that's a whole big discussion of what that would even look like getting into that whole discussion. But I'm just saying, I don't think that this current globalist control matrix is going to improve lives. I think if anything, there might be some small improvements for people, but I think it's really worsening life on Earth for everybody.
I mean, the more we get involved with tech, the more we become like tech, right? So what I mean by that is, like, we're learning to stop feeling.
Yeah, we're like databases to each other. Like a Black Mirror episode where you're talking to someone based on their credentials that fit a certain criteria rather than who they might be, who might you discover they are, rather than some kind of preconceived notion according to their credit rating of some sort. It's always been kind of a classist system, though. I guess it's just not as direct. I mean, the technology wants us to categorize everything, right? So we need to categorize each other. Basically bigotry.
I mean, look at the Amish, right? Like, people make fun of him, right?
English, yeah,
Amish.
some ways they're made fun of, but they're also respected because they sound smart.
I respect those motherfuckers, because, like, they're chilling. I think that the whole point of life is just to be chilling.
Right. Well, Sweden's got the best chilling quality of anywhere, obviously, because they're in control. They're the ones actually in control, so they're chilling more than anybody.
You know, the type of world we live in is the majority of people want to just chill.
Sure.
But
There's always going to be a reaction to everything. There's always a trade-off for things. So like the more technological and um, cold we get, the more appreciated the warmth of real communication will be. You know, the more valuable the real human interaction will become as a result.
I was gonna say the people that do want to just chill, they're easily convinced. You know, through propaganda and shit, to think a certain way. You know,
Most
like
people want to know. Nobody really wants to fight. Nobody really wants to do anything they don't have to do.
yeah, but like okay, because if we look at war times and shit, yeah, nobody wanted to go to those wars, but people still
Yeah,
fucking signed up and jumped at the chance because
yeah,
of propaganda.
yeah, yeah. Fear tactics, fear and pride. A
People
lot of
have,
it.
I think I think humanity itself, right, has somewhat forgotten what the point of being human even is.
Yeah,
The point is
bullshit.
to chill, right?
Like, do you think, let's say there is a God, right? Do you think God put us here to fucking build skyscrapers? Or to just chill the
Yep,
fuck out? Do
yep,
you think God was like, you know what? Let me put all these little cunts on a little planet and see what type of buildings they build. Like you know how you watch a kid playing with a Lego. You think that's how he looks at us?
yep.
Oh, yeah, I wore myself out yelling at Macy. That's it's a game winner right there. The plane flight, man. I'm telling you, that one ends it. The ground has to be stationary for a plane to land on it, and it can't be if it's moving in a different reference frame. All you need is what people in here shit. No one else is even talking. What's up, Brian? Brian's always talking. What's up, Brian? Mock's not even talking. What's up, Lightwater? I'm about to leave. You guys are all here. Matrix, Matrix, ain't quiet. Shit, what's Matrix in here not talking for? Shit. RC Meisty is still here. Can you explain how you land on a moving runway, Meisty? You still want to try it? Try to explain it? How it automatically is within that same reference frame, but yet in a different reference frame, moving at a different speed? How's that work? How does it work? It doesn't. Last chance before I leave, Meisty. I'm gonna assume that you have no answer for me. In 5, 4. Oh, Trouble About's here. What's up, Trouble? Are you still listening? Active Futures here.
Hey,
What's up, Trouble? How are you?
not too bad. How are you?
Good. How's baller life treating
Same as normal life.
you? Are you a full-on Glober now? Is that the indication I got from your last message to me? You think you're on a spinning ball
Wow.
again?
On the whole, I don't really care. But, yeah, the Southern Star's just not going to work anywhere else.
So you're upside down.
Well, if you want to say that, I guess.
Southern stars are more important than being upside down up and flying through space without noticing any of that.
No, reality is.
Your reality is you're upside down flying in different vectors.
No, that's your definition of it. That's not the
Oh,
official
okay. So
definition.
you're not upside down, but it's a ball.
No, you're upside down.
Okay, so as long as we're upside down, you're okay with the ball. It's easier to think of it as being on top of the ball. I have to admit, it's easier to believe it. I would imagine it'd be easier.
Well, you think about it, like you have a conveyor belt. Like, get a conveyor belt and put sides on it and fill it with water. Then chuff that conveyor belt along at 100 kilometers. The water above it will be going like 99 kilometers. The water a little bit higher will slow down, be going 50 kilometers, and the water right up high will be going nowhere. It's not that hard to understand. So the air moves with us. Big deal.
The air moves with us. Oh, are you talking about the
Well,
gradient?
however you want to explain it, the whole thing moves with us.
Well, no, I was talking about the gradient. Like, did you hear my argument about that?
There's nothing about flat Earth works. I mean, we can disprove the globe that doesn't make sense, but neither does flat Earth. So, and I'm sick of
Well,
living
it
in
seems stationary, and everything. All practical uses require a stationary level Earth for anything to work. Any practical use manual
except you
will
can't
say
find
it's treated at
Australia.
stationary level.
Except you can't find Australia.
Can't
Still,
find
after
Australia.
8 years.
What do you mean can't find Australia?
Well, how are you going to navigate here? You don't even know the distance between the north and the south. You don't even know the size of the south.
I'm still not convinced Australia
What are you
exists.
talking about?
I've
Yeah,
never
I thought
actually.
you were trying to pull out that old weird argument.
I actually think that Americans are just faking, English people faking America.
Okay, so you
I don't
think flat Earth is
I
a
don't think
psyop?
America
Like the whole idea
If,
that it's flat is like a psyop on people? Is that what you're saying now?
look, so if there's an Argentina that just won the World Cup, there must
Stop,
be a
Rand.
Southern America. If there's a Southern
Stop.
America, there must be a Northern America.
Stop it. All right, okay, I want to know. Honestly, now I'm curious because Trouble and I go way back, and we've talked about flat Earth for a long time, details, and over hours and
Well, we've
hours
been
of time.
asking for a long time is flat Earth a psyop? So I don't know. I don't think about it.
Wait, what's your best guess at why do you think that people have been obsessed with saying it's not a globe for 7 years? How did that happen? If it's a globe,
I think it's people do it
Because they choose not to understand it. I don't know.
they
They
do
don't
it
want to be
because
wrong, and now it's too embarrassing.
all the flat just don't understand it. They don't
Or choose
understand
not to
that
understand it.
they choose not to. Okay, because that's an
and
interesting.
by
That's an
by
interesting
fun I
thing,
mean it
especially
makes
after
them feel
talking to
better inside. Like
flat earthers for so long. I mean, that's one of the questions I ask Globers is, how do you reconcile that someone, especially like Geo, who here, who understands tons about the globe model, better than most Globers that I've ever heard, explain how the celestial bodies are supposedly moving with the flat Earth as opposed to the globe Earth, and he understands why people think it's a globe very well. It's not a matter of misunderstanding, but he's completely convinced it's not a globe. How do you think that happened?
I mean, Gio's never been able to give me an understanding of a
Because
plausible.
he's happy to go with imagination.
He's imagining.
Pretending that the sky above my head's not real.
Okay, so
I mean,
that's
does
one
he live in
option.
the
What is another
sky?
option?
I mean,
I
let's
don't
flip
think
it to
he's
the north
imagining
and
it.
say your sky's not real and your land, your seas are twice as big and your land is twice as wide than what you think it is. Do you think he'd accept that?
I'd accept that.
That's what you guys have been asking me to do for years now. And every
If
time I complain
the
about it, you're
the
like,
girls
doesn't
are
matter.
hot, I'd accept it.
So, I don't know.
Like, do you think when Christopher Columbus came to America, I'm pretty sure that one of the first things he did was check out the girls, and he was like, you know what, the girls here are hot. Let's stick around.
You know what's also interesting, Trouble, is the southern stars actually prove it's not a ball. It's the opposite of your reason for
All right,
jumping back.
where's the video she has? Where's her direct video from whatever stars she sees from her position?
It only works.
And then can anybody match it? No, it don't only shit. It don't only
Yeah.
shit. Show us your model.
Yeah, it does.
Show us your flat model and then your round model. And then show us what you're talking about. Because other than that, you're just fucking saying goopy shit. Like, you only work. You don't work too much, do you?
Be nice. Now, Trouble is an old friend of ours. Damn, come on, please. Just be nice.
Do you work, Demok? Demok, do you work?
No, but my eyeballs do. Listen. So when I film whatever she can film her star trail or her constellation or her like whatever she thinks is there, the Southern Cross. Right?
Got it.
She
Okay,
filmed it?
makes sense now.
There it is.
So
there.
whatever she's
I'm not
saying convinced her.
hallucinating.
Did she film whatever goopy
Yeah,
stuff
I
she's
have. I've
making
got
up and she
70.
filmed
I
it?
got 70.
I mean, she's saying
70
nothing but
films.
goopy shit. Have you filmed it? Do you have the video? Can you
Yes,
put it in there?
70
So
of
you
them.
looked up and
No,
seen
I'm not showing you.
Sigma
You know
Ontantis.
me. Shut
What?
up. Shut up,
Oh,
So
Dem.
you
You know
got
me.
video, but I need to shut up to watch it.
This is fucked.
So I gotta be
You
quiet
know
to watch
me.
your star
This
video.
is totally fucked.
Be quiet so I can tell you to go fuck yourself.
Hold on,
That's
though.
what you
I
Oh, so
was
your star
purposely.
video trail doesn't exist? You don't have any star videos? Any Southern Crosses or anything?
She does, actually. She does.
I have 70 of them.
Oh, she does?
Yeah,
I
on her
do.
channel.
Who else does?
Yeah.
But it doesn't prove
Anybody
So go fuck yourself.
anybody in Africa got
Yeah,
the same
Don't
thing at
care.
the same time?
I don't care. Don't care.
You don't
I know,
care?
I know, I do
I'll
too.
You
talk
don't
to anyone
care?
but you. I'll
You
talk
don't
to
care.
anyone but you.
So it
I'll
doesn't
talk to
matter
anyone
to
but
you. Reality doesn't matter to you anymore. You just don't care, right? Okay. You keep thinking that, okay? When you're not making any damn sense, you don't care.
All right.
Well, that's
You know
that's
what
why
else
you're a
is here?
Glober, because you don't care.
Wise
Hey,
words.
Gio,
of
remember when we
wisdom.
went through with the
Wise
we went
words
through
of
with some
wisdom
Glovers in
indeed.
here?
Oh
Wise
shit! Hold the fuck up.
Wise
work
words of
against
wisdom.
the idea.
My boy
Hey, no
is
way.
here in the
We
room.
got the whole crew in
I
here.
haven't
No
talked to this
way.
motherfucker for a bit.
That,
Can I say hello
is that Merle I just heard?
to Mr. Mo? Hello, Mr. Mo.
Is that
Sorry, I
yours?
didn't want to interrupt the wisdom coming out of Demok just then.
I mean,
Nice.
if you really didn't want it, you wouldn't have said anything.
Yeah,
But
this
you
feels
did.
like old times. We got Trouble, we got Snack, we got Merle, we got the Mock.
I'm giving you exactly what you
This is our
wanted.
whole crew.
Original panel of
Yeah.
truth.
OG Flat Earth, yo.
Shit, look.
How you been, Merle? It's been a long time.
Shit here is
no
brown
one-
as shit.
No one knows where we are. Feels to this day. Welcome. How's that feel?
Hey Mo, I gotta ask a question though. Like, we had this whole debate going on. Is how brown is shit supposed to be? Well, what's your thought?
Brad, come on. I don't want to have to meet you. It's not productive.
I mean, come on, that could have been a fucking hilarious answer from Mo if you didn't fuck it up.
Yeah, really, really funny.
Mo, if New Perspective hadn't said anything, what would your answer have been?
Light brown.
Golden brown is the correct
They're
answer.
supposed to.
Golden brown is the correct answer.
Yeah. Always wanted to derail a conversation when the globe's taking such a beating.
Nah, man.
I don't get it, Trouble. I really don't. I don't understand
Bro,
how the solar
when,
star
when,
trail.
when a legend like Mel
Well,
walks in
Totally
the room,
accept that you're
when a
spinning it upside
legend
down
like
with
Mel
you.
walks in the room, you gotta give him some props. You know what I mean? You gotta respect the legends.
Yeah, it's
I
hard.
don't get it,
It's
Trouble.
hard, this one. It's like you have your mind blown apart, and then you're trying to put it back together, and you can't. It's hard to deal with that.
You're doing good though, bro.
Where you
Yeah.
been? Have you been at gyms still, or you made some
Nah.
exit videos? Yeah, you made some like I'm done with gym videos. I saw those.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
haven't been
nothing's
hanging out
changed
anywhere else?
there. No, there's no
Welcome back.
point. Yeah. I'm
With
just,
those guys,
just
there's no point.
no. I mean, yeah. I think things are going to get interesting though. They're starting to
Seems like-
again, which is good.
Yeah. It's
Well,
already over. The paradigm shift already happened, right, Merle? It's just a matter of most people not realizing it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are at different levels of their own understanding. You know what? That's anyone though. You know, but I think this question just got extra spicy for a lot of people. No one was expecting that question to come up. And in a lot of ways, it's changed everything. But on the surface, everything's just exactly the same. But it's not. It just feels different. Earth just feels different now. Hard to explain.
Oh yeah.
And I think a lot of people are waiting for something to happen, but they're not exactly sure what that's going to be.
Oh, they got it planned.
Man,
I know it.
what if Earth? What if Earth is
And then we
identifying?
get the outer ponder psyop completely prepared.
My bad, new perspective. It seems like you still got something to talk about.
I was just saying that the rehearsal for the outer ponder psyop is going to take some time. They need to hold us off. That's what you're here for, Branch. You're here to just waste our time while they have a little bit more time to prepare for the revealing of the flat Earth and the outer ponder.
I haven't tried to say something like for 3 times now where you've overtalked me. No, that's never happened.
Actually, I was talking and then you overtalked me.
Yeah,
But you don't realize it.
You're probably I don't realize shit because I'm ignorant.
No, it's not true. You're actually not even that wasted tonight, so you're tolerable. Somewhat.
I'd rather be called
That's for you.
ignorant. I'd rather be called ignorant than tolerable. Tolerable is a fucking backhanded slap in the face. Have you ever heard one?
Yeah, it was meant that way, kind of. Yeah, honestly. But you know you deserve it, so I don't feel bad. Oh, wait, but Branch just became a flat earther. He said, fuck it, it's flat just a little bit ago. So welcome to the flat earth.
I gotta ask you a question though, new perspective. What do you think the point of your life is?
Point of my life? To chill, bro. I'm with you.
Exactly. It's just to chill. And I think more people need to fucking understand that, bro.
Well, you know, things are interesting, you know, I mean, to learn, to explore, to expand your mind, to look deeper into your soul, all those things as well.
Why do we need to do all that shit?
You don't necessarily need to. It's just what we do. Or some
I mean,
people.
I'll actually say the only reason that we need to do that shit is because the more we delve into the falsehood of societal realms, the more we forget what the fundamentals of life actually is.
The more we delve into what? Societal realms?
Yeah, man, I purposely said it so you won't understand, and it worked.
Okay, you did a good job. Yeah, man.
I'm pretty sure though. I'm pretty sure that my boy Mel understood what the fuck I was saying.
I bet he's good at acting like he did.
And Mel, did you feel me, blood? I was like, no, I didn't.
What's been new, Merle? How's your mom? I'm all right. Getting on. Doing all right. How about yourself? What have you been up to besides not being on the internet? Doing some editing? Anything new? I like your last video. I like all your videos. You've got a good style. Retro. How long has it been since you talked to Hack to the Future, Merle?
How's mom doing, Mel? She good?
Maybe he's not even listening. Back to Trouble. Really, Trouble, come on. Southern Stars prove it's not a ball. What are you on about?
Maybe we should take that as a hint and stop talking to him.
Everybody's ignoring me. Geo,
That's
tell
saying-
Trouble why Southern Stars show that it's actually not a ball. Or I will. If it's actually 2 star rotations, one clockwise and one counterclockwise, rather than just the illusion as such, and they converge and diverge at the equator, the celestial equator. If that's actually happening, then it's not a ball. That's what it seems to be happening. But the ball says it's just an illusion. How are we going to counteract this outer pounder psyop when they try? What are we going to do? Because UFOs are real, and if they have the directed energy weapons with the UFOs, how are we going to ever convince anybody it's a psyop? Not that that would really do any good anyway. I hate to advise someone not to be worried about the directed energy weapons. Oh, are you still here? Am I the only one talking, babbling as I'm about to fall asleep?
Nah, people are
Rambling.
listening, man. People are listening. You're making great points.
Am I? I'm not even trying to.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get someone's attention. Oh, Trouble left. Okay.
I mean, it's interesting though, isn't it? How like community as a whole is diminishing, right? Like,
Community.
the majority of people don't even fucking know their neighbor's name.
Right. But the trade-off is we have a community online, which is probably more friends than we probably, if we want to call them friends.
Right, but
More friends than any of us ever had in real life.
every motherfucker I know online in this flat earth shit has a stripper name or a fucking wrestler name. Right? New perspective. Is that not
that
a
a wrestler
fucking
name?
stripper name?
That's the stripper name. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. It could be.
How fucking well could I know you if you have a stripper name?
Yeah, we're all strippers. We're all strippers and wrestlers, basically, right? The WWEF
I don't
or
know.
WWF.
What is it about fucking flat earth that makes people want to use stripper names?
If I looked at the names in the list here, does that make sense? Balanced Truths doesn't sound like much of a stripper name. Democ's not a stripper name. I know that. Flat Earth Test, that's not a stripper name. Geo's definitely not a stripper name. I Heart Science.
Hold on. Let me correct this.
Theory's
Well,
pretty.
what I meant to say is wrestler or stripper name.
I don't think the Flat Earth Test sounds like a wrestler name.
That could be a wrestler. Flat Earth Test.
Worst wrestler name ever.
I don't know. Sounds like a wrestler name to me. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
the Conda could be a wrestler name.
Does it
That's a
sound
good-
more like a wrestler name or more like a normal name? Like we had to pick one. Is it a normal name or is it a wrestler name?
The Reckoner. That's a good wrestler name. Skylane could definitely be a stripper name.
I've been told by Sasha Grey, the porn star, that the Jazzaconda is a good porn name.
Yeah, good porn name. So is Branch. If you know what I mean.
True.
It's salad dressing.
You better believe it, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Is it like a combination of blue cheese and ranch? Branch.
Well,
Yeah.
that'd,
It's got curry. It's got curry in it.
It works. Hey, hold the fuck up, man. Why the fuck are you gonna make this shit racist?
Yeah, if you look at Dell's
Curry
last
ranch.
upload, Dave.
Oh my god, Mo,
he's
why
kept
did you
on
take,
with this
hold the fuck up? It ain't
reference
gonna
frame
change. It ain't
moving
gonna
up.
change that quickly, bro. Why do you make this shit
And you
racist?
did an experiment in a car with a glass of water. So the car's stationary and he accelerates the car. And you get this fluctuation with the air and the water. There's a displacement when the car accelerates.
Mo,
Mhm.
do
And then
you
they
think Mo?
bottle, and they
Mo,
drop
do you
the
think
bottle,
Mo that by putting
and there's
me
no
down, you're
displacement
gonna
with
get
the air
more
or the
clout
water?
in this room? Is that why the fuck would you put me down?
So what
That's
he's
the same way
saying
you
is
look at it.
there is no acceleration, like up and down anyway, on that vector. That's what I mean. Like it's
You have to start over because you were being talked
okay.
over.
Okay. So you're in a car. Car's stationary. You accelerate the car. When you accelerate the car with a bottle of water on your lap level, when the car accelerates, there'll be this flux. The air will rush forward.
Yeah.
And then the water follows.
Because you pee your pants. Yep. Happens with
Right?
coffee all the time. Yep.
Yeah. And so when you do it, like you drop the same bottle from a height and you put a camera in the box, there's no fluctuation when you drop it, which proves it's not accelerating. It can't be because there's no fluctuation practically. It just stays just level. Doesn't even change. Air doesn't move, water doesn't move.
Yeah.
So there could be a possibility because there are a lot of videos like the sky's falling up, they say.
I mean, the land
And
is
I've had a lot of resistance to this one, like because I can't perceive it stationary, right? We all perceive the Earth to be stationary.
Well,
But
how do you mean the sky's falling up?
well, if like Trouble was saying, what they try to do is they try to separate the atmosphere from the Earth. But they say they're moving in tandem, right?
Yeah, except that it doesn't work when you're flying planes, right, RC Meisty? Or, in fact, when you're flying helicopters, right, Jazzaconda?
No, it doesn't work at all.
No, that's why we know it's stationary level Earth, because you can never land a plane or a helicopter on a moving Earth. The Earth has to be completely stationary relative to the motion of the plane. It cannot move independently of the plane.
See, new perspective, that's where you get it a wee bit fucked up, is that you've seen an aircraft carrier or a
That's what RC Meisty said. It takes special training to land on those things, right? And it's not easy. You actually are moving on a land, which takes a totally different approach.
No,
you need to be specially trained to do that.
It's actually easy as fuck.
Well, no matter how easy you think it would be, it'd be a different thing than landing on the Earth, right? Landing on a boat is different because it drifts, right? So you have to account for that drift, but you never have to account for drift of the Earth below.
No,
ever.
You don't have to account for anything because all you're looking at is a point on the Earth, and or if you're looking at a moving boat, a point on the surface of something moving. It doesn't matter what your airspeed is. if the ship's doing 30 knots and there's a wee bit of a crosswind, you account for that. You account for the wind.
No,
And
but you have to account for the landing strip on the boat too. You'd have to aim for that. So you
yeah,
have to account for the wind and the moving boat. It would be two things to account for.
Why don't you just listen for a second? You don't account for anything apart from just like you drive a car round a corner. You don't account for, you don't go, oh, fuck, I'm doing 60 miles an hour. I'm going to have to account for this turn. You just fucking do it.
No, that's not the same. You realize that, right?
It is the same. It is totally the same.
Because no, if you're in the air, you're in a separate reference frame. It's called a non-inertial reference frame. So you're no longer in sync with the Earth like you would be if you were driving on the Earth. You're moving at a different, and if you fly from one tangential speed to another, where there's going to be even a difference of 500 miles or 1,000 miles of sideways tangential velocity of the Earth below you compared to your plane's initial momentum, right? Which we have to assume is there. A sideways momentum that we just give we just beg the question automatically saying it's moving sideways 500 miles an hour because that's the latitude it was at. No, it's not measurable because it's 0 miles per hour relative to the Earth. But because it was already moving that, we can assume it's going 500 miles an hour. But then when it flies to a place that's going 1,000 miles an hour, it can never gain conserved momentum. It can't gain. It can aim right or left, but it can't gain momentum going sideways. So it's never going to be in sync with the Earth it's landing on perfectly.
So new perspective,
which would cause crashes.
You don't understand anything. And because
you
don't
say that, you have to explain what I'm wrong about. Explain it with detail and specificity.
I tried to explain to you, but you don't want to listen.
No,
and I'm sure many people have tried to explain.
I will give you the floor,
and you don't want to listen.
Explain to me how it works.
I'm not going to explain to you right now because I'm going to have
now you're running away,
and I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, just like I thought.
Yeah,
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, perspective. I explained it about 5 different ways.
You just said the atmosphere that it's flying through fixes it.
He did.
I didn't say that.
How? Okay, you explain with specificity how a plane
my guy,
is in sync with a 1,000 miles per hour tangential speed when it started with only a 500 mile tangential.
Also, didn't say that.
Explain
I think it's very telling that you can't even repeat what I said 30 minutes ago.
So you're going to make it about me not being able to repeat it rather than repeating it yourself because you know it's bullshit.
No, because I know that you're not actually listening.
You have the floor set. Explain to everyone here. There's new people. Go ahead. Explain it to them.
New perspective. Let RC have the floor.
No, give him the floor. Don't anyone talk. RC Meisty's going to explain the mechanism that causes the plane to have a new tangential speed that matches the Earth so that when it lands, it's as if it's landing on a stationary Earth relative to its own motion.
Yes, because you have the momentum of the medium that you are traveling in.
From the start, which is 500, now it needs to gain 500 miles with the new momentum of 500 miles. How does it gain that?
Momentum is angular on a rotating globe, not tangential, that you are confusing it with.
No, you can call it angular if you want. It's a tangential speed, bro.
New perspective. Listen to what he's saying. You might learn something.
He's trying to make it about something different than the argument that he's wrong about.
No, he's trying to explain reality. Listen.
I just want to.
No, you're not, because you'd have a ball and a little helicopter to show us. You'd have a stationary ball underneath the helicopter, and then a moving ball underneath the helicopter drone.
Are either of you claiming that you ever land on a moving Earth? Do you ever land on a moving Earth? Honestly, either of you. Is the Earth below you moving?
Perspective. Now here I'm going to do a little test to see. I'm going to see if you're. I'm going to see if you're. I'm going to see if you're actually an honest interlocutor here. Perspective.
Without a little ball, you're not seeing if anybody's honest because you don't have a spinning ball with a little drum.
Perspective. Can you repeat to me what my answer is?
You need a little ball in lockstep with wind with a little drone on it, to where one little drone has a spinning ball underneath it, and the other one one doesn't, and then
Denmark,
put a
I
flat
wasn't
plane to
speaking
be
to
your
you.
third drone. So you have three choices: moving ball, stationary plane. And let's fly your helicopter over them and see which one acts like reality. You have your choices for being
Can I?
now.
So
Hello?
to know that I'm actually speaking
No, you're saying
with
what
you
about a ball?
perspective.
Can we see what you're talking about, or are you just going to
Okay,
keep asking
Denmark,
me
can I?
perspective for
Can
something
I?
you can't
Real quick,
demonstrate?
Mark, what he wants me to say is that a plane flying through a medium retains the momentum that medium. That's what you said.
I did not say
Correct.
the word retain the momentum.
Oh, it matches it. How did you explain it? Why don't you just repeat it? So
Okay, I'll do it for the fourth time. I'll do it for the fourth time today. So
okay,
that
everyone listen. It's going to make
right,
perfect sense. It's going to have specificity. It's going to show how it gains 500 miles in sideways motion. Go ahead.
the object that is traveling through a medium has the momentum of that medium.
Not from stationary.
And
so
first
perspective.
of all, it's exactly
can
what
you
I
now
said,
repeat? Can you repeat?
Right?
No,
Because
that
I can
isn't.
say it retains it, but it doesn't matter, dude. You have a new tangential speed to match, and you would be fighting against that tangential speed.
Did you hear me say the word tangential?
That's not a good enough answer. I've heard that answer a million times by now, and that's just the start of someone's answer. That's not the ending of their answer. If that's all that you need, and that's good enough for you, it shows that you are fucked, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You not
liking
the answer speed. Has absolutely
no, because
nothing
you know
to
it doesn't make sense. You just want you're like, oh, if you don't like my answer, it has the momentum of the medium that is in. End of story. Even though the new tangential speed is different, all I have to say is this simple statement, and if you can't accept it, then you don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't work, Meisty. It's pretty bad. Dude.
Can you explain to me?
Do you ever land on a
perspective?
Runway?
Can you explain to me?
No,
is it a
you know
true
why?
statement or not?
Moving.
Oh my gosh, perspective. Is it a true statement or not that an object traveling through a medium has the momentum of the medium that it's in?
No, it has the momentum that it started with. It would have the initial conserved momentum from the latitude that it took off from.
Okay.
That's all it would have. It wouldn't gain.
And if it travels to a new medium or at a new place on the rotating. Can I finish my sentence, please? Perspective. Can I finish my sentence?
Well, if you're just going to say one sentence again,
oh my gosh,
there's no reason to continue.
So
if it travels to a new
perspective,
medium,
what are you afraid of right now?
It automatically has that momentum.
Perspective, what are you afraid of that you keep interrupting me?
Explain it with specificity this time, not just one simple answer that you expect us to buy, as if that answers it for you. But go ahead, let them have the floor, people. Go ahead.
So, perspective, do you believe that it is false that an object traveling in a medium has the momentum of the medium that it's in?
Yes, I do believe that's false. It would only have the momentum that it originally took off from the Earth from. It doesn't gain new momentum.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Because the laws of physics don't allow for that, bro. It's not the way it works. You have your conserved momentum because you're already traveling, right? That's days, right?
The laws of physics.
You can claim that under X too. But you're not going to gain a new 500 miles of tangential velocity in the same way that you're saying that you have a 0 degree tangential velocity, a 0 mile per hour tangential velocity when you start. But that's because you're already moving at 500 miles per hour. So it reads as 0, right? So you can beg the question, and we can let you have that just even philosophically if you need to, but it fucks you up because now you're moving to the equator where it's 1,000 miles an hour that you meet. Right? And it has to be moving sideways automatically, irrespective of all its other motions, because it always has to have that illusion that is a very real thing when it lands. It cannot land on a moving runway, and it fucks your globe.
Why
you have not answered how it works. You can't just say it has that new tangential because it's in that new medium. It doesn't work that way. If you don't understand that, there's no reason for us to continue talking.
Yeah, I do see that you are ignoring what I'm saying to make up something new about what I'm saying.
No, everyone here realizes that you're just trying to make it work by stating it without actually explaining how it could work, because you can't. because it wouldn't work. It can't work.
No,
I
new
have to
perspective.
agree a little bit.
Literally can't.
New perspective. Listen to what you're talking to. Everyone here agrees with you, and everyone here doesn't understand what the fuck they're saying.
No.
Says the drunk guy that has no idea what he's saying.
Oh, sweet. Is that your only defense?
Well, I've got plenty of them, but that's all I really need with you, bro.
Drunk logic.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Come on,
Just,
Meryl.
just sweeping statements about people that make no sense.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're drunk or on heroin and you're making sense. It doesn't matter.
I'm glad you said
Yeah,
that,
it doesn't
Meryl,
matter as
because
long as you're making sense. It's not the alcohol, it's you.
Okay, so new perspective. Let the other fella talk. RMC, go ahead.
Yeah, RMC. Go ahead, RMC.
Yeah,
I mean,
perspective.
when you think about it.
I literally just started speaking.
Oh well, go ahead.
At
There
least
was
we
a
got
pause, but go on.
Somebody new here is going to talk. Unless, go ahead, Meisty. You have further explanations that actually include your tangential velocity increase instead of it just is in the medium, so it doesn't matter. Go ahead, Meisty.
I didn't say anything about it not mattering.
Mr. Pilot.
What I said perspective was that if you are in a medium, you're going to have the momentum of that medium. If that medium happens to be rotating, you're going to have the angular momentum of that medium that is rotating. If I travel from one place to another on that three-dimensional rotating object, it is true that there are going to be different tangential speeds. That's true, right?
Right.
However, given the fact that I'm going from one part of the medium to the other, I'm always going to have the momentum of the part of the medium that I'm in.
And how is that momentum gained specifically?
By being in the medium itself.
No, how does the medium make the plane speed up sideways specifically?
So, speed up sideways?
Holy fuck.
Yeah. Gain momentum, sideways momentum. How does the medium force the plane into that new tangent?
This is probably the easiest answer that I've repeated about 15 times.
We want to hear it. You didn't repeat it. You've never given
as long as I am in that medium, I have the momentum of that medium.
Magic. You might as well just say magic, because you didn't at all give any specificity to the mechanism that's causing you to have a new tangential velocity. You can't just say as long as I'm in that medium, I'm.
Why not?
You can't have it that easy. It doesn't work that way.
Why
you
not?
should know this of all people.
Says
why not? Because you need a mechanism to force the plane to have a new momentum sideways, and planes don't accelerate sideways to begin with. It can aim sideways, but it can't accelerate the whole plane from tail to tip in a new momentum that's just irrespective of all of its other movements, the way you have to assume when it first takes off. It doesn't work. It kills your globe. It's done. If you really believe it and you're not just here arguing for it for some ulterior motive, this literally kills your globe, dude. If you're open to it not being a globe, this one does it. And you can prove it to yourself every time you get in your plane, because you always land on a stationary runway.
New perspective, real quick. Have you ever seen an F-18 getting launched off an aircraft carrier? Like, not in person. No one's seen.
You're talking about boats again?
Have you ever seen a lockstep thing move? If something's in lockstep with the earth, how's it building any momentum at all?
Yeah.
If I got a pole stuck in the ground and it's just sitting there and the earth's sitting there and I'm sitting there, it's the air's doing what?
Yeah, but
when have you ever went up in the fucking air on a ball with a little drone, filming it, spin underneath you with a reference point like a little blue car and a red car on it, right? Where you go up in the fucking air's lockstep and the little cars don't move, but you're moving, but you're all lockstep. The helicopter, the car, you, the wind.
Yeah.
Now, wouldn't you be able to drop some leaves out your window and show the fucking wind isn't moving and it's the same as you in the car underneath you in the air, right?
Hey, Demock, if it worked like RC Meisty says, and you're automatically moving at that same momentum of the air that you're traveling in, you'd never be able to fly anywhere.
You're not going anywhere.
You'd never be able to get out of that lockstep. You wouldn't be able to fly against that momentum, which you would obviously have to do if you're going east. How do you go east, Meisty, if you're automatically
Right.
flying
North,
with
south,
with
east,
that
or west.
New
with that new
perspective.
tangential velocity?
That is literally the dumbest thing any flat earther has ever said.
Well, demonstrate what you're
I was
talking
just
about
pointing
instead of
out
just
how
saying it,
dumb.
dumbass.
I was talking
So
You
about
can't take
RC
drinks of
Meisty being
alcohol and
dumb.
just say weird shit without
So if the
demonstrating it.
Earth-
You and
RC
RC
Meisty
if
cannot
the Earth
demonstrate it.
following,
in that new
How do you go about
Wait,
demonstrating your
Jeff,
claim
shut the
of
fuck up for a
lockstep
second.
air with an Earth? If I go above a car that's red and I sit there for 52 years, the car never fucking moves. What are you talking about, dude? The car is parked. So is the Earth, and it's not moving nowhere. So it doesn't take off 15 degrees in front of me for an hour. The car doesn't do that. When the fuck do you see anything move underneath you in a helicopter or hovering object?
Never.
Get
Never.
real, bro.
You would see the Earth moving, irrespective of your own movement.
Right,
If
you
you're
would
flying
see a
north or
house
south,
go underneath you. Yeah, exactly.
you would see it
Oh
moving
my
sideways
God.
underneath you at some point. It would have to
Yeah,
work that
and
way.
there's
Otherwise, you'd never be
demonstrations
able
for
to fly
this. Do
forward.
you have a demonstration showing that's not the case? Oh my God.
Do I have a demonstration?
Yeah, for whatever dog shit you just made up.
Yeah, for the dumb fuckery that you
So
are.
you don't have a demonstration.
That's all
So
he
you
just
don't
says,
have
"Oh
a
my God,"
demonstration of a helicopter, oh great pilot guy, and how a ball spins with the air lockstep, and the helicopter's like, and it's all lockstep, and you can't tell. You have
Hey,
a demonstration.
Dude, it's not my fault.
You don't have a demonstration. It's not your fault you don't have a demonstration when you're a pilot. I think it is. I think it is your fault you don't have a demonstration. That would be kind of like a slow pilot, wouldn't it? That doesn't know what he's talking about and can't demonstrate it. So you want to tell kids a whole bunch of fucking stories about being a pilot, but you can't show them anything. It's weird.
Hey, Jazzaconda, we can get you to agree to one thing, right? If the Earth were moving sideways, right, as you're trying to land on it, there'd be a problem, right? If it was moving at a different tangential velocity than your plane is or your helicopter, then you would be landing on a moving surface, and that would be actually quite difficult because it would flip you over. Do you understand that?
You do know how long it takes the Earth to move, right?
Well, 1,000 miles an hour.
It takes 24 hours to move 360 degrees. It's not rocket
At
science.
1,000 miles an hour.
That's not how it's measured.
What's
It's
the
degrees.
depth your helicopter can fly?
Make it any
Can you
slower,
go
you
up
know
and
that.
down 8,000 miles in depth?
So
Jazz,
because
can you go forward
understand-
3959, backward
hang on,
3959,
hang on,
and down
hang on,
8,000 miles
hang on,
to show the depth of a globe?
Hang on,
We want to show the width of the globe and the depth of a globe. Have you ever done that in your helicopter? How come your helicopter can only hover in a 12,000 foot radius from the ground up? How come your helicopter can't go past the curb and hover down 8,000 miles?
You don't
Yeah, how
understand
come your
either,
helicopter
boy.
can't peek over the curve?
How come the helicopter is not
Damn it.
demonstrating the depth of the Earth?
That
So
was
with it,
done.
Jazz.
Saying the
You
Earth
don't
is only
understand it.
12,000 feet thick?
Jazz, that's why
Jazz
you're here, mate.
Conda, is the Earth only 12,000 feet thick? Because your helicopter can only go up and down 12,000 feet from sea level, right?
Hang on,
There was-
Demok.
On a globe, you need to drop back below the horizon, which would be farther down than 12,000 feet. No fucking hanging on to nothing.
Am I going to do any
You would be able to
moderation
drop down
whatsoever?
6,000 miles.
Is anybody going to do
How?
any moderation
Play out.
whatsoever?
Let it play out.
Hey,
Hang
I
on,
think
hang on.
Apocryphon was trying to get in. Could we let him talk to Apocryphon? You were trying to say something earlier, please.
I was gonna make a mention of like the way I was kind of picturing what you guys are discussing. It's almost like he's saying that you take off in a plane and it leaves the Earth's spin, right? Because there is movement. Apparently, we're moving as on the ground. If we stand still, we're moving. Now, once you go into the air, he's saying you're now in a different medium, but it's still traveling because just like they always say about lockstep and all that stuff. So you're still traveling. Now, I can understand if you're going with the rotation of the Earth, kind of like if I'm running on a treadmill and I jump up off of the treadmill, but when I come back down, I'm still in this direction, so I'm good. But if I was to if there was a people mover and I'm moving with it as well sideways in this spinning world, but if I now go north and south to that people mover that's traveling east and west, then when I jump onto that people mover, it's gonna spit my legs out from under me because I'm no longer going with its direction.
Exactly.
That's just
No, no,
logic.
And it's not the air. They don't even claim the air doesn't move. The air doesn't move you with the earth. It's the fact that you were on the earth that they say your momentum would
I
be.
know. I'm making point of what they're trying to say. That
Feisty
when
wants
you
it to be the air that's moving you with the earth all of a sudden because it needs to have a new momentum, a new sideways.
hang on.
You're in the medium, so you're automatically in lockstep with the earth, which the air isn't even claimed to be anyway. So just the fact that the air is automatically out of sync, you would be out of sync with the earth from a different tangential speed that you started with, and you would crash every time you land. Literally,
no, you wouldn't. Because this is what you don't understand is it doesn't matter what the fuck you're on. Is what what's his name, Apocryne now, who was just talking.
Whatever you said made a lot of sense, but I didn't understand it.
Now.
Yeah, of course it made a lot of sense because you don't want to hear the truth because you can't handle the truth.
What's the truth? Say it again.
Shit,
Just repeat your poignant statement. Please repeat yourself, Jazza. I want to hear your poignant statement.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what the fuck is on the ground or in the air.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Everything
Brilliant.
is relative.
Okay,
because
so,
it's all relative.
okay, so look at if it didn't,
you're all
got me
laughing
there
because you got all
got
your
me there.
boys here.
If it didn't,
okay,
relative to what?
Okay, so if it didn't matter, Jazz, if it didn't matter, then there would be no point in worrying about if I'm going to land sideways or not, right? Because in your magical world, my legs aren't going to fall out from beneath me when I land on it going in the opposite direction. But see, the problem that you have is that logically that does matter. This is why we don't try to run on a treadmill opposite of the direction that it's spinning.
Do you guys
you can't walk across
because you're that paranoid that you're gonna fucking end up on your face?
No, you're not paranoid. We're not paranoid because we know it's stationary.
No, you're
That's why
paranoid
you
as
should not
fuck.
be paranoid. Actually, if you should be paranoid.
I'm
If you think it's
paranoid at your
moving,
demonstration.
Let me
scares me.
it's different preference
Hold on,
frame when you go into
let me say something.
Let
me say something real quick.
Paranoid.
Jazz, let me say something real quick. If I am in an airport and I'm on the tile, right, that doesn't spin beneath my feet, then I don't worry if I could jump north, south, east or west, because where I land, my feet are going to be flipped out from underneath me. But once you start moving that floor, then I do have to worry where I'm landing and what position I'm in. So if I'm running fast as hell in the direction of the people mover,
Why the fuck would you worry about that?
Okay. If the floor isn't moving, you don't worry about it because you know that you can jump off the tile and land and you're okay because it's not moving beneath your feet. But if there is a people mover, a walker where you could get on it and it just moves by itself and you don't have to walk, then you do have to worry if you run up to it because one, if you run the opposite direction, it's going to flip your feet and your face is going to hit in front of you. If you go with
fall down slower.
Okay, look, it's very self-evident that you can't understand that logic because you have a belief that it's spinning and you're okay. That logic makes sense in your corrupted mind, and that's okay.
The irony is that he is actually a helicopter pilot. That's the irony.
And the irony here is that there's how many people talking and there's how many people in the world, and do you actually think that there's
you're right, that is ironic. There's how many people talking and then how many people.
Can I say something real quickly? Hey, Jazza, I've known you for now quite a few years, and for me, if you've had the opportunity to, one, you're a fucking pilot, to, in the last 2 or 3 years, do a video or show us anything of validation, you've had that opportunity, but you don't do that. So there's other people out here who don't have that opportunity, who have to learn and research online. And then you would have come in here and bash ideas. When you're a pilot, you have an opportunity, right? Sort of an
Yeah, Jazz.
obligation for for yourself, and you don't even show a shit.
Yeah. Asshole.
Hang on. Let me respond to Stacey B. Is the reason I haven't done that is because I am a pilot and I'm not a paranoid, ignorant, narcissistic asshole that doesn't believe that what
Yeah,
people
well, we need to believe
feel
you're
is
Narnia.
true.
No. The physics, you don't have to believe. If you have a red car, we don't have to believe you. You can invite us over and we can
I
get in and
know,
see it.
and that's
Now,
what makes
listen, I
you
put a
You have very
diagram in
much
the back.
notions.
See if you can read this diagram. Don't believe in it. Look at the real piece of paper. Don't believe. Look at the 3959. Look at the little toy helicopter up on the paper, right? The little drawing. The helicopter and a ball.
69.
I got 3959 to the left, 3959 to the right. That's all the helicopter can do is go 3959 left, 3959 right, and up and down into 12,000 feet, 12,000 feet of elevation.
See,
Now your helicopter is supposed to be able to go
shut the fuck up.
3959 out and drop down 6,000 fucking miles, which is 3959 twice.
And what did you say? In how
Miles,
many thousand
not
feet?
12,000 feet.
No, I don't
You
give
need
two
to
shits.
demonstrate
I
and
don't give
drop
two
past
shits. How
your
many
curve.
thousand feet?
No, go past your curve and keep dropping for 6,000 miles, and we'll be on a globe, pal.
Did you know
Go
that?
to whatever globe mountain you think is the curve, and keep dropping down. Don't come back up,
Hey,
loser.
dumb fuck. Hey, dumb fuck. Did you know
Can you
that?
follow the diagram? Do you see the diagram?
That an
Can you do what the
H-125
diagram says or not?
landed on the summit of
Can you
Mount
do
Everest?
what the diagram says
Got the
or
world
not?
record, 29,000 feet.
Can you go 3959 and then drop 6,000 miles or not around a curved Earth? Can you hover down, or is that too hard for you to hover?
I can
So now
hover
you can't
anywhere.
hover down? That too
Are
hard
you
for your helicopter to hover up or down? Don't work now?
Proves that you're a dumb fuck.
Prove what? That you can't hover down 6,000 miles? So you don't have the depth of a globe? You just got 3959 on a flat surface? Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth, boys. Welcome to your 12,000 foot, 8 mile flat Earth. 12,000 foot of air, 8 miles of dirt. That's all we got for helicopter boys.
Welcome to your 8 miles of dirt, your 12 miles of flat air, you fucking dumb cunts that are listening
12,000
to this
feet.
dumb fuck.
Feet. That's all you can go up or down in your helicopter.
I'm
Maybe
your
you should have picked a
fucking-
better pilot, thing to fly,
I'm
not a
your
helicopter,
pastor.
because you lost. Where's your 6,000 mile drop?
I'm
Show
your
us and I'll be a
God
Glober.
hope. I'm
So-
your
Show us and I'll be a Glober.
So Jazz and RC are pilots, and the thing about it is they don't have to worry about the Earth spinning beneath them because it's not. That's why they don't have to worry about it. They're landing on a station no different than when I'm walking in an airport and there's a huge tile room and we're going to go to one, part of the airport or another. None of that part is moving, so it don't matter if you jump, if you hop, if you skip, don't matter because it's all staying still. But if you start moving that floor underneath you, then it matters. Then you have to worry about your plane crashing, your helicopter crashing, because because then your feet can be kicked out from under you. And this is logic, but you don't believe that, and you can't believe it because if you did, you would have to admit that your floor is not moving underneath you. That's logic.
Basic common sense.
Yeah,
I think
basic
conservation
common
of conservation of momentum.
You literally
again. So negator.
Hang on, dude. Real quick.
Go ahead.
You just said about the air stair excavator line in the terminal building.
What?
Was that you that just said about the escalator? The level thing.
Yeah. The people mover. Yeah, it moves. Go ahead.
Yeah. That literally moves. I haven't done the math, but that literally moves at, just at a guess, at 0.0000961 of an RPM.
But guessing. Do you hear
Yeah.
yourself?
Yeah, totally guessing, Stacey, and I'm guessing I might be right.
Mm.
Wait,
Hold on.
But
why
you
don't
You're
literally
saying
don't
it's
know.
why don't you do the math?
wait. You're
The
saying
guy,
hold on in your math, but no, I'll tell you where you have a problem though, because in your math, you're taking that under the assumption in accordance to
No,
what the ground is moving and how big it is. So you're saying this people mover is going really, really slow in comparison to how fast the Earth is really, really going slow. But you're not realizing that if you were to get a motor and spin about with tracks, we can stand still and we can calculate the speed according to us standing still.
no,
All right. Oh no,
hey,
you don't. Okay.
no,
Okay,
totally
so
not.
let's not talk about how you get speed in a car, right? Because
if,
technically that is
if
what it
that
is.
dude, if that people mover were the size of a football stadium, could they play a football game without
Nope.
issue? It was
Nope.
moving at distance. Why not?
Because every time you try to run and juke left or right, that ground moving is going to determine how you're going to flip left or right or even backwards because it's
So
moving. It's moving. What don't you understand about that?
yeah, but the whole stadium is moving with you. You have the same momentum as the stadium. Do you not?
Exactly. Look, exactly. If you have the whole stadium moving, let's say left, okay, and all of a sudden you want to run, going forward or backwards, let's say north or south, but that whole
You're gonna
stadium's
have to
going
shoot right
east.
for the stadium to go
Uh
left.
huh.
The whole stadium's going east, okay, but you want to
Yeah.
grow north and south. Then guess what?
No
Every
problem.
time you take a step, you think you're running straight, but you would actually be running sideways because the momentum
Right.
would carry you left. What
But
don't you
compared to
understand about that?
Holy flying fuck! Jesus Christ!
That's our whole point. If the whole stadium's moving, because in your world it is, the whole world is moving in your example. But if I'm able to run straight north, then technically I would be veering to the left because that's the direction it's going. Now, if I'm going as a plane would be flying in at maybe they get down to 100 and something miles per hour before they land, but the earth beneath them is moving underneath them, then how does the plane not skip a little bit and
are they
crash every time? The wings are going to hit the floor
are they
every
moving
time.
100 miles per hour relative to the Earth or relative to something else?
No. Let's say for instance, LAX. Okay, their runways are north and south. Okay, but the Earth is spinning to the east, right? I mean, that's your world. But every time they land, they don't have to worry about it spinning beneath them because it's not. Because no different than me running on a tile floor and then jumping, because now I'm no longer a part of that spin. But when I land,
You know what momentum is, right?
yeah, yes, and that's what we're saying. So you're saying that when you go up, you have the momentum. It's still carrying left because the wind's moving now. Now everything's moving left,
No.
and then you could land on it
That's
perfectly.
right. B-ball, the original point is that if you're starting with a conserved momentum, let's say 500 miles an hour at the latitude you start from, even if we give you that the plane's moving 0 miles per hour tangentially in respect to the Earth because it was moving with the Earth automatically. Now, if it flies through the equator where there's 1,000 miles an hour moving of Earth underneath it, it can't gain new tangential momentum. It can't gain that new momentum. It can aim, it can bank left, but that doesn't cause it to have a new momentum because then banking right would cause it to lose momentum, right? So you can't have that. It'd be out of sync with the Earth and would crash land.
They don't get that. They don't understand that if you're flying right and you go to the right instead of the left, now you're going a different direction than what the Earth is spinning. So now you have to speed up to catch up to it, to where that point is.
Okay.
And when
It's
you
in a
turn,
separate
are you not
reference frame that
accelerating?
fucks the globe.
When
What was
you
that?
turn left, are you not accelerating towards the left?
You don't
can
necessarily have
accelerate
to
to the
be in this
left.
example.
It's not the same
Can
as
you
gaining
answer the
new
question,
sideways
please?
momentum. It's not the same as having new momentum to keep
It
the
absolutely
illusion, the
No.
supposed illusion
Hold
of a
on.
stationary Earth.
To
You are
answer that
accelerating
question,
left.
when you turn left, what if the plane is slowing down? If he's slowing down, he's never going to catch up to the runway that he has to get to. Because want to know why? Because his runway, look at, if I'm flying, okay, and the Earth is spinning a certain speed, okay, and I've lifted off of that Earth, and now the Earth is now moving under my wings, okay. Now, if I slow down, then that runway is going to be further away from me, so I have to speed up to catch up to it.
No. You
Earth
still
is
have the same momentum.
the
When
Earth
you're
is
turning left, you're accelerating to the left. Even if your plane is slowing down, your forward momentum is slowed, but your left momentum is increasing. That's the only way.
And
you
if you
can
go
turn
right,
so
then if you go right, then
accelerating to the right.
then you're going to be
Yo, can
off.
we let
It's
each other
not
finish,
be in
please?
sync with the Earth.
Guys, I don't know what kind of clown show you guys been hanging out in, but let's let everyone finish, please.
Yeah, I was letting him
Turning
finish.
to the left, you accelerate left. When you turn to the right, you accelerate right. Now go ahead.
Okay, so when you accelerate right, now your left is further away from you, right? That's logic, right? If you go right, the left is away from you. Now, when a plane is coming in for a landing and is slowing down in the air to land, technically you're saying, well, the lockstep, that wind is going to make him shift over along with the ball that he's left, that he's no longer upon. What?
I am not saying the wind.
Oh, well then, okay. So then, what is keeping that momentum of going 1,000 miles to the left?
Physics is keeping the momentum. Nothing is stopping it.
Okay.
No, it doesn't match the original momentum. It needs a new momentum, not the original. If it starts at 500 miles an hour, it can't gain new momentum. It can accelerate.
Planes have pilots and steering wheels,
500
right?
miles of undetected momentum. It can't. It can't.
You guys
bro.
know that planes have drivers and steering wheels, right? They can turn.
Yeah. So if turning left makes it accelerate to meet the new tangential.
Correct.
Then turning right would
maintain
throw
their
it
course
off,
with the pilot.
Would throw it out. Would be the opposite. So if it has to spin around, if it has to loop around to land at the airport, then going right and left as it loops around to land is going to throw it even in the slightest bit out of sync with the Earth, which is going to make for a crash landing, no matter how you explain.
The pilot will maintain his heading. That's it.
Fuck.
And their speed is relative to the Earth.
So let's talk about a person with, let's say you put like a jetpack on them, okay? A jetpack.
No,
right?
let's keep with the plane. Let's stay with the plane.
Then the jet. No, because you keep talking about planes. Let's talk about people, because I could picture a person.
We don't have jetpacks.
It's the same concept, okay? There are jetpacks. What do you mean? Yes, we've had them since the fucking 70s. But look at you have a jetpack, okay, and you fly up off the ground. Now, when you land, if the ground was spinning beneath you, you'll trip when you land. But the only way you don't trip is because the ground's staying still, and all you did was go up, and then you came back down on something not moving, and then you don't fall.
How far up did you go?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far.
It matters.
When I jump, how high?
Delta V?
How high do you have to jump off of a treadmill to land on it sideways and not fall over? How high do you have to jump? It doesn't matter if you jump.
You're right.
If you jump up 5 inches and the spinning is beneath you, once you land, your feet are going to trip out from under you. I'm only talking about north and south here. I'm not even talking about east and west.
Hold on.
But
you don't think you could jump on the people mover and not fall? Jump 5 inches and not fall?
Look at, if you're running and
can you answer my question, please?
No, if east and west, no, you're right. If I'm running and I jump, if let's say the people mover is in front of me, okay, and I'm late for my plane, and I run up to it and I jump on it, I'm gonna have a little wobble when I land, but I'm good. Now, if I'm running opposite of it, and I'm running and I jump on it, it's gonna trip my feet underneath me, and my right side of the head is gonna hit the floor on the right side of the floor because it would have tripped me.
So let's use that analogy for your jetpack. In your jetpack analogy, the Earth would have to be still when I take off and then start moving while I descend. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that it's not moving. That's why you can land right back down and not fall over, because it's not moving. Right now in your backyard.
You're already on the people mover. You've been on the people mover since you were born.
Okay.
You've
So
never got
so
off the
I'm
people
born on
mover.
a people mover, and it's an endless people mover. It's going from one side of the airport
Yes.
to the other. It's traveling in one
Now you're
direction.
getting it.
Well,
Now
No,
this
it's
now if
going the
you were at the
entire
North
Earth.
now
Pole,
look it. Now look it. The
if you were
second that I
born at the North
jump up,
Pole and you were never moving, then it would be a different experience when you go 1,000 miles an hour. If you go.
the second that
No.
I jump up, off the people mover, if it's moving underneath my feet and I'm trying to land opposite of the way it's moving, it will trip me every
It
single
will not.
time.
It will not.
Yes.
If you're on the people mover, you can jump to the left, to the right, forward, and back.
And
as long
you
as
know what?
you're
And
decently
you know what?
coordinated, it'd be no different than doing it on the not people mover.
No. This is why I said to put a jetpack on someone on a people mover, because the jetpack has a speed, right? And now I'm faster or slower than the people mover because I'm not no longer adhering to the movement of the people mover.
Your speed is relative to the people mover. That's it.
Yeah. When you get up to use the bathroom on a plane, do you trip every single time, APOC?
No, but you do stumble.
I don't stumble.
Are you drinking when you're doing this?
Are you telling me that if the plane like went to the left or to the right real quickly, why do you think people stumble walking to the airplane sometimes?
Adding non-uniform. The Earth is moving in a uniform rotation. You keep changing that. Now all of a sudden it turns.
No, well, hey, I'm not the one that talked about someone walking to the restroom. I'm saying I've been on a plane. Hold on, I've been on a plane and I've walked to the restroom, and for some reason there's some movement in the plane because maybe there's turbulence or something. Something's moving, and that little tiny movement will make me fall. Now imagine if you want to compare something going 1,000 miles per hour. And then you're trying to go opposite of that. That's going to fuck you up.
Does the Earth
and think about it?
shake
the
and
shudder. Speed of the end of the place that you're going to end up at
it's
moving
weird
at
new
a
perspective.
sideways speed. It's different, right? It's sideways. And sideways momentum is different than the momentum you started walking from your seat from, right? So by the time you get to the bathroom, there's going to be a different speed in the floor below you. And yes, you would trip if you were able to jump from your spot to where the bathroom is.
Chucky asked APOC a question, new perspective. Let him answer.
What was the question, Chucky?
Yeah, you don't like what I
is the Earth changing, accelerating while it's beneath you, or is it moving in uniform?
In your model, it's just rotating one direction.
Is it uniform?
In your model, it is.
Okay, that's reality. So when I think it's Negator asked you the question, when you move to the back of the plane, why did you bring up non-uniform motion?
Because that does happen in the plane. Because that happens in a plane. No, the same
So you're bringing up. You can have uniform motion in a plane. You're bringing up those times, sometimes when it turns, or sometimes when it hits a turbulence. So he's not talking about that if he's trying to make an analogy that has uniform motion.
Well, the
it's
original,
not uniform
the
in their
original,
model, and their model is speed. I don't know why you gave him that. In their model, it's not going the same speed constantly. It gets faster and slower, and it's
when does the Earth spin faster, Jeremy?
Well, when you get to closer to the equator, apparently.
No, during the sun's orbit, during the Earth's orbit of the sun, we start moving faster and we start moving slower.
What's the percentage difference?
Not uniform,
this is
right? If there's a difference, that means not uniform. If there's a difference, that means not uniform, right?
That's true. That's true.
Right.
Uniform would be the same, not a difference.
So if the plane is traveling at 35,000 feet and it drops 0.002 inches, you're not going to notice.
Okay, but you're talking about a drop in the air, and that let's go back to the land moving beneath your feet. So when a plane is landing on a runway going south,
APOC, stop repeating this scenario. The ground is not moving
because you're not getting it. Because you're not conceding to logic, and that's a problem.
You said you understood momentum, and now you don't.
Okay.
Relative to you, the Earth is not moving beneath your feet.
If
relative to the plane, the Earth is not moving beneath it.
Yeah, it's not moving beneath it. You're right about that because it's stationary, but it has to remain stationary. Can you at least admit, B-ball, that it's essential for a plane to move, to land, or whoever it is I'm talking to, Chucky. It's essential for a plane to land on a stationary Earth. The Earth cannot be moving irrespective of the plane, right?
Why?
In
Why do
relation
you?
to the plane, it can't be moving separately,
Why?
right? You can't land on a moving surface.
Stop
Because
saying the
plane,
same thing that we clearly disagree with, please.
because the plane can land on a moving aircraft carrier.
Oh, so you're saying you can't? Okay, so the aircraft carrier is a good example. You have to be specially trained to land on those, and we never have to deal with that landing on Earth. You never have to deal with the aircraft carrier situation. But if the Earth were moving, you would have to time it. Especially if you started at a different tangential velocity and moved into a higher one or a lower one, you wouldn't match. You wouldn't be in lockstep, as you say, with the Earth any longer. And you would have to land timing it so that you're landing on the runway, right? And you could say, oh, it's just the same as dealing with air or wind, currents or something, but it's not, because if the Earth is moving independently of the plane, which your model requires it to be doing, it's inertial, not inertial reference frame.
It's not.
You're moving into a new tangential
Stop
speed.
repeating that.
You have to maintain
man. Yo,
the
stop
idea.
interrupting.
You have to maintain the Earth being completely stationary for a safe landing, and that's what it always is, because it never moves.
You're still wrong, New Perspective. Please stop stating those things that you're wrong about, okay?
Just telling it. Just
here's about what I'm wrong about there, bro. Instead of just saying stop stating the things you're.
The Earth does not rotate independently of the things flying through the atmosphere.
You should have just stopped
now
it.
You're wrong. Rotate. Now you're the one that's wrong. Your model doesn't even say that, bro.
That statement should have been
reference frame.
What does
that
my
statement should have been? The Earth doesn't rotate. Period.
The air and the Earth are not two reference frames. You're wrong about that too.
So you're saying that there's not a non-inertial reference frame and an inertial reference frame when we're talking about claiming that right?
I said exactly what I said. Do you understand it?
Telling him he's
Sounds
wrong.
Like you're being really careful with your words now, bro.
Telling him that he's wrong.
My
because
words
it doesn't match up
are
with your
that
model.
the air and the Earth are not two different reference frames.
Can you demonstrate this somewhere, please?
Do you
get
understand
the idea
at least that
Do
that
you
is
understand
my
you
position?
have no model?
New perspective.
No,
That's
show
also
us.
not
No, you don't have a
global.
position.
Even if you could demonstrate
You
it,
don't have a
it doesn't
position.
It doesn't
No,
work.
no. Hold on. Just
Even if it
stop.
worked like he
Just
says,
stop.
it doesn't.
Stop. You're working yourself up for nothing. He doesn't have a model or a position because he doesn't have a demonstration. He keeps saying whatever something's supposed to do, and he's trying to correct you from what? Where's this reference frame of correction? From what to what? And what are we comparing it to? What are we comparing your lie to see the truth? Please show me.
You keep
so
moving.
We don't have a demonstration. Stop saying somebody's wrong about Narnia that you haven't demonstrated yet. You keep just saying everybody's wrong. That's not how you demonstrate physics of a ball, buddy. You get the ball, you get your little drone. We have these 2022, pal. Get your moving ball and get your non-moving ball, and let's see how they work. And then get your flat plane that's not moving and see which one matches reality. Can we do that, or is that beyond your IQ? Is it beyond your IQ of a demonstration? Hello. We keep having to imagine.
This isn't gonna be one of them things where you never stop talking. Wrap your statements up.
Imagine what they're saying. Just imagine. I'm done.
So
Okay,
DMOC
let's
made a
get
good
back
point.
to the aircraft carrier.
DMOC made a good point. If you took a basketball that was humongous, just like let's say a quarter, let's say a football field big, a ball, and you spun it, okay, and then you had a ball that was the size of a football field that was standing still, and if you took your drone on both of them and went up and went down, that drone is going to be the drone that's on the ball not moving, it's going to land on the same spot. The drone that's on the ball spinning, it's not going to land on the same spot once it went up and once it went down. That's a good point, DMOC. I like that. That's a good analogy.
When you guys were in school, did you move on to a new topic before you understood the first topic?
We never saw a demonstration. We got a whole bunch of lies and imagine, excuse, imagine.
Why do you guys keep moving away from what we're discussing when it gets
what
uncomfortable
are you discussing? Show us what
we
you're
were
talking
discussing
about.
an
The
aircraft
tangential
carrier
speed,
earlier.
the velocity of a sphere. Can we see conservation of momentum on your sphere in a lab?
It's the DMOC show now.
Can we
later.
see this? No, it says show us conservation of momentum or anything you're saying with a little sphere moving underneath a rotating object. So it's the makeup shit show now, right? Just make up shit. DMOC, did you ever learn nothing that we never showed you? No, because you never showed it.
Yeah, thanks. You added a lot to that. So when you're trying to land on an aircraft carrier, you want to match relative speeds to the aircraft carrier. Okay.
Where?
So if you're going,
On which object?
if you want to land at 100 knots and the aircraft carrier is moving away from you at 20 knots, you want to go 120 knots.
There you go. So you would be timing your landing on the Earth. Is that what is that what you're trying to argue? That it's
That's
just
close.
landing on Earth is just like an aircraft carrier. You have to time it so that you're in sync with the Earth. Are you really claiming that?
Except that you already start off in sync with the Earth, and if you need to gain sideways, let's say an eastward speed, you're going to turn eastward.
Okay, and then if you turn westward, then you're out of sync again. So is that by that logic? Then if you turn westward, you're automatically out of sync. Well, shit, you're going to have to really make sure you turn eastward when you land.
Yeah,
otherwise you're going to be out of sync. You're going to
New
crash.
perspective. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna help the Globers out on this one. Listen, I play games where you fly helicopters. I play the games, right? And stuff's moving from you. The whole objective in this helicopter is to land on a moving target, get refueled from a moving target, or go catch a moving target with your hook. So you have to go fly, catch up to it while it's running away from you hundreds of miles an hour on the game, like a NPC, right? Computer character, and you can catch them. There's no fucking problem with that. But what they have to demonstrate is a rotating ball or a non-moving ball with these things going on, with the hovering thing above it. So demonstrate or stop making stuff up.
If you took a drone, on this big football field ball spinning, and you went straight up for 5 minutes, right? And then you took that same drone and then took it straight up on a non-moving ball. Now you compared both of them, and when they both go straight up and come back down, the drone that's on the non-moving ball will come back to its original footprint. The one that's been hovering for 5 minutes on the spinning ball is going to end up on the other side of the ball because it was spinning beneath them.
What's the delta V on those?
Oh my God. So you're just gonna not pay attention to the logic of how that works.
Yeah, I'm asking you what the delta V is. So you're saying this ball is rotating. How fast is it rotating? How high up is the helicopter going? So what's the delta V of where it's?
One is none.
It only has
none
to go
speed
up
and some speed. You have
It only
one
has to get
none
off
moving.
of the ground. It doesn't
and one,
matter
hold
how
on, I'm
high.
gonna
It just has to
explain it
get
for him.
off
I got
of
you.
Yes, it does matter how
None
high because the
speed,
delta
some
V
speed,
of a
same height.
helicopter hovering at 1 foot is almost zero. So close to zero, you'll call it negligible. So it can be up there for hours and hours, and you won't appreciably notice a difference. You'll notice more from wind and the pilot.
Where's your reference frame? What are we talking about? Where'd you get this information from? Where did you get your
the reference frame
equation, your calculation? What physical objects did you see do this that you sat back and watched from a third perspective to see what the fuck you're talking about right now?
I said, what's the delta V? The delta V is almost zero. Do you disagree?
Yeah, what'd that come from? Your imagination on paper? When do we see that in physics?
All the time in physics.
Does physical objects do it? Where? Let's see. Show us.
A negator.
Show us a
Have you
ball
dealt with
sitting
delta
somewhere
Vs in
with a
physics?
delta V in the air lockstep with a helicopter. Show us delta V.
Sorry, negator. Did you not learn about delta V in physics, demo?
Wait, you said Negator and Democ. Who are you talking to?
Well, Negator learned it, but he's probably muted right now. But Democ, did you learn
Negator
about
left
delta V in
because Democ
physics?
started rambling on and on.
Oh. Or did you not take physics, Democ?
Show me where you can drop down the depth of the earth, 6,000 miles.
You asked me where we talked about it. So
apparently you didn't take physics. What's a ball look like? Show me your globe.
I took physics
Show
at
me your
Western
physical
University. Where did
globe.
you take physics?
What your globe looks like. Can I get an actual representation of the real globe? Physics guy. A 3D
You asked me a
printout
question,
from Google.
or you made a claim.
Google can print out a 3D printout these days. It's 2021. We can print out 3D stuff, AutoCAD, fabricate. Where is your model that we can check out? Do you have this with the V?
You claimed I didn't
can't
take
learn
physics.
something you're not demonstrating. Can you demonstrate it with the printed globe or not?
Democ, you claimed I didn't take physics.
Religious guy.
I disagree.
I don't believe
took
your religion.
physics. Stop
I
talking.
don't believe your
I
religion.
took physics at Western University in 1994.
Religious physics,
with
not
Dr.
real
Steve.
physics. Show us,
Where
demonstrate
did
them.
you learn university? Or what university did you learn physics? Democ? Now is when you talk.
I don't know. Do we let Demog do this? This is what
If
you
you can
guys
answer
want?
the question.
Hold on, I'm
If he
taking a
answers the
poll. Is this
question,
what
we
you
can.
guys? Shut the fuck up, Brad. I'm talking.
Well, you asked the question, Jeremy.
Is this what you guys want?
Yes. If he answers the question, this is what we want.
And
If he
everyone
doesn't,
else. I
we
don't give
don't
a
want
fuck
it.
what you want.
Then why'd you fucking
Is
ask
this
me the
what?
question, other
Is this
Jeremy?
what you guys
So,
want?
Chunky just attack his credentials as if, like, if he took a class of some sort, it would make a difference in the logic of.
Okay, did you listen to what he said? He said, I didn't take physics, so I did. Did he take physics?
No, he said show him in your physics where that is a real thing. Where is this event happening where the helicopter it goes up and lands in its same footprint with the world spinning beneath its propellers.
Everywhere, because the delta V is so small. Do you know what I mean when I say delta V?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I
Okay,
do.
what do I mean?
Exactly what it stands for and what it's about. It's about how
and it stands for what?
It's the change in velocity. That's all it is.
Okay, so what is the change in velocity at a helicopter hovering at 1 foot?
But you're assuming that it's spinning underneath you. So already you have a bias. Already you have in your delta V equation, you're assuming that it's spinning. So you're bringing out a formula to calculate for that movement, for that momentum.
Yes.
But we're telling you
that's how we do it.
But we're telling you that it works perfectly on a stationary plane to when you go up with a helicopter or a drone, and then it comes right back down, it's going to be in the same spot.
I agree with you. And it also works perfectly because you're on a rotating Earth, because your delta V is so minuscule, it's negated.
So here's what's funny about you guys. Things are either so small or so big. Like when you go, oh, it's just a tiny, 0.0001 change. Or when you're talking about distances of like how big the Earth is, and it's so vast. And then you guys always use these as loopholes to make your pseudoscience make sense.
Okay. So is the delta V large or small or medium?
In your model, it's small.
Yes. Okay. Is it very, very small to be negated?
In your model, it's very, very small.
Okay.
You do that to make it make sense to you. Now here's the problem though. Here's the problem. When we're talking about airplanes, it's going at speeds that are hundreds of miles per hour, or let's take a jet that can go Mach 3, but it has to slow down to land. And so that way it like you were saying about that aircraft in the water, and you have to slow down, you have to time it to land it, so that way you can land successfully. But we're saying that logically, in common sense, if the ground is moving below you at a speed, when you try to land on it opposite of the direction it's going, you will trip and fall. No matter what you want to say about that, it doesn't matter.
You want to land at 100. You want to land at 120 knots. What speed is the runway going relative to you?
It's stationary.
Relative to you, it's stationary. It's not going at 120 knots.
That's our point. That's our position. We're saying that it's not moving. That's just like I told you. I could run and on the land, jump, and like think of like the Olympics, right? Those guys that run the long jump. It doesn't matter if the ground's moving or not, because it's not. They're going to land accordingly to them going up and landing.
Listen, you're an F-35 pilot. You're going 120 knots. What speed is the runway going towards you relative to you? Or coming towards you?
Wouldn't that depend on what part of the spinning globe you are in?
No, you're going 120 knots ground speed. What speed is the runway approaching you?
120 knots.
Exactly. Well done.
Okay. So when
we can move on.
When you're going north and south, now it's going sideways at a speed that you're not, and that's why
aren't you going sideways? Why don't you turn? You're an experienced F-35 pilot. Turn.
But they're not landing east and west all the time. They're landing north and south sometimes. That's the point.
Right.
The wind doesn't blow to the east on LAX.
Okay, so now you're saying that the wind is its own reference. Earlier, Negator said it's not.
No, you need to try. You usually land and take off into the wind, so that your ground speed is
not
lower.
necessarily,
Your
because
airspeed
LAX runs north and south. But that negates what you just said.
There's only one runway at LAX. Is that what you want to say?
No, there's also an airport in Ontario that also goes north and south.
What
now there are airports that they do land east and west. Yeah, I understand that, but even still,
what airport is that in Ontario that is north and south?
I'm sorry, what?
What airport in Ontario, because I'm in Ontario, is north and south?
The Ontario National Airport.
Ontario does not have a national airport. Toronto has a national international.
I'm sorry. The Ontario Airport. Maybe it's not a national airport. No, actually, hold on. I thought it wasn't national. Let me see.
A national or international?
National. Let me see. Ontario Airport.
Are you talking about Ontario Island?
I'm sorry.
Toronto Island?
I'm sorry. It's called Ontario International Airport. Now that doesn't matter what the name. We could call it fucking JYZ
where is
Zoo.
that?
Doesn't matter.
Where
in Ontario.
Where is that? Yeah, could you be less vague?
What?
Could you be less vague and name the city?
It's in Ontario. What?
Ontario is massive. It's larger than Texas. Ontario is bigger than every state in the United States.
You're talking about.
You mean Toronto Pearson?
No,
YYZ.
In California, there's an
Cali,
airport
yeah.
called Ontario International Airport.
Not
Okay, so
Canada.
you're talking Ontario, California. Great. Okay, and it only has one runway.
Correct.
Okay, so you have to go relative to that runway.
So what happens when you go opposite? That's what we're trying to say. So,
why would you?
What do you mean, why would you?
Well, do you want to crash or do you want to land on the runway?
So are you admitting that if you're landing on the opposite direction, it would crash?
If you land not on the runway, you're going to crash, yes.
Okay.
So if you need to move to the left, turn which direction? Trick question.
Again, you're missing the point, so it doesn't matter.
No, I'm not at all. If you want to accelerate east, turn east, and you'll accelerate east.
Okay. If that's what you got, that's fine.
So you start off with the momentum of the airport you left from, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you got it.
No, I'm still saying it. You're gonna trip when you land. You're gonna fall.
Why? You're going 120 knots south relative to the runway that you're lined up perfectly with. Why
Because the ground is moving beneath you, and you're landing on it on a position that it's not spinning.
No, relative to you, the ground is coming towards you at 120 knots. That's it.
You're not getting it. You're saying that, but you're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're saying that, but you're not getting it.
Okay.
When the plane comes in when the plane comes in for a landing, it's going a certain direction, right?
Yes.
Now, if it's going opposite of your position, coming down on it, you're literally saying that I can walk on a treadmill on the opposite, opposite of the way it's going, and I'll be okay.
If the runway is going opposite of you when you're coming down, that means you've passed it, or you should be taking off. This is not complicated.
I know it's not. You're not getting it.
The airport moves away from you when you take off, or after you take off.
Or is it going behind you?
Yes, it's going away from you.
Okay, so then when you come back to it, and it's now going left and right, depending if you're depends if you're facing north or south. Just depends. how you're going to land on that strip, then it's going opposite of you.
Which direction is it moving relative to the plane, to you, the pilot?
Opposite.
Okay, then turn around.
What good is that going to do?
Then you can land on it. If it's going away from you, if you turn around, it'll be coming towards you. Do you understand that?
Okay, hold on. So now, in relative to the direction of the land that is spinning in your model, then what you're saying is in agreement to what we are saying. You have to land on it in the direction of which it is spinning in your model.
No,
but that's
no.
Okay. Well, if you think not, then
You just-
okay, then that is something then that's your belief at this point. It's just your belief.
You just land on it so that it's moving towards you at 120 knots, or whatever your plane needs to land. I guess the plane I flew in was 80 knots.
It's not coming towards you if you're landing on it sideways on a north to south position.
Then you're not lined up with it. If it's not coming towards you, then you're not doing it right. How is this complicated?
That's what I'm asking. How are you not getting what we're saying? If the world is spinning and I'm up in the air, okay, let's say I get on a high air balloon and I go up and I'm watching a plane land, okay, and I'm in a high air balloon and I see this beautiful big blue marble that you believe you live on spinning in one direction, and then the plane lands on it in an opposite way, north and south. That is opposite direction of an east and west direction.
Yeah.
Then that plane, once it touches ground, it's going to crash because its feet is spun underneath it. Do you get that? Your bro body. I can't understand you, your robot.
The eastward momentum of. Do the two eastward momentums match?
You don't get it.
Wait a second. Now? Better now?
Yeah, you're good now.
And it's going to get worse in a second. Do the two eastward momentums match?
To what? Relative to what?
Each other. The plane and the runway.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with if you're. That's what I was saying earlier. If I'm running and I jump on a treadmill that's facing east, then
We're not talking about a treadmill.
Well, in this case, we are, because a runway is technically a treadmill if the Earth is spinning.
Let's just talk about the runway and the plane, okay? Do the two eastward momentums match?
If you are facing east, then yes. If you're going the right
when you're
speed,
heading
then
towards
yes.
the runway, does it match?
Yeah, if you're flying in that direction, yes. That makes sense.
We already agreed that we're flying south, directly towards the runway.
Okay. If you're going, but the thing is that if you're flying south towards a runway, but the runway is apparently spinning to the right if you're coming from the north, or to the left if you're coming from the south, then no, you're not lined up to it. You are literally.
But that's fine.
Maybe I am, but you're landing on it. You're landing on it you're landing on a thing that's moving sideways, to your position.
So why don't you turn and make it so that you're not landing?
Because that's not the way the runway goes. Because that's not the way runway goes.
It's the way that airplanes work. You just adjust your eastward momentum by turning slightly to the left, and then straightening out.
God, unbelievable.
I don't see how this is complicated.
I don't know why other people can get what's being said, but you can't.
Listen, For argument's sake, we're going to say that Earth is stationary for this example, and we're going to use the aircraft carrier's runway. If your aircraft carrier is moving left because the currents are pushing it left, but it's also going away from you, can you land on it?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah. Because wanna know why? Because you line yourself with it.
Right. Bingo. Yes. You have a pilot.
But you know what the difference is though? But you know what the difference is? The runway isn't a boat.
Yes, that is a difference. It's like one of those games. Can you spot the differences? You play on little kids.
The runway is not a boat.
Okay. Yes. You're correct. The runway is not a boat.
The land, because the land is staying still. Now this is what. Now this is why it is.
Do you have any gold stars at
this is why it takes a lot of skill for a jet to land on a boat, because they are dealing with a ground that is moving, and they do have to be careful. So yeah, they do have to calculate. But when you're dealing with, when it's a runway, you don't have to worry about that. You just got to line up with the path, and you're good. You don't have to worry about
it still takes some skill. I don't think you or I could do it.
For a plane to land, dude, a kid can land a plane, given the instructions by the tower. If there's an emergency and the pilot's fucking had a heart attack, anyone could land a plane, and it has happened before where a person has landed the plane without being experienced, like a little Cessna, and the kid's with the dad, and the dad has a heart attack, and the tower tells the kid what to do to land. No, but when you're talking about landing a jet on a moving boat, then
I don't think it's the left and right movement of the aircraft carrier that's the issue. I think it's the up and down from the swell. But I could be wrong. I'm not a Marine pilot or Navy pilot.
Well, again, the fact that you're not understanding what we're trying to say, it doesn't.
Easy.
I don't understand it.
It's easy to get your east-west momentum to match the Earth.
Because if it's not spinning, so all they have to do is just line up with the boat, because then you can create that stationary, just as the ground is stationary and it's not moving, so you can land on it all day. But if the boat is in the water and it's not spinning, not on your ball, it just does have movement because it is dealing with whatever conditions it's dealing with, then that's why it's very, very dangerous for when they land. But they can do it.
So your issue isn't with the shape of the Earth; it's with the rotation of the Earth.
Yes, it could be a square. It doesn't matter we're not talking about shape. We're talking about the fact that something's moving, as opposed to something.
All right. So I think we're agreeing with the runway example. Why is the Odysee effect a thing?
Why is what?
The Odysee. EOTO with the umlaut. VOS. I think it's pronounced Yotov.
Yatmos. Yatmos effect.
Yotvosh.
Shut up. It's Yatmos.
Well, why is that a thing?
You can't even read the word, dude. Shut up.
EOTVOS. How do you pronounce it, Demo?
Yatmos.
Okay. I did not know you knew German or Dutch, whatever language it is.
Man, I know how to read. I have an IQ bigger than an ant. I can pronunciate big words that you probably can't alliterate or compensate for, like the depth of a globe when you got 3959 forward and backward and only 12,000 feet up and down in a helicopter. Can you demonstrate any more depth than that, Glober? Where's your globe at? Where'd it go?
That's beneath you. Sorry, was it new perspective I was talking to? No, it was the other guy. Microphone?
What?
Was it you that I was talking to before I dropped?
Yeah.
What was I saying? Before demo interrupted.
Did you ever demonstrate
why
the
is the
Yatmos?
Okay.
Yeah, where'd you demonstrate it? Where'd you calculate this from? Like when you sat back and you saw the spinning ball underneath the plane flying, and you
Wow,
sat back with
Apocryphon,
your
you sound like Demok now.
well, you sat back with your
That's
pen
good.
and you calculated it. That's pretty much going to be the question,
Say,
right?
Apocryphon, say show it to me in a lab. All right. So how does the Oddfosh work on a stationary Earth?
I don't know. You want to explain it?
No, I don't know how it works on a stationary Earth. It can't, but I know how it works on a rotating Earth.
Oh, really?
Yes. Do you?
What do you mean? Do I know that it's not moving, so I don't have to worry about that.
You
No.
only account for resistance on every aspect, whether it's turning, pushing left or
So-
right for your tail,
So you're
going
saying
up or down.
So you're
That's
saying
what
the
you account
Oddfosh
for.
effect doesn't matter?
No, it's imaginary. The only thing you have to
Okay.
account for is what you're doing in the medium you're flying in. The medium
So-
matters only.
New
Only the
sorry,
medium and the
Apocryphon.
design of
Why
your
do
plane.
weights change?
If you do not design your plane correct to reside in the medium correctly, like the right type of fish, you will not fly that good. Now, if
So
you want to call that
Apocryphon,
cookie domos, if you want to
stop with
call it
your
tangerine apples, go ahead. Yatmos that you haven't demonstrated on anything yet. We don't even know what you're talking about. We got to imagine it still. So just keep
it's the
imagining.
Oddfosh. So why does the
What's it
weight
look
of
like?
something Apocryphon?
What's it look
Sorry,
like?
please stop interrupting Apocryphon. Can you explain why weights differ at different latitudes and when you're moving in a different direction in a plane, east or west?
The
Sorry.
voltage.
I'm sorry. What did you say? Explain the weight.
Yeah, why does the weight of a given mass, let's say we have a 1 kilogram mass,
What
why
are
does
you
it
saying?
change when
What's
I'm
the
traveling?
problem? What are we trying to solve here? What's the problem?
The weight
Elevation.
changes when you're going east or west on a plane. Why?
I'm sorry. Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Elevation.
Say it again. I didn't
No,
hear you.
your elevation is the same. The weight
No,
of that
it's your
mass
elevation that you're
changes.
changing.
You're not changing elevation. The weight
Well, then you're not
changes when
changing
you're going
voltage
east.
or anything else. Then nothing else is changing. What are you talking about?
Okay, you keep interrupting me, Apocryphon. Please, we're having a good conversation. You know, I get it.
If you're only 12,000 feet in the air and you're flying straight, what are you saying is changing now?
So the Oddfosh effect, Apocryphon, is when you're traveling east or west in a vehicle. We do it mostly in a plane now. The weight of a mass changes, and it has to do with the effect of the centrifugal force or centripetal force acting upon the mass.
No,
And it
it
will
has to do
increase
with
when you're going
elevation,
with
like I
the
just told
rotation.
you.
It will decrease when you're going against it. So
No,
the weight
you have
will
to go in a
reduce when you're
building
going
and
with
go in
the
the
spin,
basement
and it
and weigh
will
your object.
increase when you're
No,
going against the spin because
you're going to get the same effect in a building sitting still, not going
I have to
anywhere.
go
You're
on
going to
mute,
go to the
so
basement and weigh
I'll
your
listen.
gold bar and weigh whatever you weighed in your airplane. Then go to the top of the building and weigh it.
So
If you get a
this is
differential, then stop making lies. If you
there's
get a
also a
different weight
reason.
from the basement, the
I'll keep
middle
talking
floor,
because I
and
go
the
on mute in a
top of the
second.
Burj Khalifa,
So Apocryphon,
right?
this is the reason
Show
why
us.
the International Gem
Demonstrate, because
Trade
you're not
has to
demonstrating
calibrate
anything.
its
You just
scales
keep
of
talking.
masses because the weights
What
actually
masses?
change. They
Where?
deal in mass, not
Where?
weight.
What demonstration are you doing? Where at? Let's compare. What are you talking about? On what? When did you demonstrate anything that you're talking about? I have never seen you get in an elevator and go to the bottom floor of the basement and weigh a brick of gold. Then go to the middle floor, the 13th floor, right? The one nobody likes. Then weigh your brick of gold. Then go to the top and weigh your brick of gold. If it matches the same goofy lie that you're telling, then there you go. You didn't go anywhere in longitude and latitude, did you? Debunked. Sorry. Nice try. If I can manipulate the variable and get the same effect from you and not do the same thing you did, then what you did is wrong. Because I matched it not doing what you did. So how can you differentiate elevation, going up or down, sitting still where you're at, or whatever you claimed about a ball? How would you demonstrate? How do you differentiate the two? What was your baseline? For all these cat toy experiments you guys got, you sure fall short in doing the rest of them, don't you? You just do one cat toy experiment and you say that's globe, but you don't do it anywhere else. You don't manipulate the variables by elevation when you want to claim that's the cause. You're claiming the cause of change is a differential, right? But you're not demonstrating the differential sitting still in the same spot. Because you can do that, you know. That's what elevators are for. You can do science in them. Where's the horizontal elevation in a horizontal elevator we can compare to our vertical elevator on this globe? Do we have that anywhere? Do we have our horizontal elevator that we can compare to our vertical elevator? Where are those at? Where can we compare those to?
Well, that's why I was kind of upset with Jazz and so too. We have people in our community who are supposedly pilots and everything who are on here for years talking, and we sit here and talk about planes and all this shit, and they never provide a video or any kind of evidence to prove anything or show a demonstration. And that baffles me. You have the ability right there every day, and you don't do it. But you come in here and talk shit all the time. I don't get it.
I draw all my stuff, and I show videos for a ball and how things work on a ball. But Globers will keep telling you, however, this imagined model is doing this imaginary stuff. But where's the model? What model? Where? I haven't seen it. We have Google. We can put all the calculations in there, all their longitude and latitude made up numbers. We can put them in a real thing, a real computer, and print it out 3D. Right? Where's this at? This doesn't exist. 3,000 years and you don't have a printed ball, but you got printed dinosaurs at the store for kids. You got buildings, little Lego malls, like the endless imagining things poured from plastic and shit you guys make, right? Of everything, Star Wars and everything, right? But no little globe. How pathetic can we be as a glober? Come on, let's spice it up.
Well, what do you guys think about so you've got a bottle of water in a car. The car's stationary. Car accelerates. There's a fluctuation in the air and the water. Now, this can be demonstrated. That's lateral. But when you get the same bottle and you take it up and you drop it, there's no fluctuation. How do you explain that? And that can be practically demonstrated.
Basically, a 2 liter. A 2 liter, when you drop it, you're saying the bubble part is going to stay where it's at the whole time it's dropping. Correct?
Yeah, it doesn't fluctuate at all. Like surface, no air, nothing.
Well, would it be because the 2 liter is pressurized? Now, can we fill like just a little bit of liquid in there and then do it and see what happens? Like a fourth of an inch, and then drop it and see what happens in a 2 liter bottle that's bigger than the liquid itself?
Well, they put a camera in a box and dropped it, and it doesn't. This is the thing, like, so you're in a car, right, and you move forward. There's always that fluctuation in air pressure, always, if you accelerate.
Right, but you're missing the wind is going to keep that box against the heavy weight that's inside it. You have to have a small camera that weighs less than the box, and then drop it, and then see while it's in there, see what happens. I mean, you have to manipulate these variables. If you don't, you're going to be stuck just putting all your money in eggs in one basket, and you don't want to do that, Merle. I almost did that when I first became a flat earther. I tried to do that once, and I'll never do it again. I always think about the shit and think about it all different ways, because you can't stop at one. That'd be like being a glober. You can't just be like looky-loo forward and not sideways and all this other shit, you know, that has to exist. You have to manipulate the variables. Like I'm telling them, do it in an elevator as compared to just flying around and saying, I'm flying around the ball, you know. In your imagination, you can't do that. You have to manipulate these variables. So ask Dell, not to be rude or anything, but just to get a little amount of liquid in the container and drop it, or a little camera, okay? just for me. Just a camera smaller than the thing he's dropping, just to see. And if he doesn't get no different effect, then we're cool.
Hey,
Well,
Merle, I can't believe that's you. Good. I knew that voice, though. I was like, who is that?
like, if the Earth was moving up, do you think we'd be able to tell?
No. If two, this is the whole principle of this whole thing for any brilliant or smart or dumb person. If two things are moving next to each other, you can't differentiate one from the other. You cannot. So if we were moving up and the sky's moving down, we're not going to be able to differentiate that unless you get away from this thing enough to see what it's doing and calculate your shit different, like drop, rise, do something different than what it's doing away from it to see what it's doing, like a reference frame. You have to have a reference frame. See, and the Globers don't have. I mean, when they talk about all this dog shit, like, oh, you don't know this. Who gives a fuck what I can repeat off Google? Any 3-year-old can repeat something if they can read off Google. That doesn't make you smart. It doesn't make you know anything. It doesn't make you be able to demonstrate what the fuck you're talking about at all.
Because the interesting thing for me, like, it's kind of twisted my brain up a little bit, I guess. Like, because sideways, like, I keep coming back to it. Like,
because gravity's not real. You don't even listen. Don't even worry about it. If gravity was real, listen. Around a ball towards the center, Merle, there would be no difference from sideways to up down. There couldn't be. There would be no such thing as horizontal, vertical. Like it would be one vertical for us, and everything else would veer from that. Everything, every inch away from that would veer, and we would have an angle. You'd be able to hang a helium plum bob, a helium balloon. It's a plumb bob the other way. You understand that, right? So if they claim any building, boat, or anything's tilting on the planet from the center out, this helium balloon will demonstrate that. Because the string, when you put a clear tube around it and don't let the wind hit it, put a diagonal tube. I don't care. The helium balloon is going to show you the reference, whether you're plumb or not. It's a two-way plumb. You can put a rock on the bottom and you got a plumb down below and a plumb above. They're both going to show the same thing. If one deviates, the other has to. Do you understand? You've never seen a non-vertical helium balloon, a helium plumb. They're all plumb. They're all vertical, and they go up in the sky.
Yeah, that reminds me of when they say that if you take a plumb bob at one end of another, that they are like they angle into each other because they are plumb to the center of their round Earth, but that means the tops of them would be further apart than their bottoms, and that's just retarded.
Right, it would make the letter V. You would need helium balloons tied in a leather V to the rock, and you'd be able to put the rock on the ground, and the helium balloons would go apart and separate. That's what a globe would do. Isn't that sad?
Their logic is, well, you have to realize though, they can't accept the reality that you can prove, because their reality is based almost like in theory, and they're saying, well, it's gonna make this V shape because that's what our laws calls for.
Yeah. Well, listen, where are you going to get imaginating laws? If we were just little kids and we're sitting here reading Dr. Seuss, the Dr. Seuss Globe, and we can understand all the shit that the Snorlax and measure it and imagine it, but we don't have one. But we can calculate and all this other shit. Like, where does that leave us? We have no physical attributes of a physics of anything to do physics with the thing. This physical ball doesn't show an attribute of itself to be a ball, ever, anywhere, not on itself. Physically. That's the problem. You don't need anything else. You don't need fake science. You don't need dog shit. You get a tilted picture of grandma, point it down towards the water. If the motherfucker don't stand up after a 2-foot picture, if it don't stand the fuck up after a mile, 8 inches of drop in one part of the wood, you're not on a ball, man. I mean, what the fuck are we doing here?
What? Yeah. Get a picture of grandma.
Yeah, literally, Merle. Face the picture down about 18 degrees down towards the ground. You're standing up. You're a 6-foot tall person. You're looking out. You can't see the picture of grandma. It's on flat water. Push it away. It's on a block of wood, a picture, tilted down. It's at an angle, diagonal. You can't see it. Push it away. Within 1 mile, if you're on a globe, that picture should be viewable with your eyeballs. You should see grandma saying hi. If you don't, you're not on a globe. And you can make the object little, like a 3-foot long block of wood, right? That's an 8-inch tall block of wood. And you can do this. Go get a ruler and drop the back of it 8 inches down. That's what it should do after a mile. Physics, do these physics with me. Drop it down 8 inches with a ruler next to you. And that's the angle. That's how that thing's going to straighten up after a mile. It's going to straighten the fuck up. So get a piece of paper, start it out on a horizontal plane. Start it out like that. And then tilt it 8 inches. And that's what it should match on a globe. And we're done with the whole fucking thing. Good to go. And you guys can give me a high five and give me some money if you want. I don't give a fuck. Either way, it proves we're not on a globe, and everybody can do it.
Yeah, they just have a bias that they can't accept logic, common sense, principles of what we're trying to explain. Anything that goes against their ball model, they will not accept it, even if that's reality, even that is what we see, even that's what we experience. They cannot and will not accept that. Not until they realize that it's not a ball will these things make sense to them. It's easy as that.
You need a 4-foot totem pole with a big nose person on there, right? So just put a big old nose on top of the totem pole, right? 4 foot. And if you're 6 foot, you're not going to be able to see the boogers. Push it away from you. On a globe, that totem pole is going to tilt back 8 inches after a mile, and you're going to see the boogers of the big nose on top of the totem pole. I mean, it's so simple, man. I mean, I don't understand what we're.
Don't you think there's a natural human inbuilt mechanism once you know that it's not a planet to want to know what it actually is? Don't you think that's an inbuilt thing? Like, because it doesn't end there, does it? It's like you find out, and then it's like, well, what's going on then? I'm surprised that hasn't kicked in for more people. You know?
Well, you have to remember this is a model that's been indoctrinated since childhood, right? Since they're babies, then they get to kids and they're grade school and then junior high and then high school and they're learning this model, this ball, and everything that it's almost like they know better.
Right, it's all about the ball.
And so that's why when you say something that's contradicting to what they're being taught in school, they're trusting the teachers, they're trusting the establishment, they're trusting what their books are saying. But if they actually looked into it, and eventually they're going to get to an age like where we're at, you get to a point where you're either pulled out of that indoctrination, out of this brainwashing, or you're not. You might stay in it, you might not. I don't know. What determines that, I don't know.
Yeah.
But if they use common sense and logic, they'll realize the things that we try to explain every day for months and now even years now. We try to explain these concepts that it negates the ball, but they can't accept it because it's going against their belief.
Not even their belief.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's their brainwashed belief. Yeah, what they've been taught.
We all got it. If we're in the West, we all got it. A dose. Fuckheads. I really want to know what's going on, Apocryphon, though. I'm one of those people. It bugs me. You know, like it's not how can I say it? Like if such a potentially magnificent truth is being hidden and kept from humanity, we all deserve, just by default, I feel now, to know. Because our grandparents, everyone's life has been lies. Like total hogwash.
the only way to truly prove that it's not what we are saying it to be would be to take something as high as possible and far away enough from the earth, right? We all understand that. And the Imagineers of Disney, along with the Nazis that created this space program, that created this, that they have proven it's a ball with their pictures and satellites and everything. Yet we don't see real actual photo, real actual video of now now they have really high altitude pictures and videos with lenses that make it look like a ball, but look at that picture that they said they took of from a million miles away of the moon passing in front of the earth. That we now know that that's CGI, that's fake, and they still won't accept that. But they accept it. That's what it is. Oh, look, there's a big beautiful blue ball, even though it is an image that has been created on a computer, and they won't accept that. And our point is, where's that Artemis video? Where's the Orion video of showing from beginning to end? They should have downloaded by now. How what's taking them so long? Here, I'm gonna post a video that shows really cool animations. I posted it earlier, but where is it at? Here we go. Here's something fun. They should show this to kids in school and let them make up their minds to see what's really going on.
Are you posting something?
Yeah, I posted the videos,
Okay.
and it's really cool. You watch the whole video. It talks about how they create the studio for the way they get these images. Look at how big that screen is. Look at how big and beautiful. Look at the imagery they could get off of it. This is how they manipulate the kids' minds, through cameras and through special effects. This is what they use. This is what they do. And then they put it up as, this is our reality, folks. Yeah, it was made in the studio. And it's beautiful. It's very convincing. They've mastered it almost. And it's crazy.
Their minds
They get
around it though, but they watch movies that look so real to them all the time about outer space and all this shit. You know, Sandra Bullock, though they know wasn't in outer space, but it sure fucking looked real, right? In your
Oh
mind.
yeah. Her and
So
who
it's
was it?
like,
George
they
Clooney?
can fake that, but they can't fake your reality. What?
Yeah. Well, if you look at the video I posted, it's very, very clear of what's going on. It's clearly it's added effects, imagery, it's falsehoods, and this is what we you know we blindly believe.
But
I mean,
no
when you're
offense, people would rather believe, honestly, that when we fly west, that we're technically flying east because we can't match the Earth's rotation. I mean, people would rather believe that shit than just when you go up in a plane, you go west, you're going west, and at that speed. And we're not going anywhere. We're not spinning anywhere. We're flat and stationary. They cannot do that. But for some reason, they'd rather look at into some kind of fairy tale, magical Narnia shit to match in their head and then claim physics. It's like, fuck off. Sorry.
yeah.
Give me
Yeah, no, that's right. I hope everyone's watching these videos that I posted, because
I hope
it
so too.
should allow people to realize that this is the nonsense that we deal with constantly. And they will defend this, even though they show us the video, the CGI, the artwork, the manipulation. They won't accept it. That they won't accept that they're being fooled. Maybe all of us have accepted it. Like, yeah, they fooled us, but no longer, not anymore. Eventually, it has to come to an end. Thankfully, we have um, the technology to create such an amazing world, but you have to accept that it's exactly what they're saying it is. It's a created reality. It's a modeled reality.
It doesn't end. It'll be
So
like
I
a
was going
new,
to say, Merle. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, like a new beginning. Like lifting the lid off everything that's being hidden. That would be a lot, right? All at once.
Yeah.
I don't think there's ever an end game to this. I don't even think we understand how the fuck we got here, who we are, any of this shit, history. We know, well, we think we know what's going on by the information that we're given, but then again, all that could be bullshit as well when you start realizing the bigger picture. So when you start finding out is you don't know shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
All
only
this
know you've been told.
information, right?
I mean, look at history. Look at history. There's so much evidence that people lied in the history books, and they tell you a story. This is what happened, and you learn it later in higher education. In higher learning, when you go to college, you start realizing, oh yeah, what they talked about in grade school. Okay, you got to get that out of your brain right now because they said a lot of lies back then. And then they tell you this is what is real. This is what we know to be true. But even still, they're telling you a story. They're telling you what you know what I mean? Like if they lied to you once, they're gonna lie to you again. And if you fell for it the first time, you're definitely gonna fall for it the second time.
But I think Apocryphon's onto something here. Or not Apocryphon, but Merle is onto something here. If we have to deny literally everything, right? And everything is bullshit. Can we actually say we know anything?
Well, you know the information that's being provided.
Do we though? I mean, like, if I were to
Yeah.
take what the other lady said at face value, it's all bullshit. It all can be a psyop. Maybe even this is a psyop. It's like, how do we know anything?
Validation.
What do you mean validation? How is the
Somehow
validation?
showing it in reality, and science says that a lot. But when you're talking about paperwork or something written in a book, that can be done easily and faked along the way. But showing something in our reality playing out to be factual is something different.
Are you sure?
Very sure.
Because I try to show reality to people all the time when it comes to, here's the actual fuel I put in my airplane. Here's actually how fast I was going. Here's actually, and then no. I get people like Don Geo telling me that, oh no, the airplane's tricking you for over unit. Okay, well, like I can't show anything in real life. They're like, every time I try to show something in real life or use anything in real life, it's just more psyop, everything's bullshit narrative.
But RC,
where do I find, to Merle's good point here, right? Where do I find anything that's actual? If it's all psyop and it's all bullshit, where do I find anything that's actual?
But RC, it comes to a point where you can use hardcore, like you said, you can get a fuel, a tank, right? And you can fill up your plane. That's reality, right? But then
No, but Don says that it's like I get every damn day someone tells me no, like that. How do you know that? How do you know that's actual, that amount of amount of gas? How do you know, and it's just endless. How do you know bullshit?
I get what you're saying, but what I'm trying to make a point of is that people do, and we all do, take, or we have seen reality and real science, quote unquote, and real things that are real physics. But once you start mixing them with pseudoscience and theories, and you make that the reality, then that's where we have a problem. That's where there's a disconnect. For instance, you put the plane, you put gas, you put fuel in the plane, then you took off. All right, that's all reality, right? Then all of a sudden, you're saying, all right, now the earth below me is spinning. Okay, that is a theory.
Well,
That's a
we
belief.
never went to that apocrypha. We didn't even get to the fact that the earth was spinning. We're not even talking about what the shape of the earth is. I don't give a shit, right? If it's flat, if it's a square, if it's I don't care. What I care is that, like, I can't do one damn thing. Not anything. I have never brought anything to the table that someone hasn't like ended up screaming psyop at me about.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Like speaking about the fuel, maybe not necessarily like in a plane that you've flown. Maybe they're talking more about like the physics of like the Airbus, where it apparently has
But
16
you see
tons
where
of
this never
fuel.
ends.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, but we're talking about maybe what I'm saying is maybe that comes from that because there's something that isn't adding up. Do you truly believe that there's 16 tons of fuel going into a plane?
I don't have to truly believe.
Honesty,
I know.
I'll be economical, okay? It's because you're a baller and you're a pilot. That's why people.
No. I don't have to believe if there's this much fuel in an airplane. I don't. I know. I can see
So
the
you
amount of fuel
know
going in. And
how
so
many
the psyop, and here comes the psyop, right? It's like, well, do you know about those gauges? Do you know about your weight? Do you know about the
Hang on.
scale?
Have you filled the plane yourself? Have you seen the
Exactly.
liquid go inside?
Have I balanced it against 350 elephants?
Have you
Right.
seen the liquid go inside?
It's just like it's a never-ending chain of bullshit, and that's why I like
that
the
doesn't
Merle
raise a
project.
flag though?
Godric is asking you an honest question right now. He's not asking what the other people have asked you. He's just saying straight up, have you seen the fuel go into the plane? Just that answer.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it the same as when you fill your car, like you stick the hose in and then the fuel comes in, you can hear it, smell it, like that?
Yes.
Okay, and now RC, with that being said, with that
Better
being said,
pilots
RC,
than him. Better pilots than him. The professional jet fighter pilots have said it's flat, and he's ignoring those people. This man is not a pilot.
It's nothing but psyop. Like it's
Okay.
all
Okay.
it's all just like what's his face was saying. Everything's a psyop. Everything's bullshit. But I go back to what Merle said because Merle, like he says these little nuggets of wisdom every once in a while, which is like, yeah, but what's actually real? It's like, no shit, Merle. Like, awesome job on you for asking the damn question I ask all.
Well, we know you're not real. We know you're not real. You're not being real. That's for sure.
So
You're a liar.
RC, but it doesn't raise a red flag in your mind when they say that 350 elephants worth of fuel is in this plane right now. That doesn't raise a flag. Like, wait, how is that even something that's feasible? Like, how do you put why does my extra backpack then come into play when you have a plane that has 350 tons of fuel? Then why does my one bag, why do they say, hey, you can't have that on here? What why is it that much more weight? That's what does it matter at that point? Or does it matter? It doesn't raise a flag that there's so much fuel on this plane. How does it even take off with its own weight? That doesn't raise a flag.
But are you Apocryphon? Like, I can answer your question incredibly easily. But the funny part about it is even when I answer your question, like the entire premise is like, listen to how you're saying this, right, and framing it is that it can't be true, right? So no matter what I get, no matter what answer I give you, no matter if I take you to freaking Rolls Royce, right here in the city that I live in, these engines are designed. I can take you and show you.
You don't fly Rolls Royces, but you're not a pilot.
And it
I
doesn't.
think he's talking about the Rolls Royce engine. He's talking about the Rolls Royce engine.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what I show you. It's all a psyop still, because the supposition is it's not possible, right?
With that much fuel and weight in the wings,
what did I say?
How strong can these wings be welded to where they don't fall off because of the sheer weight?
See, Apocryphon, like look at how you're answering this question or asking these questions.
Not denying you, though. He's asking you logically.
No, he is, and he knows it, right?
No, I'm asking you for it to click in your head that does it not raise a flag, whether it's true or not. I'm just saying that doesn't 300. Do you know how many would 350 elephants even fit on a wing on the two wings?
And what's the only exacerbating thing about this Apocryphon is that like you refuse to see the suppositions behind your questions, right? Or even the spirit in which your question is asked, rather than saying, I wonder how this happens, right?
Well,
Rather
how
than
about this?
that, it's do you really think it's possible? Like, you see the
Okay.
difference, man?
Okay,
Let-
can
yeah,
I say
I get
something
I
real
get what you're
quick,
saying.
RC? The whole time what I'm waiting for you to do is when he's asked you that question, go, well, okay, I can understand. Yeah, it raised a red flag to me too before I understood the information. So therefore, right, it doesn't make sense. But when I go down and explain to you and calculate, do my math of how it works and show us how it works, then maybe he'll understand.
No. Hey, that would be a reasonable approach. You're 100% correct. You know
That's
what
what we're
happens
looking
every
for.
time I do a calculation? Okay. Anytime I bring up any specific detail where I'm showing a calculation, it's mathemagics, Dimmock over talking me, and a bunch of no, it's a psyop bullshit, right? It doesn't stop. And what's dishonest about this conversation is you think you have this fantasy in your mind that it's any different than that because you've heard it and you've participated in it 300 times.
What are you talking about, RC?
Non-answer again from this waste of time. An
Yes.
absolute non-answer.
Well, what is you're right. It is an absolute non-answer when you assume
So
already when you already assume that
hey,
it's already a
So you
psyop.
keep talking,
right?
man, and saying nothing. Hold back a second.
pacify him. Just tell him what he
Apocryphon
wants
asked you
to
a
hear.
question, and Blaze reiterated it. Is there grounds to have red flags showing at 16 tons of fuel in airplane wings? That's all we're asking you. Grounds to be suspicious about that claim. That's all.
There are no grounds to be suspicious about the fact that we can get 82,000 gallons in an A380.
Okay. So how long, like, let's use reality now. How long would that plane take to fill up 82 gallons worth?
82,000 gallons?
Yeah, 82,000 gallons. How long from their huge, hoses that they plug up? How long does it take to dispense 82 gallons worth into their fuselages?
If it were completely empty?
Yeah.
Probably, I would guess maybe around 30 to 45 minutes if I were to guess.
Like just constantly just gushing out, filling it up. Okay.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, I think there's either 6 or 8 like hose connections on the thing.
Okay. And they're filling it up. And now the storage of that fuel. Don't they say that most of it's in the wings? If not all of it.
The majority of it is in the wings close to the fuselage. Yes.
Okay. So my point is, with these wings, how much weight are they made to truly hold then? And does it make sense that 82,000 gallons can hold that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, that just raised a red flag that there's that much weight in the wings.
But I again, now that I've done just like cursory explanations, answer some cursory questions about Apocryphon, I'm still surprised that your approach is still, it's not an approach of like, hey, how does this work? It's an approach of, does this not raise a red flag? Right? Like the supposition is my intuition based on me not knowing these basic things is equals red flag, not let's learn something and then evaluate it.
Well,
That's
because
my
when I think of a plane, let's say little, a little private plane that you're flying. Yeah, it makes sense that you could put, a certain amount of weight of fuel and that, in the fuselage, and it's designed to hold that. Okay, I get that. But when we're talking about these gigantic planes, that's a lot. Like that dude. How does that not? I don't know, man. Make me a believer.
All right, so Apocryphon. Have you ever stood next to an A380?
Yeah. Actually, when I was building
cool
the new international Bradley 2 at LAX, we were building it, And
You've
we
seen
still see them
A380s?
fly in. Yeah, we see them fly in. Not all the time though, but we do see them at least once a week come in.
Cool. Okay. And have you ever like so you've stood like right next to a wing of those things, correct?
Yeah, watch. Look, I'll show you a picture. I think I have one here.
Cool. No, you don't have to do that. I'm just saying, like,
It's a
so
cool picture.
yeah, if I were to tell you then, for example, right, in a very simplistic idea, right, that like on the outer tank, I'm imagining of the A380, I bet it holds probably 8,000 gallons, right?
Okay.
Now, if I were to tell you, hey, how big's an 8,000 gallon tank? What would you tell me?
I don't know the measurements.
Like if I said, hey, here's an 8,000 gallon tank of
It's gonna be pretty big, that's for sure.
So bigger than your wing.
Yeah, it's definitely probably big. Like that's huge. Because you think of like a 30 gallon tank is fucking size of a car. I mean, not the size of a car, but
no.
not the size of a car, but
No.
it's in a car and it's pretty. You know, that's pretty decent size.
No,
31 gallon.
no, not at all.
You're saying a
I mean,
31 gallon tank on a truck isn't a big little box?
no,
We
no.
have
So an
we
eight,
have work
so
trucks.
you can
We
buy.
have
You
work
know
trucks.
why I picked 8,000 is because I think that's what the outside wing tank. So the outer wing tank on the A380 is. It's got like quite a few. I think it's got like four tanks on the wing on each side, right? And I think the last one it's much shorter, right, and gets like skinnier. So it's about 8,000 gallons. An 8,000 gallon tank is 144 inches by 142 inches.
Yeah. Okay, so look at like on the work trucks, like on the superintendent trucks, they have fuel for the for the welders and shit for the machines, and it holds 100 gallons, and it's a pretty
No,
big
it
tank.
doesn't. No.
It holds 100, dude. I'm telling you, it holds 100 gallons.
No.
On our work trucks.
No, your work truck. That all it is a tank. Is like a tank transport.
Yeah. Listen. The trucks, our work trucks, like let's say a Ford F-150. We
Yeah.
have these big steel boxes that take up half of the cab, or maybe a quarter of the cab, and they hold 100 gallons of diesel
No,
fuel.
that it is much more. It's you're just talking about the diesel fuel ones.
Yeah. They're just
That's
like little
I mean,
backup
that's
ones.
yeah. That isn't very much space at all.
I'm saying about that. You want to do 8,000 pounds? That's
No,
going to make
I
up a
think
lot.
you're getting the because like I have one of those on the back of a Ram that I did, right? And the thing is, the majority of the space on that thing is the pump on it. It's not the tank itself. Look at just the tank.
No. It's not the pump. It's not. The pump. Actually, the pump is like
Caveman
the
or
hose is
CMIC
really
just
small.
posted an 8,000 gallon tank in chat. What do you reckon? Look in chat.
Yeah.
Captain Caveman just posted.
Yeah,
two
that's not an 8,000 gallon tank.
Okay, well then he must have got it
That's
wrong.
much
Then.
more than 8,000 gallons.
How many gallons would you say the tank he posted listed as 8,000
I'll
gallons?
see if I
at the
have
top?
I'll see if I have
Yeah. 1 second, Apocryphon. How many? If it's not an 8,000 gallon tank that Captain Caveman, what do you call it, posted at the top, what would your estimation be of the capacity of that he says is 8,000, just by looking at it?
So
that is an 8,000 gallon tank. I went and looked it up for you guys.
Thank you, bud.
Yeah. Now the semi truck is a bigger than it's probably 10 to 12,000 gallons.
Yeah. Now RC Meister says that's not so. So can you come in, RC, and let Caveman know where he went wrong?
And RC, just to show you that I'm not bullshitting you and I'm not lying, I'm gonna post something here. This is me at LAX, and that's I put it holds 800 people apparently. I was like, what? Maybe that was an exaggeration because I think that dude was lying. But that's how big the planes are, right? Pretty big, and it's short. But but you could just pause it. That's the Qantas or whatever they're on.
Qantas.
The 2-story. They hold 300 people on the bottom and 300 people on the top, or 400 people on the bottom and 400 people on top. That's a big aspect. Now look at the wing. Look at the wing. And you're saying it holds that much fuel inside that wing on one side and then the other? Do you see it?
A plane like that flew into a building, you'd imagine the wings would break off, wouldn't you? We don't see that when
Yeah,
we see
so
planes.
look at the truck. Look at the tank that he posted, 8,000 gallons. Now look at the wing. Now tell me, how does that match up? This is why, RC, we're raising this flag here. I'm throwing in from the sideline my challenge flag, right? My red flag. It's a challenge flag. Because how does that tanker with all that fuel fit in those, and then that's just 8,000. Didn't you say it's 82,000 gallons?
Jesus.
What I'm
Now,
confused about, in 82,000 gallons, every gallon weighs 6.8 pounds. And that's like 557,000 pounds, which is just like, what, 278 ton or something? Like, what are you guys fucking, are you serious? Are you fucking serious right now?
So imagine that's 8,000, and we're going. So you need 10 of these tankers.
Yeah.
But where do you fit at on this wing? Look at that's the plane.
There's no fucking room on a plane.
That it just doesn't add up. And RC,
None of it does.
I hope you get why we question it.
Yeah, no
he
offense,
left.
RC, but me just doing the math and breaking down the weight, breaking down how much, I was just thinking the same too. The tanks, how big they would have to be to hold that type of fucking weight compared to the trucks that we have. All the stuff that you guys were doing, I was already doing behind the scenes in my head. And that's fucking impossible. And if there isn't a red flag, RC, I don't care what your profession is, that goes in your head and says that does not sound logical, then something's wrong.
RC jumped ship. He left.
He left, Stacy.
Oh,
RC
well,
left when he
there
was
it is
asked
in
a
case
direct
you hear it
question.
later.
Yeah. He's gone.
My God, how?
Thank you, Captain Caveman, for providing that 8,000 gallon
Good
tank.
stuff, bud.
Now imagine 10 of those, and where's that going to fit on this plane?
It's an old story from 5 years ago. This is an
Poncho
old story we've been hashing out from
Poncho
5 years
Pete and
ago.
Ches
Anyway,
cracked
the
that one
hoax.
wide open. Remember
Right.
that?
That's right. Well done, Mel. We were there doing
He had
it,
a
weren't
song
we?
about it. There ain't no room for all that fuel.
Yeah, that's right.
Shot at me like that.
RC's not a pilot. He's not a pilot. I don't believe he's a pilot for 1 second.
That's why he didn't break down the
Does he
calculations or even go through it over it when we asked him. Because if he actually did, like I just tried to, because I don't know, well, I'm going to go look it up. And it took me, 15 fucking minutes to actually go through it all and to verify what I'm actually reading. And he couldn't have sat there as a pilot and told me this information and logically talked about it. He's full of shit.
Yeah.
He left
And when you look at
immediately,
the
Stacy.
airports,
When he was put under pressure, he left immediately. He talked away for ages about nothing at all. When he was put under pressure, Dan, to ask a direct question, he left immediately. How convenient.
And when you see them refueling the plane, it's just one skinny, it's not a massive hose, it's a skinny hose, and they plug it in, and it's one little tank that comes up, rolls up, fills up, and pisses off. So no, it's not like 8 hoses going on those planes. I've never seen that in my life. I've seen one little tank come up, and that's that.
It's not like it's difficult. It's not like it's difficult to on a tank dial to put the 5,000 liters at the end of it when it's only been filled up by.
Well, look at the tanker itself, right? However big that is, it's got to get all that fuel into the plane, right?
Yeah. And the wings tanks are in compartments. It's not a whole wing. It's all separate compartments in that wing. Some of them are like rubber bladders kind of thing, and then some of them are like box, but that's what they have. And then they have some underneath the aeroplane fuselage where the passengers are. They put some tanks there as well to balance the aeroplane up. So, there are tanks there, but not enough to carry 82,000 gallons. Mad number.
A bladder system or something.
It's like 40 billion light years away.
That's right in front of us on the ground. You can get the schematics, the blueprints of the plane. No problem. Or you should be able.
We were looking at that for weeks. Yeah, we were looking at that for weeks, weren't we? Weeks on that.
Yeah, they went deep.
I posted.
They like were obsessed. Poncho thought it was compressed air. He started talking about the Schumann resonance and all
That's
this
right.
kind of. And then they
Yeah.
thought Grand
I
Prix
posted
cars.
some of the videos we watched. I have posted some of the videos that we watched with Poncho Pete, right? Back in the day. I posted it just now, what we were watching back then. Some of them have been deleted, but I posted, I think, 5 collection that I took way back then.
Yeah, he was
Still
over the
got them.
target.
Yeah.
That's when
Remember that
everything
one with
went
all the
weird.
Mustangs? Remember the one with all
Everything
the
went
Mustangs
weird
on the
after
wings?
that, Chin. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
That was the turning point.
Yeah, they did that. Do you remember we saw? I got banned, didn't I? I got banned.
Yeah, he started thinking
I
Bruce
got
Lee
banned.
was a woman.
Yeah, and I said he wasn't a woman, and he banned me.
That's where we went. We went from jet fuel to that.
Yes, I remember it clearly. Exactly.
Everything
That's
just
when it
went
started going
tip-top.
south.
Yeah, that's how I
Yeah.
kind of migrated over to gems at first.
Right.
Because of all that, we broke up. You know, the band broke up.
Band broke up.
Yeah. I was the first to go.
Is
Last
Poncho
come,
Pete
first out. I was.
is Poncho Pete still with us, Muro?
I'm not sure. I think he is in spirit, but in mind he's somewhere else.
Yeah.
On a different tangent.
Definitely. Deliberate. I think that's deliberate, though. You can't be that intelligent and then suddenly lose it. You just can't. You can't.
Saying he's a plant, Jen. Are you saying he was some sort of a plant, an agent?
Anyway.
We
Yeah,
pressed him.
I don't know. Something.
We pressed him and he
something
folded.
was up there. Something was definitely up
He
there.
can handle it.
Too much
And
truth. Too much truth will do that.
I think the tranny thing broke him, Merle. What do you reckon?
It did.
Poncho
Broke
Pete.
all of it, to be honest. To be fair.
Well, yes, especially him when he looked back and he realised he was after shacking about 7 blokes.
Have you all heard of the latest Black Swan that's come out the other day from Ballbusters, Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser? Have you heard?
No.
Another Black Swan moment. Another nail in the heliocentric model.
Is it something to do with ether?
The sun. It debunks the sun, and it debunks the completely the solar system. Do you know that there's a guy
How do
called
you
Brian?
debunk the sun?
I know Brian, Irish.
Well,
guy.
the distance to the sun. I
Okay.
misspoke there. The distance to the sun. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So you've never heard of it. Well, Flat Earth is going to be ending the year on a high note because a guy called Brian from the Flat Earth debate, science versus pseudoscience. His name is Brian's Logic. Okay, Brian's Logic. He's made observations of the moon and the sun regarding the sundial. And it turns out that the moon casts the same exact shadows and angles as the sun does on the sundial. They're calling it the moon dial now. Exact same angles. Now, if that's the case, then the sun cannot be 93 million miles away, can it? Can't be. Because it would have to be at the same location as the moon. Do you understand? Which is close. The moon's supposed to be
Well, it'd be
38,000
different
miles away.
angles. It'd be different angles if it was further away.
That's correct, but it wouldn't be casting the same angles. That's right. It wouldn't be casting the exact same angles. And we would have parallel rays, as we've said. We all agree on that. That if the sun is 93 million miles away, the rays of the sun would hit us vertically parallel rays, and we don't see that. So there's your debunk, yeah? If the moon is casting the same angles, same shadow on a sundial as the sun does, it means that the sun and the moon are in the same locale. They cannot be separate 93 million miles away. Then, if that being the case, obviously the sun and the moon are above our heads, orbiting, so there is no solar system. Earth is center and everything orbits around Earth. Earth doesn't move. So there's your debunk. Nice one. Look it up. Look out for it. It'll be coming soon. Okay, I was on that show that
maybe
day.
that makes the moon a reflection of the sun because we're getting an equivalent return from both. Nice one. Brian's logic is Irish as well, Jen. I'm sure he might drink some.
I thought he was
alcohol
Scottish.
occasionally.
Oh no, he's Irish. No, he's Irish.
He's
He's
Irish.
Irish. You're right. Sorry. Brian
Waterford,
Lonick
yeah.
is Irish. I called him. Guess what I called him? Brian Tostenes. The original Samuel Roadbotham. I'm calling him Sir Brian of Logic.
Okay. Glad you call different Irishmen different things. I know. I don't think you quite called me that, but yeah, okay.
If the Earth is stationary, does that mean it's the floor of the universe?
Well, I mean, do we have a universe? If it were the case, then it could be that. Yeah, it could be. But again, I'm not subscribing to that we're having a universe. Haven't been up there to confirm that we can see 40 billion light years. That's what the cosmologists are saying, which is like BS. We can't see half a light year. Yeah,
What don't you understand about waters above and waters below? We ain't no floor. We ain't no floor. That's for sure.
Well, yeah.
So we're not the floor.
We're like a floating platform.
If we're okay, yeah. Now we're talking. This is getting interesting.
Hey, welcome back, by the way, Merle. Hello, bud.
How you doing, Pete?
I'm grand, bud. I'm good to hear from you, bud. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, we wondered where you disappeared to, but I knew it wouldn't be long before you're coming back. Coming up towards the end of the year, got to put your face in there somewhere, and you did.
Oh, in a long time, so it's been good. Good to hear from you.
Well, it's there's something that's come up. Then it has sort of made me really stop and have a look at this. So I'm bringing it to the room, like So it seems from this is I'm putting it together too, but so they say we're in acceleration, right? So there is motion, but it seems to be imperceivable. Because what seems to be coming up is when you go laterally from a stop-start and then you accelerate, there'll be a fluctuation in a liquid and an air. But when you go up-down, that vector, it doesn't do it. So that's kind of got me. I've sort of subscribed to the fact that the Earth, it's not a globe and it seems stationary. But someone said floating platform before, like it. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, but I really want to understand what's actually happening. I don't care, like whatever it is, whatever's happening, I'll adjust. I just want to know what's real.
Yeah, you might remember the Flat Earth Society offering up the Earth as a disk moving upwards, which what explains the gravity thing. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's some reason that was put there, and we were all told that that was a psyop and blah blah blah. But
yeah,
I
we were
think
told
it's
there was a
worth
psyop with the
looking
likes
at
of
this,
Nathan
guys.
Oakley and Quantum Eraser and some of the regular flat earthers who were all acting their part as well. I wonder how many of us have been over to the Flat Earth Society and looked into what they actually have to say. I have myself.
I have. I've looked into what they have to say. They do speak
great
some
forum.
truths.
It's a
but
fantastic
they speak
forum.
a lot of stuff that will put people off. There's certain things we can't agree with.
Jen, is that
advanced? What they're talking about with that is advanced thinking. What's actually happening? Off ideas put forth to explain our newfound reality, and that's all. They were speculative ideas. That's all discussed in threads and ideas thrown around. There was pros and cons, fors and against. That's all.
Yeah, yeah.
Jen, you see that photo that I tagged you to
Hang on. I'm not seeing that yet. I'm
in
not
the
looking at
chat?
the screen.
In the chat,
Yeah, I'm going to go into the chat right now. Cheers. Arakapon.
Nice one, bud. I like that. Apocryphon. I like that. And it sort of goes more to me. If we're dealing with waters beyond the mirror sky, the sun and the moon, direct reflection. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Excellent.
Nice
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah,
And they
of
forget to
course,
say returns.
the master of his Return of the Mac have to put a little X on it because it goes against their beliefs, but it's all right.
Just in case anybody's interested, I put a post in about another explorer that went south and found extra land.
Yeah, I mean, and let me take a picture of that. I've got to have a picture. It's fucking bang on the money there. Look. Thank you, Arapapon. You see, we don't get to see these kind of images all the time. Look at that.
What did you call him? Arachnophan?
Here you go.
Or I thought he said arachnid phone. Arachnid phone.
People butcher the name all the time, but no worries. Here's
A
another one.
microphone. Yeah, sorry. A microphone. Hang on a second.
A microphone. Yeah, no worries. Here's another one.
Yeah, look at that.
Ballers, of course, would say cosmic coincidence. 400 times 400. 400 times as far away.
I just think it's great. Massive. We can. Sorry, I just think it's great.
Big Bang.
Just think it's great that we got another black swan come up. Yeah, man. The moon. Casting the exact same shadows as the sun on a sundial. They're calling it moon dial, bad moon shadow. All right. They've got some songs already out as well already.
It's kind of got the yin and yang symbol on the moon. You see
that's
that?
Right. Yeah. Chinese knew of it years and years ago. It was right in front of our faces. Flat Earth, yin and yang, all those years, and you never clocked it until I became a flat earther. I mean, wow. And you know what? When I got Skype, listen to this one. When I got Skype, and we're going back to 2000, 2000, when I downloaded Skype. And the reason I downloaded it was because my elementary school friend of mine lived in North Hokkaido. He moved from England to North Japan, Hokkaido, and he said, "Gene, you've got to get on Skype." Now, at the time he got onto Skype, the BBC was saying that Skype was breaking telecommunications laws. They could be sued. So I thought, I don't want to join Skype. I don't want to be part of that. You know what I mean? If they're breaking telecommunications laws, I'm not going to download it. But I read it all. I read everything, small print, the lot. Then I joined it, but not on my wife's computer, on my mobile phone. Okay? Because I didn't want any virus or anything to happen to my wife's computer. So I joined it on my mobile phone. And guess what logo I chose? I chose the yin and yang. That's what I chose as my avatar, the yin and yang. 2000, Jin's not a flat earther, you know, knew about the moon landings being a hoax. But I chose the yin and yang, you know. I looked at it as peace and harmony, I was calling it. Perfect balance. That's what I was calling that logo. Yin and yang, perfect harmony, perfect balance. And I was right. Destined to be a flat earther. Destined. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean... like
perfect blend of opposites, yeah.
Well, none of us were looking for flat Earth, as far as I'm aware, right?
No, that's right. But naturally, we found it just by following the truth. We got here, obviously.
On the trail.
We're on the right trail, yeah. And just watching 3 minutes of Mark Sargent's video, the Flat Earth Clues, I knew I'd made an error. It only took me 3 minutes. And the reason for that was I always had Earth as my foundation. I mean, I was looking back in the 1990s, mid-90s, 91, 92, so early 90s. I was looking for a Globe T-shirt to put on back then. Couldn't find any. I found the ANC. Put your ANC anti-apartheid. So I bought those T-shirts, but I didn't find one of the Globe. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was always wanting to promote the Earth. Always wanting to promote Earth. Earth always being my foundation. But to find out that it's not a globe, I felt a complete dickhead. Oh, fucking, how did I miss all these clues? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, just I had blue marble like as a poster on my wall in my 20s.
There you go. There you go.
I used to look at it like all the time and be like, "Oh, that's where we all are," and blah blah blah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that was me. I was in love with it.
On that
in love with that blue marble, man. I mean, today, my last lesson today for my student, who's not coming back until next year now, last lesson, we ended it on the ice wall. English lesson, business. So he done his business exercises, and then he asked me about the weekend, and we spoke about the ice wall and how it's being patrolled, and the Antarctic Treaty, and how Ukraine and Russia are signatories, part of the 55 signatories. So why would they sign a treaty to not fight in Antarctica, but they're fighting on mainland? Are they really enemies? I was asking my student, are they? You think they're really enemies? This is what happens to you if you attempt to go to Antarctica without announcing it to your own government. This is what could happen to you. And I showed him the Flat Earth Banjo video where the Australians are trying to make their way to Antarctica. They want to go fishing, and then they get accosted by a Australian patrol ship. And then there's another one where he's in an aeroplane, a guy in an aeroplane flying out, in control, being communicated by the authorities. He ignores the authorities, and two jet fighters come either side of him. Good video, that one. Gives you an idea of what happens. He watched that 20 minutes, and he was like blown away. You know, again, mind fucked. That was the end. That was the end of the year lesson. Next year. But I did ask him how did he feel emotionally to realize that we're really being controlled, and that Japan wants to spend about $3 trillion, 3 trillion yen on military weapons from the US. The Japanese are totally not happy with that. That's how it started off the conversation.
It's all good.
Wars are
that's all part of what's going on Earth, right?
All on the flat Earth, yeah. And then I showed him the UN logo, the aviation logo, the maritime logo, WHO, and all the others. And I said, "Did you notice how they're all flat Earth maps?" And you see that? It's in the video anyway. And he's, yeah, you see, they have the flat Earth. Why would they have a map like that and not the globe? There you go.
Anybody see the one about the Disney ponds that are in the flat Earth map thing with extra land? With
Yes, the Kobayashi one. Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing that.
If anybody runs across a copy, throw it up. I'm looking.
Okay.
Have you ever seen Tomorrowland, Captain Caveman? It's like a Disney movie, as far as I'm aware. And they get this badge, and when you touch the badge, you go to another dimension. Like it's like an advanced civilization that's.
Oh yeah, that rings a bell.
But you have to have the badge to get there.
Yeah, to like time travel to a different time zone or whatever.
Yeah, but they're way more advanced than us in this other place, Tomorrowland. So
Tomorrowland, that's it.
You know, when you think of like more land,
I remember it. I remember Tomorrowland. That was a British series.
Probably not
England.
just like land. You know, there's probably potentially like developed.
Anybody ever hear of the Iron Republic?
Yep.
No, I never heard of that one.
Iron Republic are the people right on the other side of the ice wall.
Breakaway civilization.
There was another one called the Tomorrow People. That was it. The Tomorrow People. back in the 70s, mid 70s, late 70s, early 80s. The Tomorrow People, we used to watch that as a series in England. That kind of badge they would touch and disappear and reappear somewhere else.
Was it a kids thing, Jin?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching that in school.
Hell, they used to have Land of the Giants in America.
Yeah, I used to love watching that. I used to love watching that, man. Lands of the Giants, yeah. Yeah, man. It was black and white at first, then it became colour.
Then there was Lost World and Lost in Space, and
yep, Lost in Space. I used to watch, and then Logan's Run was another one that I enjoyed. My brother really liked that one. Logan's Run. Do you remember that one?
no, but so how long you think they've been shaping the minds of the people?
Long time, obviously.
Back in the 70s, wasn't it?
2 million years.
Yes, it was the 70s. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Logan's Run. It used to come on a Saturday evening in London. Saturday evening.
I think that's a big one too, man. Whoever said like the year it is, because like we all think it's 2022, right? If it's not, it's hard to get I guess you can imagine the future. But it seems what's happening to us potentially might just be happening to us. I think if there's outside of Earth, it would be hopefully really different to what's happening in here. I think what's happening in here is kind of like a social experiment with animals or something and plants.
Well, I mean,
trips me out.
I just think it's the good old-fashioned rip-off slavery. That's what's going on here. But they've really got it organised. Because if they can lie about the Earth being a ball, they can lie about anything and everything. So everything is a lie. Every day that goes by, and they're not revealing the fact that the Earth is a flat Earth plane stationary, they've lied. They lie every day. Everything is designed to keep the lie going. So you're living a lie, literally.
That's why the increase of knowledge is so dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe, Jen, it's a testing ground in some way that should we come by the appropriate information left down, then we have the ability to depart. And maybe this is just another sort of layer in terms of our existence. So it's a game in a sense. So once we come by the appropriate information, then we can take the proper steps, maybe to go to north or go south. Maybe that's the ultimate goal. And the ability for us to transcend, I guess, as individuals or as collective, is always laid down for us. Should we just follow the clues? Possibility, isn't
it? Yeah, I suppose it could be.
Everything
I
is a
don't like
possibility.
that so much, though, that you sort of save yourself and let everyone else then stew away. You know what I mean? I don't like that thought.
Everything is a possibility. It's possible that God actually appeared here on Earth and tried to tell us that, and try to tell us that there's a way out of this shit that you're in. That's also a possibility that God actually walked on Earth. But I don't know why they would.
God is on Earth right now. No.
Like if it's a testing ground or something, yeah, that's a possibility. I entertain that idea. Sorry, what was the question there, Pete? God is on Earth right now.
What's going on here? What's this all really about?
It seems more prison orientated. It seems more of a fucking place you really don't want to be. Like it's almost like a trap of some sort.
The material plane, right?
Somebody might have just come in who's a little bit higher than us and said to us, "This is where you are, and you need to get the hell out. And here's the door. Here's how you do it."
Yeah, you don't get stuck here, sort of thing.
Yeah, because here is just a nothing.
Other wonders.
There's been technology given to us humans all through history. It's well documented. You know where it comes from.
It's a slow release, isn't it? Technology. It's always a slow release. It's not God or us that have the technology. Sorry, Jen, yeah. It's them, whoever they are. I don't know, big fucking insects living off our loose or whatever is going on. But they have it. Just they slow release it to the population. Suddenly now we can talk all over the world to people for free, where it used to cost us fucking hundreds of dollars a month to have a phone in your house. Now you don't have to pay anything, maybe 30 quid.
Yeah. We're happier though, Paul. What do you reckon? Technology and happiness don't always go hand in hand.
Yeah, technology has its fucking pros and cons, doesn't it?
Maybe everything in its time, maybe everything in its own good time has been released and delivered to us, you know. I think it's like, why would God throw us into the midst of the devil realm, totally defenseless seemingly and innocent as children, you know what I mean? There has to be some greater purpose to it. So I like the first thing that I've said, that once, obviously I don't think any of us here will disagree that flat earth was handed to us on a plate. You know what I mean? It was encouraged and promoted pretty much everywhere early doors. In order to eke out a pathway, I guess, for the curious to come through. But yeah.
Yeah, because we know nothing and everything is possible. There could be a God. I entertain that idea. I hope that it's true. Why would they throw us into this? And what, perhaps it's a testing ground and all that there. And the other thing was that maybe it's a loop. Maybe we're going through some kind of a time loop. I know that sounds fantastical, but
water's the truth and truth's the water.
But yeah, I entertain the idea that God exists and that everything's possible. Nothing's impossible, and never shut your mind off to anything.
Maybe God does walk the earth, Paul, in aspect or a spirit within you. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the sense to everything.
Yeah, I mean, I've found many times that my faith in humanity has dwindled to almost nothing, and then certain people would do certain things, or act in a certain way. Yeah, restores it straight away. It's like fuck. It's like no, there's a saying in if anybody's a Lord of the Rings fan, there is. Remember when Gandalf was talking to Galadriel, and he was saying it's the little things in life. It's the little. When people face insurmountable odds and somebody shines a little light in the darkness and gives you a little bit of hope, it kind of restores your faith in that kind of thing.
Good.
Yeah, let's not do it with rainbows.
I would agree with that sentiment. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. You've got to keep your doors open and don't shut your mind up to everything. But yeah, because everything is a possibility. God could be the earth. The earth could be God, for all we know.
Rainbows is a bad sign. The last time we saw rainbows, we all drowned.
I'm sorry. I got to speak up here. Rainbows is not a bad sign. It's our promise from God that we would not flood this earth again.
All right, I was just making a joke. Last time we saw a rainbow, everybody drowned.
Yeah, well, that too. I got that. That's funny, but that there's why they seek to make the rainbow such a bad sign, because they try to, do the opposite of what God does with things.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, they what do they call it? Appropriate all the positive things and they appropriate them and turn them about.
Well, he thinks because his feet above God, so it's just as plain as can be.
Hey, do you guys think the rainbow was invented after the flood, or was it a thing before the flood also?
The rainbow
I think it was after the flood, after the felling of the trees, yeah.
What
after the trees were cut.
Well, it'd have to be after the promise not to do it again.
I also think the earth was destroyed by fire, actually. Would you believe that?
No, I mean the first rainbow. First rainbow.
I think it's been through many cataclysms. For the weapons of God are what? The fire, the lightning, the wind, the water. Weapons of God.
I don't think he'd be too pleased with what he sees these days. It's almost like we're going back to the time just before the flood, right?
God can see into our hearts, and whatever's going on in our minds, a different matter, as you say, there's lots of infinite number of possibilities as to what the truth may be. I guess, yeah, as long as your heart is true,
They think to be God. They make fire fall from heaven like God every time a rocket comes back. They see
A lot of it, a lot of what's happening, you know, in the world, right? It is really outside of our control. It seems like we're in a cycle that we're not doing that. It's like a machine that's got to kind of go through its process. That's what it feels like.
That's a possibility.
Like it's coming to a finale. The lies, I don't think that's where it'll glitch and it'll malfunction, and the only thing that can come out of that is the truth. It has to. Inevitable.
Good point.
Right? And I think that's what we're all longing for on a deeper level, like spiritually. I am. Like, because now I know that it's all lies, I long for the truth. And it's not on just a cliched, like poetic, romantic level. Like, there's a longing, and I wanna know, and I feel we deserve to. Because what's happening on Earth is pretty weird. Got to admit.
You see, when you put it that way, it gravitates towards a proving testing ground of sort.
Feels like it. Because, like you say, whatever that information is, it's going to be powerful. Like, it's heavy. Or it doesn't have to be heavy, but initially it would have an impact on all of us. Because it affects every single person on Earth. Every single person. This one. That's why I stepped forward, to be honest, back in the day, because I saw that. I was like, fuck, this is everybody. So.
Everybody knows that I love you.
I reckon we're going to be okay, though. If we stick together, I reckon that's a big one in the future. If we turn on each other, we're fucked.
Yeah.
We cause divide. Yeah, definitely.
Well, trying our best to do that.
You know, throw it into chaos. Just flip the switch. Yeah. All that.
There's somebody that has their mic either open and it's echoing you, Merle, back every so often.
That was Jen, yeah.
My apologies.
You're okay, sweetheart. I was just like, what is it's like I'm on a space station. No, I'm just joking.
I think it was Marcus Aurelius that said that you can't control things outside of your body, but your mind, you can.
That's it.
So if you have that positivity, if you feel you observe that negative thought coming forward and you push it back down and you kick it out the door and you continue to operate like that, you'll be okay. You realize you have no control over whatever this shit is, whether it's a proving ground, an alien fucking prison, flat Earth rounder, whatever it is. Your mind is where you exist, so look after that.
Word up.
Not sure about that, Paul. I'm not so sure about that because the mind entertains all manner of possibilities. That's why we can't live in the mind. Everything becomes possible, but we got to equate it to our experience of the real. So I think that's why I mentioned your heart has to get balanced. Your heart has to get straight.
And your second mind
between the material and the immaterial.
Well, I don't know if you disagree with me there. I mean, you just put something forth there that I agree with. Apparently, we have a second brain in our bellies.
Yes.
In my belly.
Einstein worked out the universe from his top brain, and he spent the rest of his life looking for the God. So the other second brain in our belly. And actually, funny enough, Einstein died of a heart aneurysm, which is a blockage of the valve from the heart to the gut. I think it's all symbolic, but ultimately everything going back to the heart and that fine balance.
Yeah, I thought the brain was in the heart, is what they said. But I was going to say all males have two heads.
Yeah, nice one, bud. and here's a good one. We have the connection between the pineal, the spine, and the penis. So the head above, the spine, the connector, and the what do you call it? The head below, spine and penis, anagrammatical, pineal, almost there. Pine is within all three words, but yeah, I think the connection is sort of made via what the skeleton key, the names chosen for all of our body parts or component aspects. We only should look at them a different way.
Yeah.
If you look at like, I'm sorry.
No, like I don't want to make it weird, but that whole thing is the male-female thing. It's kind of about union, isn't it? When you really get down to it.
Yeah. I think it's about us understanding ourselves that we are half of the story. So it's the male and female connected together, which makes the entirety. You know what I mean? So I think this is what to be or not to be is about as well. We are, you as an individual are the B, the capital letter B. Your opposing aspect then, your female or male opposing part is the other B. And the two coming together then will give you a unity.
A philosophical poet, Pete.
The thing is, though, I'm nothing at all. But we're told all our lives that words don't mean anything. There's an arbitrary sort of developmental language. But come to flat Earth and beyond, that's not true at all. Everything is almost specifically laid out for us in order to come to understanding or terms with. That's what I think, definitely. None of these words. So spine being an anagrammatical with a penis, that's chosen. That's chosen because there's a direct connection there. It's a direct connection, and we are pulled apart. As well, if you think about the female reproductive organs and the male, one is just the solidity to the space. So it seems like one is pulled from the other. So putting the two back together, well, where does that lead us? I wonder why there's no females in heaven, in Christian heaven, anyway.
I'm just going to elaborate a little bit, being as we're connecting body parts. When you eat food, it goes in your mouth, down your throat, through the canal, all the way out till it comes out the other end. Well, the other end has the same skin on it as your lips.
I've said that, man. I think everything below the heart is an explosion of everything above it. And the counterpart from my mouth is my anus. Well, everyone's. It's just an opposite, you know what I mean? You can view it that way. Anus is an anagram of a sun as well. So I think everything is connected. And actually, can I say this? High altitude balloon footages, amateur high altitude balloon footages. Guess you have to go through and take your time about it. But looking at the sun, picking out the right proper shot of the sun above the interfering atmosphere, it looks remarkably like an anus. It does. That's all I can say. An iris or an anus. That's, and sun, anus, a sun. Sun shines out of your arse. I don't think it's coincidental again.
Validation. Demok, what are you talking about now, Bar? Let me just try and get on board here.
I don't know how it works in Swahili, Paul. I'm sure. I don't know how it works in
What?
Swahili.
No, validation is done through subjective validation is done through the scientific method.
How do you do scientific method? How do you do it? Let's start.
Hang on.
Scientific light.
Let me finish. And so also religious, see the religious thing, the spiritual thing, the thing you're talking about, the objective thing that a person has a feeling with God or with other people, with the things around him, that's objective, but it's validated to you personally because of things that you experience. So, we should.
No, that's your opinion. That's your opinion and like how you like to put it in your belief. Don't breathe funny. That's your opinion. Action and reaction are not belief. That's what we see in physics, and we can demonstrate them. If you can't demonstrate it in physics, guess what it is? Not physics. Non-physical.
I agree
you can't science. Hold on. You can't science non-physical. So when we talk about the belief, a belief is only for a religion, an idea, or some other shit. Imagination is for engineering and other shit. It's not for when you go touch, you slap me in the cheek. You didn't imagine that. You smacked me and I felt it. Like, you don't have to believe that. So physics, you don't have to believe. Okay? Things that are right here in front of you. Yeah.
Yeah, so should we just kick, okay, if it's not science, it's not physics, should we just kick anything subjective out of the park and just...
What subject can you physics that you can't? I mean, what are we going to put there that you can't physics? What are we going to put in physics that we can't physics? What would you
Not
put there?
putting anything in physics. We're talking about can subjective and objective opinions exist together?
Can an opinion exist together where? What are you talking about? What the hell does that mean? Can an opinion exist?
Objectivity and subjectivity are separate.
Yes, but they're still here, right?
Right. But they are separate. That's why you got to categorize them. Like, Dell's been going on about that for years. Like, is what subjective is, regardless of what any of us think about it. It is.
Exactly. Physics. What you can demonstrate, regardless of what you fucking believe or hope, what you can demonstrate is all you're going to end up with, the action or reaction of. Now, anything else would be uncivilized, like anything to do with the globe. Any fucking inkling of the globe that has never been demonstrated, or any of the other stuff. If you can't demonstrate it, it is a religion. It's an idea.
So is it wrong to talk about subjective ideas?
No.
No, that's how you invent. That's how you become the Jetsons. That's how you form your physics, right? That's how you trial and error. So no, it's not wrong to imagine things, but you have to label them. I am imagining what I can build if it can physically be done. Until we can physically produce it, it can't physically be done, correct?
I don't
no matter
disagree
what
with,
we talk about.
No, I don't disagree with any of it. Well, I suppose the point I was trying to make...
I'm not arguing.
Objective and objective, they're separate, but they still exist in the same realm together.
You don't have to bench one for the other. I think it's like because I've heard people say that before, like, oh, you know, so my opinion doesn't matter then, or the way I feel about something, you know,
or something, or an experience that you've had, that you cannot explain to others, or that you cannot prove, but it's there. It exists within your psyche. Something spoke to you that was of a higher power. Something occurred to you. Coincidences, things, epiphanies, seeing the future. These things happen to people. So,
right.
I'd say bet money on it then. If you're seeing the future, just put your money there and you'll be good to go. You'll always be all right.
It's always about money with you, Dan.
You can't science
I'm saying
stuff
put
like
your money on the future if you can see it, like horses, anything you can see in the future, you know is going to happen. You'll buy stock in it. You'll know it's going to go up or down, or I mean, certain shit. I mean, come on now.
You call me fucking Nancy Pelosi.
I'm just saying, if somebody can see in the future, they would use it for a better source than just saying, I see in the future to imagine something. I have no fucking clue whether to prove it or not. You know, now if you can prove it by saying, I'm going to put my money on this 100 times in a row, every time I bet something, I'll never lose because I can see in the future, then I would agree with you. Like, go to the horse race and win when there's 10 horses, win every single time 100 times in a row. And then I'll be like, holy fuck, this dude's psychic.
Yeah, but aren't you? That just sounds like Back to the Future with a fucking sports almanac.
Well, I mean, where's that at?
In the future.
Psychic powers for stuff like
that's a movie.
Don't gamble with psychic powers.
Yeah, you do. That's what they're for. Seeing the future. Listen, if I can see the future, you think I'm going to let a knife stab me tomorrow that I know I can dodge? What do you mean you don't gamble? That's exactly what you do. You'd gamble with your life with that shit. So you'd bet that you could live another day because you see what happened. Like that Final Destination movie. If you can see what the fuck is coming, it's still going to chase you down and maybe get you eventually. But if you could see it, I would bet my money. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, come on, Merle.
Come on, man.
I'm just saying, if you guys could see the future, would you let yourself die tomorrow? Or would you just sit there like, wouldn't bet my money on living because I know I'm going to die right now? No, fuck that.
Yeah, I'd
But
zig I'd zig rather than zag. Yeah, definitely.
yeah, zig and zag, serpentine pattern, baby.
Do you ever have subjective thoughts, Damn? I know it's a weird question, but is there anything subjective you would like to share with the panel? Anything that isn't proven by science or anything, just something out of the air.
Anything that's proven?
No, anything. Is there anything you believe in that you can't actually prove physically using science or physics
I
that you
guess
believe in?
whatever
Something you believe.
the thing that creation or where we came from, I can't prove. I
You
can't
believe
prove
in?
where everything came from. It's the most known unknown.
Telepathy.
That's the thing that can't be known. I mean, it's objectively unknown. Like you can't know it. No one can. To say we can, or to say, hey man, I heard this from that, from this, from that. I mean, that's awesome for you, but it is just your opinion for you. And I would say to you, 100% it would matter to you, but to me, it doesn't. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, the most known unknown is the only thing. The only way I can explain it. Everybody can have the same religion, and you can, at the end of the day, you can be like, all you guys believe in is the most known unknown thing that started everything, and you don't know how, you don't know why, you don't know what made it, right? You don't know what nothing is, so it's the most known unknown, no matter
So
what.
this might be a little bit of a personal question. If you don't want to answer it, that's fine. But are you religious at all?
I believe there's something that I don't know what it is. I couldn't draw it. No one can draw whatever the thing is that created everything. Whether they
That's
think it's a
true.
man, a woman, a bug, a fly, a turkey, a turd, no one can draw it. No, like the globe. No one will put it on paper and draw exactly what a globe is. No one will 3D print it for you when we have Google and AutoCAD. 2022, right? We can print dinosaurs, little Taj Mahals, and other stuff, but they will not print out a little globe to spec model. They say that's impossible. What the fuck does that even
Actually,
mean?
someone did draw God. Someone did draw God.
I've got one for you guys. I believe in interconnectedness. I think we're all connected. Everything is.
I think everything irradiates out and goes back into itself. Out and in, like a bleeding effect. It bleeds in and then it equilibrates. Everything, like a bomb. Like when you let a bomb out, it goes out and comes back into itself. From source to source. Whatever the most known unknown is, that's everything reacting within itself. So you can call it ether, you can call it God, you can call it universe, whatever you want to call it. Vacuum, gravity, whatever you want to call it. It's the most known unknown thing that everything works off of.
Hey, Dem, I
Right.
just posted in chat there an AI representation of God, and it turns out to be remarkably similar to Elon Musk.
No.
No, that's goofy.
Isn't that unbelievable? I actually reckon Elon Musk might be, in terms of the offering, he's just a fabricated character, but it might represent the Antichrist.
Well, how would you know? How would you know an artificial? I wasn't trying to talk over you.
Sorry,
Go on.
yeah, I was going to say, Pete, but thank you for bringing that up because that's been on my mind. And Russell Brand just said something just recently about the very same thing. He is very about Elon. He's very take over Twitter and free speech and blah blah blah. Yet he's sending things up into space, and he actually agrees with Klaus Schwab. Actually agrees with him about having this Neuralink in our heads to our brain. You will have a Neuralink and be happy and eat crickets. So this guy, the people see him as the savior of the world, and he's doing things. But he's doing this space fake X thing.
Yeah.
While promoting his Neuralink thing, where we all become AI and things get implanted in our brain. This man
warn you about AI.
Yeah.
Who tells you it's too late? Oh, it's too late. AI has already begun to listen. If I do AI stuff and I have some badass shit going on, and you don't know what the fuck it does, I would promote whatever I could to push the idea for my stuff to be king. Now, if you're whatever you're afraid of, what happens? That's what controls you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I did say at
Okay.
the start, Demok, it was Elon Musk is a fabricated character, so I think there's a greater story been told here. And just to say about what Paul said, well, if you think about it, Elon Musk has control of the earth, the heavens, the earth, and the in between. the heavens in terms of SpaceX, these ventures to Mars, the Earth in terms of all these technological advancements with
Tesla.
electric motors, and then Tesla, etc. And then in between with all of these
And didn't he just make
satellites.
fire come down from heaven? And isn't his fucking spaceships called dragons and all this kind of shit
Well,
too?
how do you know he's not
He
AI?
has L in his name. He has L in his name. Are
How
you
would
I
he
said
kidding
be
this
able to
months
spell
ago. This
Elon
man's
Musk
probably the Antichrist.
L1? Do you know what Elon means? L1, the one, right? It's a musical note,
Very good.
right? The
Spam.
one frequency. You know when in the Bible it says "Let there be light" and it's not in English, it's not in Hebrew, it's not in any man-made language. Man can't speak the language or the frequency of the most known unknown. But the government might pick up on a frequency. Check this out, from another government that might be saying that it's the frequency of AI or God. Think about that real quick. How the fuck would you differentiate some crazy signal you're picking up you can't decipher except for a certain way, and you can't like recreate it any weird way? I'm just saying, like, how the fuck? How would we know?
Your heart, I think, is where you have to know, and that's what I'm talking. I actually think Seth MacFarlane plays a role of Elon Musk. So obviously, some sort of scripted out delivery here. But I guess what we can make of it as the individual and the collective here, sharing ideas. This is
Might
where
be his
we're
writer.
working.
His script writer might be Seth MacFarlane.
I think he's actually Seth MacFarlane in a mask, but that's a different matter. And even the word, it's the
Well,
name
I mean,
Seth itself.
there never has to be. Listen, that's not far from the point. Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? If I'm a billionaire and I just pay a whole bunch of blonde dudes anytime I need to go show up to be Eminem, whether they're lip syncing or whatever they're doing, or I got one that can really rap good, I'm paying dude, regardless if his name's Chuck fucking Berry or Tim Woolery, right? They all look like it, and how would you know? How would you know? At an autograph signing, are you going to go up to supposed Eminem who looks just like Eminem to you, whatever you think he looks like? You're going to tell him he ain't Eminem? What the fuck? Come on, bro.
Check out this channel, Mighty Mints, or I forget, maybe Offshoot, but he shows where, like, and I believe it, that they picture like a demon, and he puts on like some kind of piece of technology, and it just morphs what he looks like into a person. So their physical appearance is disgusting or like demonic, but then they put on this piece of technology, and it quote bends the light or does whatever it does, and they look human. But sometimes it fucks up, and you'll see like glitches, and they'll say, "Oh, that's just the antenna connection," but no, that's like the actual technology glitching out. And sometimes you'll see a hoof, you'll see a weird hand. So I do think they're math, and the whole AI thing will be the revealing of what they really are. And they're like, no, the Bible only paints the devil to look like this because the Bible was written by bad people and they're trying to hurt you. So yeah, I think eventually they'll show themselves.
Well, that's what I was saying about the frequency, right? The idea of the frequency. Like if you have certain frequencies and you have the ability to manipulate them, just an if, you know what I mean? This is some shit I could speculate on, right? I mean, and then what can they do with that? They could stop you from being able to remember. They could stop you from learning as well. They could block you from a lot of stuff. Your vision. An electrical impulse that can bypass your thought impulse or the impulse of your sight in a way, right? Whenever they turn this thing on, like click, 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 like a subliminal message, it
And maybe
impasses
like
without
maybe
you.
the your brain, like a baller
Subliminal
has a weird
frequency.
brain frequency, because they're just like a little
It does.
subdued and they don't really think. So it may be like there's some people, like when your frequency or you're thinking in a certain vibration, it won't affect you, and that's why they got to keep people in this whatever, that beta theta state with the TV and where they're just like
Repetition.
mindless zombies.
The brain supposedly has two frequencies that the government can't decode or don't know what they're going to or coming from or what. But I mean, you never know what that even means.
I know when I'm not stressing stuff, like I'm physically not as like physically feel better. Like if I haven't been stressing like a whole bunch of stuff for days, like my body just feels better. You know, so they're always like you can feel happy, right? And when people like I feel happy, it's not just like, oh, you know, something good happened. Literally your body is like euphoric. Like you know. So yeah, there's you know, and when you're happy, bro, it's like sometimes you can be so happy, like nothing can bring that fucking mood down, you know, and that so that's why always on the news trying to bring your mood down, trying to bring your six shot over here in Lakewood, or you know, police arrest another man and confiscate $30,000 of his money. You know, just everything to kind of get you off your vibration, your to stress you out.
Off your balance, yeah. Off your balance, it disturbs the mind, you know what I mean? The thought processing and all extraneous information will affect it in some way. So I guess it's about sort of becoming distracted somewhat, right, the hand, right? And just understanding these influences and how they can affect your balance and your frame of being.
Yeah, turn the TV off would be the best.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah.
And be very specific, like the music too, right? Music is so, I think music is even more powerful than the TV, like, because you could just listen to a song and immediately you're feeling good, bad, sad, angry. Like songs can do that very good, and that's another thing I think they're doing is like, yeah, go listen to like some old classical music, bro. When you're driving, you're not getting mad, right? It's so hard to have road rage when you just got a slow piano and violin playing in the thing, like the harp is going, somebody cuts you off, you're like, whatever, bro, go on. But now drive with some fucking Metallica playing, bro. You're like, fuck this motherfucker.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's why I have classic on the. That's all I play when I'm driving.
Bro, same. It helps immensely, bro. Like I used to listen to like, you know, songs that quote I like when I'm hanging around or working out. No, that doesn't work when you're driving. I got my friends get in my car like, what the fuck are you listening to? I'm just like, bro, don't worry about it.
Yep. Yeah, me too. What the hell, man? Put it on the beach, bro. Put it on the beach. I'm like, listen, I enjoy classical music when I'm driving. It helps me relax. Now, fucking shut up. Or get out. It does. It really does.
Yeah, anybody that has road rage or you get like frustrated in the car, just try it. Throw that classical music. And the best part about it is you don't even need. I use the radio, right? Because it's almost commercial free, right? Because they don't need to pay for the songs or anything. So a little bit of advertising, like so. Yeah, you almost get like 24/7 classical music on the public radio.
Don't hear the N word so often as well, or the B word, the bitch. But I think that's
you don't hear any words.
That's another aspect, or sexuality. Life is about sex and death in a sense. I think we can all relate to that in some way. But yes, the musical industry now and all of its sexual content, overt, right, and especially aimed at younger people. This is the quickest thing to change your mind or to change your mindset. You know what I mean? And appeal to these baser levels. So they'll know all this well enough.
Yeah, it's trying to make you think that life is how do I put this? It's trying
better roses.
It's
Get
trying
laid,
to make
drive
itself
fast, do drugs.
Yeah, it's trying to make itself real. In actual fact, it's not. It's not something to worry about. It just death is death. That's it. But the fear based mind control is the best mind control. That's really strange. I feel more euphoric when I don't actually give a shit about. I mean, the obvious, what's going to happen to everybody. We're living in this death cult fucking society, and they do whatever they can through music and movies and everything else to make you think that it's precious, it's something you should hold on to. You need to. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that fucking great, bro. Just chill and listen to classical music and carry on your way.
Make your own music. Make your own music. That's what I say. I think in a sense we're put here to make our own music.
It's when fear enters your subjective psyche, you're fucked. I mean, Yeah, I'm not going to say it, but how did they take all the people to take the Jabba Jabba Doo? The
Yeah,
Granny
like the Truman
Killer.
Show, man. They use fear trauma in his childhood about plane crashes to make sure that he has a fear of flying, so he never leaves the island. Right? Like that basic premise. They could do everything. Create a man-eating shark mentally, like create this concept of a man-eating shark. Tell people that this shark eats people when they're in their ocean, and have people now have an irrational fear of the ocean. Now they can just do anything they want in the ocean because nobody's there to see what's going on because they're afraid.
This is exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it's the same game plan. Create some invisible thing that floats around that could kill people, so people have to be afraid of it. Then you create the cure, so people will take it. It's just for everything. Like, why do we have cops? Oh, you set up make like there's some false flags, and then you could say, oh, we need these things. And then why? How did they get robotic cops? Well, because you have a couple stories about cops being racist or whatnot, and we can't have humans in charge of humans anymore. We need AI in charge of humans. And an AI, you're never getting out of that ticket. Right? I've gotten out of tickets when it was a human cop. Picture that AI cop coming up, 36 and a 35. Here is your ticket. See you in court. Yeah, but it was 36. I don't care. Fuck off.
We were all shouting for Truman at the end. Obviously, it was a very great movie, great story. But did anyone see the sequel to it? It's a very short sequel to it, actually. Did anyone see the sequel to the Truman Show?
No.
Okay, I was sort of joking, but he came out of this idealized situation into reality, and reality, as we know it, is so can be so cold and harsh that he became a fucking raging drug addict within the first month, and he was dead of an overdose within about 5 weeks.
He did the same thing that fucking most people do.
But can you imagine the extreme of going from this idyllic situation, in a sense, where you are protected, but you are enclosed, but you had this worldview, and now you're going into our reality as the audience, where there are so many harsh aspects. It would just overload his being, and he would not be able to survive. He'd be hopeless within a month. You know what I mean?
And you were joking too, Pete. I actually was thinking, when was there a fucking... when was there a second Truman Show? What the hell's Pete talking about?
Truman spent the rest of his life looking for a setting that he grew up in, looking to return to Rosebud or to childhood, you know what I mean? But he'll never find it because reality is so harsh and cruel and can seem to be anyway, and isolating and cold.
Yeah, it's not the nicest place ever, is it? It's not.
Well, it's picture that Earth is just like prison, right? It's as good or as bad as the people that are in it make it. If you looked at prison on paper, right? Like, let's just say I was like, oh, hey, when you kill somebody, there's punishment. You're like, oh, yeah, what's the punishment? Well, they take you and they put you in a place and you get 3 meals a day. You have shelter. You can exercise. You can watch TV. You can write books. You can draw. You can do things. You're just limited into that facility. They'd be like,
yeah, and they let you out after 5 years sometimes.
Yeah, you might have a chance of getting out. People be like, how is that punishment? Well, it's like, it's not. It only becomes punishment when we get the inmates to turn on themselves. So the inmates, and think about that, bro. The inmates make prison bad for the inmates. Like, prison is not a bad place to go. If there were no inmates, if you were the only one in prison, you could do 6 months easy. It'd be the easiest 6 months of your fucking life. You'd wake up, you get fed, you go to bed. You would just sit there. Now picture you got to fight for your life.
Ever been in prison?
Hard.
It's desperate. And the thing you always take with you is your mind. Your mind is there. So depending on why you're there, you have all of this time. And before you, who cares about meals? That's norm. It just becomes a normal thing. And I was only in prison for 8 days, so that's a different reason. But yeah, I shouldn't think what you're saying would count. I say it's in our mind, just that restriction of our freedom, the guilt that we carry with us for the reason that we're in prison. Yeah, all that stuff makes it intolerable, very, very difficult anyway. But I get your point in another way.
Yeah, like for that was sitting by yourself and like contemplating your actions, right? Like that's you'd be doing that anyway, right? That'd be something you'd be doing whether you got caught or not. So the whole idea of, yeah, okay, that you can't, the freedom aspect, I get that, but that's, you know, is easy to adapt to. I would say it's easier to adapt to than this constant dynamic struggle fighting for your life where you can't sit down and eat, right? Like that's why a lot of the people that are sex offenders, they just go to this like lockup because it's like, you know, it's just easier to be in the cell 23 hours a day than it is to be have a little bit of freedom, but have the possibility of getting attacked. And just think about life is like that. How many people just stay in their house because I'm like, oh, the outside's very dangerous, you know, or never leave their city. So we're all in a prison of some kind, limited.
I agree. Alex Jones actually was his forum is Prison Planet. Do you think he knows something? He doesn't talk at all about flat Earth and beyond, but in a way he's probably hinting towards it. Yeah, Prison Planet was the name of his discussion forum.
Well, you know, it's like makes it a prison. So if everybody's just like a really bad place.
The thing about this world is what makes it so crazy is that there's a guy that he killed an Italian judge, and I think he might have murdered a couple. He spent about 12 or 13, 14 years in jails. This is a true story, by the way. And now he's embroiled in, I think he made it to the EU Parliament with the Qatar and the all the shit that's going on there. But it's just like, I sat and read this and I thought to myself, holy shit, how does somebody who kills an actual Italian judge spend 10 years more or less in prison and then goes on to be some kind of a politician? I think he might have killed a couple along the way too, but don't quote me on that. But it's just crazy the way the world's acting today.
Anything goes, Paul. Anything goes. I haven't heard that story, but surely that way he would be banned from running for any office.
No, it's yeah, I know, Pete, but I guarantee you, if I killed an Irish judge, I probably wouldn't see the light of day. But some people,
No,
they
you
see
wouldn't.
it.
25 years you get.
It's crazy.
And there's no way you'd be able to run for Parliament in Northern Ireland or Southern Ireland or wherever.
No, but you can do it in the EU.
Yeah, it's like if you killed a cop in America.
Yeah. There's people in the EU that have killed actual judges and or people, and they're let out, and then they live the rest of their lives as whatever. They can go into politics if they want to.
Well, the beauty for whoever they want it to be for.
Sorry, you broke up there a wee bit.
I was saying the law it picks and chooses who's subjected to it, right? Like I could get pulled over speeding and get a ticket. A cop could get pulled over and get let go, and that's the whole point of it. But God, it doesn't matter if you're an angel, you're a human, and anywhere in between, you get the exact same rules, and they hate that. They hate that. You know, again, I would assume that if they see them as higher than somebody else, they feel like they should get preferential treatment. Like, why do we have the same laws? So that's how it is. It's God's laws.
Yeah, but people are seeing the degradation of society where you can kill somebody and be out within 5 to 10 years, and then live like if you kill somebody when you're 23, like you did it on purpose, you meant to kill the person or whatever. And by the time you're 35, you get out and you can live the rest of your life as scrap. That doesn't make sense to me. Like there is a petition to bring the death penalty back, because when you take away the death penalty, people are no longer afraid of losing their life for killing somebody, so they just do it. They go, well, I get 3 meals a day. I can play snooker. I can watch fucking TV for 8 or 10 years, and then I'm out. And
if you're a bad dude, you can run a hustle in there, right? You could be, bro. There's drugs in prison, right? There's drinking, there's prostitution. It's not like they're, So yeah, if you could be a real fucking piece of work and have a good time in prison.
Yep, I think things went wrong when they started doing away with the death penalty. Sure, some people, not too many, might be executed innocently, but that's a better price to pay than the degradation and the way we see society going now. Whereas you no longer have a fear of getting your life taken for taking somebody else's life. That just
Now, ever be the solution, right? Like punishment.
Sorry, you're roboting me back in there.
Sorry, I was like, say a child, every time he fucks up, you never really teach him a lesson, you just punish him. Like, do you really think that kid's going to turn out to be a good human? And this is the underlying problem, that crime is not a punishment issue. It's like a family, right? Like, good people from good families don't commit crime. So that's another reason why they want to dissolve the nuclear family and have single parents. Bro, look up the stats on like 70% of people in prison are from single mothers. And probably like 80% are from single parents. So it's just like, yeah, it has nothing to do with the punishment. It has everything to do with how we're raised.
Oh, is that high? Oh. Yeah, I mean, aren't people just walking into stores in America and Chicago and all that kinds of places just taking stuff as long as it's not over like what $1,000 or something? They can just and they no longer care. Like,
yeah, Home Depot. I used to just get your fence pickets. Now they have them locked up because people were just stealing them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, but we don't even prosecute." So people would just come, load up their car, and just drive off. Home Depot could have their license plate, who they are, but they wouldn't do anything about it. Who would not steal? I mean, it's like, geez.
Isn't that weird? Like Lori Lightfoot or whatever her fucking name is, she was talking about how great Chicago is and how she's brought down crime and all that there. And the guy was on Twitter. He says, "Are you crazy? We're fucking afraid to go shopping. What are you talking about? We can't even go shopping with our family. We're too fucking afraid because the crime is that bad out there." I don't know. They're turning society into something very fucking strange.
Yeah, I think like it's an internal thing, right? Like I don't think a lot of people try and find the answers or the change of the world, the outside, right? Like, oh, you got a petition. No, I think it's all internal. As you change internally, since the world is nothing but a reflection manifestation of you, the world will change accordingly. It's weird, man. Check it out.
Be the change you want to see.
Yeah, exactly. Or notice stuff. Like there's this path that I was walking. It's like a walking path, and one part of it has the grass really overgrown, and it's been like that for years. And I just kind of, was thinking this particular day, I was just like, man, they really need to cut that back. Like it's really overgrown. Shit me, dude. The next fucking week I come back, it was cut back. Like now you could just say, oh, it was coincidence or it was whatnot, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a hell of a coincidence that it was like 4 years overgrown. And then the one time I looked at it a week later, it's cut. And that's stuff like that has happened before. So, I think there is it's all you. I think it's all you. You have to conquer yourself. You're not conquering any outside demons or you're not, it's even God. It's all inside of you. You got to find him inside you. Everything is your struggle. It has nothing to do with anyone else or anyone else.
That's the subjective stuff we were talking about. Yep. No, I agree. I found that when I'm living life without emotion, like I have feelings, like I do, and with apathy for people who suffer. But to the emotions and the things the TV and the music tell you what to don't allow that to happen. I find life is far better if you just almost a stoic nature. That's kind of a stoic nature. Anyway, talking shit now. I'll shut up.
Yeah, well, I agree. Yeah, it's a little bit. You have to be robotic, and like people will be like, oh, wait, you robotic? Yeah, because there's like when you think about it, let's say your kid gets hit by a car. Okay, now what's the first thing you should do? Make sure he's not moving, so he doesn't further injure himself. Right? You got to stabilize the body, stabilize the neck head. That's what you should be doing immediately. The quicker you do that, tourniquet any injury so they stop bleeding. Okay, that's what you should be doing.
I'd shoot the boy that was driving the car. I'm just
But yeah, so like you see how like that's a robotic response to that. They'd be like, "Wow, your son got hit by a car. You didn't even shed a tear. You took your shirt off. You started clean. You went and got alcohol. You know what I mean? Like what about the trauma, the emotional part? Like, hey, how is that going to help? Right? So yeah, you could say, "Oh, wow, that's a hell of a way to live," but it's a hell of a way to live.
This world is a different kind of beast because I've been noticing everywhere I look now is people talking about people getting hit by cars, people dying of sudden death syndrome, people killing babies, people killing their kids. I've never seen so much in the last year. I've never seen so many fucking news reports about this person's getting prosecuted for killing their kid or doing kids, and it's just turning into a fucking insane asylum. I mean, I really had an idea that it was, but it's kind of out there in your face right now. It's just everywhere.
Well, yeah. So, like, picture you got a mom or something, and she's really like frustrated with her child, right? Because children are frustrating if you don't have the tools, to deal with them, or you're not mature. And most people who have kids aren't. And you're at your wit's end, and then you hear this story on the news about some mom who killed her kid, right? And then she ends up getting, she doesn't really get a harsh punishment. They give her like 6 months in a mental institution, and so it plants this seed in your head, and then next thing you know, you do it. Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah, it's like the lunatics are taking over the asylum. It really is. It's like life moves on when you die. Life keeps going, right? But this world is turning into something you'd never seen before in your life. But yeah, I think we're getting to some kind of a end game type of thing. I think.
I would just say that I'm not going to change the way I live, right? Like, and that's the robotic kind of thing too. Like God, He wants me to handle situations a certain way, and the world could quote unquote be burning around me, and He doesn't want me to cry and whine about it. It's it's just do what you got to do.
Yeah, he would probably tell you that it doesn't really matter. Follow me or fuck off. Leave your family behind, your worldly possessions. Just go. Just do. It's not something you should worry about. Not this world, anyway. Worry about the next one. Possible. Anyway, I was rambling there. I'll shut up. How about the shape of the Earth, huh? Let's get some pilots in here.
You were speaking there. No need to worry. Everything you said was pretty much on the money. Well done for that. That was uplifting. So don't sell yourself short, mate. Don't do that.
Well, thanks, Jim.
Yeah. It's a good way to end of the year. That is what you said there. You know what I mean?
Oh, wait, the hand made a lot of fucking good points too, so he did.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right in what you said. The year 2023 will be the year that we, the flat earthers, throw out the trash. By that I mean, if you're a glober and you know clearly that you have no evidence for your globe and you insist that the earth is a globe, I'm no longer going to be talking to you. I won't be ready. The only time I'm going to talk to you is when you say, Jin, I'm a flat earther. Other than that, you're a nothing at the end of the day. Because it's not. That enough is enough. I'm not going to go on 20 years down the line and you're still going to be talking like it's a globe when it's not. So the year 2023, I'm just throwing out trash. Yeah, man. That's it. That's how it's got to be. Yeah. The less you engage with those wallies, the sooner they move on. And then you have a clean server with people who just want to debate it and discuss it properly, and they have to concede. To be conceding here, you cannot be standing there adamantly saying, but this or that. No. King Curvature, for fuck's sake.
All right, Jim. Long time.
Yeah, Wilm's
All right.
trying to
How
say.
you doing? Long time.
Yeah, mate. Just saying
that?
hello. Realm.
Nice to hear your voice, man.
Yeah, nice too. Do you know what? We had -7 degrees 2 days ago, and now it's +13.
It's fucking lovely.
Well, brilliant, yeah. My brother was saying they had snow there, so yeah, in London. Snow.
Hey, here we were spending 10 fucking pounds a day on electricity, and now we don't have to turn the electric on.
But to jump from -7, to 12 degrees, like 18 degrees or 15 degrees difference, that's up a jump there. I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, I think they're controlling that
Oh,
world too,
I've never
bro.
heard that in my life either, what you're just telling me.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. But this happened in 1987, which was 36 years, if not a double metonic cycle ago.
Right, yeah, 1987. I was there then. I was acquiring a new motorcycle then.
And then we had a mini one in about 2004. A mini, but not so cold, but it was snow in December. But anyway, the point being, it kind of lines up to a double metonic, which would be I would say a full cycle, where we think it's only 18 years, maybe it's 36, and which fits into other stuff like 6,666 days, shit like that.
Isn't that weird though? I've been thinking the world's going through some kind of fucking MK Ultra project with with all the shit that's happening, with the war in Ukraine and high cost of living and and then they hit us with these -4, -6 degrees things, and then the next day it's 10 or 12, and you're like, what the? What are they?
I like that double metonic thing. That's good, bro.
I think they're just trying to fuck people over, just trying to grind people down for some reason.
I mean, if we think the metonic cycle is the latitudes, maximum latitude north, maximum latitude south, there also has to be the up and down as well. So maybe one thing which is a recurrence every 18 years horizontally, but vertically it's a different thing. We also have to remember the moon is at an angle to what we know. Therefore, its tropics are only 23.5 degrees wide. They're not 28 or anything like that. It's because it's at an angle, blah, blah, blah. So a 36-year cycle has been reported for the last 2, 3, 4, 500 years and said many times. But
Let me check.
Cycle. Does that mean we're spinning?
No, it's a cycle is a. A cycle is something to repeat, no? Like a bicycle, it's something that comes back on itself.
Yeah. That's right.
But
we're
but
not.
if you
Like the sun and the moon every day.
I just like to even get
Right,
36 out.
What's going on here,
So
Luke?
if there is a system between, like right now in the north, we went from frozen, where the moon was above the equator, north of the equator, and the moon crossed the equator like Saturday night. My wife all of a sudden released her period really badly, and then if it's referenced to anybody here that's got a wife or a girlfriend or whatever like that, blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden the weather changed from minus figures to way plus. I mean, a massive jump. So the moon's position, north or south of something, will change the weather. Now it's
And,
pissing down.
and tampons cost a white lot these days. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but up in Scotland, you know, like if you are there, I'm assuming, I don't think you're going to get so much weather variation, possibly because you don't have any pollution. Maybe other things. I don't know. I'm just trying to think. When people say, "Oh, they have no dust, they have no pollution and stuff like that," in the nice Scottish areas, you got to wonder what the fuck we're breathing down here. You know? Is your piss as yellow as ours?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you think, where does the yellow come from? And people say this, that, and the other. But if we don't have the same diet, where the fuck? It's phosphorus, isn't it? It's phosphorus. It's all that stuff there. But anyway, back to the moon. Yeah, never seen in my life, mate, jump from -7 to +13 in a matter of 24 hours.
Yeah, that is a bit strange.
That's an exaggeration, but still, most people would probably agree that 8 degrees a day from minimum to max is about a good sort of scale from, and then we've just jumped a whole 20. It's almost like even 16 is a double. The sun is probably further south either now, depends where you're looking, but it's going to be further south very, very shortly. So surely the coldest moment should have been after today, but it's definitely moon related. And the sun is just, I don't know, a slave. I don't know, a slave cylinder.
Moon related? Okay. Yeah, we jumped from -4, -6 to 10 and 13. So that's a big jump.
That's a fucking big deal, and that would just tell me that there's a cycle, and if you work out how many days are in a cycle, don't take it what you find, because it's somewhere between a 364 and a 366 cycle. So we get 365. So, choose what number you want to choose. But then I keep on getting 666.0 or 6,660. Depends what base you want to use. But 666 decimal days, maybe, or deci days, a day that's 10 times longer, whatever. 6,660, 6,660, yeah, days in a cycle. Mad, isn't it? If you take the Metonic cycle, 18.25 or 18.3 years, times it by 365, blah, 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 you're going to get close to 3330. But
Yeah, it's just an enclosed system. You
But you're
cannot hit the Earth.
not getting 3-3. You're getting 3-6. No.
What was that? Sorry, mate.
I mean, you're getting 36 years out of it, and it's interesting to compare that to, let's say, circle year, right? It's like a 0 away from being.
Yes, precisely. But I got 333 and 666, assuming that they are such and such days. But what's a God year? What's this? What's the other? Now, the interesting thing is that the sun and the moon collaborate with a 364 calendar. The moon is 3 times 364, and in one sense, and the sun is 8 times 364. These are Enoch or epoch, whichever the right word is. These are epoch years or Enoch years. So I know epoch is a period and Enoch is a cycle, whatever. So these things, 3 fits into 36. Maybe it's more, you know what I mean? It's just trying to get these things together, and then you're like, well, we'll put them in all different conversions, and we go, well, that one looks rational. The rest of them look irrational. If something repeats itself every 36 years, you've got jubilees and fucking coronations and all these things, and even 36 times 3 is what, 108. And 108 is the sacred number, blah blah blah. I don't know, mate, but there's some rationality and there's sensical things to all of us, and I think we've just knocked it off for reference and preference of a world that we think is spinning from east to west, when actually, in fact, it's actually moving from west to east. And the stars can be maybe explained another way, but fucked up.
Wait, so it's moving.
No, our assumption of what is moving. No, our assumption of which direction, should I say? Our assumption of which direction is a matter of time. So if you adjust your time to suit, you will get the perspective or the image or the apparency you want the viewer to see.
I'm sorry.
An illusion.
Okay. Did you just say the Earth is moving from west to east, not east to west?
No, I said this. I said the objects in the sky are.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, but I guess give or take the same thing. It probably equates to the same phenomena. Maybe the thing that you see something happen, you describe it. Therefore, it's one or two things. Maybe. But if you were to change the value of a day, if you think about it hard enough, you'll be able to get things to go from west to east over a day, daily, not per minute, if you know what I mean.
I suppose we should first establish whether you believe the Earth is moving, Realm, or not.
Well, if I can change time and I can make stuff go in the opposite direction, it kind of says that one thing ain't right. Then but making an assumption to what the whole thing is, it'll take
Wait. How do you make the sun go in the other direction? It doesn't. It goes east to west every day, all the time.
Right. So if I shorten a day, now we were talking about making sure that we don't change. It's about changing the value, not a conversion. So if the day was 8 minutes shorter, then even maybe more simple example is the stars. If a day was 4 minutes faster, then the stars would not move, correct? Daily. But in that sense, if you think about the sun and the moon, if you think about the moon's going to move east faster. Therefore, the sun is going to progress east daily. If you take the same picture, 8 minutes less every day, then the sun progress or move eastwards.
But sorry, are you a heliocentrist or a geocentrist?
I'm nothing. I think geocentric is more probable than heliocentrism, but I think the whole sphere thing and blah blah blah. I don't know, mate. I don't know where it's at. I'm trying my hardest to take the outside approach and do different methods, and learning the process. Maybe.
Well,
we are in a bubble.
I suppose the one thing that we have to do is take a side, and we either believe that the Earth is moving or not moving.
No, then I would agree. I would say non-heliocentric, stationary. I think if you were to side with two sides, I would go with the flat Earth, but I wouldn't say it was flat as such. I would say that it's got more substance. The Colosseum, the shape of the Colosseum is like a speaker. So it's if you can model it and you can figure out how they changed things rapidly at the convention in the late 1800s, you can probably, it takes time, doesn't it? It takes time and research to listen to other people, discuss, because there are going to be things that we haven't thought of. And then someone else says, "Oh, what about this?" And you're like, "Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right.
Well, that's geocentric, and it's a bubble. That's what it is.
I suppose whether the Earth is geocentric or heliocentric, what that has brought up to other people's minds is not so much the shape of the Earth, but what's really going on. Because if you're a believer in heliocentrism and you have no proof of it, and you realize and you watch your proof getting destroyed day by day, then the shape of the Earth, whether it's moving or not, well, it's proven not to be moving. So it's proven not to be moving. Yeah, fucking eggs. Yeah. Just put that in a song. Then it opens a whole new can of worms, bro. Like, what is it? What is actually going on here? If everything that we've been told from birth is a lie, and everything looks like it is, then what is it? So you move away from the shape into more philosophical endeavors. It's very simple. If there was definitive proof of the globe, I would not no longer be a flat earther or a believer in what they're telling us is not the truth. But we haven't seen that. I think we're going on near fucking 7, 8, 10 years now. So good luck.
So I'll ask the question. If we're on a flat Earth and we measure something in the sky at 45 degrees each, one person is north of the equator, or wherever they are, and we both measure something in the sky at 45 degrees, the question would be, what would that be on a ball? And they all come up with, oh, this, that, and the other, and we use a circle. No, but you're using two variables now because you've got two observers. So on a flat Earth, the measurements they give you are correct. But on a ball, it would turn out it would be like 100 kilometers per degree equivalent, because you're doing your measurements based on based on a horizontal plane, etc., etc., etc. But if you were to do greater things like trying to spot the ISS, for example, maybe that's a man-made object or whatever the case, an airplane, I don't know. But you have to account for the curvature, and they don't. So therefore, it can't be 111 kilometers per degree if it's on a flat Earth. Does that make sense? Oh, no. It's 111 kilometers on a flat Earth. But they say it's on a ball. So it now becomes 100 kilometers per degree. Then if you convert that back to your flat Earth projection, you'll get a smaller projection, if you know what I mean.
Kinda.
The Egyptians had a thing called the RA yard, the Ra yard, and it was 0.9. It was close to 0.9 of a meter. So if the meter is only worth 0.9, you will get 111 of those will make 100 of something else, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
So how would you hide that? You make everything correct that needs to be correct, and then you worry about the other stuff later. If you have to make up a load of time zones and area to suit the narrative, then you'll do that, and then you'll throw in this, and then what you'll do is you'll move everything to a moving variable, like the magnetic pole, etc., etc., etc. You know, which is the magnetic field. To me, it's just controlled by the sun. It's like the solar sphere against the celestial sphere, which are they're at angles to each other. So however that interprets into something else, at least there's something that it's easy to convert. As long as you got conversion and you know how to convert,
bro,
this, that, and the other, you start to look. Yeah,
it's like a core, a magnetic core, Curie point, spinning water ball, atmospheres, barriers, vacuums, NASA people. You can see that. You can see them hanging on lines. I mean, I don't understand anymore how people actually think that they can still believe what they're being fed by the mainstream media is reality, because it's been proven time and time again that it's not. And when we ask them for proof, just one scientific proof of Earth motion, barriers, vacuums, blah blah blah, there's nothing. There's
That's not
absolutely
true. That's not true, man. You're given evidences. You just choose to
right. Just one.
deny them.
Give me one.
What do you want? Promotion, or what do you want?
Yeah, motion. Sure. Let's go with motion.
Yeah, Bob Nodell and the ring laser gyro.
No.
No. See, no. Right off the bat, no.
Right.
That doesn't prove anything. It just proves that Bob made a mistake. It doesn't prove the Earth.
Well, yeah, but the data compiled and plotted, it all comports. It all works.
Really?
He didn't record zero either, did he?
Reality yourself.
Yeah,
left lane is a top
reality just fine.
You checked it against reality. You checked Bob Nodell's work against reality yourself. in the physical world.
Left lane is accounting for his own curvature. Every mile he drives, he's accounting for that curvature. He's like, yeah, that checks out. That fucking checked out his fucking curve right there.
It does,
I see
man.
that.
It does.
I see that.
It really does.
So if ring laser
out.
gyros
No,
pick up the rotation of the Earth, right? And they're sensitive enough to pick up the Earth's orbit around the sun, why does it only pick up the alleged rotation of the Earth and not Earth's orbital motion?
Well, that's really complicated from what I understand. That some say it does pick it up, but I don't know what the numbers would be on that or how it would affect the rotational numbers. But
Very variable. I think it's called the rotor. And there's things that you have to calibrate these things over 83 miles or something. They have to be calibrated for a perfect 83 miles, and therefore it'll assume the rest. If you don't calibrate and you don't set these things up, then 83 miles, and even if it was 83 kilometers, if I'm a number I remember, to calibrate something over that portion of something else, it's quite easy to kind of get it to do what you want or end up doing if you've set yourself a distance of a exact amount. You haven't made it smaller. You haven't made it 8.3 kilometers or 8.3 miles. So things like that make a big difference. You can turn a circle into a hexagon. Ish.
If something is happening in reality, would it be easy to replicate that in a model? If something is actually happening in reality, couldn't you reproduce that easily?
Yeah,
reverse
Google
map.
Earth, Stellarium. There's multiple. There's many models.
Stellarium is not globe based. It's anything based. Perspective.
No, it's heliocentric. It's a heliocentric based model.
It's perspective. You can change the viewpoints in any way that you want to a person
it's cool.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. But to a person that never knew about heliocentrism, some fucking tribe.
I mean, my contention comes in. We talk about these things, and I'm very cordial with everyone. I don't criticize or call anyone idiots or anything like that. But when someone says we ask them for evidence and we get nothing, that is not a true statement. We talk about all these kinds of things, and we present things that we claim is evidence, and then we talk about it and we back and forth about it. That's what makes the discussion a good discussion, is talking about all these things.
Well, Skyline, where is the one model reproduction of spinning water balls in a hemisphere against a vacuum without a solid barrier? Where is the one reproduction that you could make that is a little tiny fucking thing that does that? Anybody ever do that?
Magnetic water gyro ball. I have those all the time. Spin around.
I'm not sure.
Sorry, what?
I'm not sure what you're asking for.
A model of the fucking Earth, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, Google Earth.
What?
I mean, there's lots of them. I mean, what in particular do you want to see, and we can look at them?
A specific working
a
model.
Marble in some air orbiting a light bulb.
Oh yeah, I see. No, we can't do that. If we could do that, that would mean the laws of physics as we know it are wrong. If we could do that.
Yeah.
So there isn't any.
I mean, you're standing on it. I mean, it exists to represent itself too. We can't forget about that.
It represents itself. That's
sure.
Yeah, but we can't affirm the consequent though. Eileen, it's not the best representation, right? It exists, therefore it is, kind of thing.
Can't.
Yeah, come on, man.
Credit to ourselves. Yeah, it's fun. That's why I don't believe in it, actually. We
Left lane, we could
good to hear you, by the way.
Yeah. Cheers, man. You too.
Yes, thanks, sir.
Yeah.
You're liked by a lot of people on both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, I like people.
Yeah, me too. You're all right.
Thank you.
The trick is not to let your emotions get control of you.
That is true.
Because one day, and it has been proven, I thought one thing, and somebody spoke to me in a polite manner, and I politely fucking rebutted them, and they rebutted me back, and then I realized, holy shit, I could be wrong. But I'm still waiting for that model, that one model of a spinning weather ball that holds the water to the exterior of its shape simply by some unseen force called gravity. Never seen it, probably never will.
So, talk about where water flows, maybe. I know that things to do with salty, denser water will force the clear water to be on top of it, if I'm correct, which is apparent at the North Pole. So naturally, as water is making its way somewhere, it displays and almost causes like a positive pull system where you've got two different layers of water, and one is pushing the other one upwards and outwards, almost like a fountain in a way, but not pressure. And also, possibly coming out of the North Pole.
Is he roboting? I'm getting major robot.
R2D2 shit. R2D2 shit. Bitty, bitty,
Your
bitty.
leader.
Take me to your leader. I'm a fish out of the water. Now you're so. You're so
Go rejoin realm. You're in another realm.
These are not the robots you're looking for. Take me to your leader.
I recognise their voice. I recognise their voice anywhere. The Australian fella. The Australian fella.
That's Mo in the fish.
That's Mel. I knew it was Mel. Fucking welcome back, mate.
Yeah, it's one of those conversations, isn't it? It's hard to pretend it's not important.
Yeah.
Everybody loves
I
Merle.
had to come away from it
Oh,
for a
Merle,
little while
Merle.
because I was thinking about it too much. It was like making my brain hot. That's how much I was thinking about it.
I'm starting to think that, you know that old series, Everybody Loves Earl? We should just call it Everybody Loves Merle.
Well, I mean, I'm just hoping, guys, something starts to crack soon. It feels like it's a tough, it's like a thick fucking shell. But again, to come back to the testing ground, like if we've been under analysis to see if we can psychologically and emotionally cope, I think we've passed. I think we'll adjust. You know what I mean? to
Yeah.
whatever it is, whether we're in space or it's flat or it's it's not about the shape for me.
Mm-hmm. It's about where you are.
Yeah,
what is it?
I didn't realize that was in question. You know what I'm. Yeah, I thought that was all taken care of before we got here.
If water moves towards the poles in a heliocentric fashion, you would actually get an elongated Earth. You wouldn't get a fat Earth. The water itself would actually contribute because the water's in the ground. You'd naturally stretch because you're hot inside and stuff like that. If that's all it is, why would they hide it? They would just say, look, this is how it is. You know, if it was elongated, if it was blatantly pear-shaped and not just a fucking fraction off, what there would be no harm in telling the world. But maybe there's the thing of God wouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? And it has to fit in line with the harmony of the people. That's the people's vote, isn't it? So the people have the last say, as they say it. They contribute towards the future of things because you study, you see reactions, therefore you adjust too. And therefore the story is written based on the census, you know? But it seems too obvious to hide, like, something close.
They would like you to bystep your senses and pretend it's something else.
For harmony. If I stuck you in a room, like the movie Saw.
Just fucking believe what I says. What I say is, motherfucker, and bam. No, I'm just kidding.
If you didn't, yeah.
It's a bit of a strange world.
That's what I mean. Like, still in many ways, it's like scratching the surface, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sort of I'm grateful that at the moment anyway that that I can see it, because I know a lot of people don't. You know, a lot of people really are I guess they've just got their attention on other things. Their family and Christmas, all that shit, you know, but or just relating to the dudes I work with. This other guy is just bought a car. He wants to turn it into like the ultimate drift sort of car. So, you know, everyone's at their own level and moving at their own pace. And yeah, I feel though for us sometimes, because I feel like some of us in, I don't know what this is, but like truth community or whatever, it's like they're waiting for the next stage. I feel a lot of us have, or whatever, have almost like completed this digital fucking maze, and we want to go to the bonus round or something. Just my thoughts on it. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't. Am I alone in that? That it's like feeling to want to progress. You know, like some new information or something. Maybe. I don't think that's too much to ask for Christmas, is it?
No, you're totally alone.
You know?
No.
Just a bit of a glimpse. Just to keep us all sort of inspired. Sometimes I think, I mean, I got to be honest, if there is a big cheese, I don't know how the big cheese would come back. because I'm sure the big cheese doesn't have a body. But yeah, sometimes I think it might need a bit of that kind of level to happen down here. Like the manager to come back, you know? Something. But I used to stress out about it. Now I don't even, I trust that the whole situation's bigger than all of us. But because because it's not just happening to one of us, like this one, what we're underneath, you know, Coriolis effect and fucking pressure without a container and things like that. We are the people of the human species, right? And it's natural to have questions that, especially some that don't have answers. And there's, like I've always said, there's no fucking phone number you can ring for this. And these kinds of forums, there's not that many of them as far as I'm aware. So I've always appreciated it. This crew that start up a hangout and have a talk about this sort of thing.
So what have you learned? What have you learned mathematically? What have you?
I think that mathematically and with language, you can model anything theoretically or conceptually. But again,
No,
as we see, you know,
like you're a musician, so you do you know about harmonics? 12th fret, 5th fret, 7th fret. You understand about, you know, these are the harmonics. Only a musician would understand things that other people can't. And the calibration of, you know, concert pitch and stuff like that. They're like, the speed of the sun is like in meters per second is like 444, which is, I believe, the true frequency. Well, it's probably just the matching frequency at the moment. So as long as people aren't playing that frequency, they won't interrupt it. And then you've got the moon at 420 meters per second, or 400, because it's a cycle per second, or a unit per second. So as a musician, I'm really intrigued by that, because if you know scales and stuff like that, the do, re, mi, so, fa, la, ti, do, with a bit added or a bit taken away,
what was the last bit? I just didn't hear the last bit.
So like, just like frequencies in general, you know, playing. Have you ever looked into frequencies and how abnormal the values are? You know, if you change 440 to 444, what's the, you know, how do all other numbers change and stuff like that? But it's I mean, if
you can I sort of did it by accident the other day, but when you can tune your guitar, right? Like E, A, you know, D, G, E, I mean B, A, right, on a guitar. But I mean, anyway, when you do it harmonically, so it's almost like every string harmonically is in tune with each other, so it's all melodic. Everything about it is in harmony and tune and balance. But you don't hear that very often.
Yeah, because each string is unique, so you have to intonate the strings together. Because if you do by
you got your bass and your middle and your pops, your treble, I'm playing acoustic guitar a lot at the moment, and I play it for hours. And when you're just strumming it for hours, like I don't know.
If you play a chord, if you play anything, just choose your selection of notes, and then repeat those notes 12 frets higher. Each note has to be 12 fret higher, and then pinch harmonic above that note, and then you'll get the harmonics of the chord that you're playing, where the spelling is 12 higher. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I'm using frequencies, but if it's about Earth and the shape, maybe in ways where you've got frequency all the time of a certain frequency. You know, when they change the frequencies on the speaker and they put fucking sand on the top, and then it makes different shapes. You know, so
yeah,
if 444, I don't know, but if 444 were to replicate a pattern of a speaker, for example, on a flat surface. So if you've got a flat surface and you're vibrating the sand or whatever, and it comes out to a nice big ring sort of circular effect or whatever at 444, I wonder what, the Schumann resonance of 7.83, whatever that is, hertz, I think it is. It's like, what would the pattern be? And if there's a hum coming down and 7.83 works, is a fraction of like 444 and 420 or something. But halfway between those two is 432, bang on. So scientific pitch, which the scientists use, is 432 equivalent. And it's like just interesting, like if you fuck around with everybody playing all the radios.
You know, like those old churches. Some of the there's one in York Cathedral, I think it's called. It's got a huge like pipe organ in it, and the pipes go to like the ceiling. Maybe not that, but they're really big. And like they knew what they were doing. I mean,
yeah, you can do multi.
8 foot pitch is C. 8 foot pipes on a church organ.
Yeah, but the on the organ you can get to octaves that you can't hear, and things like that. And then when you blend the notes together and you create a certain chord, you can change the mood at a very, very slow hum. You can make people depressed. It's Germanic made. They can't make these things anymore like they used to, apparently. Even things like releasing a massive amounts of steam. If these things were, maybe you could turn them into a steam organ, for example, right? And you could actually harmonically memorize the steam water molecules come out of it, and then the reaction would be assert something else,
That sounds a bit complicated.
No, it's musically tuning water molecules. Like water molecules can remember, can't they? It's got memories. So if it can remember,
yeah. What's that Japanese guy? He took photos of water. Apparently, it's a bit of a thing now. People aren't sure about it. Maybe it's bullshit.
Nah, didn't see that.
They're like these beautiful patterns and shapes, like crystal, geometric shapes in the water.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that a moto or something.
I think I remember. Yeah.
It was in all those. I don't know. That new age thing.
Yeah, is that when you say new age?
Experiment.
If you say when you say new age, are you talking about leaves and ferns and things like that?
No.
No, as in artistry, mosaic and stuff like that. When I say that in relation, like we had frost the other day on the window of my car, and it was all that sort of like engraved leaf in. That was the pattern on the glass of my car. You know, like I thought maybe that might be connected. But it's water making a pattern at a certain frequency. If you know,
I've got a rug that I bought that has leaf pattern on the rug.
yeah. So actually, like the cold water vapor that settled on the outside of my car because my car was warm inside or whatever like that overnight.
Yeah.
Go to the car and it's got this leaf pattern stuff naturally occurring. It's like ice. You know, obviously it's ice, but when you freeze ice and then you look at it, you normally just see a clear plane of water. But you know, when it's I don't know, it's just a frequency in the air would change the pattern. You know, if it gets colder, does the frequency increase? If it gets, you know what I mean, moisture in the air, whatever. Mad, isn't it? Mad. Right, mate, I'll let you go, yeah? See you later.
Yeah, take care. Funny that.
If we were in some type of crater, Orlando Ferguson map type of bowl scenario and stuff like that, our land measurements from a tower would be close, you know.
if gravity was real, with all the masses around us and Earth, and they're too far away, wouldn't the stars just be colliding with each other and being brought into contact with each other? And big bangs and black holes. Black holes swallow everything. They're so fucking massive. I mean, they're massive. Like I think it's about 50 light years across in diameter. So how does a black hole even exist if it hasn't swallowed everything up already? Explain that one. So a black hole is 50 fucking light years across. All right, now this is true, and on its diameter, right? And it's swallowing up everything, even fucking light, right? But somehow it's restricted to just what's around it. It doesn't. That's all it does. It just swallows up everything around it. It doesn't grow. It doesn't. Do you guys hear yourself with this fucking astronomy bullshit? And I mean bullshit. Oh, there's black holes everywhere. Black hole here, black hole there. Everywhere a black hole. Uh-huh. Fucking idiotic.
I think they enjoy the fantasy of it.
It's just a fantasy. Whoa, it's not the real thing.
People would prefer the fantasy,
Yeah, I think they do. They do.
In 10 years, we're going to have space travel for the average man. I've been hearing that my whole entire life. We're going to have colonies on the moon in 25 years. Been hearing that my whole entire life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing ever happens. Everything stays the same. Pretty much the same.
And then Hollywood shows you Star Wars and, people going from planet to planet. Oh no, somebody blew up Alderaan. Let's go to Tatooine. It's a fantasy.
It's the same way they destroy God as they they put humans above that and thinking that we can go to fucking light year systems and go to things that are destroyed to new system. We can't, bro. It's too far. What you are presenting us with is a mathematical, logical impossibility. And let's pull it back a little bit. Let's take the globe into consideration and all the scientific facts that you prove it. We've just disproven them. You haven't brought any proof of any of your shit. We're telling you it's shit, and you're handing us shit as proof. So now get back into your nice comfort place, get your comfort blankie, watch Star Trek, and enjoy the ride. So, sometimes you just take gloves off, man. I'm just fucking sick of this shit, bro.
Put your name down for the booze cruise to Mars then, PMAC.
So if we've been able to do all this space travel fairly easily, right? There's been no major hiccups in any of our space travel with the exception of the Challenger and Columbia, and these are just rockets that blew up. No major failures on the ISS between getting people up there, docking, having people up there. No major failures on the moon, getting people landed on the moon, out of the lunar landers, walking around, getting back in, all that stuff. Like, nothing's gone wrong. One, why haven't we continued to do it at an ever increasing pace? But on the flip side of that, though, think of it this way. If we can do all of that in space, don't you think it would be easier to do all of that and more underwater? And if we're really ruining the planet and we wanted to seek out an alternative to be able to allow the planet to allegedly heal itself, wouldn't it be much easier to just go underwater for a time? Allow the Earth to heal? Wouldn't it be easier to go down there and just come back up? Why are we looking to space when we can't even do any of this stuff on the ocean? I believe space travel is real when you can take a trip down to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, get out in a suit, walk around, maybe go visit something that's been built down there. But until then, space travel is fantasy for me, at least.
Doing that, going to the Marianas Trench and getting out in a suit is more difficult than getting out of a spaceship and spacewalking.
You don't know that. You've just been told that. I knew you were going to say that. There's no way that you know that.
Yeah, it makes, well, I mean, just looking at the variables involved and the pressures and all that, yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, if you
actually, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
well, it might not to you. It does to me, though.
Well, no, I know. I've been deep sea diving. I've been high altitude. I've experienced those pressures myself.
Did you have on a suit when you went to high altitude?
Did I have on a suit? No, but I can understand going, even just going, if you don't mind me finishing, I can understand going 150 foot deep without a suit. And I can understand going to 30,000 feet and being on reduced pressure, or even 15,000 feet. Right? I understand without a suit under those pressures, there's certain constraints. And even with a suit, there's going to be constraints.
So I wonder what the PSI number is at 7 miles down. Some fucking astronomical huge amount of pressure.
Man, yeah, you can't equalize.
Now you would have to be in a vessel that would withstand those pressures.
That's what I said. You, as a human, can't equalize. You need an external tank, and even then, like, they have crush depths.
Yeah,
huge submarines can only go so many feet down, and you're telling me another piece of equipment can go infinitely amount up? That makes no sense.
Well, I mean, planes fly at 7 miles up all the time.
I didn't say that. I didn't say.
I mean, yeah, we're just comparing apples to apples. I'm just saying that it would be easier to go high altitude
7 miles up
than it
equal
would be to
distance
go
as you
into
can
the
go down,
Marianas
Alex.
Trench.
Yeah, no one said that. I don't know why you're straw man. I even said infinitely amount up is what they're saying. And you say that's equal than going 7 miles down, and then you try and turn around. Well, airplanes go 7 miles up. That's not what I said, and you know it. You're smart enough to know that's not what I said.
My whole premise is that considering a vessel to transport us to these places, it would be easier to go to outer space than it would be to go to the Marianas Trench.
And my comment was, you can't possibly know that as fact. You're only saying it because of what you believe based on what people have told you.
Okay. And you are saying what you're saying based on what you believe. So
I'm saying what I'm saying based on diving 150 feet down and going up to 15, 30 foot, 30,000 foot altitude with limited pressure.
Yeah.
Without equalizing.
Yeah, and we also don't seem to spend $60 million a day trying to go down to the depths of the Marianas Trench. It just seems to be more of, let's just say, commercial, like personal wealth or small business type adventures that tend to go down into the sea. The only thing we tend to dump money in below water is military submarines.
Well,
That's it.
it's
No
interesting. It's
exploration.
interesting stuff, like finding new species of life, new fish, new things. But I don't think there's necessarily any more benefit to go in deep sea than it is to go to the moon.
Do you think we're destroying the Earth? Do you think we should?
Yes, we are. We're depleting our resources.
So what benefit is there to go to space at all? Period. Then, if there's no benefit to go below water, what is the benefit of space?
I understand it to be an astronomical idea and I agree. You know, it's like look at what the structure they're going to have to build, the resources they're going to have to take because there are no resources up there. It just just on its face, it seems near impossible to me that we could actually establish a colony on Mars. On the moon, I think it would be easier to do because it's closer. But what is the benefit of that? Well, to build a platform to launch to Mars. Which what's the benefit of that? I really have trouble justifying that mission.
Like if we're trying to get off planet because we're ruining this planet, right? Like that seems to be kind of the narrative, or at least the theme that seems to be wound in with the space program, right? There seems to be this: humans are destroying this planet. We need to look to other planets possibly because there's going to come a point in which we've screwed this one up too much. That seems to be kind of the overarching narrative as to why space travel can be important. Now, wouldn't it make more sense? We have breathable air here, plenty of oxygen. If we're starting to destroy this planet, allegedly, that tends to mean the air, the water, and the like ecosystem, the flora, the fauna. Yep. Wouldn't it be easier to just take the already breathable air that we have here, go underwater, start to figure out how to build colonies underwater to where the air is only 7 miles above us at the max, to be able to access that breathable air and figure out how to do what you would have to figure out off planet underwater?
Well, I would think, I think in more simpler terms than that. I think as intelligent beings, and we recognize that we're depleting our resources and killing our planet, that we need to figure out a way. You know, we've become so used to technology and transportation and the creature comforts and all this stuff that we don't want to let go of all these things that we would have to let go of to stop depleting the resources and so we're kind of a catch-22 situation. But
I mean, we can.
I think the smart thing to do would be to stop doing what we're doing and try to do things differently such that we're not killing the planet, maybe live more in harmony with nature.
We can 100% agree on that. The issue we're running into, or at least has been proposed to us, which I don't think is necessarily the case, but the fear that is being instilled into people is that we are destroying this planet at a rate and we need to do something about it. And one of the options we are contemplating is the possibility of colonizing other worlds in outer space. Why is that our first option? And why are we trying to pitch that as our next step when we have the ability for a much lower cost to figure out most of what may or may not go right or wrong within that scenario underwater here on Earth without the billions of dollars a year to not even get us close to, I mean, do we have a structure anywhere off planet yet?
No.
This has been going on since the 60s, the early 60s. We have no structure off planet yet, but we spent trillions of dollars. So we have no real sustainable environment that we know of. I mean, you can maybe make a case for the ISS, but allegedly everything up there has to be, supplied from the ground here.
Yeah, it's not sustainable.
Correct.
I don't think that Mars is sustainable. I don't. You think about this, what they call terraforming, where they're converting the atmosphere and all that shit. You're looking at thousands of years to convert the atmosphere into something breathable, and then you think about the temperatures. It's not suitable. We're not adapt to go live in a place like that, and it just doesn't seem practical at all. And at some point, they should abandon that idea and focus our resources on something more practical and beneficial to the human race.
Yeah, it's a huge money suck, right? Whether you like it or not, that money is being diverted where it is being diverted, and you have no control over that unless you choose to not participate in the system, which is much easier said than done, right? So whether you like it or not, money is being diverted away from you and your neighbors and everybody else around you for these fanciful ideas that we don't even know are necessarily truthful to begin with. Whereas if there was the possibility that we are destroying this place in which we live and we need to get off of the surface, wouldn't it make more sense, even if the last resort is off quote unquote planet, if we're if we're entertaining this idea of outer space and solar systems and planets and stuff, even if the ultimate goal was off planet, why wouldn't they be establishing what needs to be done, seeing if people could live in situations that were either underground or underwater? To me, underwater would be more of a simulation of what the ultimate goal would be, as opposed to underground. You'd need to figure out seals, all the things that would come along with needing to live in a fully contained environment and figure out how to be sustainable within it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't have any argument with that at all. I think, yeah, I'm right in line with all that. I think the argument comes in whether I agree with what they're doing or not. I do believe they're doing it. I do believe that Elon Musk has got the idea that we want to be multi-planet race, where he wants to establish a colony on Mars, and he's going to work towards that goal and things like that. But whether I think it's practical or not is another question. I don't think it's at all practical. I think he's throwing a bunch of money away on a pipe dream kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion on Elon Musk is that he's a
Wait, what?
He's a character.
Is this guy?
A character like in a movie. That's pretty much what he is. He's fulfilling a role. Elon Musk is not what I think he's portrayed to be.
Isn't he the next generation of space travel?
Sure.
You said that. Sorry, is that Skyline that says something about Elon Musk?
Mm-hmm.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't believe in Elon Musk, guy?
Me?
Oh, I don't disbelieve in Elon Musk. I just think that his idea of colonizing Mars is out there. I don't think it's possible.
So never mind the fact that we can't get there. Somehow it's.
Oh, I think we could get there. I think we could build a rocket big enough to get us there. I just But then you got to think about how you're going to get back home, and what are you going to do while you're there? It's just a damn. I don't see any benefit to it.
Well, here's the thing. Would you see any benefit to putting fucking 100 cameras on the moon?
No.
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 So, but you could do it through not putting anybody's life in danger through drones. You just send drones up to the moon, let them release their fucking cameras, and we could look at the Earth from the moon as it should be in all its glory. You think?
So it's the only benefit is for us to be able to look at Earth from the moon? Is that the only benefit to putting 100 cameras up there?
Yeah, no. Well, basically, if you can do it, right, it wouldn't be too hard. It wouldn't be too hard. Well, think. Okay, if you own the cameras and you give people a screensaver on their laptops or their computers of the Earth in rotation in real time, wouldn't you do that?
Well, we got Himawari doing that.
What's a Himawari again? Sorry, refresh my memory.
It's the satellite.
It's
satellite
the
that's imaging the Earth every 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's the images that they take all the weather data and then place them over a blue marble data set.
But as far as watching the planet rotate or spin or what you're describing there, if you stand out in your backyard and you watch the stars, they're moving. But you have to use a reference, and you have to stand there for an hour to recognize that they're moving, right? That's how fast we say that the planet is rotating. It's very slow, and it's not something that you're just going to see just by looking at it. You would have to take a series of images or a video, and you would have to speed that up to actually see the rotation, you know?
Oh, yeah, well, I know, yeah, because rotation is something that is not observable. What are you talking about, bro? So, all right. So, what are you talking about? So, if somebody could put a camera on the moon, right, and it would cost them like $Z million, so it wouldn't cost them too much. Would you not do that in order to eradicate this fucking flat Earth, ball Earth movement shit that is growing? That is probably the reason for the world moving into this other fucking dimension than it is. Would you not do that in order to eradicate and finally put to rest this whole story?
But the thing is,
if the Earth
I mean, to put additional cameras to get additional imagery, when a lot of you deny every image that there ever was from space, and you're just going to deny more. I mean, I don't see the benefit of it.
Well, here's the thing, Skylane. If you put a camera on the moon and you show me the Earth rotating in real time, and I could correlate the background star movement with the stars that I see and the things of the Earth moving, I would become a ball Earther again. This is the thing.
So why does the Himawari or the blue marble or why do those images never?
Because they're too fucking debunkable, bro. They're just so stupid. It's just like cartoon at Disney hour. It's like
yeah.
The Himawari was debunked years ago. I mean, like back in like 2015, 2016, somebody found all the FTP files and saw that it was just pasted over the blue marble data set.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've heard
it was years ago.
Yeah, and do you remember?
I've heard that said. I
when
haven't
the
seen
Chinese did the same thing? What happened with the Chinese data?
Well, that is the Himawari. I think.
Well, was that it? Okay.
Is it Chinese or Japanese? It's Japanese in it.
To answer your question, you can't actually do real-time video links over that distance.
What? That's just the most ridiculous statement I ever heard in the last fucking 25 years. What are you talking about, bro?
You cannot do real-time. There will be a delay over that distance.
Okay, well, like 30 seconds?
I mean, it'll be a few seconds. And also, you can't do any kind of resolution because there's not enough bandwidth. I mean, you would get like you might get 240p, maybe over that because of the bandwidth requirement. Maybe you would get that good resolution.
Oh,
Are you
so
saying probably or maybe?
240. Wasn't that what we got from Artemis?
I have no idea.
Artemis came around the moon and took some photographs. It was 240p, bro.
I mean, there you go. There's some photographs for you, but you don't believe those. So what's the point?
Well, the point is you need to try harder.
So it's our responsibility to try to convince you. Is that what you're saying?
It's not my responsibility. It's not yours. I'm telling you that the whole thing is a ball bag of cockery, made up shittery that doesn't actually exist. It's not my responsibility to prove anything to you, nor you to me. What I'm telling you is it's all made up.
But that's what you just asked. You said that they, whoever they is, the people in charge, should be able to put cameras on the Earth that transmit in real
On the moon.
time the image back to Earth of the spinning ball with the stars in the background. And if you can correlate all that, you will then be convinced that it's real.
Yes.
And so that's what you're saying. That responsibility is on us. If we do that,
What do you mean
then
us?
that will
Are you
convince
part of? What do you mean us? I'm not asking you. I'm not asking
Globers,
you.
the Globers, not me in particular, but the Globers, the Globe side.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So how's that working out?
Poorly.
Yeah. No, I know you meant me poorly, but I meant you poorly. It's not a thing. It's definitely not a thing, man. The moon is only, what is it, 250,000 miles away? I think it's a quarter, yeah? That's close.
Something like that, sure.
Yeah. Just put a camera on there, bro. Let us watch the world spinning in all its glory. We can't. You know why they can't? It's impossible.
What's the next closest farthest thing that you can see that's not 250,000 miles? What's the next one? You say
250,000. Let's see. Venus, Mercury, Earth, Mars.
Wait, you asked for the next closest or the next furthest?
the next. That's furthest. That's further. Mars is farther than the moon. I win. I win the trivia contest. Yeah. What's close? What's far? Very far, but not quite as far as the moon. What's the next one in from there? You're a superhuman. You can see 250,000 miles.
Hey, did you know?
The next? Yeah.
What's the closest star? I think it's what's it up to now? What's the latest fucking thing prediction? 150,000 light years.
Like, is the answer 8? Is the answer that you could see like a plane? That's the next closest thing. Like, there's a plane, and then there's the jump to the moon. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's a big jump.
I was going to say I was going to say the shape of the Earth. Plane of the shape of the Earth. I was going to say.
You two are having two different conversations.
Okay, I'll give you that.
All right.
I'll back out. It was your conversation to start with.
So light, as you know, is infinite, isn't it? Do you agree with that? That is kind of a God's question. You're never going to fucking agree with that, right? Light is not infinite. How does something 150,000 light years away move through the vacuum of space and all the asteroids, fields, all the planets, and everything else it has to go through, dark matter, dark space, reach our eyes? How bright is that motherfucker? Just so ridiculous, bro. Everything you believe in, I'm sorry to tell you, it's not true.
So left lane, who's going to be the first man to walk in the Marianas Trench?
I think you should.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Napalm, first man to walk in the Marianas
Yeah.
Trench.
We'll bubble up and get out. I'd be scared to death down there, man.
Do we have a suit that would be able to articulate the way we needed to actually physically walk down there?
See, I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, there might be technology to make it, but you know, that vessel that went down, it actually cracked. One of the windows, one of the glasses cracked while they were down there.
Hopefully they had a change of underwear with them.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy's like, he said, I heard it. He said, it scared the hell out of me, but there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. So we just went on about our business.
What do you think
They
would
didn't
happen
know.
if they got like a hole? Be instant
It would
death,
be,
right?
yeah, it would, yeah. You know, you see the rail tanker where they pull the vacuum on it and it collapses. It would be that times 100. You know, it would just be smash. You know,
Just like instantly implode.
Yeah.
And that's just physics here on Earth.
Yeah, there was I've seen the pictures of, there was a deep diving thing where they maintenance guys or something, and they were in a vessel that was pressurized and it depressurized, and like it's like squished a body through a small hole. It's kind of like a meat grinder. And I saw the pictures of that.
So wouldn't that same thing happen on like the ISS if they got a hole?
Yep.
No.
No?
No, well, you got the pressure on the inside of that vessel, and it's far less. I mean, many, many times less differential. You know, you've only got, I mean, if it's a full atmospheric pressure, it's only 14 pounds of pressure in it. So, you know, that's less than half the pressure in your car tire.
Wait, so minus 14 torr?
So hold
No.
on a second. So what is the pressure like underwater?
At 7 miles deep, I don't know, thousands of pounds.
Sure.
Yeah.
So can we achieve thousands of pounds of pressure? Like with force?
Well, you know, I don't know. I mean, they're pretty big screw type compressors that are capable of putting out a lot of air, but I don't know. I don't know of any vessels. I mean, even 100 psi. I had a buddy of mine that worked on pressure vessels, and he pulled the ring off of one of the caps, one of the access panels, and he had failed to depressurize the tank, and it took his head off.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just like pressure in general, right? Like we can squish things with 1,000 pounds of pressure, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like that's achievable. Like we can figure out how to do that. Do we have the ability to pull a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum?
No.
But we do have the ability to recreate like 1,000 pounds of pressure, right?
Sure.
So it seems to me that it's not just a slight pressure differential between 14 pounds of pressure inside like a spacecraft and then 10 to the negative 17 on the outside. I know a lot of people try to say that.
I can hear Sky coming over to our side.
Just say 0. It's a lot easier than saying 10 to the negative 17.
Well, we can't.
always
Yeah,
say
we can't even
zero.
come
It's
close
close
to
enough.
zero, right?
Or how about just say very close to zero? I think that's easier to say.
But you think about
Why
even a
can't we
Coke
get to
can.
zero?
I mean, I don't know.
What do you mean, Sky?
No, I was saying we talk about the vessels, the spacecraft, and the pressures. A Coca-Cola can, I carry the can stock, the big rolls of aluminum that they make cans out of. It goes in at 10 thousandths thick, and then it's extruded into the can or squashed basically into the shape of the can. So it's less than 10 thousandths. It's less than 10 thousandths thick, and those cans are rated at like 95 psi.
So what's happening? So what's happening to the ISS when there's a hole in it?
It just about like that.
95 psi, like on the inside, right? To be able to hold it in.
Yeah,
So
it's rated to hold that much pressure in.
I don't know what the average pressure of like a Coke can is, but what happens when you put a Coke can in like just a classroom, like desktop type vacuum?
No, a vacuum is something completely different, kids.
That would be something to do. I don't know. It's got pressure in it, which is going to give it some rigidity, you know. But an empty Coke can that's closed, sealed off, empty, it would squash. No, wait. You pull it down. No. You pull the vacuum on the outside. No, it wouldn't do anything.
It would explode, right?
No, I doubt it. I doubt it.
What do you mean it wouldn't do anything? What the hell, bro?
No, if it's rated to withstand 95 psi and you put it in a vacuum that's, you know, at atmospheric pressure and you pull a vacuum on it, I don't think it would do anything.
Apart from implode. Is that what you
Maybe
mean?
if you shook it up and put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled a vacuum, it might spring a leak. You know, I don't know. It would be something to do though. That would be interesting.
I don't know where you people get your ideas out of. I honestly don't. All we're saying is you might not believe it, that we're being fucking bamboozled and outer space doesn't exist. Alright?
I understand you believe that, but really for me, it's, and I've had to sort of adjust to sort of understand where you're coming from. But for me, it's just outer space is just outer space. You go up, 70 miles and all this, you go from 14 psi and ever decreasing down to near zero, and you're in outer space. And it's not that big a deal for me. I don't have trouble.
Hey, you
with
don't
it,
see it? Yeah, I understand. We do.
Howard, that's funny. You've been in this arena for years and years. You've no trouble understanding everything else, everything that all the rest of us have massive trouble understanding, just intuitively. Massive vacuum versus a tin can. Tin can is going to crumble into nothing, isn't it? Just like at the depths of the sea. But you say, no, it doesn't. You have no problem with that. If you leave this Earth, go into stationary relative orbit, that Earth is zooming by 60,000 miles an hour. But you have no difficulty appreciating that the atmosphere of the Earth sticks to this ball, adjacent to the vacuum of empty space. I guess is either something wrong with your thinking or something wrong with reality. Who knows any other way around it? But really don't. Like I try to make me feel stupid or something or retarded, because
No.
there's no problems,
It's not
Just asking.
logical. It's not logical. It does
It's
not
completely
add up.
illogical. Yeah.
That's basically it.
If you're saying you have no problem understanding the model, that's one thing. Reality, experience with reality, we have drastic problems with all of these things. We should have anyway.
If you want to live in your airy, furry, made-up fucking world, and then inject some science into it to try prove that it's true when it doesn't do anything at all, then that's your. That's up to you, bro.
Or just happy sitting in the left lane, making slow progress from
You're in a
destination to
car,
destination, all
listen to
these
music,
years.
listen to classical music in our cars. 'Cause classical music makes us fucking chill.
What do you think, Paul, in relation to a hole appearing in the ISS and one of the astronauts putting their thumb against it? Do you think they'd be sucked through it? I think they would be. They'd be sucked through like a fucking spaghetti strand through it. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think that was very strange. And then at the same time, they had to use a album cover from 1967 or something in order to show it.
Yeah.
I thought that was strange.
Yeah.
The world's a very strange place. And anybody can be sucked into believing anything. Go ahead, Sky. Sorry.
Yeah, Pete. So you get a hole in your tire. Can you put your thumb over it and stop the leak?
Yep.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Well, that's putting out about 3 times more pressure differential than you would in the ISS.
Yeah, but that air is coming into the atmosphere as exists from your tire to your car. That's the difference than going from a pressurized system to a no pressure system. It'd be such a drastic differential, and anything inside would be sucked out. It would have to be sucked out because it's
only
differential.
It's only 14 psi though, Pete.
Sky.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, what's the difference in 14 and 0? I mean, it's not 0, but it's close enough to 0. But so it's only 14-pound difference.
No problem then. Coping. So spacesuits. Will this kind of spacesuit be made of flimsy material? Yes, it can actually, can't it? And it has been.
Yeah.
Sky. Yeah. Have you ever seen the experiments where they put people in the spacesuits and fucking expose them to 0G?
Oh yeah.
What happened?
Centrifuge. Well, I mean, if
14
they'll pass out. Yeah, they'll pass out actually if they something like 9G or something. And if you're not accustomed to it, if I got in it, I would probably pass out at 5 or 6 G.
Well, no, I'd say more 2 or 3, bro. I'm just kidding.
No, I can do 2G in my little airplane, and just turning a 45-degree bank is like 2G.
So
funny
now,
shit too, man.
So now, why is that the thing? Why do we see videos of people getting into spacesuits, getting into 0G chambers, and passing out within fucking 2 minutes? Why is that a thing?
They're spinning them around, and the blood pools in their lower body, and they pass out.
So how many? How many?
He's talking about.
Sorry.
So he's not talking about centrifugal. What do you call it?
Force
arm. He's talking about just testing spacesuits in a vacuum chamber, Howard, where the air is slowly but surely. What do you call it?
There's away. No fucking air, bro.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about G forces, but I don't know. They've had a couple of incidents in that vacuum test chamber, but I've seen quite a bit of the video where they just get in there and they pull the vacuum on it and everything's okay. And the guy gets out.
Oh my God.
I think the report was his blood started to boil, his tongue started to expand. This is the early testing anyway, and he barely escaped with his life after the return to pressure.
It's like 10 seconds exposed to pressure of that sort.
Yeah, I think his suit had a leak or something in it.
Oh yeah, no, it had a leak. Yeah, just like the ISS. What the fuck?
Now here's a question: here's a question, Howard. You fit up Neil Armstrong in his spacesuit and you put him into a room which is completely, capable of being isolated, a vacuum chamber if you want, and you draw out the pressure from atmospheric pressure, normal standard pressure on Earth, down to zero. What do you think would happen to that suit? You say nothing would happen while the man is inside in the chamber itself as it's closed off and the pressure is constantly decreased to zero. You say nothing at all would happen. There'd be no effects because it's only a 14 psi drop.
No, the suit would definitely have pressure in it. It would be. I mean, if it wasn't a designed suit, to withstand that, it would just blow up probably. I mean, if you got in there with like just a jumpsuit sealed off, whatever, it would blow up like a balloon.
So the pressure inside the suit has to counteract the pressure outside the suit, right, in order to maintain some sort of stability within.
Yes.
So strongest pressure on Earth. Okay, well, there's a problem then. What is the material made out of? That a suit is constructed of. It can resist such massive differentials.
Good old Southern Captain.
Yeah, I've just seen a little bit of the video on how they make the spacesuits, and there's like multi layers of fabric and foil and different things to protect, and the seams are like quadruple stitched and all that.
Wait! You seen videos?
Yeah.
So that makes
them making spacesuits.
So I seen videos.
Well, I mean,
of fucking flat Earth, but does that make it true?
Well, I have no reason to believe that I couldn't go to that factory and
neither do I,
there
bro.
and witness what I'm seeing on the video.
Well, I seen photos of fucking people in suits. I seen videos, bro. Hey, but listen, you're just a flat earther. You seen videos of fucking YouTube, you motherfucker. Yeah, that's the same thing, bro.
Okay.
You understand me now?
No, I mean, we see videos. Godzilla, the monster movie, that doesn't mean Godzilla's real because we know Godzilla doesn't exist.
Well,
them just sewing, stitching, them building a spacesuit is not an extraordinary thing. I don't have any reason to believe that they're not. They're doing,
How are you going to build a spacesuit in fucking negative G-Tor and what is it now? -17? How are you going to do that?
It's just very near zero. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. But you've seen it on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Same thing, bro. You flat earthers. You see things on YouTube, you think it's fucking real.
You believe any old shit you see on YouTube.
Well,
That's what they say to us, Paul.
He'll say that, and that's cool. I've seen things on like just broadcast television. Like every Sunday, they run something that's like they'll run a whole bunch of stories. It's like I think Jane Seymour hosts it. I don't know. I forget the name of the show, but it's on like a major broadcast channel. And they're like, meet the two men who designed the spacesuits from like all these decades and decades. You know what I mean? It's just two gay men living in New York making spacesuits, and they're the primary designers.
With their dogs?
I can't pull that shit up. I don't even know where to fucking find that. I don't even know how to search for it. Do you know what I mean? But I saw that and I was like, what?
Two Yorkshire Terriers.
That's good. Yeah.
It's two gay men with two Yorkshire Terriers that live in New York.
And they had like a full setup in their like New York brownstone apartment. You know what I mean? It was like all tastefully decorated, but like they got a vacuum press machine and vacuum formers and all kinds of stuff.
Ooh.
I mean, but I don't know. I guess that's got as much weight as whatever Left Lane was citing.
Yeah, same thing, bro. That's exactly the same thing. That's the point. Thanks, Kai.
It's a big joke, Snacks, I think. It's a big fucking joke. I guess they pick gay men because gay men are good at sucking. I don't know.
No, they're just really talented tailors or something. I'm not sure, but.
Hey, good morning.
I know all about sucking.
Good morning.
Oh boy.
Good morning.
Hey, so has anybody
morning.
addressed has anybody addressed Sting? He's pretty chatty. in the live stream.
Bree.
With Bree, our new female thinker.
Oh, she's female?
Oh yeah. I'm just having fun with the trolls as they're trying to argue with me what an ad hominem fallacy is. It's so stupid.
You just can't win with these guys because they're here to just say opposite of what you say, or nuh-uh, that's not true.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, yeah, Pete, I think people mix up insults and ad homs all the time. Like, if I say you're stupid, that's an insult. If I say your argument is wrong because you're stupid, that's an ad hom.
But so when they start calling you names because of your argument, that's not an ad hominem.
No, that'd be an insult.
Well, the proper thing, the proper way to insult them would be calling their argument stupid. That way, you're not attacking the man. You're attacking the argument.
It says if you attack some aspect of the person versus the argument that you're making, that's an ad hominem. Period. It doesn't matter
That's what I thought.
what way you want to bend it, shape it, form it. That it's it point blank. So if someone says, "I believe the Earth is a globe," and you say, "Well, you're retarded because you believe the Earth is a globe," or you say, "Oh, you have no common sense because you believe the Earth is a globe," that's an ad hominem fallacy.
Yes.
We were.
I agree with that.
We're almost getting there about Skyline. Almost. Because
I interrupted. Sorry.
No, you're okay. You're okay. Because somebody's seen it on YouTube or TV or somewhere else, it means it's probably true, but it's in the same boat.
But I think you can say somebody's argument's retarded all day long, and that's not an ad hominem.
You saying the argument is retarded is not, but you saying the person is retarded is. You saying the person is lack of understanding, no intuition, like saying stuff.
If you really do, but if you really do think somebody's retarded and you're calling them retarded, then what does that say about you? You know?
Yeah.
If I call somebody retarded and they take an IQ test and they actually get a 60 on the IQ test, is that an ad hom?
Yeah, if you get a 40.
Oh, gosh. Well, anyways, why isn't that guy Sting talking? Really chatty in the chat.
Yeah, he's real big boy. He doesn't have his mic on.
Yeah, he sent me a friend request. I'm like, what? Like, why would you send a flat earther a friend request? I mean, I've talked to people and I'm friends with flat earther. I mean, with Globies. No problem. But I've never talked to you before. Sting.
I like women taking over things.
Sorry.
No.
I don't know. She's new here, and I was wanting to kind of defend her a little, or bring the spotlight on to how this guy's treating her. There's another guy that I'm not going to call him by his name. I'll just call him Squirrel Bait.
Let's be having you, Sting. Let's be having Sting and
They entirely derailed the whole conversation just to, I don't know, I guess they got tired of me trying to make the point that if you stand up in any moving vehicle, you're going to feel the movement.
Rocks.
They say, "Oh no, you won't." So I guess if you have a glass of water, right? Just take a glass of water and go stand on a roller coaster, see what happens.
I mean, I don't know where they are in their research, but I guess we all kind of thought it was stupid in the beginning. So
yeah,
I guess I do have to leave room for that. Coming in hot, but I don't know. Bree's new, so I just kind of wanted to bring attention to that. But anyways, Bree, what where are you from? Like a general area. How did you get into the shape of the Earth?
Well, I live in Florida, so Florida's mostly
So
flat
do
anyways. Yeah. And I got into flat Earth in 2016, 2017 when I was 16 or 17 years old, and it's been an adventure for me, I'll say to the least. I learn more every day. I like being involved in these live streams, listening to people banter. I think it's a great way of learning information. I'm a person that likes to be like actively engaged in a conversation. That makes me learn better. So yeah, I mean,
But who brought it to you? How did it come across your computer?
so how it actually, we don't have to get into, you know, a rabbit hole, but it actually happened when the Mandela effect stuff started happening. So then I was on YouTube looking about that, and then I found what's his name's channel. God, I'm kind of remember this guy's name.
Eric Dubay.
Anyways, there's this YouTuber who makes flat Earth videos. Had been making it since like 2015 or so. Then I began looking into it. Really, is what happened. I don't remember his name. I'll let you know later. But I like right now, I just brain farting really hard.
Oh no, that's okay. How were your reactions in the very beginning? That's okay.
What?
You're pretty young, and so that happens to young people too. That's great.
Yeah,
how old
I'm
are you,
22
Barry?
now. I'm
Don't
22.
do not ever have to tell anybody your age.
Oh,
if you want to, you can, but
But she just did. She said she looked into it when she was 16 or 17 in 2016.
She did. But I'm just saying from here on out.
Yeah, but the Mandela effect, huh?
Yeah, we don't have to get on that because I know that that's obviously controversial. You can't even prove it regardless, so I don't
But
see the
it's your
point of
testimony,
arguing about
so
it.
that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your testimony. People get really pissed off about that, but fuck that, man. Just
There's some weird stuff to it.
Say what you feel, man.
But how was your reaction when you first were introduced to the shape of the Earth?
My first reaction, so I saw a thumbnail for a flat Earth video probably like a month before I actually started looking into it, and I remember my first reaction was, "That's some bullshit." That's literally what I thought to myself. Like that's like there's no way. Like I kind of laughed about it in my head. I'm like, you know, doing the typical like, you know, disbelief kind of a thing. Like there's no way. Like I thought to myself, where's the edge and stuff like that. You know. But then
It's a
after I started,
ball.
what was that?
It's a ball.
Yeah. But once I started, like, you know, looking into it, I think what really started the laser test is what really, you know, kind of did it for me. Like, did it like hit the nail in there? Was because I was like, wow, there really is no measurable curvature. And then once I started seeing, you know, the higher the altitude without obviously the fisheye lens, like there's still no curvature. I was pretty much sold. And then I just, you know, from then on, I started doing more research to what, you know, further backs up the claim which is true, that the Earth is flat. So it's, you know, like I said, it's been like a steady learning for me.
So how do your friends and family take it?
I argue with them and I don't care what they think. That's how I feel about it. I feel like that I'm a kind of a person that I don't really care what people think of me. As long as, you know, it doesn't affect my work or anything like that. But, you know, I'll start not random arguments, but like if my dad says something about NASA in the car because he's kind of a NASA fanboy in a way, I'll like shut it down. Like I'll start questioning him, and then he gets upset, and then my mother kind of I don't think she really thinks about it. Like her way of dealing, I think with her, I think she has cognitive dissonance. I think her way of dealing with it is just by ignoring it. But my sister, I have a sister, a twin sister, and she, I would say that she's on the fence about it. But yeah, besides that, like basically, you know, I'm a person that freely talks about it. I'm not scared to talk about it. So my family just kind of.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has it taken you down a spiritual journey at all? Meaning, if we live in a protected enclosed system, there must be like creator.
So I don't really want to get too much into that because I feel like I have a very unpopular opinion about that, and it causes a lot of arguments. So, but I'll put it like this: I'm
you're welcome to
agnostic.
say whatever you want here, and if it gets into an argument, we always come back because we love it here. You know, sometimes we apologize, and then we just get back on in the chat and the call. So nobody's gonna judge you.
Yeah, like I'm agnostic, and I don't have a belief in a creator or any creator, or I don't subscribe to any like, you know, established religion or any religion. I just kind of think to myself, like, if I can prove it, then I'll subscribe to it. But if I can't prove it, then I won't.
Free. How
Yeah.
does something happen without it actually happening?
It's a good question.
Yeah. How?
I don't know.
Fair enough. There
Like
has to be.
I kind of think about that with, like, say there were gods or a god, right? I kind of think about the same question there. Like, both God or gods, whatever you believe in, would be complex, a complex concept, a complex being, and so is the earth. So if they're both complex, that means, you know, if you don't want to start a regression fallacy, you have to at least assume, because that's all we can do is assume, is that one of them has always been internal, has always existed and needed no creation.
Yeah.
But just shifting the pole to a creator is just that, shifting the pole. You still have the same questions, the same mystery as how did it get here? How did they get here? So I
Do
do think
you
yeah.
believe
go ahead,
that
please.
there's a lot of evil going on in the world?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you believe there's a lot of facilitated evil going on in the world lately? Last 3 years or so?
I don't feel it's going to get worse. I know that I think Wittit was in here last night talking about how next year he thinks it might be a little bit, make the Globers a little uncomfortable next year. I'm not sure if he's planning on talking to some bigger platform people or what's going to happen. But I think that even Flat Earth, say if like tomorrow everybody, all Globers just realized the Earth was flat and we all just took a stance, right, against the government, against corruption, I still think they would just pull some other string. Like, because I think it's really what it is. It's deeply rooted in psychology. And I think even if people were to really understand the Earth is flat, they would just pull something else out of their ass. You know what I'm saying? That we really have to learn as a society how to think for ourselves entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
God damn, she's right. Yep.
So do you believe in like secret societies? Do you think that they're basically running the show, the upper, the echelon, the not just the everyday people?
Well, something is.
I would, yeah, exactly. I would think something is. I think they're kind of like trolls, like the trolls in the server. I kind of think that they walk around and not necessarily like, you know, debate with people on the block about, hey, the Earth is a globe, prove me wrong. But I think that they're obviously they're rich. We don't know who these people are, but they have to have some sort of money and influence to keep this going. And I think they go out of their way to make sure that their names are never brought up in the media. So I don't know who that could be, anybody. But that's my assumption.
Have you got into like the Jesuits at all? Study?
I have not.
No.
I've just been focusing really on, like, I've been trying to get my arsenal of FE proof, you know, ready so I can debate more in the live stream. So I've been focusing more on learning like the physics, you know what I mean? I haven't really went off that far into the other matters of flat Earth and other, you know, concepts.
That's really impressive. So I'm not the physics person. For me, like, I wanted to research the researcher. And I already knew about the Jesuits and I knew about the Reformation. But it might be an interesting rabbit hole for you to dive down into sometime, when the globe conversation started taking place. And it looks like it was maybe the 1700s. So that's a really interesting bunny trail because it's helpful. Because at one point, it's like everybody believed it was essentially fixed and immovable, stationary. And the cosmos, they moved around above us. And then all of a sudden,
What a crazy world. Yeah.
Like the Catholic Church.
You would have thought by now we would all be fucking living equally, but here we're not. There's still fucking equilibrium between each other. How the hell did that happen?
True.
Huh?
And I do like what you said, Bree, about not being affiliated with a religion, because I do believe you'll find that I'm more on the spiritual side. But I don't believe and I'm a total Bible thumper, but I don't believe in organized religion because that is part of the enemy. He's, the religion is man-made, conquer and divide. Mine's better than yours, and there's just a lot of conspiracies within the religion sector. So it's really fascinating.
Does it matter? Sorry, please.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, does it matter when you're on the sidelines and nothing else matters? I mean, you can believe with that. I do.
It's funny that you said the sidelines. I saw something on Instagram, and it was this guy talking about the story, and he said there was this fence.
What the fuck are you doing on Instagram, man?
Yeah,
what are you doing on Instagram, man?
I know. I like Instagram. It's like,
what's wrong with you?
Person. But so he told this story where this guy was sitting on the fence, and on one side it was God and like, really beautiful place, and on the other side it was just like kind of barren or whatever. And so the guy was saying that like God came and left, and then the adversary, whomever you want to call him, was there. He left, but then he came back for the guy in the fence. He's like, hey, you're coming with me. And the guy's like, hey, man, I wasn't about you. I wasn't about God, and it wasn't about you. He goes, yeah, the fence is mine. I was like, oh, snap. That really... I don't even know if I don't even know if I explained it well, because I literally saw it a couple times, and I was like, okay, I just went on to something else. But it was really profound, because that is the whole purpose, I believe, is to get people. The adversary had to create a different creation, hence
fucked up.
Ball. So if people are on the fence, he still wins, right? One time I want to talk about how we all say right. When did we all start saying right in the world? Right? After everything we say right? I don't want to say that anymore. But have you noticed? Anyways, that's another topic.
1992.
But the fence.
1987 to 1992 is when it began.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think it was around the 90s, right?
No, it seems like it's recent. But anyways, I don't want to get past that. The fence. People are on the fence. I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. I don't know if there is a God. And I'm not saying it's a bad place to be, Brie. It's a great place to be, so that you're in the conversation, because you sound like you're a truth seeker. And it doesn't sound like you're attached to the truth. You just want the truth.
Absolutely, 100%.
Exactly. And put the pride aside and just give me the truth. I'm not attached to either side. I just want the truth. And I would just say, obviously continue digging, because that's what you're going to do. And continue opening your mouth, because nobody else is doing that. Nobody else is.
Say what now?
In Florida, I'm saying that there's not a lot of people that are saying, well, there's a few of us in Florida that know the shape of the earth, that, we just know that it's not a globe. Okay. We don't know exactly what shape it is, but it measures flat and it's not moving. So it's stationary, but man, people get so upset over it.
I was thinking about going to the Kennedy Space Station and questioning like a flat Earth shirt, and like going there and seeing like what would happen if I did that.
Huh? Wit's been there.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like I wonder
where you live, but like what coast do you live in Florida?
The Gulf Coast.
So do I. I'm gonna message you. And I have I'll tell you, hold on. Okay. So, anyways, nobody's found the curve, right?
Nobody's found the curve, but according to the trolls, we still spin. We're still on a spinning ball, but there's no curvature. We're still on a spinning ball, but we can't feel it spin.
That makes no sense. These are the guys that love what they've been taught by the white coats. You know, somebody already figured out. Max Planck. He's an interesting character, Mr. Quantum Physics. You know, I came across an article about him that he said. Let me get it. About how the rulers or families got into their positions by sacrificing. Let me just see it. Sacrificing. Sacrificing. I think he said children. I was like, what? Let's see. I think he still has a school. Let me see. I'll post it here in a second. Yeah.
All right. It was nice talking to you guys, but I got to get ready for work. But I'll be here later.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, somebody else take over now. I'll take over. The dark side of physics, quantum mechanics, and the mystics. What's up? What's it? Sorry to call you out, but there's a lull in the conversation.
Hey, Zanuck, are you there?
Is here.
Dude, I think, I don't know why it clicked with me today, but I understand they're accelerating up at 9.8 meters a second now. It's funny how it hit me like a week later.
What's going up at 9.8 meters per second? I'm sorry, what?
Well, the ground would have to be if, a state of free fall is absolute resistance to acceleration, then the forces of the atmosphere aren't acting. That would mean that, Earth is accelerating up.
Right.
I mean, I kind of get it.
It's still mind-boggling to me too. But yeah, that's the idea. Because nothing really explains how you can have a measured acceleration between 2 points, you and the ground, yet something being free fall, except the ground going up. And then that's explained by the bending and warping of space-time. That's the tough one to swallow right there.
I rejected it when you brought it up last week, but I just wanted to apologize if I sounded crazy rejecting it. And
No,
I get it now.
Yeah, it's I rejected it, and my dad was explaining to me when I was a kid back in the day, and I was like, "No, it's not. Dad, what are you trying? You're crazy. It's not possible. It's obvious. It's something else." Still much to understand on that front. That's for sure. It's a tough subject matter, and it's not even. It's beyond.
Yeah.
Most high school
like what is
physics.
like what is free fall, right? It's an interesting
Right.
question.
Just an inertial state. So why is something in an inertial state falling off a building when it's accelerating? That's the paradox, which it still hasn't even addressed it yet. Other than he just starts going into this electrostatics rant. My God, he's got that pitch down though. I got to tell you that. Yeah, good for him. But even you and I talking about it right here, it's still kind of mind-boggling. How is that possible? Even if it's the warping and bending of space-time, and how do gyros detect the curve around an orbit if that's following the geodesic and that's in free fall, but yet it still changes? It still senses a change of direction. I'm asking the physics guys in the physics forum about that, and they're going nuts on me. We're trying to explain it, and you're missing the point. It's a simple question. Why do you guys have to go into some frame dragging and all those other major? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about only this.
Are you Tasmanian Devil in a physics form? I wanna read that.
Yeah.
That's funny, man.
I got over there. I got to be really polite. There's no arguing. There's no there's no discord. There's only what you write. And of course I write like I write here. I don't capitalize my the first letters of sentences. I don't use apostrophes for conjunctions. I just blah, blah, blah. It's like shorthand right here. I mean, we want to be somewhat communicative so people can read and understand more. But they want you can't have extra spaces. It's only one space after a period. This got to be capitalized. I didn't spell this word right. Your thoughts have to be much more. You can't be like free. It can't be shorthand. They get pissed. In fact, they'll remove the post altogether for spelling.
Oh, dude, link me. They'll hate me. I never use grammar.
Yeah, forget about it. It's not gonna work. It's like then they make you feel bad for asking a question. It's like, wait, you guys are all the masters in physics, PhDs, etc., that are here. We're people that are not PhD physicists, but have had physics or understand or engineers and things. We're asking questions that are beyond what we ever learned in school. Why can't you just fucking be humble, dumb it down a little bit, such makes us a know-it-all cocksucker, and just explain it in simple terms if you know it so well, right?
I'm laughing, bro. That's funny. Oh, I'll be right back.
Mic check, mic check.
We can hear you. If you'll turn yourself all the way down, that would be appreciated.
No problem, no problem.
You guys hear Jared Kushner might take over Twitter?
What?
Yeah, man. Elon Musk had like some poll, and then simultaneously there was like a pic that came out with him sitting with Jared Kushner at some kind of game or something. I forget where. But then rumors are the next CEO of Twitter might be Jared Kushner.
Well, that would instantly expose him. So
What do you mean? Expose what?
it would expose Elon Musk. Jared Kushner is a joke, dude. That dude is a psychopath. I mean, he ran Trump, so that wouldn't surprise me. But Jared Kushner ran Trump's campaign, and then right as he was leaving, used his influence in the Trump campaign to set up the Abraham Accord and made $1 billion off the alleged peace deal, which was dead on arrival for Palestine. Of course, it just completely shafted them, and he made $1 billion. So, I mean, yeah, that dude's a psycho.
Yeah, I hear you. I know who he is, but it also, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, my boys are like, or everyone's like, oh God, where's the Antichrist?
Yeah, I don't go that. Like some people do try to say that he's the Antichrist, but I don't. I don't think that. I just think he's a psycho.
Well, it's funny. I remember because I don't know, I used to be all into the cause, let's say, right? About like over there, until I realized it's over there and has nothing to do with my life. And it's like an MK Ultra, like, because I'm of the opinion that the whole MK Ultra program was just to get people to think about international politics more so than local politics, because you could still divide people on national issues, and it's divide and conquer. You know what I mean? It's the greatest tool, but like, I do wonder. It's just interesting. I don't really have a comment on it, I guess, or an opinion even. At this point, I'm just like watching the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, um, I think almost all politics, including international politics, is a distraction. But I mean, the reason that I bring that up is Jared Kushner used his position in America to make billions by selling us out.
Oh, dude, what? Yeah, welcome to the show.
I know. I'm just saying, like he's no
You know the
different
deal.
than anyone else.
Right. It's like fucking. Well, look at all the dual fucking agents, the dual citizenry with only like one country, right?
Yes.
So it's like, we know what's up, but like, and it's even crazier how like, I mean, even we called out. I remember calling it out in 2006, dude. Like, wow, the whole agenda is this Israeli agenda of drive them to the fucking sea. You know what I mean? Like, it's so fucked up, But at the same time, it's like, it's also like, it's interesting because, I remember I was like, I don't know, man. It's like I'm worried about what benefits America in that regard, as far as international politics goes. But I wonder what will happen to become of Twitter if he did take over.
Yeah, that's crazy, but it seems unlikely. I don't know, but yeah, it looks like we're just when it comes to like any real big platform doing anything, it seems like we're stuck with Yay. I'm not even, I mean, I don't put my faith in other men. I don't think that really anyone on the big platforms are trustworthy or anything. But I've heard that dude like rant and expose Jared Kushner though, so it's pretty funny. I don't know. I think he's gonna say the Earth's flat. I think he's gonna end up exposing Elon. I'm just enjoying the show, man. I think it's potentially all script. Yay might not be, but definitely Jared Kushner is neck deep in the game, and so is Elon. So I mean, they said that they removed censorship, but Twitter is still heavily censored. And if you even question, say this on Discord,
Well,
the right way.
the issue now is he won't let links to like Rumble and shit go, which is fucked up. From what I gather, that's what people are really upset about.
Well, you're not even allowed to question the 2020 results either. Like I know someone that got permabanned because of that. So
recently, or
yeah, oh yeah.
No shit. Yeah, I'm not surprised in a way. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, we all kind of know what's up. It's got to be real because, it's got to be real because it looks so fake, kind of a thing. Like
yeah.
I wonder Neuralink and like somebody put it well, like the idea that all of these things are these big giant tools, like what I mean, Neuralink, space, Twitter, like automatically it's like the platform of space travel is like the idea. Because everyone knows it's just going to be you're sitting in a pod attached to a computer pretending you're on Mars anyway. But fucking, like, it's just interesting that they'll have a platform to talk about it through this. It is dystopic as fuck. But I'm hoping on something good, but we shall see.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this dude claimed he put a convertible in space, bro. It's just a movie. I know someone. I know it's like one of those. My cousin's brother said, I know someone that knows someone that knows Elon. And he messaged him about sitting down and having a conversation about flat Earth, and he like blew up and cussed him out and blocked him. And since then, he's actually talked to him again, and they were trying to set up a conversation between me and Elon. And then this dude, very famous producer, his lawyer told him not to sit down and talk to me. Like, we didn't even get to Elon. We got to the middleman was told not to talk to me by his lawyer. So pretty funny. I mean, there's no getting
Well,
to.
yeah, it's just see that's what I look at it like. If you like, it's like when you realize like the Earth is flat, you think all this grandiose shit, but then in reality, all you're doing is actually coming to the base level of intelligence, almost. Do you know what I mean? And then you got to operate on those presumptions. It's like the base level of intelligence, which you pulled yourself out of your own asshole, and you realize you're not spinning. At least, like, you know what I mean? Then fucking, you're like at the base level of where these people are operating. You know what I mean? Because
yeah, for sure.
it's kind of like, they already know. It's like you're not going to convince. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. Anyone who's been savvy to tech information has probably been aware of this shit for longer than anyone.
Yeah, of course. My intention was never to like convince. I didn't even ask, right? Like the dude just like contacted me and said that he wanted me to do it or whatever. But
well, that's his activism, and it's going to get shut down because it's like
like I just thought it'd be obviously it would be epic if I had a recorded conversation with Elon Musk. Like it's not even. Yeah.
And you're such an articulate person with all this. Like you can scattergun this information so well that it's like, it would be interesting to hear.
Yeah, and I would play the game too. So for like the first like 20, 30 minutes or whatever, I would just be like Elon's buddy in a way. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't be like trying to make it this real personal, emotional like attack Elon Musk thing. I would just be like asking him about Twitter, what do what. It would be really epic. I knew it wasn't gonna happen. I did not expect some we'll say Zionist attorney to jump in the mix and tell the guy not to talk to me. like even privately, he told him not to talk to me privately because it could be recorded. I mean, that's pretty wild, right? I mean, so that attorney obviously either knows who I am or looked into me and was like, don't even talk to him
that would
privately.
destroy his whole business model anyway. That would destroy his whole circus, man.
Yeah, it just seems weird that like some music producer.
I feel like, dude, honestly, I feel like half the trolls that we deal with out here are all from that camp. They're all in that camp where it's like they're making money off of it, so they gotta they just go online and defend their notions.
Well, they don't even need to do that though, right? Like the work has been done.
No, they do. No. They do because of the damage that people like yourself or any one of us could do to the general public's fucking psyche. You know what I mean? Because there's no recovery. You know what I mean? That's why that's why they want all out war. That's why they want to burn everything down. Because they're dead to rights when the people fucking realize what's up.
Yeah, I mean, like they don't have to do it in the sense that it's been done for them, right? Like they can just sit back and sip their cognac, basically. Like we're already censored. It's not like they have to come on here and do something. Like Xanax not doing anything. You know what I mean? Like I'm censored. I'm not going anywhere. Like you don't have to do anything. Just sit back and watch the show, bro. Like I am heavily censored. If I was to glitch out the system and my channel was to blow up, it would just disappear. They don't really have anything to worry about. I have some really big connects that I want to pull out in 2023. My channel will just get deleted. Right? It's not, I mean, let's be real. Like if I pull Alex Stein, where all of a sudden I have 100,000 subs overnight, my channel will get deleted. His will not. I mean, he plays the game. I've already not played the game so egregiously that, yeah, anyway, I'm just saying, like, they don't really have to worry about it. So it's funny that they're here to me because they're not doing anything, it's like it's like they're on the side of the war of Napoleon, but they're not fighting the war or anything. They're basically like running around the hometown of the city that's about to be invaded by Napoleon and talking trash. But like, they're not doing anything, right? Like it's Napoleon that's actually doing something.
Right, but I think they still keep up their, it's just marketing. That's all it is. And then they can't fuck with that marketing because even if you wake up 10,000 fucking people, there's 7 billion that don't give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? So they're just like, just tamper that down. As long as you can throw I don't know, man. I think people like yourself, myself, in my time, fucking did a lot of damage, man. And you do, like, just by having these conversations out and about, I even think like we're shaping like the algorithm of AI to the point where AI is going to have to agree with us. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I think it's headed. Almost, I hope, you know what I mean? Because it's like, but AI too is a myth to me because it's just artificial intelligence. It's just fake news. You know what I mean? Like quantum computing. I don't know.
I think that's blown out of proportion for sure, but like, I don't know. See, I don't know what your opinion is. My opinion is that a lot of flat earthers and conspiracy theorists are like really paranoid, and they suffer from pareidolia, and they just make shit up. So I think it's very possible Elon Musk believes he sent something to space. Like, this is my opinion. Now, that aside, he may know he did, and he may know the Earth's flat. But I think even if that was the case, he's still kind of like just there. Like, I don't think that he is like this crazy dark overlord and all this. I think that he's just kind of bumbling around. He's like in the play. I mean, and I could be wrong, but I leave that option open. Whereas many flat earthers, dude, that's not even an option. They know that Ye is controlled MK Ultra opposition and blah blah blah. Well, like, I know someone that actually talks to him. Like, all these flat earthers, no one knows who they are, and if Ye called them on the phone, they would change their tune so fast, right? So it's like, I don't know. I hope I'm making my point. I think that we're more detrimental to ourselves than anyone because like there's no cohesion. If Ye called me and I came to Discord to tell everyone about how like I just got off the phone with Ye and I flat smacked him and he was freaking out. He's gonna start talking about it. People would call me a Mason, and they would say that I sold my soul and I eat babies. And there's no winning from within this paradigm. The only way to win is to kind of quote unquote win. What does that mean? But branch out the info to the other more chill people in the world that aren't really paying attention to flat Earth.
Well, when you hear people say we'll reach a lot of people, right? Think about what you mean when you say we're going to reach people, because we're all men and we all understand how other men think. And so if there's a big movement and there's a large amount of people that one could benefit off of, they're going to jump on the truth bandwagon. But a lot of people that do that are not really trying to reach people, because those people that are just going to listen to said people, they're just followers. They're not seeking truth. So I see a lot of people being put on pedestals, and they speak unrighteously at the same time they speak truth. And some of the names were brought up. I mean, it's just some of these men speak like they have depraved minds, and 1 minute and the next minute they're telling you truth. The most dangerous lie has the most truth in it. That's the one you're going to fall for.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, certainly if you're talking about Ye, but all that said, like, I don't know, like, for me, like, my story is that I kind of just found myself in this little position I'm in. I didn't want to do this or anything, and I believe that like the creator kind of chose it. So if I was to come into a situation in which I could speak to Ye, I would, and I would also consider that to be the creator. And I actually am quite sure I could, but like, I wouldn't try to, right? Because I think if it just happened, it would be because the creator did it. All I'm trying to say is like it. Yeah, like, dude, we're being deceived across the board almost, and like there are wolves in sheep's clothing everywhere, and everyone wants a hero or an idol of man, and at the same time, we still just kind of got to kind of sit back and be like, oh well, yeah, I know it's way more. He's like a master orchestrator, and could he be using Ye? Absolutely. And like, could he even somehow, we don't understand, but be using Elon? Sure, absolutely. All right, that's how I look at it. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I just don't. I've found out that I can't really pick and choose because I think the creator will use us way beyond what we'll understand. Right? Does that make sense? Because I can tell you're kind of talking about yay and like, yeah, yay, as you just listen to him talk, right? I mean, he'll talk about the Bible in one breath, and he'll talk about truth in one breath, and then he'll talk about like just pure depravity in the other. But is he really like a net negative on people hearing like truth? Like, do you think that less people have looked into the scriptures or looked into different truths since him?
I think the creator will, use his own enemy to show you truth, and that's not a problem. And just like I said, you recognize it, and I recognize it. 1 minute it's a depraved, speech, and the next minute it's not. And so I believe the creator can use those people. However, the problem stems from people not doing their own research and coming to their own evidence, and their own conclusions, and having a relationship. So the relationship with the creator, like you hear many people who come in the server, they'll say, I know there's a creator, but I got to get this creation down first. Well, it would help if you maybe had a relationship with the creator to understand the creation. that might be a help. So I see the two main problems as, those things being neglected. The relationship with the creator and the searching out and seeking your own, evidence to come to your conclusions. Because people are just really just following other men as to what they say, and they just want to be a part of a gang or a clique, and they're putting people on pedestals. It seems weird to me.
Well, yeah, people do that with them flat earth too. Right, like people like go to my my channel just to live time update their worldview. People literally go to my channel, for example, and they just watch it, and whatever I say is their new belief. So it's like, it's a problem like across the board. Now, obviously, like if you ask them, they'd be like, well, I trust Witsit, and I fact checked him many times, and I think he's genuine, and da 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 da. But like the plague of intellectual truth and wisdom is like to just believe other people, to just like let other people do it for you. So I agree with that big time. I think that's a problem within the truth community as well. I don't. Yeah, I think it extends all over the place with that. People just listen to whatever truther they pick out, and that's their new arbiter of truth. They don't go to the source. So I don't think you're gonna change that. Is what I'm trying to say. Like if you hear me say dinosaurs didn't exist, but they were actually seemingly dragons, you should probably like go research it before you believe it. But nah, man, not to talk so much, but like I've realized that the creator is like again like this magnificent orchestrator. It's like this crazy, like I would say, like fractal ripples within the ether that he just kind of sets into motion, and everyone just kind of thinks they're doing something. And that's why I had like that other pretty famous rapper reach out to me, and like, dude, if you listen to his songs, like, he promotes depravity at times, and it's like he's not like some type of role model. And I know that the creator did that. He wants me to do something with that, and Yeah, I just found out that you can't really. We're not going to understand the plan. It's much It's much better to just kind of trust that like Yah's doing it. Like for example, then I found out like, oh, I'm like the only white guy in this room. Everyone's got this like illusory woke position on the Bible, and then all of a sudden I'm just like destroying all of their arguments about it. I'm like, oh, that's why I'm here. I'm here because like all these people think they're woke. They're like fake woke, talking about the Bible. I'm like, oh, you're like 21-year-old Austin woke. And so I'm like, bang, 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 cutting down all their stories. And if I had have just tried to be a special boy and been like, this rapper talks about this and that, I should not associate with them, then I wouldn't have like said that in front of like 700 people, many of which are very prominent and powerful in Clubhouse. I think the same goes for Ye. And also, I leave it open that I don't know Ye's intentions. Like as far as I know, he could be genuine, and he could be maybe lacking some wisdom, where he's just kind of coming out talking before he should, right? Because he's still like growing and learning things live, and he's just kind of putting it on display for the world. So yeah, like if when I first came to like there was still a couple weeks where if you had heard me at certain moments, you would have been like, whoa, what is wrong with this guy? Like why is it why? Like I would slip up and say like, dang, she's thick, bro, or whatever, right? Like yeah.
I feel that way now. What's wrong with this guy?
Well, thank you for your input. At least you thought that was funny. That's all that matters, bro. Extremist, are you gonna get triggered when like
No.
all kinds of really famous people start talking about the earth being flat?
No.
That wasn't very convincing.
Well, I mean, you kind of use the term famous people and loosely. I mean, what's the basketball player? Kyrie Irving. He's and the rapper dude, be Bob, whatever. I mean, do those count?
Well, those are famous people, yeah.
But I mean, whatever.
Yeah, so I'm saying like tons of really big names in pop culture. I don't care what you call them. Do you like sports?
So, what is your time frame for famous people to start talking about flat Earth?
Couple years.
Okay.
Within the next 2 years.
Next 2 years. Got it. Somebody mark the date down.
Well, famous people are already talking about it. Shaq, I don't think you could get much more famous than him. He mentioned it and then retracted, but that's him talking about it. Shaquille O'Neal, heard of him?
Oh, yeah.
Right, and then B.O.B. is a famous rapper, both in the underground, because he does songs with people like Tech Nine, and in the mainstream, right, because he also works with mainstream artists. So I don't think you could get more famous than that, someone who's famous on the underground side of, the industry and on the mainstream. So who could be more famous than B.O.B.? I mean, other than somebody like Tupac, right?
So back to Shaq. I mean, does it count if they talk about it and then retract it? I mean, that's kind of what Kyrie did, didn't he?
No, Kyrie didn't do that. No.
He didn't?
No.
I thought he did.
Well, yeah, because you read mainstream articles. If you just go and listen to the actual interview that they're alluding to, he literally doesn't do that. This is just like what they used to do with Trump.
Hey, yo, you ever seen the thing with Shaq when they were a week after he said that he wasn't a flat earther? He went to some unveiling of the statue for him, and his daughter was getting filmed by one of the cameramen, and they were like, so what do you think about your father saying the Earth is flat? He goes, yeah, he's a flat earther. You know, and like even like Shaq's still a flat earther. He just can't, he's not fucking up his revenue.
Yeah, he was told to walk it back. Yeah. But Kyrie didn't
So I
even
mean,
walk it back.
how much more, famous people do you need to talk about it? Do you need Snoop Dogg to talk about it? He's like an apex predator in the rap game, right?
Well, no,
So
Larry, my point is that these people are obsessed with famous people, the normie, and you think that like these 3 or 4 people we're naming was kind of crazy. It's gonna be like dozens and dozens of famous people.
Somebody write that down.
well, in the UFC, it's already dozens, I think. If
Well,
we're
yeah,
talking
I mean,
about jiu-jitsu guys, I hear stories of them like on the mat, 2 guys rolling around, right, doing their thing, and there'll be a guy like on the mat, on his knees next to him, talking, and everybody's like surrounding him, and they're talking about the flat earth thing. So I kind of think that Woods is right. It's only a matter of time before people are going to be talking. So there's this guy. Here's the deal on YouTube, also known as High Impact Flicks. I just watched a video of him, and he was talking about auditors, but in the video he said world, and then said, "Oh, wait," or he said planet. Sorry, he said planet, and he said, "Oh, wait, I don't know if it is a planet. Maybe it's not. I don't know anymore." Right. So I mean, even in the auditor community, this kind of thing is kind of happening, but it's not the main subject on the table. Obviously, auditing is the main subject, but even the auditors are talking about flat earth stuff. And there are some flat earth auditors. I found one not that long ago, and I sent Riding on Eggshells the video of the guy without a license, didn't give them anything but the VIN number on the car, and he got away without any tickets.
yeah, I mean, I talked to Brian. Um, he was in our summit, and I talked to him behind the scenes. He will eventually say that it's flat, but I mean, there are already a bunch of famous people that think the Earth's flat, right? That's the truth. How do I know that? Because I've talked to some of them. Some of them have reached out to some of my other friends, right? They can't just come out and say the Earth's flat, bro. But once a lot of people do, they can. And that's kind of my point. I mean, it's going to be a lot more people. So, like King Los has kind of already come out.
Yo, who was that English actress that was like, I think I'm a flat earther?
Oh, the girl from yeah. They made her walk it back too. I forgot a Stranger Things girl, I think. Yeah. That was some years ago. They made her walk it back, which
Yeah.
So
And then
do you guys remember when
Katy Perry said something
we
about
both
flat
got
earth. Oh, sorry, buddy.
so
I was gonna say Katy Perry said something, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson all of a sudden had to go over and do a special.
yeah, he's NASA's janitor, bro. Clean up on Katy Perry's aisle, and the janitor shows up, and you could tell that she had been awake for like at least 72 hours, and she was like trying to walk it back with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you could tell that she had been coached, but she just wasn't really ready to have the conversation. And she wasn't saying she was a flat earther. She just read the chat live on one of her live streams and said the earth is flat. So she was just quoting someone else. But Katie's too big to have her saying those words because somebody could clip it and make a bunch of videos. So they had to send the janitor in to clean up the mess that she made. Yeah, sorry. So we were both thinking the same thing at the exact same time. Synchronicities.
Well, that's why I think it's already out of the bag. You know what I mean? It's just it's all the people that buy the tickets and sit in the seats that are the like retarded normie that believe any of this shit anymore. Like seriously, there's no intellectual fucking higher ups that aren't contemplating this shit after these years and aren't totally questioning it all. And it's yet these mindless retards that want to convince everyone otherwise. No. It's just like it was in 1969. Stop.
Issa, do you still do jujitsu? Do jujitsu? Sorry.
I mean, yeah, but not as much as I'd like to. And you know, it's funny you mentioned the thing on the mats. Like, I literally was on a mat and I was with some like rolling with. You know, you roll jujitsu is like you can't choose who does jujitsu, right? So fucking like, and these guys are all space tards, and fucking they were like poo pooing flat Earth for a sec. And I play rubber guard, right, which is Eddie Bravo's kind of style. So like and they were talking, and it's just kind of funny, whatever. But they were talking about flat Earth, and I kind of even said, but I just piped up and I said, isn't that stupid? You know what I mean? And that's all I said. You know what I mean? They were almost like, well, what do you mean it's not that stupid? I was like, I just how you do. And but I'd left it at that. But they were all anti-flat earthers at this one gym.
Yeah, I've seen some flat earthers out in the wild, everyday life.
I've seen it more, I remember I met a chick a couple years back. She was in the Mark Sargent, which surprised the hell out of me. And then I ran into a kid at this one stop, and he was a flat earther, and he was all into it. And it's just funny because you meet people that are like trying to convince you that the Earth is flat, kind of sometimes. And you're like, I love you. You're adorable.
So here's the thing. I think Witset's absolutely correct because 95% of the people live next to the ocean, like the world's population, right? So that's what, like 7 billion people live next to the ocean or pretty close to it. So it's only a matter of time for people hear this. Now, some of the people are going to be like, no, that's hate speech, right? I don't want to hear it, right? Why would you not trust your government? And then some people are going to be like, well, let's look into this. And then some people are going to be like, oh yeah, it's totally flat. I hate the government. Everything the government says is a lie, right? So we don't want the first or the last. We want the middle people, right? And the middle people are going to look into it and decide for themselves, which is kind of weird because when you ask Google or a Glober, how do you prove that the Earth is a globe? They say, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the eclipses, look at everything else. But whatever you do, don't get a foot above the water and make some measurements yourself. Don't do that, right?
Right.
It's like why wouldn't you make a measurement over water? Like there's no topography except for, whatever waves is going on. So water at rest is going to be flat if the Earth is flat, and it's going to be curved if the Earth is a sphere. So why
there's
would
no
flat
such
Earthers?
thing as water at rest. There's no such thing as water at rest. You ever heard of evaporation?
Oh, okay, I give you that, but you can't see a whole lot of evaporation.
And that's what I was trying to tell people to measure water at rest. They told me there's fucking evaporation, so the water's never.
Okay. So fluid dynamics in pursuit of rest. How about that? This is what we resorted to. The Globers have nothing but semantical bullshit now. Oh, sorry for the weak word.
Jeremy was getting his balls busted at Bez, and he got a little caught up in it.
By the way, to correct you, it was 75% of the Earth lives within 50 kilometers of the ocean. But
No, actually, it's only 75% of the surface because if you actually look at the overall depth of the Earth and the mass distribution, then the water itself is a very small percentage.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like a better I can turn into Gamma Male Glober, and I'm better than you guys.
That's okay. We don't want you on our side. You can stay on your own side.
Dude, you definitely want me on your side. And all the Globers know that I can argue the globe better than they can.
That would be interesting. You for the globe and Zanuck for the flat Earth.
The difference is Zanuck literally can't argue for the flat Earth, and I can actually argue for the globe Earth. Like I know your arguments very well. Zanuck doesn't understand the actual flat Earth position. He'll strawman it. I would actually and can actually give the best argument for each subject from the globe Earth. From each subject, anyone you could name.
Yeah, if the Earth is a globe, why does the sun set at about the same time every day? If all this refraction is happening, wouldn't the sunset and sunrise vary drastically if the light was bending to the point to where the Earth looks flat? That means it would have to be bending roughly at or averaging at about 8 inches per mile squared in order for it to look flat. So how do you even have sunsets and sunrises that are predictable throughout the year?
Oh no, it bends at just about the same amount every day. It's a negligible difference. You wouldn't really notice a difference.
That's not what we actually see, though, right? Some days the horizon is in front of the platforms, and some days it's behind it. So that means that some days the light would be bending at about 8 inches per mile square, and some days it would be bending at a lesser rate.
You're conflating terrestrial refraction and astronomical refraction. Astronomical refraction is much more consistent than the variables on the surface of the Earth.
You guys are actually conflating not subterranean. What's it called? Below the water. You guys are conflating with your salt water and your sugar water. You guys are using glass, pointing the laser up, and it bends down when it hits the glass, and then bends around the curve.
they're totally
So you guys are showing that the light.
Hey, Larry, they're totally misrepresenting fluid dynamics, is what it is.
Right, but they're showing that the light does bend around a curve, right? But then when you say, hey, the light's bending around the curve, then how come the sun doesn't set at the same time? It's how come it sets at the same time every day, predicted throughout the year?
I thought you were
that doesn't
arguing
make
for the
any
globe.
sense.
I thought you were arguing for the globe.
Oh, yeah. I just answered that,
What's
Larry.
its arguing for the globe?
I just answered that. Astronomical refraction is different than terrestrial refraction. Astronomical refraction is much more consistent, and it has much less volatile variables as by the surface with terrestrial refraction. I am hands down the best baller. I'm not joking.
Okay, I'll give you that. So when the terrestrial refraction hits the atmosphere, I'm sorry, what'd you say, the astronomical refraction?
Yeah.
When
The
it
sun
hits
is
the atmosphere,
Yeah.
Yeah, when the light from the sun hits the atmosphere, it's no longer I can't remember the word you said. So then it becomes terrestrial refraction, and it's hitting the exosphere, then the thermosphere, and it starts bending down around the curve of the Earth. So you would never actually have nighttime, right? The sun would never actually go away completely and cause what we call darkness, total darkness, because the light would be bending through the upper parts of the atmosphere and maybe even into the lower parts of the atmosphere, lighting up clouds during the night.
By that time, the light of the sun has already been refracted, so much so that the primary factor of refraction has already taken place before it reaches terrestrial refraction.
How could you verify that, though? I mean,
I did the math, and
just
it matches perfectly.
Okay, but what about reality, right? We can have all these mathematical models, right, like they did with the Imperial College, and they come to find out that it wasn't true at all.
We know it's reality because if I do the math and then I go look at reality, that's what happens.
But that's under the assumption that the Earth is actually curved and this is happening. What if the Earth is actually flat and this is not happening because the Earth is flat?
The Earth can't be flat because we have all kinds of different phenomena that disproves that. So we can prove the Earth's a ball in many other ways. It's already been proven.
I thought science doesn't prove anything.
Okay, touche. To be a glober, I have to remove the word prove. Colloquial use of the word prove, okay, because nothing technically can ever be proven.
So why come on the internet day after day, right, chanting that the Earth is a globe, reciting it over and over and over again if you have absolutely no proof as a baller?
I have all the proof. We've already proven that the Earth's a globe. We actually physically directly measure the radius.
Of the refracted horizon, or how did you get that radius measurement?
Satellites in orbit.
Okay, so there's balloons in the sky or something perpetually falling, and that's how you measure the radius. How far are these satellites away? Like a million
vary.
miles? Like
many different distances. We have a radius of orbit, which goes to the center of mass, which would only work if the Earth's a ball and we knew the radius. And we have a coordinate system. We have an Earth-centered coordinate system.
So that's the only way that could work? You sure that's not a fallacy?
Look, I'm a baller, man. I don't play your fallacy games, okay?
Okay, so because you're a baller, you can commit all the logical fallacies you want to and get away with it because you don't do fallacies.
Yeah, because you're just a science denier. So, like, I have all the scientists on my side. So your little fallacy game where you try to divert away doesn't work here.
Well, hold on. Extremist told me I'm actually a scientist last night. So I'm a flat
Oh, man, I knew I would regret that.
Dude, this is probably the best that I actually had an idea for a new show where I was going to create 2 scenes in OBS and I was going to go back and forth and debate and switch back and forth between the scenes. And as I switch, I'm going to put my glasses on and I'm going to talk like a little gamma and I'm going to be the Glover. And I'm going to well, actually, if you look at terrestrial refraction 7/6R, and then I'm going to skip back over to me taking the glasses off and just talk normal. Because this is the most efficient way to show people the actual debate, because I can debate the globe better than they can.
You know, what we need is someone who has a little bit of integrity to debate the globe, right? Someone who can answer honestly these questions, you know, kind of like Matthew does sometimes, right? Because Matthew has ethics, right? He can't violate his ethics working at a Christian college. Maybe you can if you are at like a regular college, like a Jesuit college or something, but if you work at a Christian college, you really shouldn't violate any ethics. And that's why Matthew uses language like, this is what I believe to be true, this is the assumption that I'm making, because he's under a code of ethics, which, in my opinion, is honorable.
Well, yeah, that would be the difficulty. It would be like, yeah, like holding the act because it requires you to start lying. But and being fallacious, but nah. Like we can keep going if you want to. So yeah, the satellites are how we know the orbit. We know the radius many different ways. Have you ever heard of geodetic surveying? We have something called spherical excess that proves the Earth's a ball. We drop a plumb line and then we go to a different distance, drop a plumb line, and then whenever we make the measurements with reciprocal zenith angles, we actually get greater than 180 degrees. That spherical excess can only happen on a spherical Earth. Anything over 180 degrees is impossible on a flat Earth.
They literally don't have any measurements of spherical excess. Show me one.
Yeah, if you take reciprocal zenith angles, then you always get an excess of 180 degrees.
Well, I could argue that, but definitely no spherical excess measurements.
That's spherical excess over 180 degrees. If we take a reciprocal zenith angle, then why is it not parallel to the other stick, to the other plumb line? On a flat Earth, it would have to be parallel perfectly.
Do you know when they do that, they just see the thing lower in the other one's sight and say that that's what it, like. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed when he debated the main surveyor. You didn't get into the refraction thing at all with him.
Did you not watch the debate? It was impossible to get into anything with that dude. I got him to admit that like he had to throw out tons of measurements, so the radius value would be way too big though. See, what's funny is the ballers are so conflicted right now because they're like, damn it, this is like my position very well articulated. That's why this is such a funny approach. Like they're not going to come off mute and correct me because I'm saying it better than they do. And more concisely. Look at that. I can defend the globe and I don't have to talk for 72 hours interrupting everyone like Zanuck. Isn't that crazy?
I would definitely give you the benefit of the more concise part, yes.
Yeah. And I'm accurately denoting the best I've heard from the globe. I know the best the globe has with almost every subject. Just because I've talked to you guys so much.
And you're capable of steel manning an argument.
Yeah, which is why I don't believe it. That's what an actual intellectual would do. They would still man the other side of an argument to make their own decision afterwards. They haven't done that. They still think sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth. So.
Or have you heard the one where there wouldn't be a horizon on the flat Earth?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's why they're ballers. They haven't still manned the flat Earth yet.
So you would have to believe that it would be all earth or all sky or all water or
Well,
all
actually, it
sky.
would just fade away and be gray. It would fade away into the distance, and that's not what we see. We see a hard line. Like, look, I literally know everything they say, bro. It's weird.
Well, when you get high, though, that we do start seeing the flat Earth horizon that they describe. There's this gray spot. You can't tell where the thing is. There's no defined line.
Well, we would see it everywhere if it was flat. I think this is good because it's gonna teach the flat earthers. There's a rebuttal to that as well. Actually, that's patently false. If you look over large bodies of water, you're gonna have a reflection of the body of water, which is why ships look like they're floating in the air when they're actually on the water, and that's gonna create a hard line via the reflection. Dun dun dun. They have nothing. They have nothing, bro. This is definitely got to be like the best approach, bro. Is to just go ahead and exhaust all their best arguments, let them hear it, and then sit there on mute and cry about how they can't add anything because I've represented the best they have, and then destroy it. It
You
saves
know
us
what's
time.
I really think you should find the best debaters on our side and just start debating them. And whenever you say something, like quote an expert, like you're really good at that, right? Citing your source. This is Zanek's argument from 2016, and this is Rumpus's argument from 2018, and this is what they said, right? And you wouldn't actually be making an argument; you would just be quoting anti-flat earthers. And then the next one, only do like the people with ethics, like what Matthew would say, right? Something that Matthew would say, or if Neil deGrasse Tyson were to actually debate, right? And he was actually ethical instead of being like a sleazeball, like these anti-flat earthers. Like, I think that would be great just to show the difference between how a baller debates and how like a man with honor debates.
So, you see, he says, misrepresenting facts well doesn't make you correct with it. Dude, you know how like emotionally they're gonna spiral when I do this?
When you say the best debaters on the flat Earth side, did you have anybody in mind?
Well, I mean, there's really good debaters all around, right? People like Michael J. Smith who can get into the the nitty gritty, or someone what's the Mason guy's name? The one that talks about Einstein. The guy from Egypt, he's an Egyptian guy, lives in America.
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Flat Earth Egypt, the drunk guy?
No, he's a moron.
Cyrus, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Keep going, man. Someone bring up another argument.
No,
I want to just shatter the Glober's cogdice.
I was asking about his list of the best flat Earth. So is Jeremy on that list? I have to ask because Jeremy's a scientist. We did establish that.
Dude, Jeremy is all around a good debater, right? This dude's been in the trenches taking grenades for years. Every time I would go to Jim Pandas, he would be there. Every time I see Jeremy, he's ready to get his 2 cents in and throw down, but a lot of people always talk over him. So yeah, Jeremy would be on that list.
See, I actually would agree that Jeremy, for my money, is one of the few. There are some, but there are a lot of flat earthers that argue something that the globe model doesn't say, and they don't distinguish between they're arguing something that the globe model doesn't claim, and then they say whatever they're arguing is wrong, and that wouldn't happen, which is not something that the globe model says.
It's funny that you don't care when the Globers straw man flat Earth, though. Isn't it weird? Have you ever sat back and thought, I wonder why I have such a double standard?
I never thought about it.
Yeah. Because like every single time a baller says some type of argument against flat Earth, it's a straw man. Every single time. But you don't have anything to say about that, but you're very hyper fixated on this idea that flat earthers do it. And this is one thing,
is actually a lot of times we have to correct the ballers on what their position is. I've been having to teach Glober's relativity for a month now, and they still don't get it.
Yeah, I got to say, Witsit, I love them. That series you've been doing, educating the ballers. I got to say, it is so good, right? Because you're forcing them to agree with you. Because once they disagree with you, they're disagreeing with their own model. They might as well be flat earthers questioning their model.
Yeah, it's hilarious because I've trapped them into basically arguing against their own position.
And that is comedy gold. I'm serious, bro.
Yeah. And it's easy too because one of the main driving factors is pride. If Witsit says something, it must be wrong. Like so I have a huge advantage because they're like kind of emotional about me. So like if I just say anything, they have to argue against it. Like I'm going to have a conversation with Brian Myers about relativity after the new year. And that's going to be hilarious. Making all these videos, talking about how he smoked me, and everyone's like, oh man, Witsit just got destroyed by DFE. Really? You should read my emails with this guy. You guys are falling apart, man. You guys got to get it together. This is why also a good tactic is just to flip why would they lie back over on them. Relativity says that you cannot ever directly measure or prove that the Earth is orbiting the Sun from the Earth because everything is relative and time dilates and matter contracts. So you cannot actually detect the orbital motion of the Earth from the Earth with any terrestrial or optical experiment ever.
That would be reverse engineering stationary, in my opinion.
So then what they end up saying is, and that is correct. So then what they end up saying when I say that is that they start arguing with me about it. Right? They start arguing with me about their position. So the question is, if the Earth really is a ball, and relativity really is true, and that actually gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, and relativity accurately explains it, why would you have to lie about what the model actually says? Why would they lie?
Because they're still Newtonians.
Because they can't even understand or defend relativity. That's why they're Newtonians.
They're just Newtonians. That's it.
Yeah. And the reason why they're Newtonian is because they don't understand relativity. But you want to know the most ironic part about that is Newtonian dynamics, which is what was in play before relativity, was actually an absolute etheric framework. They claimed there was an absolute frame of reference with ether.
Didn't they call it non-Archimedean? That was the beginning of it. Non-Archimedean.
I'm trying to find this paper I have. This is something that ballers really need to learn. Like okay, so because they're so ridiculous that they say that they're like Michelson-Morley destroyed the ether, and it was just about testing the ether, dude. That's what they say, right? It was just about testing the ether. Michelson-Morley had nothing to do with proving or disproving the ether. That's not why the test was done at all. They're like, oh, the test was just done to prove the ether. No, that's wrong. The ether was assumed to be true. It wasn't even up for a question. There was a Newtonian framework of physics that was accepted across the board that included absolute frames of reference in an ether. And anyone that dared to question it were ridiculed and made fun of. It was just a joke to dare question Newtonian mechanics
or an absolute framework with the ether applying Newtonian mechanics. So much so that when Einstein went to the Royal Society and presented his space-time for the first time, he got laughed out of the place because he was going against Newtonian mechanics. And of course, then they used this framework of the ether to create all the frameworks or foundations of electrical field theory. So
You know what I
going into
find?
Michelson-Morley, it was assumed that they were not trying to see if there was an ether. It had nothing to do with that. But you'll read it on Wikipedia, hear FDFE say it, and you'll just keep saying it anyway.
You know what's interesting is about Newtonian mechanics when it comes to the celestial bodies, right? And the way that was predicted. What I find peculiar is Ptolemy mentioned what was described as the quant. In his model, it basically admitted that not all objects basically work in the idea that mass attracts mass. In essence, what happened and why he called it the quant is that, let's say you had a center mass of an object, you had orbiting bodies around that mass. Mercury would have that particular center of mass, let's say, predicted at that point, but it would be outside of that circle on its own path. And so if Newton came along and he had a gravitational prediction and all this other stuff that he used for the orbits, wouldn't like he already recognized the quant? And so it would be like nobody figured out until Einstein came along, and relativity, would explain the retrograde motion, and you basically could predict predict the cycles better and so forth, right? Do you follow what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Well, I just find it very peculiar that why isn't the quant the origins of the issue is the quant from Ptolemy, which he himself says that it cannot be mass attracting mass in the center, even though the Earth, in the way that you design the model, you everything's being attracted to you in the center of mass. That's why you place yourself at the center of everything, right? Anyway, I just find it interesting that that problem still was underlying Newton's own mathematical philosophies, right? When really Ptolemy is the one that discovered it, and nobody since Ptolemy has come up with a better solution than until Einstein. So,
Wait, Chucky's asking about rotation. Will you ballers do me a favor? Will you guys? I'm gonna launch a website, and you guys got to will you sign up to pay your tuition, please? If I have to keep teaching you guys, will you guys just we're gonna facilitate it out to all the flat earthers that have to teach you all the time. You guys need to pay your tuition. You're way behind. So we're going to actually give you a scholarship and a grant to back pay for all the years we've already had to school you. But going forward, we need tuition. Okay, Chucky? He said he'll earn a scholarship, but you'd have to be able to actually pass the entry exam and then score good on the True Earth ACT to get your scholarship. So. Oh, look, we got Adham's master of his domain. What a shocker. So, Chucky.
well, here it should be easy to get the scholarship because you could take like the standard scientific exam, and instead of A, B, C, or D, where one is correct, you could answer any of the three incorrect answers and score.
Oh, that was hilarious. So, Chucky.
He's in the right lane, is he?
Chucky asked about rotation. Chucky, would you like to just voice your question?
No, he didn't want to.
Are you his dad?
Yes.
That's kind of.
I am your father. I'm just saving us some time. He's not going to, so don't bother asking.
Well, why'd he go off mute then?
Can you read, or do you need me to read it to you in 2 hours when I'm off work?
I'll read it for you. It says, we can show that the Earth is rotating, can we not? This is why I was saying you guys need to pay tuition, because I'm about to teach you your model again. So, Einstein said in a letter to Ernst Mach in 1913 that if we actually had a stationary Earth with the sky moving around it, it would translate centrifugal and Coriolis effects, motions, and forces to a stationary Earth. It would drag a pendulum around, and that their interchangeable coordinate systems And the only way to determine between the two is to decisively detect and measure the orbit of the Earth around the sun, which would show that it's actually the Earth rotating, giving us these effects. So your own paradigm says no.
Okay, so he says the outpost is could be created by the sky rotating.
That's right. The sky rotating around the Earth is interchangeable with the Earth rotating according to relativity and Einstein, which is your current belief. So
But the Foucault pendulum disputes that.
there you go. There you just say it anyway. So I'm going to read Einstein here. You guys are going to not like it, but I've already shown you guys the letter, and that really sent you guys in a tailspin for weeks. Well, guess what? I found another quote.
You're confusing the rotation with the rotation of the Earth. Rotation around the sun confused with the rotation of the Earth on its axis.
No, he was talking about dragging a pendulum around specifically. Thanks for playing.
You're talking about Machium.
No,
You're talking about Machium.
You're not following.
Yeah.
You're not following. If the Earth is rotating and you have a pendulum, you originally were confused on the fact that the Earth would just rotate under anything.
No, Zanuck, we're not doing that today.
You said independent.
Zanuck, we're not doing
Hold
that
on.
today.
You're doing it what you always accuse me of doing.
I'm just going to mute you if you start doing this, just
Why
so you
mute
know.
me? I'm just trying to give you one sentence that's challenging your logic. You said that if you had a gimbal that basically gave you an independent frame of reference, your term, that the pendulum would actually have the Earth rotate underneath it. And that was incorrect. And I explained to you why that's incorrect.
Okay, I just want to let you know that we're clearly not talking about that. And if you keep jumping in, trying to force the conversation to that with blatantly disrespecting the rest of the room in the middle of a conversation as if you're somehow God of the room and you get to just keep on repeating the same things you've said for months when we're talking about something else, I'm going to mute you. That's not going to happen today. You're not going to talk over everyone and change the subject and blatantly disrespect the conversation.
Does anyone else think that I'm disrespecting you or changing the subject?
You are changing the subject. We're talking.
Okay,
This guy
then
asked if we
you
could
said
prove
the
rotation.
room. Let's see if they agree with you. Does anyone agree with what's it? Speak up now, please. So it's your opinion, but not anyone else's.
No, it's objective. We're not talking about whether or not you
No one
agree.
chimed in.
We're not talking about whether or not the Earth moves underneath the pendulum. No one's talking about that. We're talking about can you actually detect rotation? According to Einstein, the pendulum would be dragged around if the sky was moving around the Earth. And instead of rebutting that, you're bringing up some conversation we had weeks ago because that's all you can do is divert. So I'm going to now read Einstein himself.
The pendulum being dragged? What do you think he means by the pendulum being dragged?
What do you think he means?
No, I'm asking you. Don't ask me a question with a
He
question.
means the pendulum being dragged.
What do you mean pendulum? Is it swinging or is it just stationary? Is it just?
No, he's talking about once you push the pendulum in motion, that it would be dragged around with precession, even on a stationary Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for playing.
No, hold on. Stationary Earth means stationary as in not rotating or not moving around the sun?
Both. That's what stationary means. Stationary means not moving.
No, he's referring to the motion around the sun.
That's incorrect.
Okay, now please state something that would back up that claim.
Go read his letter. I've already given it to you. His letter very clearly
states. About
states.
That could mean it's spinning on its axis, but not moving around the sun.
That's not what he said.
Well, what did he say then? Let's do it.
He said a stationary Earth is interchangeable with the idea of the Earth rotating and revolving, interchangeable coordinate system, and that if the sky was rotating around the Earth, it has nothing to do with orbit.
Okay, that's fine. I'm with you so far. Go ahead.
Okay, if the sky was rotating around the Earth, you'd have a translation of motion down to the Earth, and it would drag the pendulum around.
How could it drag the pendulum around?
Yeah, it's called the Machian principle.
No, you're not getting it. The pendulum is swinging back and forth. Would you say this pendulum has to swing back and forth?
See what I'm saying? You just want to try to divert into talking about an argument with the pendulum.
You're using it as evidence, but I don't think you understand it.
No, I'm talking. The conversation is about Einstein and relativity. Okay, Chucky said we can prove the Earth is rotating. I said, well, according to your own paradigm and Einstein, within relativity, if the sky was moving around the Earth, you would also have a translation of motion to the Earth that way. So now I'm going to read Einstein. You guys aren't ready because I've shown you guys the letter and you freaked out about it, but I found a different quote. I found another quote. So here he is. One need not view the existence of such centrifugal forces as originating from the motion of K, or the Earth,
one could just as well account for them as resulting from the average rotational effect of distant detectable masses as evidenced in the vicinity of K prime, the Earth, whereby K prime, the Earth, is treated as being at rest. Let me read that for you again. One need not view the existence of such centrifugal forces as originating from the motion of the Earth. One could just as well account for them as resulting from the average rotational effect of distant detectable masses as evidenced in the vicinity of the Earth, whereby the Earth is treated as being at rest.
You're right. So what they're saying there is that with relative motion, you don't have to look at the centrifugal forces. You can look at just the optical events that you're detecting, the sky moving across this objects in the sky moving across your field of view. That's what it's saying.
No, what he says is that the centrifugal force, you can look at the centrifugal force, you need not view the existence of such centrifugal forces as originating from the motion of the Earth. One could just as well account for them as resulting from the average rotational effect of distant detectable masses as evidenced in the vicinity of the Earth, whereby the Earth is treated as being at rest.
So he's saying that masses that are moving across the sky are creating a centrifugal force.
Are you
what you're reading?
Are you incapable of
making that insinuation?
Are you incapable of like
Because you said
understanding the quote?
Yes, but the way you read it, it's very choppy. I'm trying. Once you said
Because
it,
you
to me, so I
guys don't
can read it
understand
myself.
words.
I do understand words. You said one could easily exchange the centrifugal forces with this motion of masses across the sky. Is what I heard.
Okay.
What does he mean by that? The force. How is he measuring his centrifugal force? What centrifugal force is he speaking about?
Well, in his letter, he gave an example of a pendulum. So the
What centrifugal
sidereal
force is acting on a
rotation, right? We have different ways to try to measure the alleged rotation. And the question is it the sky
not
moving?
sidereal rotation. Okay.
That's what it is, Zanuck. You
All right.
don't understand
I
anything.
do understand. Okay. Sidereal rotation of the moving of the body's masses in the sky rotating around us, let's say. How is that imparting a centrifugal force on anything?
It translates motion from the sky to the Earth, just like we know happens in all of physics. I can take a bath. I'm gonna mute you. I'm not doing this today.
Why?
Because you're talking through the middle of me.
I'm not trying to. You're saying something and I'm asking a question.
Okay. So just like if you have a bathtub filled with water, if you move your hand over top of the water, you can actually cause the water to move without touching the water because that force is translated down to the water.
That's something completely different. That's not a centrifugal force. That's a force caused by actual mass that's touching the water, that's interacting with the water, hitting the water and making it move. You're not talking about frame dragging. Frame dragging is something completely different also, by the way. I don't know if you're insinuating that.
Okay. So the point is that motion can be translated, right? Through a medium.
Through forces, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But
I had to come up with the most simple, basic analogy for you guys because you guys fight reality. So this is the point, okay?
Please
according to Einstein, and relativity, which is your own belief, you could, quote unquote, just as well account for the centrifugal forces with the Earth at rest.
Force? See, earlier in his letters, in his writings, he speaks about the centrifugal force. Please explain what he means by the centrifugal force. What centrifugal force is he speaking about?
Yeah, the alleged rotation of the Earth that's detected.
Where is the centrifugal force?
On the Earth.
How is it measured? What is he speaking about?
Well, he talks about, I already told you, I've already answered this question. So he talked about specifically a pendulum in one of the examples, but he's saying any detection of centrifugal forces attributed to axial rotation of the Earth could just as well be accounted for the Earth being at rest and the sky moving around it.
Okay, well, how is the centrifugal force acting on a pendulum?
How about this? How about you go ask Einstein,
Because my actual point is
Well, I don't
that
need to. I
according
already
to
understand it.
relativity and Einstein, this is the case. Which means when you guys claim that you can detect centrifugal force, thus prove the axial rotation of the Earth, you're disagreeing with your own paradigm.
That's the Yodvos effect. That's a now. Did he speak about the Yodvos effect earlier in his writing?
I don't even know what that
Because
is.
that's different than the pendulum.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You mentioned it. You mentioned centrifugal force because of Earth rotation. The only example, Coriolis and Yodvos are both consequences in part by centrifugal force. Yes.
Slick wide. You're boring. So Slickwid, I guess whatever. He asked, no, you're just boring. So Slickwid asked, why did they do the Michelson-Morley experiment in 2 parts, 6 months apart? Because they were assuming the Earth was orbiting around the sun. So they didn't just do it 6 months apart. They didn't just do it 2 times. They did it many times throughout the year to try to test the alleged orbit on different parts of that elliptical orbit. And they never got the result they were supposed to. And this was brought up because Chucky said that we can detect the rotation of the Earth. Well, according to relativity, actually, you can't. See, Einstein, you know what you should do, Zanuck? You should read Relativity, the Special and General Theory by Einstein. You should actually read it. And now Chucky's saying, I just insult when I'm taken to task. I'm not taking it. Dude, what Zanuck is doing is textbook sophistry.
No. It's not sophistry. We're breaking it down to simple component. You're trying to interpret something that you don't fully understand, that you have no foundation for, but that's okay. I can go with whatever these writings are and speak to them, do even directly in our conversation. But we have a Foucault pendulum, something swinging back and forth. You is under the assumption that whether the sky is moving or the Earth is moving, that why in this gimbal has an independent frame of reference. It establishes. You mentioned that term. I'm using it. I'm allowing you to use that. It's not correct, but I'm allowing you to use it. It's freely to move without any resistance whatsoever. Completely theoretical in our discussion here. That the Earth would move under anything attached to it, and that's incorrect. And then I gave you the examples of why that's incorrect. I thought you understood, but it seems like you still don't.
Couldn't it just be said that like the Foucault pendulum proves relativity wrong?
No, not at all.
Oh, well, because it's not proven relativity, right? Then that's what its point is, right?
Special relativity. You talking about special relativity?
No, dude, this is the point, dude.
Sorry,
I don't know why I have
relative
to keep
motion.
saying it. I don't know why I have to keep saying it. According to Einstein, okay, the Earth stationary with the sky moving around it, or the Earth moving with the sky stationary relative to it, are interchangeable. And when it comes to the detection of centrifugal effects or Coriolis effects, it's not exclusive to either position. This is why he goes on to explain that you would want to actually detect the orbit. Because if you could detect,
Right, but the Foucault
if you
pendulum
could
isn't
detect,
those.
if you could detect the orbit, then you would be able to differentiate between if it's the sky moving around us or the Earth moving within the sky.
So let's just for a second.
I'm to let you know. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm going to let you know in advance. I will not be debating you about the pendulum for the 500th time. I'm just letting you know.
Hold on. You said we had a picture of the Foucault pendulum on the North Pole.
Okay.
And
So
this,
I'm going to go on mute
frame
now
of
and
reference
make the phone call I
coupling.
got to make because you're
If
going to
the
do
Earth
it.
moves underneath it or the sky moves, how is there a precession of that Foucault pendulum? How would a moving sky or a moving ether or anything make the Foucault pendulum rotate on a stationary Earth? How is that possible? You're invoking that there's some type of wind or force of this mass
such a
interaction that
problem,
was
dude.
alluded to earlier by Einstein in that writing, that mass would have an effect no different
How
than
come?
the
How
centrifugal
come there's
force on
only
the Earth,
one
which is completely
manufacturer?
different.
How come there's only one manufacturer of Foucault pendulums?
There's not. You can make one yourself.
That did not answer his question.
Yeah. How come there's
Answer
only
the
one?
question. So how is the sky moving or whatever is contained in the sky make a
That's
Foucault
not the question,
pendulum
Zanuck. That wasn't
swinging
the question.
make that rotate about a clock?
Hey, before we get to you asking me how it happened, you have to concede that Einstein said it could happen.
No, he's not talking about the Foucault pendulum in that respect.
Yeah, he literally is. In fact, in the letter
He's
during
not.
Smock, he specifically invokes a pendulum.
But what does he mean when he talks about it moving or processing?
Oh, that was the pendulum they hypnotized the masses with. It's not the same thing, Wizard.
Dude, it's so funny because you see how like all you have to do is this. Einstein's like my best friend now. Like I would have a beer with this dude right now because he's just made my life so easy in this
Oh
realm.
my God, you're so full of yourself.
No, actually, I'm
You
not.
don't
I
understand
think
how
that
focal
my
pendulum
ability to
works.
understand this is not even impressive. I think
Tell me
the
about
only
the.
thing that is
So why
taken
doesn't
away
it
from this
process?
is that
If what you
your
say is true,
inability to understand it is
no,
pretty.
I have an ability. Dude, listen, you don't. I do. So at the equator, why is there no precession whatsoever? Yet the sky is still moving overhead.
Can you actually drop actual tests and evidence that there's no motion at the equator?
There is no Coriolis effect. There is no focal pendulum rotation at the equator. Yes.
Can you drop actual evidence of a test of the Foucault's pendulum at the equator where it doesn't precess at all, please? Thanks for playing.
Why are you asking for evidence for something that's obvious?
Oh, so we're just supposed to believe it.
No, because mathematically, physically, it doesn't make any sense for it to precess. Why would it precess?
You mean if you assume the Earth's a spinning ball?
Yeah, right.
Well, we don't do that. We're not
Okay,
psychos.
so you're
So you
following
don't have it.
good.
The
Thank you
answer
for
is that you
following
don't
along.
have it.
So what
The
you're
answer is you
saying
don't
though,
have it.
you're saying that hold on. You're
So you
saying
don't
that
have it,
we
Janik?
have a focal pendulum on a stationary Earth with a rotating skies, the heavens above rotating. That it would. You're saying that there's a chance of it actually having some precession based on
Hey,
the sky rotating. Because I can have it
instead of
swinging north or
constantly
south,
using
or
red
have it.
herring
Can I
foul,
finish? Can I finish, please? I can have it swinging north or south or east or west. And either way, it doesn't precess. Now you want evidence to that.
you know what I'm going to do, Zanik? I'm
You
going to
have
talk to
evidence that it
Geo,
does.
and I'm going to ask him if I'm
You can
allowed to
shut me
mute
up.
you when you
You can
use
shut me up in a
fallacies.
second by just showing me evidence that it does.
I want to let you know you're probably not going to get to keep doing this. I'm going to have to talk to Geo or something because like it's just as disrespectful as you interrupting. If you come in here and someone says something and you blatantly divert every single time, you take over the room and you just divert to make it the Zanik show with
How
diversion.
ironic.
Every single
What a
time.
lot of projection that
I've
is.
asked you, stop interrupting me. I've asked you point blank questions multiple times in a row. And every single time you respond with a blatant diversion, you just completely avoid it and you start trying to talk
No.
about it every single time. Okay. And that is
No, yesterday,
disrespectful.
no. You're making false claims. Again, my turn now, real quick. You asked me specifically something you haven't had an answer for
Zanik,
7 years.
basically
I
nobody
specifically,
cares.
hold on. I'm
Zanik,
answering him.
nobody
I'm
cares.
answering
We
him.
don't
Don't
even
interrupt me.
care about your answer. How
No,
about that?
he asked me
We
yesterday.
don't
I
even
responded. He
care
said every
about
single
what your
time it's a
answer is
lie.
to what
Yesterday he asked
Wizard
me. I
just
answered
said.
him
How about that,
specifically
Zanik?
many
I just
times.
want you to understand.
And in this
None
focal
of us
pendulum is brought up
give
in
a
his.
fuck
Oh
about what you're
fuck! Shut
saying
up!
at all.
Shut
We
up!
really couldn't bother like to listen to. If you made a Discord, none of us would come there. Like
Yeah.
just so you know.
And we were having such a good normal conversation. Then you come in here and now it just sucks. Now I have like a headache. Now no one can finish their sentences. Now no one can actually talk about the subject. It's just whatever Zanik decides to take the room over and divert the conversation to.
You mentioned the letter.
Zanik, how about this, Zanik?
Pendulum.
Zanik, what do you
Why,
think
when
about?
I start talking, do you feel
No, I
it's time
don't
for you
care.
to
We
talk?
don't care,
Why?
Zanik. You know what I do care about?
He's the one
What
that
I
seems
want to
not
hear,
to, not
Zanik,
me. Look at
about,
that.
what I'd love to
Won't
just
stop.
hear you ponder about, is your thoughts on Jared Kushner taking over Twitter. Go. What do you think?
Anyway, what's it? You brought up the pendulum.
Hey man, we don't want to hear about your jewelry,
They were in
dude.
sync.
We're talking
Why do you have
about.
to interrupt?
We're
So
talking about
person
Jared
interrupting me,
Kushner,
what's it, and making us a
right?
headache is Isa. Okay.
Yo, dude,
God.
we were having a great conversation before you got here, bud. That's all.
It wasn't
We
a
want to
great
hear your
conversation. You're
opinion.
listening
We
to
want to
Witsit
hear
just
your
spew
opinion.
nonsense, and nobody's challenging
We
him.
just we
I'm
just
here to
let your
challenge.
bullshit. We're polite, Zanik. Otherwise, we just kick your ass out. But the
You're
point
not
I
is,
was
polite at all.
challenging
You're rude and
because
I
we're
was
polite.
I was challenging Witset's bullshit earlier when he was defending the globe.
Yeah, I was actually being a baller earlier and making your arguments better than you can. That was the whole point. And then you came in and just killed the vibe. That's why I asked you. So the ballers make the claim that at the equator, the pendulum doesn't precess at all. Just for all the flat earthers, just so you know. All you have to do is say, can you actually provide evidence for that? Can you show me specifically that that happens? And they don't have it. They literally don't have it. I've been asking for a long time. And that's why he immediately was just like, oh, just common sense. If we assume the Earth's a sphere, then we do some math. It wouldn't. What a clown show, dude. Like, just
Just actually
right, let me
provide
respond
the
to that.
physical evidence that there is zero precession at the equator, or stop talking about it.
We see multiple sites. I can give you the evidence for all the sites leading up to the equator where it's rotating at a progressively slower and slower rate. And that precession is calculated to be zero at the. Now, there might be, I think there was one I saw that was from Ecuador or something close to the equator that shows
This isn't
a
about
near
Twitter,
zero
Zanuck.
precession. But if you're at the equator, you will have zero. Now, if you want me to find that, I can be tasked with that. But if you to deny and ask, you know what you're doing? That's also another logical fallacy that I listed yesterday for you. Asking for this, oh, well, if it happens, then you got to show evidence for it.
Wow, this dude just said that asking for evidence of a claim is a fallacy, dude.
Based on no, we already have evidence.
Shut up, Zanuck. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares about what you have to say, Zanuck.
Evidence for something that's
I'm
already
going
been
to speak
calculated and
because
has
I want you
evidence
to
for.
understand how little any one of us give a fuck about what you're talking about, bro. Just
Yeah, I
so
mean,
you
this
know.
is the thing, dude. Zanuck, you jumped in and you diverted the conversation away, and it's whatever, right? Everyone can talk, but it's like you make a claim that at the equator it doesn't precess, and I say, can you give me evidence for that? And instead of just saying no, I don't have it, you will say everything else in the world before you just concede you don't have the actual evidence. Oh, well, we have some that leads up to the equator, and we can assume it stops there. Blah 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 blah. But you actually brought it up, saying, oh yeah, if it's the sky moving, then how come it doesn't precess at all at the equator? That's what you said, right? And so I said, okay, well, where's the evidence that actually happens? And you don't have it. So just admit you don't have it. Actually, why don't you just take a breather, bro?
I'd like to hear your opinion about Twitter, to be honest. I think we agree on
I've
more
got
of
the
that.
evidence for that, and I'll try to find something that's actually.
Hey, I think it's
I don't want to talk about Twitter. What do you
I
want to
think
hear
it's
about Twitter
cool that
about?
Eon he stood to his word. I think that's pretty cool because he said he said he'll let the people vote, and if everyone's if enough people say yes for him to step down, he will. He actually stepped down. That's actually pretty cool. He stood by his word.
Well, he might be letting Jared Kushner in to take over. I don't know if you know who that guy is, but that's kind of a rumor. But I haven't been on to see. I haven't seen any updates.
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't checked though. I haven't even checked Twitter since yesterday. But I know that there was 16 million people voted when I voted. There was 16 million people that have voted already, and that was yesterday, like around 9 o'clock at night, Pacific Standard Time. And I do know that he straight up said I'll let the people vote on it, and if you want me to step down, I will. And that's pretty cool. If it ended up being yes, that he had people voted for him to step down, I voted no. But if the yays had it, well then that's pretty cool that he stuck to his word.
Yeah, it is. I thought it'd be funny if Trump bought it.
That would be cool. Yeah.
That'd be fucking hilarious. They'd be praying for Elon to take it back. But that's kind of the implication right now, if you're not totally conspiratorial, is that Jared Kushner was just seen with Elon Musk, and there's this rumor that he's going to be the new CEO, and he's Ivanka, or I forget the daughter's name's husband. He may be the Antichrist in some circles, but aside from that, he's also a part of the Trump campaign, which is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't he his manager or something like that?
Yeah, campaign manager,
advisor or manager, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I really am not. They got some buddies really into it. I'm not too nitpicky about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think once you realize that Trump, Fauci, and Biden have the same Jesuit education, then you realize that what they show us is kind of like what they show us when we watch WWE wrestling. It's all a show. The wrestlers hate each other when they're in front of the public, but they dress together and shower together in the locker room.
This is my thing now. Is that because in my opinion, all of this whole shit show has done nothing but wake up the masses. So let's say it's all orchestrated by a secret Illuminati group like that. And like, let's say like they're working to like wake the people up. Are they then good or bad? Because if they're using this play to wake people up, then they can't be everything bad, right? Because people are waking up, and that's the purpose of the play.
You have to come to discernment and wisdom, and to be able to look at things and go, well, it's CO, it's shill, it's plant, it's new age, it's a diversion. Are they making us look one way while they do something another way? It's kind of like a magic show. And so you have to go, well, it's bread and circuses. The emperor used to say, give them bread and give them circuses and they'll be happy. So, in my personal opinion, they're giving us a circus, and I don't want to play ever again. Only thing I would say is if they were serious, they would give me back my 20,000 followers on Twitter over 11 years that I was banned for using the word graphene oxide, and I was stupid enough to spell it out, and I got banned within 60 seconds, and for those two words. So if they want to be serious about it, it's all a show. It's a sideshow. It's WWE.
It's funny you say that because Jeff Bezos was a clown. He was a unicycle riding twirler in a circus when he was young. Look it up. Serious.
He was an actual clown.
Hey Jim, why were you banned for using the term graphene oxide or graphite oxide? I just googled it there, and I'm going to look into it. But is it a dirty word? What was the reason behind it?
Well, graphene oxide, from what I understand, that came into existence or use around 2004, and it is a supposed substance into the jabby jab, that's been going on, for 18 months or whatever. And so it is a word, it is a term, GO, that is not allowed. And I was stupid enough not to misspell it or even use it. And I was just stupid because the algorithm, obviously somebody's not sitting there looking for, oh, he said that, bye. It's an algorithm. You use it and you're gone.
Okay, I'm with you now. I didn't know what to do with the jabby jab, as you say. Okay. Dickheads.
Hey, there was a report that he was going to unban like millions of accounts that were along those lines that were banned or blocked or whatever. You couldn't even like have access to your own account, but he was going to undo that. I think it was like 8 million accounts that he said, maybe less. But it was there was a shitload of accounts that he had said that he wants to reactivate because of so many people were banned for stupid shit like that. Like because there's an algorithm, like you said, that just automatically just boom would delete you if you posted anything along those lines, or even if you like retweeted someone saying these things. So I don't know. You might get all your followers back.
Anybody who says, whether it's Musk or Trump, that, Musk runs around with his little Mars t-shirt on, and Trump, what was it, 3-4 weeks ago, said when I'm president in 2024 or 2025, I'm going to plant the American flag on Mars. This is like anybody. I tell you what. I woke up to Trump in 2020 when I realized he lied to me directly to my face. And then he gets on there and goes, hey, we're gonna plant the American flag on Mars, and I'm going, and you're still a Trump supporter, whoever I see. You're still a Trump supporter. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, under him wasn't Space Force created,
and they got $25 billion in 2023 to not explore outer space.
Yeah.
People say, well, NASA, they get 65 million a day to do so. Well, if you combine Space Force budget of about 25 billion and NASA budget about 25 billion, That's 50 billion divided by 365. That's just north of $136 million per day to not explore outer space, while 9 million people die of starvation around the world every year, while 800 million people have hunger issues every single day, while 900,000 people in the US and UK are homeless, which only make 5% of the population, while it's reported that 25 billion a year could basically take care of hunger in the United States of America. But you know what? We get to watch Artemis go to the moon and back and feel good like we did back in 1969.
Well, I remembered watching one of Trump's speech, and he said like they're sending rockets to nowhere. Like he was actually dissing Elon Musk, I believe, and SpaceX.
Yeah, that's because Elon and him had a falling out.
Yeah.
So he kind of outed him publicly.
Yeah.
But only the people that have ears to hear understand what that means.
Nah,
Yeah.
early on, Trump went after Boeing. He went after like all the space agencies. He's like, what are you guys spending all this money on? He went after them pretty good. I think he shut down a couple of launch pads too. He was like, this is stupid. And I think like, yo, like if you're like dealing with like if I'm in the room with like Chinese nationals, I might be like, yeah, we went to the moon. Damn fucking right.
Donald
You know
Trump
what I
is
mean? Like, why would I be like, no, what you need to understand is we need China to help the flat earth movement. Like, you fucking idiot. Like, I don't know. I just think like in regards to whatever, like, like I always say in my public life, it's like, you're damn right we went to the moon, you fucking commie. However, as an intellectual, right? And as a, like you realize what the real world is versus what's being sold,
Donald Trump. Donald Trump is to conservatives what the Flat Earth Society is to flat earthers. It's just it's the same psyop, and conservatives can't look at Donald Trump and go, okay. I mean, I tell you what, people on the right are as lied to as people on the left. I gave up on the left after Barry Obama got elected the second time in 2020 in 2012, and then Ben Carson sucked me back in 2016, and he after he dropped out at CPAC in March of 2016, instead of endorsing Rubio or Cruz, he endorsed Trump, and I got sucked back into the Trump cult, or whatever you want to call it, follower or whatever, for 51 months. And then when I found out that COVID was convid, and that he lied to my face and he wasn't going to help any of us, I said, screw you, screw politics, screw DeSantis, screw everything. Because I go back, Trump was the second coming of Ronald Reagan to me, and it was just like, Reagan can do no harm, and so Trump can do no harm. This politics thing is just terrible. We should just reject it, forget about it, and move on. Thanks.
So to me, the politics thing is terrible. But at the same time, we have to redress our government and correct them for what they do wrong. I don't necessarily mean the feds. I'm talking about the local government. So if the local government is doing this or doing that, violating people's rights, and you're not out there like finding these tyrants and exposing, which is basically what I'm planning on doing. I've got to figure out how to start auditing, even if I have to do it myself. Because we have to redress our governments and correct them when they do wrong and educate them so they don't do it again. If not, then we're served exactly which we deserve, right? Because how does freedom or liberty or these sort of things, how are they kept with blood of the tyrants and blood of the patriots, right? Now, we don't want blood. That's not what I'm saying. But we at least have to put in some sweat and tears, right? And be willing to be locked up over someone violating our rights. Not necessarily to get paid, but we have to correct them when they do it so they'll stop doing it. Because a lot of people don't know their rights. I know in Texas, in the schools, they actually teach you the Bill of Rights, the Constitution. But I hear from different parts of the union that they don't teach it in the schools. It's like, okay, well, maybe we need to do that. So I watch this one, Accountability for All, and he goes to city buildings like all over the U.S., and the number one people in these city buildings that give them the problem is like the head of the school board, the administrative part of the schools. It's like he's like, I find it really disturbing that you guys are in charge of the education and you don't know about the Bill of Rights and the freedom of press. So what I'm saying is I'm not completely black-pilled when it comes to local government. Now the Fed is just a corporation. I don't really give a fuck about corporations, corporate bylaws, and all that stupid shit and policies. Like, yeah, I don't care about the president. I mean, obviously, I would rather have someone not like Biden, because Biden, he appears to be like an internationalist. Like, he doesn't care about America. It almost looks like he's so green and woke because he's working for China, right? Because China has all the technology rocks, and we have, natural fuel, right? What they used to call fossil fuel. Hopefully, they don't call it that no more because it's a damn lie.
I'll tell you how free we are. March 17th of 2020, at the time, my orange idol was in the Rose Garden with Fauci and Burke to his right. And he said that if we don't close down the country, the U.S., we will lose 2.2 million people. The U.K. will lose 500,000 people. He was repeating what Neil Ferguson of the Imperial College in the U.K. said verbatim. And Neil Ferguson gets his funding from Bill, the ex-software guy. And he was repeating exactly what Neil Ferguson said. I didn't know at the time, but he repeated the exact same thing. And 2 years later, 39% of all small businesses that existed in the United States were gone. We had spent in 4 years, we spent $7 trillion more than we took in. So the federal government spent $18 trillion over 4 years under Trump, and $7 billion of it was basically borrowed. So if I made $100,000 a year and spent $170,000 a year and did it for 4 years straight and knew I never had to pay it back, I could have a pretty good life. So the United States of America spent, $7 trillion more than they took in over 4 years, and we were told that 54 pedophile rings were arrested during Trump's time in office. God bless Trump. But we got Space Force. We got a puppet selected, said he got HCQ, said he got the virus. Said he got the tiny invisible microbe, and lied to my face and played along. But he had to give conservatives something, just like the Flat Earth Society has to give Flat Earth something once in a while. And so all I can say is all the schools, all the churches locally went along. Nobody stood up. Nobody said no. They all acquiesced to tyranny. And, there's a new word out there. It's called communitarianism. Communitarianism is what the UN uses now to run the world. It's not communism, but it is the community over the individual. And that has been ruling this world since 2020. We think we're free. We are not. And once we realize that, then we will go out and speak truths about health and about the earth and about, if you're into Jesus, that's fine. But we'll speak truths and we'll leave this political thing in the dust. We will shake our hands. We will hand wave it away, and we will be free. Thanks.
So if you look at the original documents that the founding fathers put together for us, it was all about individual liberty, individual rights. But if you're not exercising those rights, and when the cops pull you over and you're a passenger and they say, "Can I get your ID?" Well, the only time you have to show an ID in the state of Texas, according to 3802, is if you're driving. Well, it actually doesn't say that 3802, but that's in the driver's code. If you're driving, right, you have to show your license, right? So I'm a professional driver, right? I drive for a living. I'm doing commerce. So I have to show my license when I get pulled over. But if I'm just in a passenger seat and the cop, "Can I get your ID?" The first thing you should say is, "What am I being arrested for?" And when he says, "Well, you're not being arrested," well, then what do you need my ID for? So you don't really even have to give your ID when you get arrested, according to Texas Penal Code 38.02. It says if you've been arrested, you have to give your name, your date of birth, and your address. So if people are just willingly handing over their ID when the cop holds up the gang sign, your ID, that little gang sign that he does, you kind of get what you deserve, right? Because if you don't educate that cop that you don't have to give it over, then he's going to think that he can do this to everybody. Now, if you're a bootlicker and you love the boot on the back of your neck while you're trying to breathe, then I guess give it over. It's the easy thing to do. So it's really up to us to push back on these privately owned police stations, these privately owned, like McDonald's chains, kangaroo courts. It's up to us to push back. But if people don't know that they're in a kangaroo court, and they don't know to challenge jurisdiction, and they don't know that they can appeal, there will be no justice in the kangaroo courts.
I love your sentiment, but I don't like where you're going with jurisdiction.
If you got a better way, please.
Well, that's what the idea behind the priority security interest holder is that it's that creates the question of jurisdiction without begging the question of a formal jurisdictional kind of a line of dealing with it. Because like as a priority interest holder, I'm just saying if you had to go to court, like, and I love where you're at though. I hate to even come into where you're to interrupt it. I love your sentiment. My thing is like it's the jurisdictional argument that winds people up in trouble a lot, but it also works. I just it pisses cops off more than anything though, because people be like, you don't have any jurisdiction. It's like, well, prove it. You can't prove anything, so you're fucked. You're being argumentative, which is creating a problem, which is disturbing the peace, and that's how they get you. As soon as you say no.
Well, do we not have the right to ask about the nature of our crimes?
Yeah, asking is all day. But I'm saying, like, instead of like, let's say, this is why the analogy of you go out and have a steak dinner with your girlfriend, then the chef comes out and says, wash the dishes for your dinner. What are you gonna say? There's only one right fucking answer that cuts to the chase, and yet we can make up a litany of answers. Like, and I'm sure you know the answer, right? Please tell me you know it already, Larry.
Sure, I'll wash the dishes just as long as you give me the free meal.
Well, I mean that's one way to do it, but what's the right question to ask in that scenario that makes it so you don't have to do the dishes and everybody knows you have legal authority?
Is there any way that you could just give me an itemized receipt so that I could settle the bill?
That's it right there. I just need a bill. And it's back to that catch-22 of like, well, if you don't have the bill, what I mean? Like, how am I going to arrest you if I don't know your name? Well, how are you going to arrest me if you don't have a bill? It's like this conundrum of chicken and the egg kind of happens.
Well, what if I, a man, came up to you not wearing a clown costume, and I said that I had jurisdiction over you, and I kidnapped you and threw you in a cage, and you were like, hey, I need to see the magistrate. And I was like, no, not till I'm good and ready. You're going to sit in this cage, even though you're innocent till proven guilty, until either you could pay me to let you out, or you could just sit here until I decide that I'm done with you. It's like, wait a minute, like, how can you prove that you have that kind of jurisdiction over me? Like, that's what you would ask a man not wearing
Well,
a
see,
clown
this is
costume.
where, outside of like the remedy for this is where I think like the technical understanding comes into play, because they're dealing with a United States citizen, and all United States citizens are classified as enemies of the states. That's why the state prisons are so excited when you break a law, because they get to then lean your account, because they're a state prison leaning a federal agent, i.e. the employee of the United States, the U.S. citizen, who's listed as an employee of the United States, which is why you're driving. That thing is an enemy of the state. So that's why they are so harsh on it. And they have a right to be, because that thing owes the money and is the provider of the United States of income. And the United States is on the hook for a debt that it owes the principal and the interest on. And they can't ever really pay the interest because they can't create the money without creating more interest. Therefore, they're in a nonstop loop and they'll never be able to pay it back. Our problem is we're identifying as the U.S. citizen all the time.
I agree with you. I mean, you know that I completely disagree with you on everything because I was ignorant in the beginning. But later on, the more and more I started listening and looking at both sides of the coin, like you're supposed to do, I
Oh, dude, I
immediately
hear
agreed
it
with
in
you.
your.
Hold on,
I
hold
hear
on, hold on.
exactly where you're at and who you're almost listening to right now by your line of questioning with the jurisdiction, and I love you for it.
But think about what I'm saying. I completely agree with you. I do not identify as a United States citizen. If anything, I'm a Texas citizen, if I'm even that, right? Because the more I start to think about it, like, okay, Texas, the state where I live, that's cool. But the state of Texas, fuck the state. Fuck the state of Texas, right? And that's, where all the bar members congregate inside the courthouse and, claim that they have all this jurisdiction, which I don't know if they actually do have. Because the way I understand it, they're privately owned. The judges pay taxes. What does that tell you? It's a business, right? Is it not a business?
Forgive me, I'm a little busy up over here.
That's all right. I'll continue. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
it's a
no, actually,
business.
respond to or repeat what you were saying real quick though. Because I wanted to reply something and I fucking forgot it right now.
So it's a business, right? Because the judges pay taxes. Therefore, it's a for-profit business. So you have the right to contract unlimited, right? But what if you don't want to contract with somebody? Like me as a libertarian, I understand that the first rule of libertarianism is everything's consensual, right? So if someone comes up to me and they're like, hey, I want to roof your house. Well, this isn't my house. I'm renting, so I don't want to contract with you. Now I'll give the guy like, some sort of perceived authority. And it's like, I'm going to roof your house. Like, no, bro, I'm not going to pay you to roof this house. It's not my house. So I don't want to consent and contract with you. I don't understand any of this. I do not wish to contract with you. And you're going to have to hang on for the rebuttal. I'll be right back.
Can you hear me? I don't know if you're talking or if you could, but yeah, I was gonna say. Well, wait to get back.
All right, now I can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say first off, like, remember, in one sense, in the philosophical sense, like, you're not a Texas citizen, you're not a whatever citizen, right? You're like a spirit that lives in a body from God, technically, biblically,
Exactly. Exactly.
ecclesiastically, factually speaking. You are a spirit that lives in a body, and God owns everything. And all your sins are paid and all your debts are forgiven. You live in an ecclesiastical system. Don't forget it. So when they say, "Are you a Texas citizen? Are you a U.S. Are you a U.S. citizen?" No, I'm a Texas citizen. Okay, same shit. You're on the hook too. In fact, According to the agreements, it was the state citizens that gave up their rights when they became U.S. citizens. So, that's not the move either. And I've had cops run up in my face, "Are you one of them state citizens?" And they think they love that because you're arguing about jurisdiction. They love kicking the shit out of those people. So, in reality, you're a spirit that lives in a body. Now, instead of saying that, because that sounds fucking psychopathic, really stupid, crazy to say in a fucking public setting, you would say I'm the priority security interest holder having an interest in these affairs. Because that's amenable to business. Like you said, it's a business. So talk the language of business.
It's commercial code.
Right, and the language
Or
and the language of the commerce, because of the bankruptcy, was forged and created, and not created, but was like set in stone by the Uniform Commercial Code in 1944, which every state pretty much in country under the IMF has one. Because there's a code of conduct, and because there's what some people refer to as like this fraud, you know what I mean, going on, i.e. that the U.S. is creating money that it can never actually pay back because there's an interest on the money it's created. So there's no other way to pay it back. So we are in an agreement, and I think what we are failing to understand is that we're in the position of power over the government or over these institutions, not the other way around.
I realize that. I
And
just
then
haven't got everything else figured out.
But that's why it makes sense why they're coming and asking for what they're asking for. And that's where it's our duty to say, okay, where's the bill? Because I'll put my signature on the back of it, and the United States can use it in their accounting to show that they no longer have to pay this amount of money back again. So instead of giving me the $500,000 that they're going to have to give me when I die, kind of a theory, right? Instead of that, they could show for probate this document that knocks off that, the interest and the principal. And you could do that, some people think, through using the bonds of the birth certificates and all these kind of things. So you would create lines of credit using all these different things. But the point is, that's all way advanced shit. That's why I hate to interrupt you in one sense, but in one sense, I want to talk to you because I want you to get what I'm saying too, in the sense. But what you're saying is so fucking right. We don't know our rights. People don't know their rights, therefore they don't know what to protect. Therefore, our society's getting wrecked right now.
So I've only been studying this for about 2 years, and not like consecutively studying it, right? But basically what I understand is that they are public servants and we are the public. But for some reason, they think that they have authority over us, and for some reason we think they have authority over us. For some reason we believe this thing, but it's only true if you're taking benefits and privileges and giving up your rights. So every minimal point of contact with the government, every time you buy, something from out of state, right? You're under the commerce laws, the interstate commerce laws, the commerce clause, right? So every time you do something like that, you're giving them jurisdiction. But if you don't do anything, it's like you have to pay your taxes. But what if I pay you in tomatoes for giving me a concrete sidewalk that goes from the curb to my front door? If I pay you in tomatoes, does the guy who did the concrete, does he have to pay taxes? Well, does he? Did he incur a tax? Does he have financial?
No, he didn't.
Go ahead.
Because the only issue is what do you call it? The exchange of the Federal Reserve note. That's why pot companies don't use banks very often, because it's under FDIC, which is federally protected shit. So they want the cash, and they keep it out of the bank because that way the government is going to go and take your money out of the bank account because they have a right to. Because you're not trading tomatoes, you're trading dollar bills, and they have a right that in their eyes they have to tax it because they've got to be able to pay back the principal and the interest on the debt. So they're the ones on the hook. They're making sure that you, as the agent of their corporation, is paying your due so that they can pay off the creditor. And nobody knows who the creditor is. That's why
I agree with that.
That's why Donald Trump can
Hang
go.
on, though. I'll be right back.
That's why they can go and print all this money, because there's nobody going to come and collect. Everybody thinks China owns it. Well, they don't even realize that they're the actual principal interest holder. So these bastards just move on that hustle of everyone thinks these other countries own the debt.
I agree with that. If you're using their Federal Reserve notes, then it's obvious that you got to play by their rules because you're playing with their money, their game.
Right, but I think you would have a great case if you're, let's say some tax collector saw you giving him 10,000 tomatoes for doing your fucking whatever, and he wanted to raise an issue about it. He'd have no case because there's no Federal Reserve notes being on. But then he's going to be like, well, you're on you're on state property. You know what I mean? You're on this property, and there has to be a taxation because of the upgrade of the, the upgrade of the value of the property, maybe that you're going to try to get. So, like, they could try to come in every which way, and that's where your response has to be, well, where's the bill? And you say, well, we need to look at your books before we can give you the bill. You say, cool, I'll give you my books after you give me the bill. Have a nice day. Because you don't have any authority over my books until you have a bill produced. Like, in one sense, like, I've heard it argued for this anyway. Like, they don't have it's funny, I had a buddy of mine who was like a friend of a friend, and we were at some party, and I was like, let's try it out at a party. And he like, he's like, damn, I'd have to leave, because I was just trying to, he's trying to make the case. So we just, because what they do, I guess, is they're like, hey, we just need to see your books to know if you committed any crimes. And you're like, well, I'll give you my books if you can show me I committed any crimes. And that's kind of this weird conundrum. And that's why, in order to avoid that, you're just saying, hey, come back with the bill and I'll settle it. And that's where it leaves it kind of there and then you could even write a letter. Hey, you came to my property asking for this bill. Da, 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 da. Or as soon as they send you a letter saying, hey, we want to know this, that, and the other thing, you'd respond to the letter. You know what I mean? And keep it civil, because the point is, it's not wrong. Like, it's not even economically wrong what I propose we'd be doing. And it's like, especially if you're like right there ready to negotiate, like, hey, what's up? Talk to me. There's no reason for anyone to get authority figures involved and all that, because the two parties are right there talking. That's why, like, the side of the road thing with an officer, if like, it can be done well, I think works, because, hopefully if they're amenable and they recognize you're amenable and you're not confrontational, they recognize you're not you know what I mean? You shouldn't be doing anything. What, you smell like pot, maybe. That's where I think, go full steam ahead with any of this shit. Because I think the courts and everyone and it's a great learning ground. You're right, Honor. I had 2 ounces of pot on me, but didn't your officer fail to provide a genuine accusatory charging instrument and therefore agree to this, that he has no jurisdiction and no cause of action, that the state has no cause of action unless they want to accept a $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights for their officers' chosen action. I'd love to plea, so long as you agree that he's going to owe me 10 grand if I plea. For depriving me of equal protection due process of law, for failing to state a claim upon which relief may be granted, and failing to give me a genuine accusatory charging instrument.
I know for a fact that works. Like you said that, I caught on to it. Conditional acceptance. It's worked against cops on the side of the road. It's worked against district attorneys with traffic tickets. So I know for a fact that what you're talking about works. But most importantly, it worked for my wife for about 2 or 3 years till she figured out what I was doing.
I love to hear that. And that's why I think, like, the further understanding of it, like, there's like that the conditional acceptance is something everyday usage, you know what I mean? Or that's its own thing. But the technicalities of what could be done in law are these issues that, like, I approach you with, because I think you'll get it,
So there's several different philosophies on how to handle this sort of thing. And this sort of thing changes. It's fluid, right? Sometimes it's a traffic ticket, which you signed a contract and you actually, broke a contract and you owe the ticket, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't use conditional acceptance. Well, how about this, district attorney? How about you drop this ticket and we'll do a referred adjudication on this ticket, and I give you the court cost. That way the state gets something, and as long as I don't violate in 30 days, then nothing's on my record. That worked. He accepted it. I was like, holy shit.
Fuck yeah. Fuck
worked.
yeah. That's awesome, man.
So he dropped a ticket. I paid $100. My wife didn't have another ticket. So it fucking worked.
Awesome, man.
But
I'm glad to hear it
last
worked out
time,
that way, Hank. I'm really happy to hear that, man. Fuck yeah.
yeah, the last time she was like, okay, I'm gonna try it, and she was like, I'm not doing any of this. We're gonna go to court, and he fucking dropped everything, and we didn't pay anything. So that fucking worked too, because she had it on camera. We have dash cams in both of our cars because we're drivers. So when the
Attorney or no
cop
attorney
gave
for the wife?
no attorney, she was just like, we're going to
Got it.
court. I'm not doing this. You need to watch this video. He watched the video, and we were the last ones. And he came back and said, you know what? I watched the video, and I didn't agree with your argument, but I agreed with the video. I was like, I don't care what you agree with as long as we don't have to pay.
Cool. Good to hear, man. Well, you know, too, plus, especially as soon as you literally, bro, if you ask an officer on the side of the road and they come up, like, the best first line you could ever just say is, what's the emergency, officer? How can I help you?
That's what I always lead with.
Because right, and I'll tell you what, I'll bet if your judge or whoever was in the car that night with that video, did somebody open up with that?
No, she's like me when you first met me. Fuck you,
Got it.
kid. What are you doing? Get a fucking real job and quit living off the welfare. That's how she does it.
Yeah, because I swear, like, if you made the case of like, hey, what's the emergency, brother? How can I help you? And then they start going with license. Well, why would I do that? What's the emergency, brother? I'm not going to get into that, but like the idea that when they put them lights on, there has to be an emergency. And you going 5 miles over the speed limit is not a fucking emergency. It's a technical, you know what I mean? It's an infraction. So, there's a big difference there. And when you ask what the emergency is, and if there's no emergency, because technically, and that's why I said, your first thing you should be, hey, what's up? How can I help you, bud? Where's the emergency? Let's go get the lady out of the burning building. You need extra hand? I got you, bro. You know what I mean? Like that type of thing. And that's how you got to look at it from jump, because if you don't look at it like that, you're looking at it from negative perspective the whole time. It's problems. But if you look, that's how I've always looked at it. And they get that vibe from me. Like, hey, what's up, bud? Who we got to go get? Who you need help with? You know what I mean? What's up? And I think.
Yeah, to me, what you're doing, you're talking about neurolinguistic programming. You're taking the cop from, I don't know if this guy has a gun or a bazooka or a nuclear bomb, to, wait a minute, this guy seems pretty chill. He's asking, what do I need help with? He wants to help me. When normally people are either like, let me lick your boots, or, well, if you want me to help you with your investigation, where do I get my paycheck from? Do I collect it from the department?
I mean, I remember sitting there, dude, I literally had a joint burning in my ashtray, and the officer's like, well, it does smell like marijuana. And I go, well, how do you know nobody's smoking over there? We both looked over into the distance. It was fucking hilarious. Like, I mean, literally, like, had me dead to rights. So I didn't even put the joint out. Like, I was like, what's up? How you doing? You know what I mean? Like, just conditional acceptance, joint burning right there, bro. And it took a good 15 minutes before we had to get out of the I had to get out of the vehicle. You know what I mean? Like, because I was polite with the dude. He knew I wasn't threatening. I'm smoking weed. Like, it was fucking hilarious, man. But they were, and that was not the best of experiences, but one of the most valuable experiences I've had with them. Yeah. But I don't know, man. I don't fault them for doing what they do, because I understand. I think that's the like, whether it's moral or right or whatever, just understanding that, like, hey, they're operating under the presumption you're a U.S. citizen. Well, U.S. citizens are enemies of the states, so they don't look at you very kindly like the way you thought they might. And, once you kind of realize the why for me is what gets me, because then I'm like, I get it.
I got something else for you. And I want you to really think about this. So I talked to this guy, I think he was from the UK. I'm not sure if he was Scottish or Irish. But he said that when he gets pulled over, he doesn't give him the license. He writes his name down, like capital L, lowercase A-R-R-Y, right? He writes it like that. And he hands it to the cop. He says, this is my name. This is my birthday. This is my address. If you change anything on my name, I'm going to sue you for fraud. And basically, that's taking away the name thing.
That's
right?
BCFC Island does that. I was here when he was saying about that.
Yeah, he sounds a lot like you, like you're from the UK too.
Yeah, I'm from the UK, but I'm not from Ireland.
The problem with the theory for that, and forgive me for and forgive me, I should just shut up for a second. I'll let you ask. But I just think, oh yeah, carry on. That's interesting though. I don't necessarily. I think you're still playing the name game as opposed to, well, you see this one. This one's all capital letters, and that's not me. I'm the one where I gave you on a piece of paper that says there's capitals and lowercase letters, and people try to make a real big stink about that. And I think it's a moot point. It's a red herring, fake news to deal with that because it's just style.
But if it works for him in Ireland,
fair enough. I just think
who's
it's
to
not.
say we shouldn't try it?
Well, I agree. I just think I don't think it's enough. In my opinion, like when the shit's really on, the shit like the real shit that works is kind of what I'm on, man. You might get away with a couple of them. It's like going to court, like your old lady. Fuck yeah. But if they wanted it, they might have been able to get it out of her because she was going to go in and argue. And that gets back to the principles of court. Yabba dabba do. I just think you're
Yeah,
still
but
playing.
she had it on video, and she was saying, "I'm going to take this before 6 jury members because in Texas we get trial by jury, even for traffic violations."
Right. That's awesome. I mean, that's pretty cool. I just think it's and like I said, I think either way can work. I just think even if they took it, like let's say like they went and had a jury duty trial, and the jury decides that she's innocent. You know, a judge can override that.
Yeah, because it's not a trial by jury.
It's done, dude. You're still playing their game, giving them complete jurisdiction. You know what I mean? That's where I feel about it. I'm like, I'm still giving you too much.
Well, to be honest, I don't, completely comprehend your style of handling it. If maybe I could see you do it, like if you'd come to Texas and I could pay you like $1,000 to get pulled over, and then come back for the court date and see how you handle it. But they're real private about how they handle these sort of things. Like you're
Dude,
always
actually,
the
I
last
think
one to deal with.
I've heard nothing. Like I know of a bunch of early guys where the people were driving without license plates and the whole not for hire thing. Like a lot of those Texas boys were doing that and getting away with it. You know what I mean? But dealing with it, like some of the guys were dealing with the officers correctly. Like they understood that position, but then they also understood, from what I gathered, um, more of the idea of asking for the charging instrument. Because asking for the charging instrument is like when shit's real, real. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're
that's
right.
when you commit like an actual crime,
Well,
a
that's what.
violation of the code, and not a traffic infraction.
Well, I mean, like you could always ask for the charging instrument, but what I'm saying is like that's when you better ask for the charging instrument. Is what I'm saying. Like you could play around with all this other name game shit if you want, but when the shit hits the fans, and you need to fucking have asked for that.
So what do you say? I'm here to settle and set off any charges maybe against me, and you
Well,
ask for the
you'd have it
charging
in your
instrument.
paperwork. You'd have it in your paperwork. Your letters to the DA outside after that whole shit show, and you get home, you write your letter work and your paperwork, and you notify the court regarding case number so and so. Let the record show I'm the priority security interest holder, ISA, going to appear specially at this court date on behalf of defendant
Well,
ISA.
that's a challenge of jurisdiction, bro. A
No, I'm not.
special
But listen,
appearance.
no. I see how I'm not challenging jurisdiction though. I'm telling you who I am. I'm saying, look, I'm the priority security interest holder, ISA, going to be appearing specially, not generally, right? Just to set off, settle, and close any matters regarding defendant ISA. Now, if there's any problem with this, respond to me in 10 days under notary seal, or else it's agreed that the priority security interest holder, ISA, can come and settle any claim against the defendant, ISA, with a signature on any charging instrument to be presented pursuant to UCC 3603. Now, when my paperwork goes in, guess who doesn't respond under notary seal? The fucking district attorney. So what did he just do, Larry?
You just agreed to your contract. It
That's
was no
fucking
longer a
right.
public matter. You settled on
Fucking
the
right, he
private
did.
side.
Right, and the judge, nobody can save him now. Nobody can save him.
Because the new contract is the law because he didn't
That's
respond.
fucking right. Because I offered, said, hey, if I'm sorry, if I'm mistaken that I can't do this, just fucking respond under notary seal telling me how I can't fucking do this. And if you don't respond under notary seal, that it's agreed that the court accepts that the priority security interest holder is showing up to set off, settle, and close the case, and potentially levy charges against the defendant or the moving party for deprivation of rights under the color of law to be set up to be paid forthwith. $10,000.
See, I agree with what you're saying, but
No,
let
but
me
listen.
wax.
Oh, Larry.
Go ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
When I put this in the paperwork, they've had their chance to respond. When I show up to court and the judge says, well, you didn't, who the fuck are you? And you can't, you're not the prior. Who the hell are you? I'm going to say, excuse me, judge, are you a party to the case? Because he doesn't get to decide, bro. The district attorney's the one who has to decide. And he didn't respond. So, excuse me, are you trying to become a party to this case and commit potential barratry, Your Honor? Are you trying to trespass on my case? Should you not now be liable for $10,000 for deprivation of rights for talking about something you don't have any firsthand knowledge of, Judge? No, I'm not trying to come at the judge, but I'm saying my fucking weapons don't end at the fucking DA, bro. But the point is you're being polite, so you're not going after these people. You're going after Your Honor. And the judges know that. And if you come in with honor and respect, Your Honor, is there not a motion for the court for dismissal regarding Your Honor, I'm here today as the priority security interest holder. You know what I mean? Here to, collect on a $10,000 debt for deprivation of rights, or agree to dismiss the case pursuant to the paperwork before the court, Your Honor.
I object.
I hold myself in contempt.
Yeah, actually, I've had DAs ready to go and commit perjury, like make firsthand. I mean, like, dude, they're not DAs, but attorneys. They are the dumbest people in the world, dude. That's why I would never trust them.
All right, so you got to let me respond because you said a lot just there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so respectfully, when you show up and make a special appearance before the court, that in and of itself is a challenge to jurisdiction. That's the name game thing, whether you realize it or not. You're basically saying.
Well, no. What I'm saying to you is that this jumps over trying to explain the name game. This kills that whole argument because then they're going to come in and be like, well, what are you trying to say, jurisdiction? And you're saying, Your Honor, in the paperwork says priority security interest holders coming.
So I know what that is. It's from the UCC, and basically, the first person that has a lien has the utmost right over any other secondary, tertiary liens that may be on the account. So if you're the primary security interest holder, you have the number one first interest in the situation. It's like you got the first lien over your body, which is you making a claim for your body, and you're challenging their claim over your body, assuming that you're a U.S. citizen and the name thing. So I get why you're saying that it hurdles the whole name conversation, but it's still doing the same thing.
Exactly. Without the confrontation.
Without the confrontation. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm glad you explained it that way.
Yeah, man. I'm glad I don't know how to. It's funny, like I can't think of. I've tried to explain this for so many years. It's so hard to so hard to get across what I'm trying to explain, I guess. Maybe I'm just bad at explaining shit. I don't know.
Well, I feel like you give me like 90% of what I need to know, and you're reserving that last 10%. Like, I feel like you're holding back just something because this information is so good, you shouldn't cast your pearls before the swine.
I do feel that way. You're right. I do think that. I do. Like, I don't speak to what the full capacity of this is. Do you know what I mean? I look at it like it's like a fucking Excalibur thing that but I also think, and it took me, I also think I can speak about it because like God put a seal on people's hearts and their ears and they think what I'm saying is stupid. You know what I mean? Like, and that's for my benefit and God knows why.
Dude, when you first came around in late 2015, I knew that you were Snacks Buddy, and I knew that you're from New York. And, us Texans in New York, we're usually not, the closest, right? But, you're my buddy through and through now, right? Talking about when I first met you, right? When I first met you, I was like, I don't understand what this guy's talking about. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I believed in freedom of speech so much that I just kind of went on mute, let you talk. It's your turn now. Because God knows I was up in free chan, blah, 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 all day long. And I was like, well, it's his turn to talk, so I'll go do something else. That's when I started really debating. That's when I kind of left 3chan and really went into Flat Earth Debate 1.0 run by Andre Asensi. And that's when I really started debating. And then when I would like come back around to say hi or whatever, or see you in other places, I started listening. And that thing made sense because I'd already done it in my life. I went to buy my first guitar. This guy, Chad, he was like selling me this guitar, right? And he was like, it says $350, but you're not paying $350. What are you going to pay? And I was like, what do you want me to pay, like $400? He was like, no, man, offer me $200. I said, I'll give you $200 for it. He said, sold. I was like, oh shit, I didn't know you could do that. Like, I
Right on.
thought when someone sets the price that it's like set in stone, and he didn't have the authority to give it to me for $200. But if he paid $79 for the guitar from, Japan or whatever, like back in like 1998, right? It's like $79 guitar. Of course he's going to take $200 for it, right? So yeah, the conditional acceptance thing, it works. It works. And then when they say no in their game by their rules, if they're the first ones to say no, they lose.
Yep, that's one of the best things that we have is that, and they're so readily apt to say no. Like if you ask a cop for a charging instrument, he says no, bro, that's a dismissal every time.
Really? Why didn't you lead with that? So you ask the cop right there on the side of the road for the charging instrument.
Well, right. I told you already. I told you the story where I got like pulled over by these cops, and they wanted to search the vehicle, I got out of the vehicle. I said, hey, just to make he goes, do you mind stepping out of the vehicle? And I go, so long as it's going to make you feel safe, brother. So long as it's going to make you feel safer. And
yeah, that's Pennsylvania versus Mims right there, right? You have to get out when they ask you to get out.
Yep. Well, that's why I got out just to, I said, I said, I'll tell you what, I'll get out just to make, I'm not being a dick. I'm very agreeable. You know what I mean? But then he was like, well, I'm going to need to search your car. And I was like, well, I'd love to, so long as you got a charge in it, or that's what I said. I said, so long as you could show me it wouldn't be a deprivation of rights under the color of law for making a traffic stop without probable cause of a crime having been committed.
Cool.
And he goes,
Flashbacks. This was a live 3chan pullover, I believe, wasn't it?
no, you know what? It was actually. And I got pulled over, and then whatever. I'm not even gonna do it. But so the officer, I said, well, why wouldn't you be depriving me equal protection for making a traffic stop on the side of the road without probable cause of a crime having been committed? He goes, well, you were speeding. I go, do you mean to tell me one of the fine, honorable judges in this county doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction? And I go, I tell you what, I'd love to let you search my car so long as you agree that I can file a UCC1 in the counties where both y'all live in and make claims against you for deprivation of rights under the color of law. And we sat there for a little bit. And the cops came. They had a dog. They let the dog go around my car one time. And then they came back and they said, they kind of cut the dog off about halfway. And they were like, you know what, sir? Blah, blah, blah. They were like, have a nice day, basically. And I shook all their hands and we all had a nice day. But, I had like 2 ounces and a fucking joint in my pocket. So, I mean, it was dead to rights for me if they were coming after me. But
In
the
New
point
York?
is that they understood it, I think, because I made it plain. I said, I said to them at the side of the road, I said, look, because I had a bunch of jiu-jitsu shit. I was like, they knew I trained martial arts and shit. I had like boxing gloves and stuff. And they were like, and I was like, guys, I was like, just like, I said, the thing about law is like, or, at one point I was like, the thing about this is that like, I can't physically fight you and stop you from searching my vehicle. So the courts have allowed for me to sue you. And I said, and that's what I said into the UCC, need to file a UCC1 in your, in your county you live in for a $10,000 penalty, deprivation of rights. And I'm going to need your dash cam footage. You know what I mean? Because everything I'd done was, legally sound. I wasn't, you know what I mean? What they were doing, they're so used to doing, they don't even think about what they're violating.
So there's this guy that What's It turned me on to, and his philosophy is don't ever ask your public servants or public officials, is what the politically correct thing is. Don't ever ask them to do something you actually want them to do. Right? So when he asks for a Freedom of Information Act, he wants you to reject them so that he can call the cops on you, because that's not part of the civil code. It's actually in the criminal code. So when you violate the Freedom of Information Act, a FOIA request, just a, basically a public information request that anybody can do. When you turn them down, then he calls 911 on you, and it puts you in a protected class. So if you ever wonder why the cops show up during an auditing situation and they're not trying to talk to the guy who called 911, yeah, go talk to the party that called you, bro. It's like, go investigate them. It's like they're a protected class because they called 911. So the cop can't really do much to them because they're protected. So when you call the cops on the public servants, even the cops, and they say, well, I can't do anything about that, then you call 911 and get the sheriff over here. This police officer is, not going to do anything, and I just witnessed a crime. So by duty, I have to call on you. And he's not doing any of this because he wants them to go, get fired. And he's just trying to educate them like, hey, this is what you're supposed to be doing, and you're not doing it. This is your code, your rules to follow. And because you're not following it and you're committing a crime in front of my presence, I'm obligated to call 911 on your ass. So there's many different philosophies.
There's another way through. I mean, yeah, I just think that's too confrontational. You're involving too many people. The only thing I think what I've heard of is a good move is like, let's say you're dealing with someone who doesn't know and you really want to deal with it on the side of the road. Is you just say, hey, could you get your commanding officer on the scene? Because I think you don't understand. You might, I mean, like in myself with those officers, let's say, right? I could have said like, hey, like, you might want to get your commanding officer on the scene because you might be about to injure yourself. You know what I mean? Because you're depriving equal protection due process of law. Whether you realize that or not, there's a maxim in law that, ignorance is no excuse. So you've deprived equal protection due process of law. You might want to get the commanding officer out here before we do anything further. And you can request that.
I've thought about my YouTube channel name, and I kind of think I've almost settled on man versus pignorance.
I think you're too classy for that, Larry.
You think so? But I do want to educate my public servants, and I want them to be completely aware of everyone's rights.
Well, I think they're aware of it. I just think, I used to think of it like, you'd host, really invite, like, if you wanted to do something like that, you'd like get a community room down at a local, whatever, Hilton, and, invite a bunch of officers, invite a bunch of fucking, and have them all come over to the place. And you know what I mean? And you do a lecture. Me and a buddy of mine, I was gonna do this for a bunch of people in the city because he had a bunch of friends who wanted to learn, and we were gonna like do a little classroom. We were even thinking like, how can we get government funding for this? Like, we were trying to get checks out of the government for a while, and
Well,
I thought
sorry.
like you could do that through civics. We're get a grant to like teach people civics.
But why would I want to do all that when I could just get Karen to call the cops on me because, oh my God, that guy has a camera and a beard.
Yeah, just
Oh,
walk
call the
around with
armed
it.
enforcements.
Just go through Dallas with an AR-15. I'm sure you'll have enough attention, man.
That's the thing. You don't need to do Second Amendment audits. The First Amendment audit is powerful enough to get Karen to flip the fuck out.
Well,
Karen
fair
or
enough.
Darren. Let's not be sexist. Darren McCarronson is just as much of a Karen as Karen. So Karen or Darren will call the cops on you if they see a camera in your hand. If they see one on the wall
Well, they'll
in a
freak out.
government building, yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, no. Well, Dallas is awesome. I would imagine like all there's. I don't know, man. I feel like, it's like when you get down at the bottom of the glass, it's like you realize they already know all this shit. Because you're not going to teach anyone except like a bunch of people who are going to be mad at you because you're telling them about how money works, and they're like, "But I work all my life for my money," And like, you know what I mean? Like people are very weird, I think, about the money issue too, because they've worked so hard for their earnings and their fucking, you know what I mean? And like, and I, you know what I mean? I love I love people. I don't want to fucking be a dick. But it's like in one sense you're talking about how like, you're like, what do you mean you could write off $1 million debt with a signature? I paid my mortgage with sweat, blood, sweat, and tears. You know what I mean? Like da 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 da. And like all this theory is like offensive to them.
Yeah, he paid for it the second or third time with his blood, sweat, and tears. But
Right,
the
and
first time he paid for it with his signature.
that's right, and he did it right. And he didn't put his signature on the back though, which means he didn't sign the back of the check. Which means that the CFO of the bank signed the back of the check, and that's why the CFO of the bank is coming after you for the money. Because we're signing these applications, and we're not signing the back of the instrument. You can't cash a check without the back of the instrument being signed. It's an interesting theory.
Yeah, I've noticed that. That's actually true. You can't cash a check without signing the back.
Right. So it's like people go in filing for credit cards or asking for mortgages and this, that, the other thing, and they don't sign the back of the instrument. You know, like, it's interesting.
Yeah, but they always tell you to sign right here. And you always do what the perceived authority tells you to do. That's my thing about questioning authority. You probably remember the Tool song, think for yourself, question authority. In order to think for yourself, you must question authority. Right? And that's kind of been my philosophy since the first time I heard it back in the 90s, because I was like, yeah, that completely lines up with my Bible thumping, that we're all created equal and the only sovereign is the Most High God, and we are all equal under Him. Like, if it is true that all men are created equal and endowed by a creator with these unalienable rights, then it's like perfectly clear that no one has authority over me unless I demonstrate through my actions that I have caused another man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss, and that I've given authority to that person and to the courts to seek justice and, to settle the debt because I trespassed. Only when I trespass do I give authority to someone else. And that's literally how I think every day throughout my whole life.
Yeah, man. And that's why I think of like this wordplay stuff is what allows you to exercise that further into society. Do you know what I mean?
It's a
Like,
tool.
It's a tool so that you can exercise your right. Like conditional acceptance, most of all, is a tool to get through like society. It's like it's like verbal jujitsu when needed. That's how I look at it. And it kind of and then if you substantiate your conditional acceptances with legal code, then like you start to realize how much power we really have. Because once you get into the legal code area, that's where I think you start realizing everything is inverted. Like people think the federal government has more authority over the state, and that's not
Yeah.
true. And that's not true.
It's not true at all.
Right. So
And by the state, you don't mean the state of Texas, you mean Texas, the state.
Yeah. I mean, you can get into that word dynamics, but I think it's all already either one. Like, you know what I mean? I don't play that.
No. Listen to
But
what I'm
I know
saying.
exactly. I
The
know what you mean. Though.
U.S.
You're right. There's
the
like,
U.S. government is the state of Texas.
well,
U.S.
no.
government is the state.
Well,
Yeah,
here's the
it's
thing:
not
is they
Texas the
try to.
state, right?
Oh, forgive me. Go on. The state of Texas would. Well, the state of Texas.
Is the
I forget
federal
how that
government.
actually is. There's the state of Texas, and then what's the other one?
Texas the state, which is the dirt that I reside on. The state of
Yes,
Texas is the
yes, yes,
plastic
yes.
covering the legal society has,
Well, see, here's the way that this
manifested
is.
out of nothing.
Okay, so let me explain it, Hank. The way that they proclaim that the federal government grants its jurisdiction over the states is because of the circuit court jurisdictions. If I'm not mistaken, that's the right thing, it's the like there's federal courthouses, like federal jurisdictionary, or like this is the kind of argument of what supersedes what. The state, let's say the Texas, the state versus the state of Texas. But then you also have like the state of Texas or the Tex. Texas, the state, also has its own government. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
so
that
it's
would be
like,
the sheriff, right?
well, that would also be the state constitution. So each state has its own
Agreed.
constitution,
Agreed.
and then you have every federal. You know what I mean? But they tried to, like, so each state is its own country technically. Now, what the federal government
Agreed.
tries to superimpose is the districts. So they try to superimpose this concept of districts over the inlay of the state. Like if you look at court districts or state district, like federal districts in different states, they're almost like they're weirdly laid out. Do you know what I mean? Like they're almost like their own thing. And I just think the federal government tries to claim that jurisdiction because of the districts. And that's where you get into this argument of like, that's where the name game argument fucks you up because they bring you into like a district concept and people don't like, you know, there is that distinction between the districts of a state and the state land, like counties and shit. So what they try to
Let me ask you a
yeah.
question, Isaac, just very briefly. A great discussion, and I'm thinking. Well, let me ask you.
Hey, speak up there, Pete. I can't hear you, bud. I
All
got
Earth
gamer
versus
headsets on.
flat Earth and has anything to do with this. Sorry, Hank. I just wanted to say, do you think that all of these artificial settings, legal system is built? Is it built around the ball Earth sort of reality in inverted commas? All of these different structures. And it is coming to flat Earth. Is there anything a flat Earther can do to challenge ultimate jurisdiction, isn't it? Because of course we're on a flat Earth, a flat plane. So Ireland or America or whatever where you're at as the highest authority on the land, that surely becomes something different then. So I'm wondering, has there been any challenges in court on the grounds of us living somewhere else as opposed to the fictional place?
I don't think so because like as soon as you enter into the court, this is what like Fred Baum got into, or Fred or Frank Baum in Wizard of Oz, was like the idea that like the black and white world is like the real world, and then the Technicolor whatever world is like Oz. So like when you're in the world of Oz, the Earth is a globe. You're on the private, you know, the public side of the court system, kind of a thing. And then but everyone lives in reality in the black and white one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the globe is just a part of the fantasy of China owns the debt. It's just part of the fantasy. And like I think like when you play in that arena, because the private cannot enter the public and the public cannot enter the private, like flat earth cannot, it's almost like it just can never penetrate the public sphere. Because
The public and private is
the
like oil
nature.
and water. They do not mix.
Yeah, they can't. Like there'll be like it would all die or something. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be too horrific for either side. You know what I mean? Like it's better than just it's better that they don't. That's how I feel about flat earth. It's like that's why like if you're in a public setting, it's like, you're damn right we went to the moon. You know what I mean? But like if we're smoking a joint, drinking a glass of wine, that's another discussion. That's what I've come to look at it as, to be honest, Pete. I don't think there's any, you're not going to create like a legal argument based on, well, since I found out the earth is flat, these charges shouldn't be fucking, should be dropped, or, hey, I was really acting. How about this? I was only speeding because I was so fucking scared that, you know what I mean? Like, that the earth might be flat, Judge. And, you know what I mean? If you give me this ticket, then it's agreed the earth is flat. You know what I mean? Like, if you charge me, then it's agreed that this court agrees that the earth is flat. You can maybe make that claim. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm saying it's more as a sort of challenge to jurisdiction. Now that we know where we are, hopefully coming to learn who we are. Up in court on April 12th, and there's no charges. It's a fucking.
But there's only, see, you know what though, Pete? The only court for that argument is your head. That's what I think. I think the only argument, the only court for the shape of the earth is somebody's own fucking skull.
I would like to point out something. So if anybody can like click on my name and see the little thing that I wrote, and it's got horrible grammar because I couldn't get it all to fit. So So I kind of like, you know, I wrote it the best I could with the space that I had. And yeah, it's not perfect grammar. So I've had ballers call me out for that, specifically curved on pandas, right? He called me out for my terrible grammar and my spelling check and all that stuff. And it's funny that he would do that to me, right? But if he got something in dog Latin in all caps from the government and they asked him to sign it, he wouldn't question that, right? He'd be like, "Oh yeah, I can read everything that's on this paper." It's like, even though it's not in English, it's a debased language, but he would never question it if it came from the government, right? He would never say, like, "Is this a legitimate contract?" Well, if you sign it and you give life to it, you breathe life into it by signing it. Well, if you sign it, it is, because you're agreeing to whatever the fuck you think this thing says, right? And then once you agree, you have a contract. But if you get something from the government and you say, "Wait a minute, I don't understand any of this. It's in all caps. That's not English. It doesn't say anything." Right? Then it doesn't say anything, right? And they're going to be like, "What do we do now?" Like, it doesn't say anything. He's right. It's not in English. But yeah, if you look on my little thing that I wrote, it's basically with what one of you guys just said. I'm not sure which one of you said it, but how can you know who you are if you don't know where you are?
Yeah.
Right?
I
That's
said that.
basically the gist of it. Yeah, that's basically the gist of what it says on my little Discord thing. I guess my little outgoing message if you click on my name. So my point of all this was, why is it that they'll point out, my flaws in my grammar, but they'll never question the government? These, anti-flat earther type, the anti, sovereign type.
Yeah.
How come
I
they'll
have
never question the all caps?
I made up a new word for those guys, officialados. Aficionados,
Yeah,
and
that's a good one.
everything's by the book. Yeah, everything's by the book, and you know what you're in for them. Of course, they don't mean it, Hank, but they are challenging you according to an official story, pretty much across the board. So Curved Up, they all know better. Curved Water knows better. They all know better. They're playing their part. Maybe I'm thinking, Hank, that'll be the value in the stuff that you or I or any of the rest of us learn as honest people going forward, is via these with anti-flat earthers, etc., via these conflicts, that you yourself will put some more time, effort, and more passion feeling into it then, and when you do, once you reach some sort of conclusion, then it will stand to you all the more. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So we've been challenged by these capable people. It will only spur you on or egg you on to go deeper and further into, well, I guess ultimately your relationship to yourself, to God, to everyone, to the land, to the systems in play. I think, let me just say to Isa, I was thinking more in terms of a jurisdiction sort of challenge. It's all fiction anyway, and all of these systems are attached or associated with spinning ball Earth. There has to be some way there. They already know in the court, they already know through my incarceration that I'm a flat earther and the Earth is flat and their whole fucking system is a lie. But I'm not sure which is the best way. As I get closer to the date, I'm not sure which is the best way to approach what I'm in for, what I have in store anyway. Because I could go a million.
Whoa! What's up, AP? I didn't know you were in the middle of some shit.
Yeah, they're cunts, man. I went up to the court the last time, and the name wasn't there, and I went up to the clerk of the court and I went, "Listen, I'm supposed to be in court here today, no record at all." I came away then going, "Okay, I won't pursue this any further." I thought they decided to drop the thing because it's so bullshit, but no. I didn't think about it for months. I was in busking one day, and a cop car drove by, and there's a cop inside. He gave me a sort of a smile and a wink, and I didn't recognize who he was. Didn't think any more about it. Half an hour later, the same guys came around again, and they had a warrant out for my arrest for not turning up in court. And so what they did was they changed the date. They wiped the date off when I went up initially, and they put it. Then they said I didn't turn up 5 days later when I was due to be in court. So they are fucking sneaky, and I ended up in prison again. I ended up in the cell again to appear before the judge the next morning. I fucking let him have it. But I was straight up. Actually, can I tell you this? There was a guy, I was busking the other day, and a guy came along and he said, "I saw you in court that day. He said, "What the heck?" He said, "I saw you shouting at the shouting at the judge." He said, "The next time you're in court, tell me. I'd love to be there because I guess they're all good boys with their solicitors and stuff there." But I said it to the judge. I said, "Is it the only way that I can be released now? Because I didn't want to have to do the same thing again." I said, "The last time I refused to sign a name, I ended up in jail for 8 days." But I said, "I don't want to go through the same again because I wanted to deal with this case here." I said, I said, "What do I have to do to get out of here?" You have to sign that. I put down PS UD. I went up to the judge again, and I said, "If this is the only way I'm getting out, this way." She said, "Is this you?" And I said, "It's not me." I said, "PS are the initials. UD is under duress." And I said, as far as I'm concerned, the legal name fraud is exposed and all contracts are null and void. So then they just set me free immediately on £100 bail or something like that, and just gave a court date of April 12th next year for a hearing. So.
You gotta let me respond. Okay. So if they write your name down incorrectly, that's what's called fraud, right? And fraud through the mail is illegal. It's called mail fraud, right? So if they're sending you these summons with your name incorrectly, whether it be Smith John or Smith John L or Smith John Lee or whatever it is, like that's not your name. That's not your fucking name. So as far as I'm concerned, it's mail fraud, right? So you have to use their codes against them because they're violating their own codes with fraud. And if you don't know because you're ignorant, what is the one thing that Jesus got right? Know the truth and it shall set you free, right? Because what is, knowledge that's applied? Well, you might call it power or wisdom, right? I'm getting a phone call. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, Hank, my own situation is it's so comedic in a sense. Now, I have him on about 100 different things. There'd be no crime in the first place. The crime that they accused me of and arrested me for was not given the name, even though there was no suspicion of a crime or suspicion of a future crime or whatever, a crime about to be committed. But it's just talking about the name. I wouldn't give my name because they arrested me for not giving the name. Went up to the cop station. And they charged me with drunken disorderly and not giving the name, little cunts. Excuse my language. But here's the thing. I said, I'm like, listen, I done nothing here, and I was, belligerent, which I'm entitled to be, right? But anyway, one of the sergeants there, Mark Lamb, I think his name was, he said, "You look like William Kalaki." I said, "Do I?" He said, "Yeah." So from then on, I was known as William Kalaki, this William Kalaki character. I think he's a real man somewhere that I reminded the guy of. But so they put me down as William Kalaki.
That's fucking hilarious.
William Kalaki. I told you I wasn't William Kalaki. I was put up into prison under the name William Kalaki.
Fucking right.
So that's what, fucking crazy stuff.
Well,
I said, you know the song by Bob Dylan, Williams and Zinger killed Hattie Carroll. You know that, The Lonesome Dead of Hattie Carroll?
I know that song, yeah.
So a song in the works, The Life and Death of William Kalaki, or The Death and Life of William, something like that.
The Death of William
on the same grounds. Brilliant.
His name wasn't even William Kalaki.
No. And they found out, they recognized after about 3 days when it was in prison. They put me in prison. Imagine this. If I was in America, I'd have a lawsuit for about 50 million.
Nah, they do the same thing to you, dude. The cops find that shit fucking hilarious, dude. They don't care.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a private case. You know what I mean? Against this, because they have nothing in the first place, but all the wrongs I went through.
Right, but my issue is this, Pete.
With just amount.
The rules of the game. It's the rules of the game, man. It's like they asked you for something, and you said no. And when what did you say?
I said they just came up and asked me, "What's your name? Where you from?" It's in Corona. And I said, "Why are you asking me this?" 3 young fellas, I said. They brought in a load of fucking young fellas for the Corona. We didn't know what they were doing. And I said, "Why are you asking me this?" They said, "Well, with no reason. We just want to know." I said, "Well, unless you suspect me of a crime or you suspect I'm going to commit a crime, I'm not bound to tell you this." And they said, "You are," etc.
Well, that's where you just said it. I'm not bound to tell you this.
That's what I could say.
Right.
You know what I did?
As soon as you said that, that's when they fucking took you down, didn't they?
See, that's why there's this guy on the internet. Hold on, bro. Hold on. There's this guy on the internet And every time the cops ask his name, he's like, "Sure, I'll give you my name if you give me yours." Or if they ask for his ID, he's like, "Sure, I'll give you my driver's license as long as you give me yours." And they're like, "No, you're not getting my driver's license. Why would I give you my driver's license?" He's like, "Well, sure. Yeah, because if you want to see my driver's license, I'll give it to you. You just have to give me yours." So he makes them be in dishonor from the get.
Yeah, buddy. And that's it, Pete. That's where, like, Pete. I don't know if you were on a call. We were talking about Pete's issue over here, and they were and how they giving him a hard time. One incident, and that's where I'm just saying, like, Pete, once you the rules of the game, and the rules of the game are number one, you can't prove anything. And then the four doors of response, and the only one that you really want is conditional acceptance. And but then also, but that the rules of the game, i.e., the four doors, you gotta know them because that is the killer. And just like Larry said there, remember the Bible says, Jesus says in Matthew 5:25, agree with thine adversary quickly.
Quickly on your way to court. So that means before you get to court,
Yes,
have
sir.
an agreement and you remove yourself from the jurisdiction of the court. Because when you go to court and the judge says, "Okay, do you know why we're here today?" Well, actually, Your Honor, I don't know why we're here today because we have a private agreement here, and you hand them the paperwork where you did the
Well,
secure
no,
party
Larry, actually,
process.
hey, check it, Larry. You're right. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not why are you here today? It's, well, Your Honor, we're here to get this court order fucking done. You know what I mean? You're there with a plan. You got everything settled and everybody ready to go, and let's just need your signature, Judge. You're just saying.
You're right. I said no. I don't know. Yeah, right. I should remove that word from my vocabulary.
I did ask. Remember this? I said we're in Ireland here as well, and there's a lot of sort of ignorance, a lot of corruption as well. So what you should do is fucking record. I had a phone on me as well. Would you believe? So I went through the process. Am I obliged to give you the name? Yes, you are. I said, what, I went through it in a formal manner, and they insisted on arresting me, and I let them know that, I think I told you this before, and it was the three cops there, and other cops as well. I said, for every hour of my incarceration, I'm going to be charging you, I think it was 10,000 euros I put down. I was incarcerated for 160 hours. I have about 5 people at least on that, what do you call it? But yes, I understand what you're saying. The court are equally corrupt. And I think what you'll have to do, which I might do the next time, you see, the thing is, if we go in and do that, then it will set the whole standard. I actually want the thing to go through, but I said you have to insist that all of the matters in the court are on for the permanent record. You know what I mean? If you don't do
Pete,
that,
listen, this is what you
then,
want to do,
yeah.
Pete. And this is not legal advice, like yabba dabba do, right?
No, that's grand, but that's grand. I
So,
might talk to you
but
before I go
what
today.
what one might be able to do is call the clerk of court, find out who the prosecuting attorney is, and send them a letter, i.e., make them an offer. And you would make your offer as polite as possible and have them show cause why, they shouldn't dismiss the case and potentially grant an order. You could ask for whatever you want to ask for, but the idea is,
Serious. I want to ask for a fucking trial by jury.
well,
Yeah.
that's
No,
not
that's
really,
a jury
that's
trial.
not what the Bible says to do, though, Pete. And the Bible is the way of the light, right? So, like,
Yes,
Bible
but
doesn't.
I said I've done nothing. You see, I've absolutely done nothing at all. And for them to go,
That's why
it
they
would just
want you
be an
to. That's why
embarrassment
they
for them.
want you to want to go to trial and prove your innocence and all the rest of it and make your case. The point is that it doesn't help you, and that, like, I just think you're going to go, because when you go to court in a trial, you're dealing with two opposing arguments. Well, that's door 3. That goes against the rules of the court because that means you're going to lose because you're going through door 3, and that's argument. So that's why they're so adamant on getting each party to have an attorney, because the
Okay,
only
but
thing
I wouldn't be just happy to leave it go at this stage. I'm thinking of going to the newspapers. Great story, but
well,
the
I'm just
reason
saying,
I
how
would
about
hang
this?
on, I said the
How
reason I
about
would
this?
want it to
Get
go
your
so
get
far
your
is because they have. I'm not even talking about they have no case whatsoever. Nothing. They have nothing. Nothing. They have nothing at all.
Well,
Why did you arrest him?
Well,
What's
when
on
you
here? Drunken
argue,
disorderly. Who made the phone call?
when
Who
you
made the complaint? What was the
when
issue? There was no
bro,
issue.
calm down, relax, take a deep breath. When you plea and argue, that's what they have against you. When
I
you
know
settle
that,
on the
but
private side, and you don't plea and don't make an argument, you agree that, yeah, sure, I'll give you, this, that, and the other thing, as long as you can send me what dictionary you're using,
Also,
right?
here's
And if
You
you,
know that. Yeah.
here's something else to just
I know,
consider too,
yeah.
and this, on another level, because we're right, is like gilden, right? Gilden is the root for guilty. I've heard it said, right? This term gilden. So when you say you're guilty, it means you're going to pay. When you say you're not guilty, it means you're not going to pay. And like,
yeah, guilty is German for debt, right?
so
So
like,
if you say there's no debt, not guilty, right?
you're like, yeah, and then but you're in court anyway, so obviously there was a thing, and that's where a creditor, i.e., son of Adam, solver of problems, would come in and say, no, 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 how do I pay? Where's the instrument? What do you need? How can I help? Where do I pay? What do you want?
But I said this is where I went into the court the last time, and this is why I think they set me up as well. And I said to the judge, I'm an idiot as to the ways of this court. And before I could get any further, I had a few other small things to say. I'm just all my natural are clearly given unalienable rights are full force and effect. But before I got to that, I'm an idiot to the ways of this court. She just put it down for a hearing. And she said, "You just as quick as that, you'll be able to clear your good name at the next occasion." It's a scam, but that's why I think, I would have a different. So you declare your position as you're going in there. I'm an idiot to the ways of this court, but I'm in here as a living man or a living soul who's unalienable rights are not rights. I guess you have to be careful. You have to stress in terms of which language you're talking about, and if they have any qualms or problems with your language, then let them ask you or speak up. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you. So anyway, that's what I started to do the last time, and I'm not inclined just to settle this, just to let it go in a sense, because as I said, even if it goes as far as it goes, the worst thing that can happen to me is a €50 fine or €200 fine. You know what I mean? They can't do anything else. There's no victim. There's actually no crime to begin with.
Well, that's
But
why
it's
I'm
a
more.
cover up from them across the board. Everyone's involved.
Well, that's why I'm more interested in, like, let's say, you'd motion the court for a dismissal. Because you could go in there, like, this is why if you go into a courtroom and say, I'm an idiot to the way this is a court, but I'm a living man, the judge is going to feel very obligated to say, you might want to get yourself an attorney. You know what I mean?
They said
Because,
that already.
yeah,
They said that
exactly.
already.
Because you're right.
And
Because they're hearing you speak and they're like, dude, you're about to go in and fuck your own life up. And they're like, and
uh,
it's apparent you're willing to do that because you sat in jail for 8 days on a contempt charge. So the judge doesn't want to, like, throw you in jail probably because you're not a fucking threat. You're coming in. You're almost forcing them to make them do something to you don't want, Pete. And I think the better move is to go in, like, because really, if I've always looked at it like, if man was given dominion over the earth, then surely we can understand the court system, money,
the court system
electronics,
is just like
murder.
sorry.
Right.
The
Yeah,
court system is a
it's a
bank.
utility. It's a utility, is what it
It's
is.
a bank. It's just like a bank. All the judge is trying to do is balance the books at zero. He's trying to get the thing down to zero. And if you're going against the judge, right, then you're basically going against yourself because the judge is trying to balance the books. And if you're not giving him any way to do that, first of all, there's a remedy for everything. There's a remedy. There has to be a remedy. If there's no remedy, then it's a violation of your rights. So what you have to do is provide possible remedy. They have to provide remedy. So what Issa is saying essentially is you go in there, you say this certain thing, right? That removes your body from their jurisdiction when you say I'm here to make a special appearance, not a general appearance, right? That's number one. Number two, may I see the charging instrument? You're asking for the bill, right? And then you're informing them that you are the number one security holder for your body. Like I'm the primary security holder. I have the first lien on my body, not you, right? So once you've established those things, then you say, hey, I would like to settle this. Like, give me the bill. Or when you do the secure party process where you send them, a letter, you got 10 days to respond, then you give them 20 days to respond, right? And if they don't respond after the third one, you give them 30 days. It's like, okay, well, they're not going to respond, right? So then you go before the court and you say, yeah, I'm here to settle the matter. We already have a contract here before the court because there was no response. Then they're basically saying that they agree, and here's all the paperwork, and you get two witnesses, just like the Bible says. The first witness is the post office. You get them to stamp, and they cannot interfere with mail. That's mail fraud, right? So a stamp from the postmaster, and the second witness is the notary who sends it to them, right? You tell them exactly how to do it.
Well, no, it's the notary. The notary is the stamp on your document saying that what you say is true and punishable by law if you're telling any untruth. The person sending it, those are your two witnesses. I mean, you could look at it like those are your two witnesses because you're going to send it registered, or in the States, you could send something registered and it would be considered as, it's like that would be you could get a proper process of service by using registered mail, is my point. But anything that you say, just something to think of is, I'm just, Hank's getting a little too in depth for what I think you're getting geared up for.
Well,
But I'd love to talk to you a little bit, Pete, about it so you don't hurt yourself, because I do fucking love you and I wouldn't
don't
want
be
to
worrying about that, bud. There'll be no hurt in Pete Shea. There'll be no, honestly, I'm not even worried about that. The worst they can ever do is just to fucking.
Well, then how about this
fine.
then? I'd rather fucking maybe try something with you. I'd rather try something with you that I think will win, as opposed to going through something in a process that I know sucks and loses.
What'll I win, though? What'll I win?
Well, you'll get the dismissal. So, like,
That's
you know
not
what I
a
mean? It's
win.
like, it is a
It's
win
not a
because
win.
you're out of the court system. You're not like, you don't have to pay. Maybe you don't have to pay them any money because
Give
they
a fuck.
accept.
I mean, I told
I'm just
you.
saying, like,
Because, listen, I say it's a perfect test case, actually, because
for
there's
what?
no crime. There's no
For
crime.
what?
I actually have.
This would be
I
another
actually. Hang
sovereign
on.
citizen L. This would
Oh
be
no,
another
I'm not
L
saying
for
that.
Pete,
young.
See,
you want to be
that's what
left
I'm saying.
alone.
This is not a
Pete, you
sovereign
want to be
citizen
left
thing. One
alone.
second, please. This is not a sovereign citizen thing in that sense. I was going to say to Isa, sorry, Hank. I was just going to say to Isa, we already know that it's illegal, and they know that it's illegal for us to use the name that is not ours, right? That's another attack you can go down in that sense. But the very fact that we are representing the name or even using it puts us in a certain situation, right? Isn't that
It puts
true,
you in
Isa?
Oz. It's the Wizard of Oz, man, and it's not wrong. It's not, and it's not even bad.
I wasn't even hiding the name or anything when they asked me. I went back to using the legal name just in a minimal level, but I wasn't even hiding the name. It's just the fact that these fucking strangers, young kids, came over and just started demanding this sort of stuff.
Well, right, and but it's like, it reminds me, and this is where you got to turn it on them, because you know what I mean. Like, let's say, like in that kind of scenario, well, are you a medical professional? Are you a fuck? You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many questions.
That's why I want a trial. That's why I want a trial, Isa. I'd have the three cops who were there. One second,
you can't
please.
win in
I'd
a
have the three
trial.
cops that were there, and I'd have them up each individually, I understand, and I'd question them about the situation that happened, because there's only my way of happening, and they'd all have to contradict themselves. And again, there's no fucking crime. It would never go
Well,
that far.
how are you going to introduce witnesses if you don't know court process?
Pete,
I will.
don't you just want to be left
I
alone?
will plead being an idiot, and I want to question these people. And these are people who were there at the time, are directly involved. I'll speak in my own language without any pretense, the way I can slip up, and I'll make them understand that I am reluctantly here, but I am here to settle this matter, and I will go through it in my own sense. You know what I mean? Without having to listen or to conform to their system, because they're less than me. They're a corporation. I know this.
Pete, that's true. That's true, Pete. But don't you just want to be left alone? Isn't that your goal? That you want your government to leave you alone?
Oh, I don't want that at all. I don't. No,
Oh,
not like that.
by all
There's a
means.
wrongdoing. Hang on, Hank. There's a wrong done here, and it's my story as well, which has been stretched out over 2 years. And do I just want to let it be? I don't mind. I was willing to let it be the last time when I thought that they dropped the charges because it's a stupid fucking case. I was willing to let it go, and I even left go pursuing the 10,000 euros per hour. I have at least 3 or 4 people on, but then they fucking set me up with the court. And then they arrest me. I put back in the cell again overnight. Oh yeah, I don't mind letting it go. They can't do anything to me now, really. They can't do anything at all. They're
Hey,
completely
Pete, do you see anywhere along these stories that you may have done something wrong?
Oh, I know what I did. I know exactly what happened.
Fair enough.
It was my. Hey, I said it was my. I actually sang outside, and this. I'm just listening to the name of a song, but I actually sang my "Corona's a Hoax" song. Actually, singing it again in Limerick recently. It's very good. I have to play it. I have to play it. It's like it's great. There's no one going around with masks now, but I have harmonic in it, and it's great. I actually really enjoy singing it. But I actually went up to the cops station. I had been up to the cops loads of times and told them about this fucking fraud. You know what I mean? But I actually went up with the guitar and I
Yo,
started
you
singing.
know, he just made me think of like a skit. Someone like I don't know if I should do it or if you should do it, but you do a skit where you're trying to like perform with the harmonica. Like I don't play harmonica like that, but yo, you're trying to do it with the mask on, and it keeps fucking up the song. So it could be like a comedy skit. You know what I mean? Where you go, like, fight off the mask to do the like. I don't know. Somehow you could make it like a physical.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I actually came up with a new term in prison. I was calling it to the cops and the guards and everything. Masked
Yo,
fucking
you could have
phonies.
all the check it out. Yo, you'd have like all the band-aids from the boosters and shit.
That would be brilliant. A brilliant collaboration. But
Like
or
yo,
a
fighting
brilliant
off the mask while you're trying to play the
continuation.
harmonica. Oh god.
Hey, I said it's hilarious, man. But from the moment I was arrested, I say ordeal, everything went grand, man. I went on hunger strike and I didn't take any fucking injection or corona test or wear a mask, so they put me in
Hey, is
isolation.
this live? Is this live
Oh
right
yeah,
now?
sorry about okay. Well, any test, right? That's just in passing. We can say a word, but yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah. I said it to him throughout. All I encountered from start to finish, I said, and Hank, it was masked phonies, masked phonies. I think I said it in the court as well. Everyone was masked, and even when I went to the court, they were threatening to kick me out of the court. And I said, if you kick me out of the court, let it be noted, not out of the court, waiting in. Let it be noted that I turned up. So when I went in the first time, I was the only one in the court. I tell you, except the judge who was behind a big fucking plastic bulletproof glass surround. I was the only one in the court, probably half full, without a mask.
Yo, good for you,
Definitely
Pete.
have it
As
in for me.
crazy as whatever. Like I fucking love you, dude. You're fucking awesome, man.
That's one, bud.
Good. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm so glad you're out there doing that shit in a way.
I'm not gonna spend 8 days in prison and tell everyone in prison. I said I had a
Hey,
visit from.
hey, Pete, check this out. If they ever hold you on a perjury account, okay, listen to me. If you ever start off on like, and you won't shut the fuck up, and the judge does something, and he tries to hold you on, not perjury, a contempt charge rather, like a contempt of court, anything like that, you need to purge the contempt before you can address the initial issue while you were in court. Just know that.
Purge the contempt.
Well, like if you right, and this is why they won't even tell you, and they'll just be like, you should probably get an attorney because they can almost hold you indefinitely on a fucking contempt charge, right? So, like you would need to motion the court to dismiss to purge the contempt so that you could even deal with the first issue while you're there. Because if you don't do that, that purge contempt it will hold you in jail because you never got rid of the contempt charge. It's just something for because people, if they really want to FEMA camp you, that's how they do it.
Once again, it's an absolute non-life and death though. It's so minimal. The worst thing they could do to me, if I took it as far as I could possibly take it, is give me a fine for being drunk.
No, the worst they can take it. I'm telling Pete, listen to me right now. The worst they can take it is throw you in contempt and just let you sit there until you are not going to get an attorney, and they're going to keep bringing you back in, saying, "What do you have to say for yourself?" And it's like, depending on how the judge wants, he might just motion to purge the contempt anyway. But the point is like you should know that you could purge the contempt. You could motion to purge the contempt and request another hearing, let's say, before any kind of, I don't know, man. A lot of people don't know that, and I think it should.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. These were my initial outbursts were after spending a night in a prison cell or in a cop lockup or whatever, and just been shocked into the system for something I didn't do. When I turned up at the hearing, no, I'll be very polite. I'll be very polite. I won't entertain.
Yeah, I mean, remember this, bro.
There'll
Pete,
be no cause for it. You know what I mean?
Pete, look at it like this, bro. Look at it like this, man, dude. And and I don't know. It's like, you're a child of Adam. You know what I mean? All of us are. So it's like, like there's a certain element of distinguishment that comes with that, and refinement that should come with that. Even like a strangeness that comes with those of us, right? And it's just what it is, but it's so strange, it needs to be refined in all the right places in order to be respected.
I agree with Issa. When we go into court, we should act like a man and try to settle any balance or settle any controversy. But first, before you go to court, you should try to settle it on the private side. So I've heard people say, when they get arrested, right, they don't want anybody to enter a plea. Instead of a release agreement, they write on a napkin or toilet paper or whatever they have to write on, if you could just release me for 3 days, see if I could settle this matter with the man or woman who has brought charges against me privately, and then if we can't settle it, then I'll turn myself back in. Right? These are things that you can try. I'm not saying that you should do it, right? But it's up
There
to
was
the
no complaint.
imagination is the limit, right? Because they're trying
Right
to
on.
contract with you. That's why there's solicitors. They're soliciting a contract, just like the person who knocks on your door. Have you heard of Jehovah's Witnesses and the whatever magazine that we're selling? Like, no, I don't want it, right? You could be like that, right? Or you could be like, sure, I'll buy your magazine if you mow my lawn. And they're like, well, I don't want to mow your lawn. Okay. Sayonara.
This is what I was talking about, to push it to extreme levels. I don't care about this stuff anymore in a sense. It's not that I've moved beyond it, but I've lived without the legal name for years, and a Cato guy is a hero. Cato guy is an absolute hero. He's probably a character put in place. He was a transgender, would you believe? I said early doors. So that's a whole story and a whole sacrifice. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Absolutely do. The problem is, there's no, who made the complaint against me? Who am I trying to settle against? I'm actually trying to settle against the state. Do you know what I mean? There's no complaint against me. Any individual. There's no loss, no damage, nothing at all. There's nothing at all. Just not a failure to give
Yeah,
the
but
name.
see, look at it like
Yeah.
this. It's a federal citizen, right,
Yeah.
standing before a state court.
Yeah.
Your state court is going to looks at the federal citizen as an enemy of the state.
Yeah.
And they look at it like they want you to pay. And you have offended the state. The state is the victim. The injury is whatever the
So
whatever the charging instrument says it is, and you got to pay the bill because you're a U.S. You're a
yeah.
you're a member of the UK. I don't even know how they've actually what the federal side of that
So,
would be. United
Republic of
Kingdom.
Ireland, right? Republic of
Oh,
Ireland.
forgive me. So Republic of Ireland, then. So that's that. We got federal and you got local areas. I don't care where the fuck it is on Earth under the IMF. And in that court system, the reason they don't give a shit and the reason they want you to pay is they look at you as an enemy of the local state.
I'm
I
actually
think
aware of that.
understanding the why is what made me realize it helps you digest why they do what they do. And that's where you can then you can find the remedy because now you know what they want.
Now, here's my point here. Actually, I just remember it. I'm sorry about that. That's why I was saying I've looked into all of this. And remember I said that the first thing so this course of action is available. The first, I lost all this information on my other hard drive. It's still there, but I'm going to have to pay to get it read. But anyway, the idea, you go into the court, you demand before the judge, you don't follow any instructions, you demand before the judge that the proceedings are on and for the permanent record, and you want clarification of that.
That's good. That's good.
The minute you
Yeah,
get
is
that,
this a
here's the
court of the
thing though,
record?
1 second, Hank, I
Right.
wasn't finished, please. So the minute you get that, these are instructions now from an ex-judge. I can't bring up what do you call it, because again, it's gone back a few years. But here, the minute you get that, then that assurance, right? Then you make the claim that you are the beneficiary of the legal name trust fund. You appoint the judge a trustee, and you want all of these charges dismissed immediately, and you can demand compensation for your own inconvenience, and that is on and for the permanent record. Then you're assured, according to this judge anyway, and I can sort of see why that might be the case, you're then assured clearance. But the problem is then you have to have this fixed relationship to the legal name, and I think maybe in a sense that affects your soul. Do you know what I mean by that, I say?
How can it affect your soul?
You do something because you have to, you know what I mean? But if you take advantage of doing something because you have to, then you're sort of profiting from it in a sense. I'm talking about, you can charge them, you can say, I want 10,000 euros in account by the end of this, for every, I don't know, every day you spend somewhere, or something like that. You can just demand just recompense, I guess, on the basis of the statement on and for the record that you are the beneficiary
Well,
of the legal
that's
name
kind of.
trust fund.
I'd love to see the document you're referring to because that's kind of what I'm talking about. We're doing anyway. Except what I think, if I gather what you're saying, because what you're saying is, and that's really interesting actually, because you would go in and you would appoint the you're essentially what you're doing that anyway with the UCC 3603. If you got the charging instrument with the signature on the back, you're now authorizing the judge to use your account to settle the charges before the court and possibly pay you back for the problems that the court caused you. And
He said
it
definitely
would
pay
be
you back.
hold on, it would be of no problem for the court to do it because they can access that SEC side of the books, no problem, either on the private side. The problem is you'd probably actually not even problem, but you'd want a motion to have that hearing in camera, i.e., in chambers, private, so it's not in the public section of the court. You would motion the court to have a hearing in chambers. Your Honor, can we recess and come back and have this meeting in chambers? You could request that, and then you would come in, and you would motion. That makes a lot of sense, and I'm curious to see how that would work because you just motion the judge, be like, Your Honor, if you can, do you have the charging instrument? I'll set it off, and you can end, and then you could discharge any charges against the defendant, and you could give me 10 grand for deprivation of rights under the color of law. But the problem with that one is, or you could just charge them, like you could bill them. I wonder for how much it is, and I mean that's really interesting, actually. Quite honest, just because.
But I think that you're putting them on an immediate sort of.
Well, no, you're like, and if you did it, let's say you did it through your paperwork before you got to court, that's really kind of interesting because the way I've always looked at it is you're just discharging what the United States has to pay in debt. So if you were to ask them for more money, you're just forgiving them for giving you that money anyway.
And
So
money is debt currency as well.
and the money, well, the money is like the idea would be that the defendant's bills were paid. The United States has its books settled, and you could take some of the excess cash off the top because it's already discharged. Fucking interesting.
Okay, so I got
If
to
you
say
get that
something.
document, listen, Pete, if you get that fucking document, I want to see it.
And
I gotta, hang on, Pete. Yeah, just a second. So basically, what I was trying to say is that there's always a remedy because you always have a right. So they can't just put you in there and railroad you unless you're ignorant. So if you're, trying something, doing something, it may or may not work, right? That's what a lot of people say. Like this stuff isn't going to work. But when it does work, it's not going to end up in the public documents because you settled it on the private side. So that's why people like Eggshells is always saying, "How come I can't see any of this?" And how come you can't prove that any of this stuff works? It's because you settled it in the private, right? So the private side is where you have your rights. It's the public controversy that causes the problem. The controversy, you disagreeing with the DA and you can't come to the truth. Therefore, there has to be a court for fact finding. So basically, if you just agree with I don't disagree with any of the facts, right? That's one of the things that you want to say. So you stay your ass out of court, because once you put yourself under the jurisdiction of the court, that's not going to be good for you. Like they're going to win like 98% of the time or better, right?
But
because their rules is their
I
games.
know about
and
this,
you're
but Hank, I know about these options.
Yeah, no, but I'll let you talk without interrupting.
Yeah, but Hank, I know, but it's not as if like I'm just considering this for the first time and everything has been thrown at me. I have a different story.
Yeah, but
and
I
you did
wasn't
say-
talking
Hank,
to you,
you
Pete.
did
I was
speak,
talking to
bud.
the audience.
You did speak, and now we're going to forget what I was saying, Hank. It's okay. You did speak, bud. But
Go
continue
ahead
if you
if you
wish. But you made the point. But I'm just sort of correcting you on if case you actually this happened to me before and actually appeared on a radio station in Ireland here, one of the main radio stations, and the whole situation was about Good Samaritan gone bad. Where I ended up in court, and I talked about it both privately and publicly. There's a greater story about that. I didn't mean to be rude and interrupt you there, Hank, but just to let you know that I'm aware of all of these options, and what you're saying is definitely correct. If I want a way out, if I want a settlement, but I think there's more to my story here. And as I already said, I have nothing to lose here to begin with. And because of my particular, I'm not going to say status, I'm a flat earther, but people will laugh at me when I say I'm king of Era. I mean that. I mean that. Now, what that word means to you and what it means to me is a different thing. I've already explained what I mean by that, and I respect each and every one of us as being the highest authority on our own respective lands. ARF, by the way, is just Ifada, which is a little grab above the E, IRE. the Emerald Isle. That's the whole of the island. The 36 counties or 32 counties, the north and south, sort of. I would say reunited, remembered. Let's put it like that. So yeah, Hank, I didn't mean to be rude. There are a million one different options, and I definitely don't want to settle it just peaceably and let it all go, or at least not in my mind right now. Do you know what I mean? But I know these are the avenues to go down. Absolutely, there's loads of different possibilities. There's loads of different possibilities. So I didn't mean to be rude, or
No, you weren't rude, Pete.
Cut you short as well, bud.
It's okay. Carry on.
I got your point. And look, if you're involved in these things as well, it's probably definitely more serious for you. You know what I mean? People, they can take your fucking car. They can torment you. If you don't pay the house taxes or something, they can threaten with your eviction, upset your whole life. Me, I'm on my own, and there's no issue here. The worst they can do to me is fucking 200. I'm not going to go into the court. I'll go in respectable. I'll be the most respectable person, but I'll be here as myself. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do appreciate what you have to say on that matter. And I know about 5 different ways I could go immediately forward. But I'm just trying to weigh it up, especially in terms of my own story and also flat Earth. We shouldn't have to do any of this by right. You know what I mean? The fraud has been fucking exposed, and we're not. How can we be expected to live under God within a fraud? Do you know what I mean? We can't. And last thing, can I just say, aren't we told in the Bible, Hank, not to prepare your counsel? Just enter the conflict, enter the court, and the Lord will inspire, or something along those lines. Don't think about it too much. Don't prepare it. Haven't we told that somewhere in the Bible by Jesus himself, maybe?
Hey, can I interject for a second? Gio, are you there? Gio? Gio, are you there?
Calling Gio.
Gio, are you there? Austin, are you
Yeah,
there?
what do you need? What do you need?
Hey, I have a 15-year-old from Illinois who I confronted a couple months ago making accusations on me in voice text that I'm some sort of a pedophile, wanting to see his picture.
All right, let's handle this in DMs then.
I sent a DM
in the DMs, please.
I sent a DM to Gio, but I guess he's not
All right,
around.
cool.
We'll to Jeremy, I guess. But
We'll get back to you as soon as possible. If there's any problems with somebody, just mute them or something. Is there like an immediate problem?
I don't need those accusations in voice chat.
So if there's no immediate, all right. Did he do it now?
He is a self-proclaimed 15-year-old who accused me indirectly of being a pedophile. I want him gone.
Hey, what's the timestamp?
Let's go look. It's been really recent, Jeremy.
Dude, I'm at work, bro. I need a timestamp, please.
Oh my
Listen, we're gonna take care of it. I just need a timestamp. I'm at work. There's a lot of work to do tonight. I can't just scroll through reading all these comments. Just grab me a timestamp of when he actually did it, please. We'll take care of it, bro.
You want me to do it in PM to you?
But just list them out here, by the way. We can all go back and read it.
Send me a DM with the timestamp, please.
Okay, here we go.
Just the one where he called you that. That's all.
43. I said indirectly. 43 after the hour. And then I responded at 42 after the hour with something. And then
bro, send me a DM of when he did it.
Carpenter, is it?
Very good. Thanks a lot.
I got you.
Screenshot.
Send me a DM.
Screenshot it and let it go. Let's talk about something else.
Please.
I screenshot it and sent it to Gio. I guess he's not there. I'll screenshot it and send it to Jeremy. Get this taken care of.
Awesome.
Good gracious,
awesome.
people.
We'll get this taken care of.
15-year-old should be allowed here as well, Jeremy.
I think Jim means thank you for handling that while you're busy at work. He appreciates it.
No problem. I got you guys. I'm always here for you guys.
Jeremy, 15-year-olds should not be here in the first place. This is not a child's forum.
Man, it's way different than 2015. Oh, 2015.
You don't want any 15-year-olds here. No way, man. No way.
Dude, okay, you don't tell us what we do or don't want, first of all. And I don't know what the age limit is, but we're gonna look into that.
Okay.
I sent you the PMs. Now I'll let you deal with it. I don't want to make a threat. But if you don't deal with this 15-year-old, then I'll listen to Austin on YouTube and through his YouTube and through his debates, and I will kiss this place goodbye.
All right,
It's
Jim. We
disgusting.
don't. Jim, we don't
It's
want that to happen.
disgusting that you allow a
That's
15-year-old on here.
unnecessary, Jim. That's
Yeah,
unnecessary.
man.
Jim. He said he's going to handle it. Jim, he said he's going to handle it. All he was asking was for you to
This
cite your
happened.
source,
This
and he was going
happened
to take
6
care of it.
weeks ago.
Okay,
this
Jim.
happened six. This happened 6 weeks ago. I asked Gio to look at it 6 weeks ago. He did nothing.
It happened again
Well,
tonight.
I can't confirm or deny that, but I think it was going to be handled. So,
Okay. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, we're going to take care of it.
No one needs
Thank
to
you.
go. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
yeah, like I was trying to say a few
Just
minutes
stop
ago,
talking
in
about it and get it
2015,
together.
yeah, in 2015, I think I was called the P word like 15 times a day at least. And I just, moving on, who cares? But yeah, I get it. You don't want to be slandered or libeled against. So I get that. Makes sense, right? But yeah, I mean, we had thick skin in 2015. We would have people like take over and hijack the conversation and make it about them for like 10 hours. A4, anybody who remembers A4 or AKA Adam Dwyer, he didn't stop doing this.
A4 was brilliant.
Oh,
Absolutely
was he?
brilliant.
He was brilliant at taking over the conversation and monologuing.
That's because he was dealing with the likes of Xanax and the likes of Moyoc Man, etc., back then as well as we are now. Now he left the scene. Who's wiser? I reckon, Hank. Who is wiser? Who is wiser?
Well, the reason he left the scene is because he was doxing flat earthers, right? We had a good friend. She was from Michigan. I'm not going to say her name, but he was doxing her and her granddaughters and saying that he was going to do unspeakable things to her granddaughters. And it came back around on him, right? Because this guy named Bulldog, he was calling him at his house on his personal phone number, like the landline, and inviting him to come, hang out with us on Hangouts. So then Bulldog showed videos of Adam Dwyer with a KFC bucket. And then he pulled up his address and showed us where he lived in Australia and showed that he lived right next door to a KFC, and then showed that KFC bucket in one of his videos and completely doxed the fuck out of him right back. And he has been on the internet ever since. And that happened on my YouTube channel.
Please. Hang on, Hank. What's going
Go
on
ahead.
here? Adam already was on camera and told stories about his life. We knew where he lived. We knew what he looked like. We knew what he did. What are you talking about?
Well, then he doxed himself, and Bulldog just took advantage of that information and exposed everybody where he lived.
Freely gave out.
Well,
It's
then
like
why
me
didn't
saying,
he? Then why
hang on,
didn't he
Hank,
come
hang on,
back?
Hank,
He never
Hank,
came back
why are you so insistent now, bud? Why are you so insistent on this? I was there as well.
because I was there.
But
It's
it's
happened
like
on my
me
YouTube
saying,
channel.
okay, Listen, I understand that. Adam had a lot to put up with, and he was certainly vocal and certainly insistent on some things. But it'd be like me going, so I'm afraid of someone doxing me when I've already shown where I live, I've given my name, and someone reveals that, and I'm going to go, oh, well, you got me. Come on, man. Come on, that doesn't
Yeah,
make
but
any
why
sense.
was he doxing flat earthers and talking about her underage granddaughters? I don't really see why
Because
you're
there's
taking this
loads of,
side.
I would say there's loads of snakes in flat Earth, just as there's loads of snakes in ball Earth. Adam himself, I'm thinking, was an agent of some sorts, but that doesn't mean conflicts aren't going to arise. Look at the hate between, let's say, Dan the Waterman and David Weiss, for instance, two flat earthers of prominence. Now, what are you going to say about that? Tim Osman calls
It has nothing to
David
do
Weiss
with
and
what I'm
Potato
talking
Crew
about. I'm talking about
endlessly.
Felix, who was a good flat earth lady, a smart gal, by the way. And Felix never talked to anybody, had really anything negative to say about anybody. But, okay, if you know Felix, do you want her granddaughter's name being put out there on Facebook and stuff like that?
Okay, let me say something to you. And thank you for reminding me of Felix. Felix was a great fan of the Dodo at the time. But great love for Felix. Obviously, she's acting her part as well. She had to have been. But that doesn't mean that she is not in the midst of this. What would you call this? A pit of the worst vipers ever. If you think back to the early hangouts, and it's full of agents as well. So I think Adam, who's possibly an agent, Felix was definitely someone involved, but this inner conflict. going on all the time. And of course, it's not acceptable, but it's a fight between agents as far as I'm concerned.
I don't know. I don't think Felix was an agent. I mean, she was pretty astute from my conversations with her.
Not
And
an
all I'm
agent,
trying to say,
insider.
yeah, I don't think Felix was an agent, bro. And I don't think she was a federal agent. So what I'm saying is that Adam Dwyer would like find flat earthers and find them on Facebook and start like saying all these terrible things. He threatened to cut my head off if I didn't show my face.
That's
Which
okay.
means that he was
That's
trying.
Adam for you.
Which means that he was trying to dox me. So yeah, I wasn't on Facebook in those days, but still.
Have you ever been on camera? Have you ever been on camera?
Yeah, plenty of times.
Nice one, bud. I mean, there's lots of people who haven't as well. Up to including a few flat
Well,
earthers.
that's up to them.
Jeremy has never been on camera. Geo has never been on camera.
Well, that's up to them.
Yeah, I'm an agent, Pete. Big
I'm just
time.
saying though. Lots of ball earthers, Jeremy. Hang on, Jeremy. I'm not saying
I'm
you're
with
an
all
agent.
the alphabet gang.
I was pointing out that
people.
lots of people don't go on camera, and mostly
what does that matter?
Ball earthers. Mostly associated with the ball earthers, right? Who have something to
Well, how do you
hide.
know I don't want to get on camera because of what Hank just said about people doxing and stuff? What? Maybe that's why I don't want to get on camera, Pete.
No worries. I'm not saying that. Maybe no worries.
Well, you're
Maybe
saying something. What are you saying then? Why don't you say something? Say something.
Say something.
Say something. Yeah.
Okay.
Say something good for once.
Oh, you say, okay, I'm not saying that you're an agent. I'm just pointing out that you've never been on camera. I wasn't criticizing you. I'm just saying it's a fact. You have your own reasons for it. Geo has never been on camera to the public anyway. What am I saying? Geo's an agent. I have my own opinions on that, but I love Geo.
I haven't been on camera
necessarily because you're doing that, but plenty of people don't want to do that.
Hold
Not
on.
so much on the flat earth side.
I haven't done that, but I will start showing my face if I can get paid to be to pretend to be a Glober.
You can look. I'm not saying there's no pressure on anyone, but this is life. In a sense, it's flat earth, not life and death. Haven't we sort of learned that our whole lives became meaningless beforehand, in a sense, in the terms that we thought within, we lived within?
No.
In this life or death, in a sense, your face is already known, not by people here, but it's already been known by the powers that be, if you're any sort of a threat anyway.
Yeah, I don't really worry about the powers that be. I worry about crazy people like Adam Dwyer, who's trying to dox the fuck out of me.
He wasn't crazy. He was passionate as fuck, and he was called crazy by everyone from the very outset. One thing I remember about Adam, and we had great time for one another, even though he was very extreme. I think it was just because of the arena we're in, but he talked about the spider god. Did you ever hear him talking about the spider god? I think ultimately he was making reference to the barrier. Barriers above us, but the spider god was a very interesting theory. He had a great theory, great mind.
I really find it absurd when flat earthers are like pro Adam Dwyer, because the havoc that he caused everywhere he went. This is what Adam would do. So for the people who don't know, who weren't there, Adam would come in and start berating the channel owners and the mods. Are you just going to sit there and let him talk shit about me all day long while you just sit there and don't do anything? Me. I'm the victim. This guy's an asshole. You're not doing anything. Therefore, I'm going to report you for the P word that you are. That's what he did every day, all day long.
Hank,
you can't deny that.
Hank, what are you doing here? What the heck are you doing here?
I'm telling people who weren't there.
Anyone here had a conversation with Adam when he wasn't like Hank was saying, and you have a very calm. And remember, for Hank, you're
very
talking
calm.
About periods of, yes, you have a calm, reasonable,
Talking
intelligent,
about Adam Dwyer?
explorative conversation with A4 Adam. Now the point is, Hank, though, that remember these early hangouts went on 24/7 in the worst of conditions, in a sense, over years, or extended periods of time anyway.
It sounds like this Adam guy was making it the worst conditions.
Yeah, for real. So you condone a flat earther threatening another flat earther to cut his head off if he doesn't show his face. Do you condone that?
I don't condone that. I never do that to somebody.
Okay, so you do understand that that is dishonorable, right?
Of course I do, yeah. I'm not vouching for Adam in
Okay.
that sense. He had
Okay.
such a foul mouth, and he had such a way with the way he said it. But remember, he was in this most desperate of arenas. I'm not particularly talking about flat earthers now, but the ball earthers. All the same heads were there: Gem Panda, Red's Rhetoric, Zanuck, you name them. They're all still there. The ones who curved
Yeah, but
water, they're all there.
I
The
would
ones who are here today.
I would desire to be in a room with 9 Jim Pandas, Red's Rhetorics, and Curved Waters than to be in a room with one Adam Dwyer.
That's your own point of view, man. That's your own point of view. That's your own Adam.
Well,
Adam's great.
from the sounds of what
Adam's
he
great.
did, I'd rather do that too.
Well, you
This
by
Adam
the
guy
way,
sounds crazy.
Hank made it sound. Of course you would, Jeremy, but he only said 2 sentences about a man who was very complicated and also very passionate and also a long-term contributor to many great hangouts and discussions. Don't forget that.
Pete,
Not
were
an
you in
Sounds like a
Flat Earth
raving
Debate
lunatic to
1.0?
me.
Were you in Andre Asensi's Flat Earth Debate in 2015,
Yes.
2016?
Yes, I was.
So you were there when he was given control and mod powers for the day, and you think that he was an
He
intelligent guy?
took revenge on all the feckers. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, so Pete condones that. That's fine.
So imagine,
You know.
imagine you were given mod powers.
You
Hang on,
act like
Jeremy.
a
Imagine you were given
lunatic
mod
too
powers
sometimes.
in
So
Gem Pandas for a day. Wouldn't you go mad?
I used to be a mod in
I bet
Gems.
you
No, I
are.
didn't go mad.
Why don't you resign your modhood
I'm
here,
not anymore. I
Jeremy?
was.
Why don't you resign your
I
modhood
was a
here?
mod for a few months over there, and I didn't go mad, Pete.
I don't think there should be any mods, ideally. But why don't you resign your modhood?
Hey Pete,
Yeah.
all right, mate.
But
If I resign, I'm here. Who's going to keep you in check?
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
well, as long as you have me in check, you don't have Zanuck or the rest of the ballers in check. That'll do, Jeremy. What question have you for any baller today, Jeremy?
Pete, did you see my comment about ARI, as in your Aristarchus? ARI means great lion. Did you see?
Did not, bud. I'm not. Well, I didn't know. I didn't scroll through the comments. Nice one. Aristarchus is the most encoded word in history in English.
Yes.
English language.
Yes, but if you got the words starch, which is a carbohydrate, which is a sugar, you got arise, which means that the ARI means something to do with the a great line or the sun rising, and then and us. So us, but
Okay.
that ARI was the word.
So let me listen. I'm not going to get into this now, but let me tell you how it affects all of us. Arise, Tar of Cuss. Cuss is Jesus. It's
No.
it's CHS. So we look at CHS. CHRIST. So we're going to write down the words. So Cuss is Jesus. Tar is your semen. It's an able-bodied semen. Arise then. We're in a fallen state. We're in a fallen state. Our spinal fluid has pooled inner testicles as males, so we need to bridge the gap that has been established. We heard
Everything is made. Everything is
Are
made
you
out of
talking
starch.
about white tantra?
No,
talking
I'm
about
saying.
arise, Tar of Cuss, and more fool you if you took Jesus to be a literal man or take him to be a literal man. And by the way, I love Jesus. Jesus is my
Pete,
best
stop.
friend.
You
I'm
love
not going to
Jesus,
think
but
in
he
terms
didn't
of a man in
exist.
the desert 2,000 years ago.
So you don't
Peter.
think he was a man, but you love him. Do you love Santa Claus too?
He was Robin Hood.
Hang on,
Robin Hood.
please. I said Jesus is my best friend, but I don't think in terms of a man in the desert walking on water, doing all these things according to the story. That's a fantasy story. That's a fantasy story. Even if it were true, I wouldn't be able to believe it because I've never seen anyone else do that anywhere.
So, Pete, the word starch itself is the building block of life. We have the word us and starch and arise. When you heat up the starch, it rises. So the point being,
Here we go, bud. Here we go. That's brilliant, round. That's absolutely brilliant. And here's the thing. What rises as well? Bread. What's the basis of our existence? Money, which is dough. Bread, which is dough. Music, which goes from dough to dough. The
Oh my
dough, the
God.
dough is the semen, which also needs to rise. So the
Bro,
dough
how
is the
many
white,
times you going to say the
white
same
consistency.
thing every
I'm
day,
done
dude?
now, Jeremy. I'm done now.
You're done saying the same.
Blood pressure rises. Is that Seaman?
I was done now, but when you had to interrupt, I was answering a specific question by Realm, and I was done. Thank you. You want to? Hey, Chucky, Brad, Cliff, get back in here. Come on, let's talk about
I'm here.
football for the next 2 hours again. Let's go.
I'm here, Pete.
What do you think of Aristarchus, Bud? You're actually here representing the cult of Aristarchus, who was the father of
No.
heliocentrism.
No, I told you about Big Star.
Who's the
Didn't I
father
tell
of
you about
heliocentrism? So you're
Aristarchus,
representing his cult.
Aristarchus or not, the Earth measures flat.
Yeah, but Aristarchus didn't exist, just like the ball doesn't exist. You have to decode what's presented. Are we that stupid that we have to just take everything literally? There's no deeper
No, we're not
layers.
that stupid.
Fucking hell.
I told you about Alex Chilton in Big Star. I remember that.
What about Arya Starr, who is a current pop singer? What about Harry Starkus, who was a great early pioneer in terms of moon photography on YouTube? I could go on. What about Tarkus from John...
Wayne Gretzky.
John, what do you call it, from Mars? Not John Connor.
John Connery?
Oh, John Carter from Mars, yeah.
Oh, I don't think he was from Mars. Didn't he go to Mars?
Yeah, but it is called, I think it's John Carter from Mars, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, but the
Mars
Ari,
is Stark. What about Arya Stark? Hang on, please. Here's the last one. What about Arya Stark from Game of Thrones and their house, a House of Stark called Winterfell, and winter is coming as the motto? What about that?
Yeah. The Ari, the Ari means sun. Sun starch us. The sun starches us because it oxidates us, does it not? It makes our blood increase pressure, things like that. So the Aristarchus is the sun, is it?
The sun is yes, it is. And Aristarchus is the father of heliocentrism. He put the sun as the center, but we have to understand that the sun. Remember, I asked you, Realm, what you say the planets are. What did you say? How big? You say that they're all planets, balls floating around in the sky, but very much closer distances, smaller size. Fair enough.
I don't think anybody says they're floating. That would imply that there's some buoyancy.
There has to be buoyancy in space, because otherwise what happens? They just fall, wouldn't they? Where would they fall to, though?
I mean, Winston can't seem to figure out that if the stars rotated around the Earth, they'd have to be traveling many times the speed of light. So maybe we should help him figure this shit out.
About the stars are reflections, Cliff, and they're the things that are moving around us. So you have all your distances gauged wrong. When you look into the night sky, Brad, you're thinking in terms of trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away, even though you're not. You can't experience it.
If they
I
were
think you're actually
reflections,
just
would
really
they have
thirsty
mass?
for interaction from me
Where's the
because you're
projector
low.
located? Is it located?
If stars were reflections, why do they have mass, Pete?
You know they have mass.
Is this been up there?
How'd you prove that? Where'd you get that?
That's a stupid question, Brad. I'll let you redeem yourself. Do you want to ask that or take back that question?
Let me just
No, not at
explain it
all.
because he's a sophist. So I was saying that within their own paradigm, Einstein says that if the sky was moving around the Earth, that you would get centrifugal effects. So what Chucky does with his incredible intelligence that towers all of ours is then conflates different models or different. Hey, I'm talking. He then
It's the one
conflates
model,
different ideas to try to strawman you with Einstein for some reason.
You
when
don't- I
because he's
didn't
too inept to understand that it's actually a hostile witness showing that even if you believe in relativity, you must believe with the principle that it would be a translation of motion both ways.
I didn't conflate all ideas. All these ideas work in harmony, and you have to use them all together, and they work. That's not like the flat Earth that you're using.
No, you're conflating the globe model and relativity with some position opposite of that, saying the sky is moving. As if we're claiming the sky is moving, we must believe that the stars are masses going faster than the speed of light.
That's why I gave him a chance to take back his question with it.
If he said, using this, we can't determine if the Earth is moving or the stars, but then later he could tell you why he knows the stars aren't moving, you can put those together and determine that he clearly means the Earth is moving, but you need more information, which thankfully we have.
No, that is a completely irrelevant comment. You've yet to keep
That was
up
a
with
trend.
the actual argument, but this is Baller's specialty, so
Why do you-
let me help you again. I know you're not going to keep up with the argument if you keep interrupting. So the
No,
point
you need to
is,
explain why it's
shut up,
irrelevant.
dude. The
No.
point is, okay, do I have to mute you because you keep interrupting me?
You can't mute when you're in the conversation.
Well, actually, then I guess Jeremy, you need to mute him then because he's interrupted me 4 times so far. They have an emotional religion. They're
then
freaking
consider
out.
that.
Me talking to Pete.
All right,
Can you
everyone will
not
get to
control
30
yourself?
seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, so the point is the only reason Einstein is invoked is to show you that from even within your own paradigm, the principle of there being a translation of motion from outside the system has to be acknowledged as true. Now, whether or not it happens with stars super distant away, going this speed, all that's irrelevant. Whether or not it would work within your paradigm of heliocentrism, that isn't the point. It's a complete non sequitur. The point is that for you to believe relativity is real, even you have to admit and concede that if the stars were moving around a stationary Earth, it would translate motion to the Earth. So please stop strawmanning and conflating the two different positions. Thank you.
If you have
That would be
thermal,
my answer. Yeah.
if you have thermals coming off, if you have thermal,
Let Brad respond the second round, please. Let Brad respond, please.
I can agree that due to relativity, that would happen. However, there are other factors at play. We know that the stars can't be moving because of the distances that we know the stars to be, or understand the stars to be. So because of that, we know the stars are moving. So we put the two together to make a coherent, cohesive model and know that it is not the stars that are moving, it is the Earth.
You hear how he just did it again? Like right after
Didn't
being
listen to a
told
word you
how-
said, Wish.
It's so
Didn't listen to
funny.
one
It's like
word.
we don't believe that the stars are super far away like you claim. We don't believe they are what you claim. We don't believe any of the stuff that you claim. It's only invoked to show that you must acknowledge the principle. You then went back to explain how, well, according to the rest of the stuff we know within our belief of heliocentrism, it wouldn't work. That's a non sequitur. No one cares. I already knew that. I'm the one that told the ballers about it. Okay, I don't care.
don't
That's
think so.
that's a non sequitur to the point that you have to acknowledge the principle. Now we're going to take the principle and say, okay, well, if the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane and the sky was moving around it, there would be a translation of motion to the Earth, and even you have to acknowledge the validity of the principle. Please do not once again respond by saying, no, the distance to the stars and blah, blah, blah.
I did agree to the principle, but we know that that isn't actually the case. If you
How
can't
do you
figure
know
that
that
out,
if
that's your
science
problem.
doesn't prove anything?
You're
How do you
flat
know that if
earthers,
science doesn't
we
prove
don't know
anything?
what you know, Brad.
Hold on, man.
Sorry,
Was Chuck
Pete
done?
jumped in. No. Yes, I was, but I couldn't hear the question because Pete jumped in.
How do you know?
It's a
Now he's jumping in.
because there's a total diversion.
Brad, you're not the center of attention here. You're
Hey.
a waste of time.
No, I'm trying to hear a question, and what's his face keeps jumping in. What's this?
All I'm asking is, how do you know that the stars are light years away if science doesn't prove anything?
They don't prove anything. They have evidence for the stars being light years away. So based on our best information, they are very distant.
Yeah, but I could see your mom walking down the wrong part of town and assume that because she's on Harry Hines Boulevard, that
Hold
she's
on.
across.
Larry, hold on. Next question. How do you know that they have mass?
Wait, no. We're dealing with this question first. You can't
This
see
is
my
all
mom walking
diversion.
down
Actually,
Harry
I'd
Hines
really
Boulevard.
like to know how they have mass. How you know they have mass as well.
This whole
please.
thing's a
Well,
diversion.
they're made of helium, hydrogen, and
How do you know that?
beryllium, boron.
How do you know that?
Spectroscopy.
Did you? But no, that's not a way to test physically to see if something's out there. It's just you can see like repercussions maybe of things like that, but you can't actually go and test it, can you? I didn't
Is it
think so.
accurate spectroscopy? You
I
wanted
don't
me
know.
to get a
No, here's the deal. No, hold on. The deal is if spectroscopy is accurate, you have to check at the physical location. You still have to go there.
We also know what the effect of masses have on other masses. So we witness the sun exert.
Well, I'm sure that you want to
influence
make
over
up as
other
many
masses.
excuses as you can to believe your narrative. However, if you haven't been to the physical location, you don't know what it's comprised of. I'm so sorry.
No, observing masses interact with masses isn't what did you call it?
Do you remember how this conversation came about, Brad?
Yeah,
Yeah.
whoever's saying that though is just like, you're just straight up lying to be able to get around, not having to deal with the fact. You saying that you
Yeah,
have to physically be where you are to be able to test the composition of something is number one, just a blatant lie or complete ignorance. But probably what it is just you wanting
Okay,
to
so the
avoid.
conversation is ruined for tonight. Lovely.
No,
Yeah,
not
see,
at
this
all.
is what's funny,
It's-
RC. You are such a little girl, bro. The way you talk to people, because
Why are you insulting me?
RC,
Is
if
that-
we had a
Jeremy, you need
barrel
to know-
100 yards
you-
away,
Whitshead, he's
could you use?
insulting,
Wait, I'm
the
talking.
witnesses.
I'm talking.
No, you're not talking. You're insulting, and it's rude.
Well, now you're muted
and not
because
very Christian of you.
I was in the middle of talking. Thanks
It's
for playing.
ridiculous.
You actually called me witless just a second ago. All of a sudden, you're virtue signaling. How hilarious! So, RC, if you had a barrel 150 yards away, could I use spectroscopy and you tell me exactly what's in the barrel? Yes or no?
What barrel?
Just a random barrel comprised of different things, and I put it on like 200 yards away. Could you look at it with spectroscopy and tell me what's in the barrel? Yes or no?
Blow it up, sure.
Blow it up?
You know what? I thought was quite.
You think that's equivalent? Do you? You think the sun's in a fucking barrel, and you don't
Okay.
want us to call you names?
So wait. So if I have
You
if I
don't
have an
want us to call
explosion,
you
if I have
names.
an explosion 50 miles away, can you look at it and tell me exactly every single part of what's inside the explosion?
Every single part? No.
And is it possible that you wouldn't even know what exactly caused the explosion?
I don't know.
Oh, but you can do it from trillions of miles away, though.
Oh no, I'm not an expert in spectroscopy.
I don't
Oh, now
have
it's I'm not an expert. That was
Hey,
so
Winston,
easy.
before you just steamroll this bullshit, let me just like school you here a little bit on it. If it were indeed, 93 million miles away or something like that, and I were able to see this explosion, I don't know, for, years on end or something like that, and I could get a reading of what's there multiple times over the course of, I don't know, let's say 10 years, yeah, I could probably give you a pretty good idea.
Yeah, the question
No, you
is, how do
can't.
we
No,
know
you
they
can't.
have mass? How do we know
Then-
that
Hey,
stars
what's
have
it?
mass?
That's a nice.
it's
That's
the
a nice
fallacy.
claim. Your denialism doesn't get you anywhere in your bullshit worldview.
See,
Well,
here's
what's
the
funny
problem
is
with
you're
your argument.
making the
Let me just
claim.
Really quickly, I
let
do
me
have
just
a
be.
question.
All right, I'm just gonna tap out.
I have a quick question. If I say that I've tasted an apple, but I haven't actually tasted that apple, can I talk about how the apple tastes?
Luckily, we're
So
not talking about apples.
What they're talking about is stars. Okay,
Yes,
so
they
they're
know.
saying that they're saying
They have.
Yeah, can I get a
used
one-on-one with RC?
spectroscopy on stars?
Yeah, since you
So-
hijacked the conversation for sure.
I'm sorry, Witsit. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. I'll tap
With
out.
you off
Yeah,
quick 5 minutes.
Witsit's crying for now.
Well, no, actually, all of this
I
is
love the way
diverging from me
Witsit thinks he's in
destroying their
charge of this
entire worldview.
conversation.
But let's please
Everything
play
is
semantical
dictation.
arguments about what we can know and what we can't know.
Zanuck, Witsit needs his ego stroked at least 6 hours a day.
I've been sitting here listening to you guys talk
Non-stop.
for 2
Everything we
hours.
I
it seems
just
like.
started talking.
What he thinks he's
Witsit,
talking about.
you've been
And then he
talking
mutes
all
people
day.
because he doesn't like what we say.
Yeah, if you don't stroke Witsit's ego, you're muted.
It has nothing to do with that. So
No,
the point
Xana got
is,
muted because he was just over talking people.
you
That's why he got
jumped in
muted.
and brought my name up, Chucky. I was sitting here working on something else, and you brought my name up and said that I
you
don't understand. Now you're already interrupting. You are a child. You have no control. So
I stopped,
you
dude.
stop interrupting, dude. You brought my name up while I was working on something else. Said apparently Witsit doesn't understand the stars will go faster than the speed of light. Maybe you need to try to help him understand it and explain it to him because you're a little gamma and you had to bring me up and try to attack me. So then I jumped in and corrected you. That's what happened. I corrected you on your misunderstanding of the situation. And then instead of conceding, you guys desperately diverted away to other claims. So that's what actually happened. I corrected you, and you have no rebuttal, and that your own position has to concede the validity and the principle of a translation of motion to a stationary Earth.
Pointing at
That
your
happens a lot.
denialism is not.
I will take your little gamma as a compliment because I'm sure it wasn't an insult. So I will accept that I'm a little gamma, although I think I'm fairly large, extra large, in fact. And in fact, I did say you don't just take something and cherry pick it. You have to talk everything about it. If we're talking about the distant stars, we need to address the fact that they are and can't move at the speed of light. So if we're talking about whether the stars are moving around us or we're rotating, yes, we can take all that we know about the stars into account. So to say that it's a whatever conflating theories is ridiculous.
So I've already addressed this 5 times. It's kind of like I'm talking to a robot, right? Where I've already said,
Yes.
listen carefully, listen very carefully. I'm not making a claim about your model because your model is pseudoscientific fairy tales, okay? The point is that even within your own belief of relativity, according to Einstein and relativity, you have to concede the validity and the principle that if there is a stationary Earth, there will be a translation of motion from the sky to the Earth. I'm not believing in claims about millions of miles away,
Kenji.
trillions of miles. None of
Anyone
that
else in there?
matters. So yes, I understand that within your paradigm, you can't say the stars are moving because if they're that far away, they'd have to go faster than the speed of light, which that itself would
You get the
refute
floor there, all
relativity.
that.
Please stop saying it over and
So-
over. It isn't a rebuttal to my actual position, which is that if the sky is moving around a stationary Earth, there would
What's
be a
up?
translation of motion, and even your own perspective has to concede the validity in that
You should
principle.
see how much
seems-
everywhere I moved
it
the broom,
seems
there was
you're-
like dust explosions.
Jeremy, you're hot micing.
It seems that you're just cherry picking one facet of it and ignoring the rest. But yes, I can agree that if that's all that we cherry pick, I'll accept Einstein. Yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
not cherry picking
We'll drop it.
anything because my
Well,
point
yes.
is just no, I'm not. I'm the one that came and told the ballers that he later discovered and conceded that he didn't think it would work in the 50s after someone did the math about the distant stars. I'm the one that told the ballers about it. That's the only reason you even know about it.
Good for
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Good
So
for
stop,
you.
so
Winston.
think
Thank
about
you
how
so
deluded you
much
have to
for
be.
telling us a cherry picked fact. I appreciate it.
Think about how
That's
deluded you have to
great.
be to
Go
pretend
back
you're
to doing your
teaching.
little-
You're pretending
I'll
you're
talk to Peter
teaching me
now.
about the stars being so far away they'd have to go faster than the speed of light. When I'm
The
the one
stars
that
Go
called
back.
and
Go back to doing
Why-
your
why
craft,
must
and
the
when you
stars
figure out
have
why we
mass?
know, when you figure out why we know that the stars have mass, you can come back and talk. Okay. All right, big
See,
guy.
now
Hey,
now you're
Brad,
just
I-
imploding because you got destroyed, and this is why
Oh,
next
yeah.
time
Wait,
maybe
you're just going back
next
to
How
time
did I
maybe
get
don't
destroyed?
bring me up, right? Maybe don't
Because
say my
I
name and bring
agreed
me
with
up.
Hold on, can I
It's probably
real
gonna
quick?
be hard to
real quick.
talk now that you're muted, I guess. So
Yeah,
maybe next time when I'm just minding my own business, don't jump in the VC because you're so
Right.
desperate for interaction with me, like borderline, like yeah.
famous. You're famous.
How about you just leave me alone when you don't understand what you're talking about? So I had to come off of what I was doing to correct you. I've now corrected you. Now you've imploded to changing the subject about masses and all this stuff. If the stars, whatever they are, is much more local, it's a much more dense medium, you would have an immense translation of force and motion to a stationary Earth. We don't have to believe you're vacuum or trillions of miles away or your constant speed of light. We don't believe in that. The point is only brought up to say you have to concede it is a valid principle even within your own paradigm that if stuff was moving around the Earth, it would translate motion. Now, we don't believe in the rest of your assumptions about the mass, the distances, the vacuum, all that. So please stop saying it over and over. Maybe write it down, re-listen to the stream a few times, make sure you actually understand my position, and then accept the L and move on.
Okay, thank you, Whitsett. Now,
My
before,
paradigm.
hang on, Brad. Before you come, remember me and you started this conversation, and the least I
Yeah.
wanted to get you to admit, Whitsett just had made a final statement, man. Let him be. Here's lots of things to be worrying about right now. Don't invoke him. Let's go back to the reason why Whitsett came back in, which is ultimately he dealt with very competently, and it goes back to your model and flat Earth model. I said the stars on a flat Earth have to be near, and they have to be of a different composition than what is said on the ball, right? Because they're separate models. You can't say model is right or wrong. You got to test every model against reality. But you invoked the stars having mass, and that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. And we went off on a 10,
Yeah.
15-minute diversion.
Yeah.
Last thing
I'm
I'll say
curious
to
about something.
Whitsett, on an,
Here,
on
already
an
said it.
honest opinion, is learn how to swaddle. Whitsett, kids love it. Little baby burritos.
Okay.
Good luck.
Chuck. Right. How
Yeah.
That's a
when
bit
you
of an
had
insulting thing to say,
yeah,
isn't it?
I know,
That's
which
a
is
bit
why I'm
nice,
trying to
Brad.
ignore it. Okay, Chucky,
No,
can
I'm
you hear
being
me?
nice. He needs to
Is-
learn how to swaddle
Hello,
because babies love
microphone
that shit.
check. Mic check.
Go ahead.
Anybody? Thank you.
Oh no,
Okay,
hang on, Fuzzy
if
fuck.
fuck
Is that your
No,
name?
fuck Pete.
Pete,
Relax.
Jesus Christ.
No. There's a conversation going on here.
I
No,
know.
So
I'm
let me
yes,
just,
it's not with you.
Pete, you're being disorderly. Please let the gentleman speak.
Pete, okay, Chucky. All right. You said what we know about the stars or what we can ascertain.
Yeah.
You said you have evidence for it.
Okay, I
Yes.
want to know how you I have evidence for Santa Claus every morning. How do I determine the difference between evidence for something and proof of something to know it?
Well, we don't deal with proof, so we deal with the strongest evidence available. And all the evidence point to the stars having mass, and nothing points to it not having mass.
Are you still calling that science?
Yes. What do you call it?
I guess pseudoscience would be the next, maybe an appropriate term.
So astronomy is a pseudoscience to you?
Well, yeah, anything that can't perform an experiment.
What about systematic observations? Is that not valid?
Well, those are observations, not experiments.
Yeah, you don't need to do experiments to do science. You can. You don't have to.
What?
You can do.
Well, then
That's
how do we know?
pseudoscience right there,
Okay,
bro.
well,
No,
yeah,
brother,
that's
it's not.
the definition
You
of
just lost
pseudoscience.
the argument again.
No.
What did you say?
Astronomy is not a pseudoscience.
Then give us one valid hypothesis that we can test here on Earth, where we can manipulate the cause and see the effect. Thanks.
It doesn't have to be on Earth, dude. If you're dealing with astronomy, it's probably not
Wait,
on Earth.
we're here. How are we going to manipulate something that's going on in the heavens if we're here on
We're
Earth?
not. We're not. We're just
Okay,
going to
then
make
it's
predictions.
not science.
Incorrect. We're going to make predictions.
Okay, how do you make predictions and then test it?
Go ahead. So, if something has mass, we could have something orbit around it. So we could send a satellite to the sun and have it orbit, or at least have its path affected by the mass of the sun. I think we've done that in what, the 70s?
Hey, there was the
Later.
example. Here's the example of the supernova, where we saw the supernova. We predicted that we're going to see it again in a year or two, whatever the period was, based on gravitational lensing. And then they saw it a year or two later down to basically the day, based on their mapping of gravitational lensing. That's how you make a prediction and test it.
I did not know that, but that sounds cool.
Can you send me the information on that so that I may take a look?
Sorry, who is that talking sense there?
That was Extremistus.
Yeah,
Oh,
Extremistus, can you send me the documentation where I can actually see that they made a prediction before it happened and then it happened?
Did we only recently send a probe to the sun, or did we send one much earlier?
The Parker Solar Probe was sent within the last 5 years, maybe. I don't know if there was one before.
Wait, so do you actually think a probe went to the sun?
It went towards the sun.
Okay, lots of things go towards the sun. Did the probe reach the sun?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay. No, I don't know. I'm just asking you if you heard that.
I know it went close. It took some measurements and sent them back. I don't know what happened after it.
What do you mean by close?
A couple million miles.
A couple million miles is close.
Yeah.
That's super far away, man.
It's a big number, but it's
I mean,
a big
that's
thing.
like that's a lot
if
in
I
the
have-
United States.
If I have 100 of something and someone says, "Well, I got 3%, I was close," would you say that that's an accurate statement?
No, but if I had a house and I was on its front yard, I would say I'm close to the house. Or if I took a picture of me in front of the Taj Mahal, I said I was near the Taj Mahal. Would
That's
you?
going like
not
the
say that?
distance of the United States from coast to coast, like 13,000 times.
Yeah, but it is a very small fraction. I don't know how close it actually went. So
Well,
I'm
but
driving.
see,
but I
that's,
can't look it up.
isn't it weird though? But aren't we trying to prove the distances of these
No.
objects that's what we're trying to ascertain, not assume, right?
Right.
It went. It supposedly
how do
went
you know
within
you're
like
in the ballpark?
3.8 million miles.
Yeah. Or how do you know you're close? How do you know you
Well,
landed on the
let's say,
front line?
if we say the sun is about 93 million miles, and we go 90 million, we can say it's more than 90 million miles away, right?
Well, do you say a probe went more than 90 million miles towards the sun? How did it deal with that kind of heat?
How did it
A
travel
difference of
that far?
1,000 miles? Well, difference between freezing and hot temperatures.
Does radio bounce that far? What's going on, guys? How do you think people are going to buy this for real?
How fast did it go? You just believe whatever they say? Do you ever think about it?
We were told.
Everybody's talking. Nobody can look it up.
We were told in January, February of this year, 2022, that a NASA probe went through the sun's corona for the first time ever. You can look this up, and it encountered somewhere between temperatures of 1.8 to 2 million degrees Fahrenheit. The hottest substance that we can test here on Earth is 7,100 degrees. But we were told by NASA that something went through the sun's corona for the first time, encountered 1.8 to 2 million degrees Fahrenheit, and survived. Do you want to live in a cartoon world? Go ahead.
What kind of alloy was used to withstand those temperatures? Do you know what kind of alloy they used to withstand that kind of temperature?
You want
Yeah, it's called. Listen, it's called adamantium, and get caught up on your Wolverine, you fucking losers, huh? Don't you know anything?
No, you're missing it. No, it's an alloy of adamantium and vibranium.
Yes,
so it's
yes,
double
that's right.
extra. Yeah.
How could I be so stupid? That's exactly right.
I mean, this is
Hey, I
science.
wanted to-
Stop denying it.
I wanted to apologize to Witsit. I didn't realize that you had been called out because the nature of my job, I'm kind of in and out sometimes. So I'm sorry for interrupting, bro.
Oh, good.
No, it actually was hijacked before you theoretically hijacked it. It's okay.
Yeah, it's hijacked like 5 times.
All you were trying to do is bring it back on course. So, but yeah.
And that wasn't an insult, Witsit, telling you to swallow your baby.
I
They
know.
do love that shit. You can't believe it, but they do.
No, I know.
So, Chucky.
I don't hate you, buddy. I don't agree with you.
Chucky, what kind of alloy did they use to get that close to
I don't know.
What kind of thermometer
You
can
tell me.
measure that? Do we have anything on Earth that can measure that kind of temperature without completely vaporizing?
Absolutely not.
See, Larry, in 1966 to 69, Roddenberry, who was a 33-degree Freemason, got a bunch of people together, and they made a show called Star Trek, and they got Shatner and William Nimoy
Is
and all
this
those people
relevant?
together. And they made
No,
us.
it's not.
And they made us. And they made us believe in the impossible that is possible.
No.
And to this
No.
day, we still think it's possible.
No, Star Trek has a lot of flaws, and Star Wars even more. And most of us either point them out or just. But
Oh my God! You know what's so weird?
There's a lot of flaws.
You don't even know what alloy it was that got that close
No,
to
I
the
don't.
sun. How?
But I don't.
How does
so
it make
if
sense
that's
to you?
pro-
What possible
It doesn't
alloy
matter.
could it be? How could it ever
It
survive
do-
something like that?
It doesn't matter that I don't know what it is. I don't need to know everything for it to actually
What's the
happen.
alloy of the Millennium Falcon?
But if there was unobtainium, but if there was a satellite that went around the sun, that would still show
No.
how far away the sun is, and
Through
that
the
it has
corona, not around the sun. Through seriously. I mean, it's millions of degrees. What alloy can we make that can just that's an impossibility on Earth?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
In the imagination of space fools, anything can be imagined.
Oh,
Did the gravity of the sun? Did the gravity of the sun pull the probe in?
Are you? What? How did the
like
probe
a tractor beam without a rope?
No, not like a tractor beam, like gravity.
Wait, does gravity use a rope?
Does gravity know how to use a rope?
Yeah, because I played tetherball before, and the game sucks without a tether. Like it doesn't really work.
Hey guys, 1.8 to 2 million degrees Fahrenheit.
I guarantee they didn't
That
measure
sounds
it
like
in
a made-up
Fahrenheit.
number. Is that a made-up
I
number?
guarantee they didn't measure it in Fahrenheit.
It wasn't they weren't 0.7 degrees off. How do we know?
NASA
What alloy can
NASA told us it was 1.8 to 2 million degrees they encountered.
I'm sure they did it in Kelvin or in Celsius, not Fahrenheit.
No, they did it in
So
Fahrenheit.
they can't
Look it
convert it?
up.
What about the time they launched a probe to Mars and they calculated it in meters but programmed it to feet, and the thing fucking buried. How about that? Did they use, empirical then? Oh, they
You
did,
sure
didn't
it's
they?
not the other way
That
around?
flat fucking buried. Well, it could
You
be
sure
the
it's
other
not
way
the other way
around. I
around?
could be remembering it backwards, but you know what I'm trying to say, so why don't you address that
Yeah.
instead?
Okay. So meters are bigger than feet. Great. Ours are bigger than yours. So, but you want to bring up a tetherball now. You want to ask if gravity uses a rope, and you want me to take you seriously?
Ignore that. Ignore that, right?
Okay.
Go ahead and address what I said about how they programmed it and feet did the calculations in meters or vice versa. Because you said they wouldn't
When was
use
this?
they wouldn't use Fahrenheit. It's one of the Mars probes,
Yeah.
the one that fucking buried into the surface.
And did they contract somebody and they didn't read the contract properly?
I don't know. Why would you ask me that? You said that they
Well,
wouldn't
why did you
use
ask me that?
Fahrenheit, right? But apparently
Right.
they do use metric and imperial all the time.
Okay.
Do you think on the contract or the blueprint, do you think it would say what kind of alloy was used to withstand even the cold temperatures of Mars?
I bet it would in the specifications. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you think that they have something that can? You think there's a spec sheet for something that holds over so if it's something must have to be 2 million degrees. If you can be off, but if it's what was it 1.7, 1.8 million degrees, you got to have something that. Come on.
Are we talking about Mars or the sun now? You're switching back and forth.
How are you skipping over the fact that you're just assuming an impossibilities?
I'm not assuming anything. I don't know what it was made from. Why don't you look at the specs?
What 1.8 million degrees at what density of material?
Yeah. That's why you can sit in a sauna at 140 Fahrenheit, where it's very uncomfortable to sit in that the temperature of water. But you can be in a sauna like that for half an hour, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't even stand touching your
What if the sauna was 100,000 degrees?
No,
How
hold
long
up.
could you stay in there for
It's
that?
still what RC Meisty just said is about density. The air
Okay,
density
so
is a lot less than
100,000.
water.
Okay. Now, what if instead of 100,000, it was 1,000,000 times? What kind of density are we talking about?
Very diffuse.
If I get hit with, I don't know, 5 atoms, right, that have the energy in them of 1,000,000 degrees, guess how much that's going to affect me?
0.00 fuck all.
Does the sun throw off 5 atoms, or does it throw off like a quadrillion, gazillion photons?
Larry, I posted the article at 38 minutes after the hour. 2 million degrees Fahrenheit. Enjoy your little cartoon, guys.
So they're talking about the particle. Hold on, you're talking about particle density. What about the metal of the spacecraft? The metal of the spacecraft is pretty dense, right? It's getting hit by a lot of photons, right?
Yes. It's not the
So the
photons.
argument about the vacuum is irrelevant. It's not about the photons. How does heat get transferred?
The transfer of the energy from the particles around it, not the photons. There is
So if
radiated.
I get hit by an ass load of photons, but I'm in a vacuum, I'm going to be cool by getting hit by a bunch of gamma rays?
It depends on what material the thing is made of, and it depends on what exactly it was measuring. So that was my question, right? What density of material was being measured, and how was it being measured? Because there's a lot of ways to think about that. We're not going to measure the temperature of air because we're not talking about air. So, let's get into specifics. But this guy, keeps his finger.
Right, we're talking about the material of the spacecraft.
Which is why I asked what the alloy is made out of. That's why I'm trying to get
the density of the corona at that distance?
Well, if you're talking about the heliosphere, right, the sun's atmosphere, I'd imagine it's a lot denser than your so-called vacuum, right?
I would love to know what exactly were they measuring. What was the density of the material that they were measuring?
What I'm asking you, what alloy was it? What alloy was it? That's why I asked. What was the alloy that they used to withstand over 1.5 million degrees?
Hey, Fuzzy, you also never responded to what I said. If I, as a human being, get hit with 5 atoms that have the energy of about 2 million degrees, what do you think that's going to do to my body?
One atom holds 2 million degrees. Are you for real?
Mikey, can I ask a question quickly?
Is this a hypothetical question, or is this a demonstration of this in real life?
Mikey, I have a question and a follow-up for a second. Can I?
Oh, Lord. Sure.
Okay, so we're talking about the density of the sun. Is that correct?
No.
No, we're
The
talking about the
density of the
density of the
material
metal
being hit
used.
by the sun.
Okay, so we're talking about the density of the atmosphere of the sun. So density is mass over volume. So explain to me how we don't know that the sun has mass. Go ahead.
Explain to you how
That's
we
again.
know.
Not
We're
you,
not
Mikey.
talking.
Hold
I'm
on,
saying
somebody's got a
if we
crazy
don't
echo,
know,
guys. Everyone stop. Who's got the crazy echo?
I think RC's feeding back if he's open while they're
Yeah, he
talking.
gets weird feedback with him.
I'm not feeding back. I'm on a speakerphone.
Mic check.
Hear you, Larry.
It just
Mic
happens
check.
when RC's mic is open and someone else is talking.
Yeah. Again, we're not talking about the mass of the sun. We're talking
Yeah,
about
so
the alloy. We're talking about what material can
No, dude.
withstand.
You were
We're
asking me
trying to
how do
say-
we prove that the sun has mass, and I said we sent a probe to it. Now we're talking about the density of the sun. Density, of course, is mass
You
over volume.
allegedly sent a probe to it. Is what we're trying to ascertain that.
Oh, I see.
If
So
I
you're
said-
just going to
I said-
deny everything, right?
No, if I said no, if I said I sent a probe to Middle Earth and here's my footage I got back, would you just say,
All right,
okay,
Jerry.
well, obviously it went to Middle Earth. Let's take a look at your footage.
Okay, send us the footage. Do you want to put it in the general chat, or do you want to DM it to me?
Are you completely denying or not misunderstanding the point of relevance of me bringing that up?
No, I get it. You're trying to make a joke, but the problem is you don't have that footage, and there is this data from the probe.
So
you
I
don't have
data
any.
on
Right,
Earth.
but why do you
okay,
believe the
hold on.
quote-unquote
Okay,
data?
send me the data.
I got.
Send me the
Why do
data.
you believe the data?
Hold on. No, I've got data on Earth. There's 6 feet. The adult males can reach 8 feet tall. That's
No,
data
send
on,
it
on
to
an
me.
orc.
Send it to me.
Yeah, but
I'm
why do you
walking my
believe the
dog. Are you
data?
fucking kidding me? Are you missing the point?
Because it can be verified independently.
Who can go to Middle Earth and independently verify my orc data?
Nobody.
Yeah, who's going to the
Nobody
sun,
can.
dude?
Lots of people. So lots of people were involved in the program.
Lots of people are going to the sun without NASA's help. You're
No.
hilarious.
Lots of people were involved in the program that can verify the data.
NASA says that people at NASA, they can't tell the difference between a simulation or a mission. Like they openly say this. So.
But they get data, right?
Yeah, but so does a simulation.
Who sends the data from the simulation?
I can give you data on my peanut butter and jelly sandwich right now. It doesn't mean shit.
You're trying to cherry pick that again. They're saying in the control room they can't confirm that, but there is somebody feeding them data. So the people who are getting it from the satellite or feeding it to the control room can tell whether it's a simulation. Can they not?
I don't know.
Well,
one point.
How do you know that?
Saying,
the
you're
one guy
essentially
that's
saying
in
the
on it.
people in the
How do you know
closet-
if that was the one guy who would?
1 point.
What if that was the one guy who's in on it?
Well, I mean, yeah.
but there's not one guy.
Yeah, but the
outside
whole team is
control
just
room at
getting
NASA.
data. So how do you verify where they're getting
yeah,
the data from? You think it's impossible for them to send the data to that team and it not be real?
The control room is not the whole team.
And nobody said it.
Did you just completely not
No,
hear what I
Witsit,
said?
Witsit,
Or
you got this mixed up. It's not that it's impossible. It's that there's no evidence that people are sending or fabricating this data. If you'd like to make that claim, well, then I'd like.
no, you got it
Well,
all
then that's
backwards,
what we're
right? So
we're,
like,
we're asking for the alloy.
no, I don't have. I'm not making
we're
a
asking-
claim that anything's happening. You're making a
Making
claim.
the claim, yes.
You're making a claim built upon the veracity of this evidence.
That-
You're
that
making
is
the
a-
claim.
That is a reversal.
Yeah.
No, you're shifting the burden of proof away from
And
your.
have fun with that, Witsit. But
You're
everybody
shifting the
hears your
burden.
bullshit here.
Yeah,
Everybody
because
can
we all know that when you
hold
get
on,
into the
hold on,
fallacy
hold on,
realm,
before-
you're in over your head if you're trying to accuse me of a fallacy. So now I'm going to
Nobody's in
correct
over
you.
the head. The
So
only
you
person
made
in
the
over the head
positive
right
claim.
now. is the person who's just made
Aren't you
the
a
claim
teacher?
and
Aren't you supposed to
doesn't
be a
have
teacher?
any
Yo,
evidence.
just let them sound
out
desperate. They sound so desperate right now. It's unreal.
Right,
You
but I
guys are the
mean,
most desperate group of people I've ever heard speak.
yeah.
Yes. And so the only
Yeah, they
person
are.
who is desperate right now is the person who
RC.
made the claim and doesn't have evidence to
Yo,
back it
bro,
up.
you know what you sound like? You
Yeah,
sound like a guy that's like,
RC,
look
I
at
hold
this,
know,
on.
I know.
look at this
Keep coping.
three-card Monty
RC,
game.
Keep coping.
RC, is this working? Mic check. Mic check.
Keep
Anybody?
coping.
RC, can you hear this? Yeah.
This is
Absolutely.
why I get
RC,
frustrated, right? Because I was talking,
if
I
the claim,
interrupted, and then now it's like everyone else just drowns it out. You see what I'm
no,
saying? So it's like,
no,
Fuzzy, I think you're the one feeding back.
5 minutes, 10 minutes with RC.
sorry,
No, I don't know. I need like
I'm
5
trying.
seconds just to finish my
Almost done.
sentence.
Why I have to go right.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay. The point is, you falsely accused me of using a fallacy. I'm not using a fallacy. No one in this room is using a fallacy. The positive claim is that NASA sent a probe within 3.8 million miles of the sun, and that it went through its corona and sent data back. Okay. Now we're challenging the validity of that claim. Okay. You're making the positive claim. So we're like, are you saying
And
that
we
you
have
know for a fact there's no way it could be faked or something? We're not claiming that it is or isn't. We're not claiming anything. We are challenging your positive claim, and you're saying you need to prove it was faked. So you're shifting the burden of proof, and then you have the audacity to claim that I was shifting the burden of proof. So you use a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. You're making the positive claim.
so
It is
incorrect,
possible
but
it's
I did.
fake. It's just very unlikely.
Oh my gosh. So
Go ahead.
what we have is evidence that we did indeed go to Mars. We have the data, we have the film, we have the pictures to be able to show that. You are then making a counterclaim, which is a claim that all of this is being fabricated. I'm asking you, since I have provided evidence, here is the video, here is the data, here are the pictures, right? Here's the rocket that we said watch it go up. Now you're providing a counterclaim that it's being fabricated. I'm like, great. What is your evidence that it's fabricated? Because somebody has to fabricate it. That was your entire premise here. So go ahead with the evidence for your counterclaim, Witsit.
Okay.
Who's making the data up and how do you know?
Yeah. You can.
What's the
We'll just let the
alloy?
audience decide about your
What's
emotion.
the
but-
alloy?
So,
What's it?
yeah.
Or just saying, ask them, what's the alloy? Please, I'd love
Lots
to
of
know.
silence there, Witsit.
Well, no,
Amazing
how is it silence
amazing
when I
how
got interrupted?
Amazing how 3 seconds of clarifying your bullshit allows you to wait. Holy shit! Yes, I did make a counterclaim. So
Yo,
go ahead
I
and
was
provide your
going
evidence.
to
alloy.
shut
What was
up.
the alloy on your positive claim?
Why? Then another player says something. So now he gets to jump back in and pretend I'm running
Forgive
from
me,
him,
bud.
and then I just have to sit here and listen to the gamma male act like he's tough on the internet again.
Literally, you do. Go ahead.
What?
Okay, so
Let Witsa get 5 minutes with RC real quick.
I'm not claiming it's definitively fabricated or anything. We're not even to that point. You, first of all, diverted away to Mars, whatever, we'll use Mars. We weren't talking about that. You're claiming that you sent something to Mars and landed a rover and took videos of it, okay? You're making a claim. Now, we're saying, well, first of all, videos can be faked. This can't be independently tested or verified. You're just believing the authority of a singular source, right? Where we can't actually verify it. So we don't have to believe it. We don't have to claim that we know definitively it's faked. We are saying we don't believe your positive claim. Just saying, oh, look, here's a video from NASA isn't substantial evidence because it could be faked very easily. So that is the actual position, is us critiquing your positive claim. We're not making a definitive counterclaim.
That is a counterclaim. To say videos can be faked is to call in question the evidence that we provided to you. So, Witsit, if you would like to then provide actual evidence that it was faked, for videos that are faked can indeed be shown to be faked. So if you'd like to provide that evidence, go ahead, Witsit. Until then, you can sit down, or you can just provide that evidence.
You want me to substantiate the claim that videos can be faked?
No. I want you to substantiate the claim that these videos are fake since you've brought it into the argument. Go ahead.
Okay, I didn't say that I was making a definitive claim that they were faked, how they were
Okay,
faked,
great.
anything
So
like.
they're not faked. So how do you
That
deal with the evidence now?
this is
Nope, you
called an
jumped to a
all or
conclusion.
nothing
He didn't say
fallacy.
that. You jumped to a conclusion.
The
Witzel
fact
didn't
that
say
you
that.
teach children
So
is
he just
insane. All you say are fallacies. So shifting the burden of proof fallacy, red herring fallacy, then an all or nothing fallacy, and an empty words obfuscation fallacy. You want to play this game because you probably got like 5 more I could think
no
of.
because you've already lost it, Witsit, because you got in all the way up to your nostrils, and then you decided to not turn off the water faucet.
Now you're just what again?
No, go ahead.
Empty words
Where's your
fallacy.
What is that fallacy?
Another.
Not
It's
turn
called
water
an
off.
empty words fallacy.
Where's your evidence that it was faked? Do you have it?
Okay.
Yes or no?
I didn't. I'm not making any definitive claims
Right,
at
you
all.
don't
I am critiquing your positive claim that someone
Have
went
fun.
into a vacuum of outer space, went over 30 million miles away, landed on Mars, and put a rover out there that cleans
We have
itself
videos,
up
photos,
and
and
sent
data.
us some videos. That's what you're claiming. I'm saying just because you claim it, just because you have videos that are alleging that's where those are from and that it's from NASA, that isn't substantial evidence. That evidence is fallacious. It's a pill upon authority, and we can easily demonstrate videos can be faked. Everyone knows that. So it isn't substantial evidence because it can't be independently verified. So we don't accept that as evidence. We are critiquing your claim.
Yeah, thanks for admitting that there are indeed videos. You're also admitting that you refuse to take a stance on what those videos are. That's called skirting the line, brother. And the problem with that is it's what people who don't have evidence do. And so if you want to back away from your counterclaim, good job, man. That's fine. If you want to back away from your counterclaim. But then great. Then you have to say, well,
Almost like you when he
what
robots better than when he talks.
is your
Yeah.
denialism around?
The ether blocked him out.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it was about time anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, everyone
He
understands it.
listen,
Let me
he
just
was
wrap
digging
this
his
up.
own
It's a very
hole. You
simple
guys, this is what happens. They dig their own hole, and then they get an attitude about it, and
Hey,
then
so where's the denialism for the evidence coming from? If you indeed don't have a counterclaim, to have no evidence to the counterclaim that you've already backed off on. So where's the denialism coming from? Is it just, maybe coping? Is that it?
RC, can I say one thing before I have to go? I have to hang up. Can I just say one thing before I have to go? RC, if I were to say, if I presented to you some videos of orcs and pictures of orcs, and your response was, well, until you prove to me that those pictures of orcs are fake, you have to believe in these orcs being
Now, I
real.
can provide a counterclaim, which is a claim that these orcs are indeed not orcs, but they are human actors. I can then provide evidence for that by saying, hey, check it out. Here's the man who played this orc in this video that you gave me. He said, hey, check it out. He's not an orc. He was indeed playing or faking being an orc.
So until he does that, and he
evidence
has to
my
believe.
counter-
Wait,
that would be evidence to. I would like to finish. Thank you. That would be an evidence to my counterclaim that orcs exist, and that this video is somehow proof of that. So, thank you very much for highlighting that one. Where's your evidence?
So if I were to put on a space helmet and a green screen in my basement and pretend I was floating in space, would that make me an astronaut?
No. What?
That's not what he's saying. That's not a rebuttal to what he said.
In an orc costume, and I put it out there without letting anybody know that that's actually me, and that could be real footage of an orc.
So this guy's throwing a freaking garden hose in the
I just don't
bathtub.
understand your
Flat
response.
earthers are almost worse than Glovers sometimes with that. Like they just divert. Why don't you respond to what he said? All you have to say is, are you claiming that until I go find the actor that dressed up, then you have to believe it's real until that moment? That's ridiculous.
No, what I'm saying is that I at least have some evidence. Like I have some evidence to back up my counterclaim.
Okay, but here's my question,
easy.
RC. If he shows you that video of the orcs and you say, I don't buy it, that could be faked, are you saying that you have to provide evidence or automatically believe it?
No, what I'm saying is that if I'm going to start with the claims, or if I choose to address the claims that orcs are real, which I don't, but if I'm going to choose to address that like you are with my claim, then I best damn bring some evidence if I choose to engage in that conversation. Where you, Witsit, have decided to engage in the conversation, and you're going to make a counterclaim just like you did, and thanks for playing on this one. You provided no evidence for it.
You really think you got something here? I don't know,
No,
but
it's not.
now you're
It
interrupting.
would be hilarious.
It's a pretty funny, confident attitude
It would
he's
be
rocking.
Marcy, why you gotta
hilarious.
interrupt so much? You not
It
teach your
would be
students how to
hilarious
have
if I thought I
intellectual
had
exchange.
something with this. But literally, an 8-year-old could figure out how to break down the bullshittery that's
I think
going
an
on.
8-year-old would know how conversations work, and once you make your point and then the other person goes to rebut it, you let them speak. You don't immediately just tout victory to the middle of them. So this is the point. I am just saying I don't believe your claim. I don't have to. You need to substantiate it. Why do I not believe it? I have plenty of reasons why I don't believe it. We can show all kinds of like fakery and suspect things with videos and pictures claimed by NASA. We can actually overlay the videos from Mars and they match topography on the Earth. We can actually show that they took pictures imitating Mars on the Earth on their own website, admittedly, and they look very similar. So they even show us how they could easily fake it, where they trained for Mars. So we don't have to believe it. I'm not claiming it is or isn't real. You're claiming it is real, and the point is just claiming that some other organization went somewhere and here's a video isn't substantial evidence in the first place. I don't even need to make a counterclaim because it can't be independently verified.
But you did make a claim. And I do think that it's very telling that you back off this counterclaim and go to a quote, I just don't believe it. Denialism, my bro, is not a healthy way of going about exploring the world. What it isn't is skepticism, which a lot of people like to try to say it is. What it simply is denialism. That is intellectually lazy. It's the most
It's just desperate finger pointing at this point. But yeah,
It's
whatever,
not,
man.
even finger pointing. That's the great part about it. It's not even finger pointing. You could have just said, I don't believe it. And it's all the other denialism I hear on the flat earth servers all day, every day. The great part about it is if you just bring some evidence or at least something to talk about, hell, even be wrong about something. Nobody's going to be angry at you for being wrong about something, but at least bring some substance to it. My guy.
All right, here's the definition of shifting the burden of proof. Shifting the burden of proof, a special case of argument ad ignoratum, is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. The source of the fallacy is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise. This is textbook what you're doing. I just read that. This is from a university, right? This is textbook what you're doing, which is, again, the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. It is a textbook fallacy.
Yeah, you're the only one that I just demonstrated is denying anything.
Yo, Meisty, shut
in
the
fact,
fuck up.
and in fact, the great part about that is that as you read this out, you're simply showing that your denialism is indeed fallacious. What you didn't do, which would have been smart of you, is just to like, no, I don't believe it. Okay, we could have left it right there. But you created a counterclaim through
Hey,
the
bro, just shut the fuck up.
accusation. And that
Shut
indeed
up,
that's not just denialism that you're reading out before. That's a new claim. And
bro.
I
You
didn't make a
sound like
claim.
a
I said I don't.
girlfriend.
because you
Stop
refuse
talking
to
to me.
address that, you're shown to be absolutely intellectually lazy.
I guess you think that if you just keep saying a misrepresentation of what we all experienced and saw happening, somehow people will believe it if you say it with enough confidence or something. But I made no claims. I denied or questioned the claim you made, which is that someone went through a vacuum to Mars and sent us videos. I'm like, I don't have to believe that. That's a very extraordinary claim, which requires extraordinary evidence. And of course, videos can be faked. So just tell me here's a video of the people that claim to do it isn't extraordinary evidence. So I am denying or questioning your positive assertion that someone went to Mars. And you are attempting to shift that burden of proof onto me, who is denying it as if it must be accepted as true. Very simple stuff here. This is logic 101. This is like 5th grade.
Okay. Can I quickly, RC Maestri, can I quickly ask you something real quick, man? You have Church of Christ. Hey, Maestri, I have a question.
I would like to finish.
Somebody mute RC. Jeez, man. Let somebody else speak for a minute. The guy said he only came here for one reason the other day. And that's to make people listen. Can somebody please mute him? if there's no moderation here, man, if we're gonna let RC
Yeah.
Meister speak all day long, I'm
RC,
leaving.
I just want to ask you a simple question, man. Then you can keep on having a conversation with the room.
You can ask the question after I respond. How about that?
It's like
So-
going to
Okay.
elementary school, man. What is this,
I
elementary
want-
school somewhere?
I want to know
Ridiculous, man.
I
This is
want
like
to
a
know
kindergarten, man.
All right, hold on. This got pretty chaotic. RC, I think RC should be able to respond to Witsit. Witsit, they were going back and forth. Let's let RC respond to Witsit, and then Clay can ask his question after that.
Okay, thank you.
And then North can
No
speak.
doubt.
sometime
I
after
just
that,
heard
maybe.
RC talking over everyone, so I don't know. But yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
Jeremy. They were talking over me. So the reality is that you claimed it yourself. These are your exact words. I am denying. Great. Okay. That denialism is exactly what we saw is fallacious, that you read out the definition for. Secondly, you did provide a counterclaim that these were faked. If you want to back off your counterclaim, I think that's actually a commendable thing to say, you know what? I don't have evidence for this counterclaim. I'm going to back off it and stick with the denialism. I can criticize you on the denialism, but what you're doing is doubling down and then saying you're not doing it. That's intellectually dishonest. Before, with the denialism, you're just being intellectually lazy. The
I'm only
doubling
gonna
down
respond
on your
one more-
counterclaim is intellectually dishonest.
I'm only going to respond. What's the last time I'm responding? Because it's reiterative. You said that denialism is fallacious, as you just read off, which what I actually read off was the shifting the burden of proof is a fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. The source of the fallacy is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise. So it literally says that the person that's denying it is not being fallacious. It is the person that assumes that that is somehow the person who has the burden of proof. It's called a shift in the burden of proof fallacy. I also never claimed I know that they're fake or anything. I said they could easily be faked. It's not substantial evidence. Thanks for playing.
So,
Thanks for admitting and backing off your
Oh my
claim.
God, people are going to die of old age, man.
Yeah, let's let Clay ask his question.
So I'm just general question, RC. Since you have a link in your information box, you're Christian, right?
Yeah.
So you believe the Bible, right?
I believe he's a Mormon. I don't.
Okay,
speak
so
for him, but
okay,
he's a
okay,
Mormon.
so you believe in the scriptures. When does it say in the scriptures that the Most High has ever given us dominion over the moon or Mars or any other light in the sky?
I don't know that it actually says that.
There you have it. So
don't know
believing in Mars missions or moon landings is complete foolishness in the eyes of the Most High. You can imagine that, right?
Ich würde einfach sagen, das ist voll Kacke, das was du sagst. Ne?
Now he's switching to German and says that what I'm saying is full of shit.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Could I cut in and just say, I wanted to say something earlier, and I was trying to chime in. We all know that RC Meisty, and we understand he's here for some reason. Now, as he said himself, he's only here to show others that they cannot control themselves. So, of course, he's going to interrupt. Of course, he's going to repeat himself.
No, that was not RC. That was right to hand yesterday.
Oh, that was right to hand? Oh, okay. Well, it seems like they're kind of the same character to me, huh?
I
know. Oh, no. Right to hand is way worse.
Shots
They're
fired.
they're
RC.
trained by the same handlers. It's all good.
It's kind of sad that his only answer to what I just said regarding him being a Bible-believing Christian is what you're saying is full of shit in German.
Here's the reason that it's full of shit is because simply saying that the Bible doesn't say something doesn't mean that the thing is impossible. For example, the Bible never says to me that I can eat a doner kebab, but I can do that.
Whoa.
Just because the Bible doesn't say that I can't doesn't mean that I can't.
Okay, yeah, you're right, man. That makes my sentence full of shit. Thanks for the answer, man.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to point out, like, the point is that, like Witsit just clearly demonstrated the burden of proof fallacy that was being displayed. Now, the thing is that the likes of these types of you, like, literally, you've intellectually removed yourself from the conversation when you don't see that, and I don't think we need to tolerate it. Like when someone intellectually removes himself from the conversation by not getting a point that simple.
Right.
Cool.
One quick tip for you, RC, okay? Before you call someone full of shit when they say something, or their sentence full of shit, whatever. I would recommend to you looking into biblical cosmology, which there's a narrative about it, which is even quoting scripture to prove what they're saying about the so-called biblical cosmology. You can look up on Wikipedia or different other sites, whatever you prefer, and you will see there's a distinctive description of what biblical cosmology is and how it's structured and so forth, and you can't deny that. If you're trying to deny that, you're trying to deny the official narrative regarding biblical cosmology. So being said that, I hope you're going to do your research and understand that the Bible is definitely an opposite to what you believe and regarding the heliocentric model.
There is no question that there are people who penned the Bible who also thought, or that God spoke to in the Bible, who also thought erroneously that the earth had a dome over it. That is true, right? That doesn't make them right. That doesn't make them right.
So the people.
It does mean that their erroneous worldview can definitely be expressed even within Scripture.
Okay. So that means the very people for example, Moses and all the other people inspired by the Holy Spirit who have, through the hands of the Most High, have written down these texts, have been foolish and haven't been given the right information by the Creator himself.
No,
that
they've
makes
been wrong.
sense.
They've been wrong
Good job.
about some things that, people.
According to Old Testament law, if a prophet was wrong about one thing, he wasn't a prophet.
Like to respond. Thank you.
Yeah, I would too, bro.
Well,
That's why
RC,
we
you
have to
want to
share the
respond to
mic.
this, but you didn't want to respond to the fact that you were doing a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. Like, could we get confirmation? Could you just say yes, I did that fallacy?
You
We can
asked
move
me
on,
to
or
respond to Clay first.
you're just going to ignore it.
No, Gio, you asked me to respond to Clay. You asked Clay to ask me a question, and then I'm responding to him. So if you want to go back to Witsit, that's fine. But don't ask a man to ask me a question and then not ask me to respond to it. Get your shit together, man. You literally just asked him to ask me a question.
Yeah, let's move on. I'll get it together. We got it, bro.
Hey, which one of these memes do you like better? Do you like the one with Einstein to the left or the one with Einstein up above the words? I'm leaning left.
Yeah, I'd say left. It's kind of more balanced.
Thank you.
Isn't it amazing how someone can simultaneously believe something to be true, which is in this case believing in scripture, but then saying that everyone who has been inspired, filled with the Holy Spirit, who have written down these texts through the hand of the Most High, were completely false about the very things they described in detail about the heavens and its creation, the creation in itself, you know. Like, I just can't wrap my mind around the being that thinks this way. It's like, it just doesn't make, it's a paradox, you know. Sorry for my English sometimes, but I hope I get my point across. It's like pure confusion. Makes no sense.
One of the things they can always run to with that is, just like we say, what are you going to tell us about what's above us? Have you been there? So one of the things that we can speak of is another place we haven't been and we can't go, but it is Earth, right? So the scripture does speak about the Earth, and it speaks about where the circle of the Earth is on the face of the deep, carved into the face of the deep. So those are things to think about, just the Earth, and not only the heavens, but the Earth also.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned this. Go ahead, Austin.
I was wondering what North or any believers think about this. So I'm thinking that maybe this is just speculation, but so it's like in Revelation, it's like, so the woman in Revelation has
I believe like the 12 crowns or
Sun and moon. Sun. She's clothed with the sun, moon beneath her feet, a crown of 12 stars. The
Right.
only way, the only way to interpret. See, there's two different things you're looking at. The heavens, of course, day into day and night into night. They tell the complete story from beginning to end. It tells the story. But here's the other aspect of the woman. The only way to interpret who the woman is in the prophecy of Revelation 12 is to go all the way back to Genesis chapter 37, 9 through 11. And what it tells you is that Joseph had a dream. He had a dream that the sun and the moon and 11 stars came into obeisance before him. And you know, Joseph was sold into slavery. So his father, the sun, his mother, the moon, and his 11 brothers were to do obeisance to him. And Jacob interpreted the dream, and Jacob said, "What do you mean, myself, your mother, and your 11 brothers?" So Jacob observed the dream. He understood that he represented the sun, his wife the moon, and the 11 stars, his 11 brothers, who of course sold him. So when you look at the woman in Revelation who is to bear a male child, which people talk about, they've seen a sign in the sky. The woman who is to give birth to the male child, singular, who is to rule the nations with an iron rod, of course is Messiah. But Israel, being Jacob, and his 12 sons being the 12 tribes, means that the child had to come through the lineage of Israel. That is what that's presenting to the reader, is that this child that is to come through the lineage of Israel. It's not a real woman. It's representative of Israel. And it goes deeper than that as you get into the chapter, but that's
okay.
that's
I
the
had
beginning.
someone put forth the theory that it's about paradise or the garden that was taken up off the earth, and that it would be, there's another extra biblical text that claims it is in the third firmament and that it has 12 something, I don't remember. So the idea being that that's referencing paradise in the third firmament, and the sun and the moon thus would be in the second, being underneath the feet. But I don't know. I mean, that's just what someone was saying. That was kind of interesting because we don't really know specifically where they are in the layers, right? I mean,
Right, but we know the aspect of what the prophecy is concerning. Now we don't, a lot of people can't look at the heavens and tell you the story for looking at the stars, because the constellations don't even look like what people call them, right? So if you start looking at the stars, you look at the ones who are brightest to the least brightest, and you look at those names, you interpret those names, and you write those names down, and you come up with a story. But when you're speaking of the woman and the sun and the moon and the 12 stars in chapter 12, those are representative of where the Messiah came from. The sun, the moon, and 11 stars, or 12 stars, in Genesis 37, 9 through 11, where Joseph has his dream. So scripture interprets scripture. And when we're talking about prophecies and things that are to come to pass, such as the child that's to rule the nations with the iron rod, when you look at that Revelation 12, 1 through 5, in my opinion, has already happened. Now, once you get into verse 6 through 17, that hasn't happened. And all those things are the war in heaven and the woman fleeing into the wilderness. Now, when that woman flees into the wilderness, people could say all kind of things that they're looking at the heavens, thinking about the third heaven and so forth. But when the woman flees into the wilderness, you can go back to Zechariah 14:5. They're going to flee, and then the Lord is going to come and all the saints with those who fled, like right after they fled. So it's kind of interesting, but yeah, the sun, the moon, and 11 stars do represent or the 12 stars represent Israel, as the scripture interprets.
okay. Because I'm just trying to figure out where. So I firmly think that there are 7 layers to a container over the earth. Like, I know a lot of flat earthers maybe don't and stuff like that, but I think there's substantial physical evidence for it, right? Net change to gas pressure, but even more so, there's equipotential increase of electricity. So there has to be a container above us, like a physical container of a Gaussian surface, to be able to give you that equipotential. And anyway, and actually, if it was a dome, then you actually may would get
a change in the equipotential as you go higher, which they claim that does happen. It's hard to verify those heights, but long story short, in order to have that filled, you have to have something below and above, which means there has to be something containing the Earth physically, like scientifically speaking. And all that being said, I then obviously do believe in the scriptures. So I'm always trying to find the way to bridge the gap, right? Where what I found, just being a truther, is like the more I look into it, the more the scriptures are always correct, right? It's really crazy. So the scriptures seem to say that there are, including some extra biblical texts, that there are 7 layers to the firmament. And that does make sense when you look at a rainbow and it's 7 colors. And so it seems like you have these different celestial phenomena placed within different layers, right? Like you have the sun and the moon in this layer. You have the stars in this layer. Or you have the planets in this layer, then the stars in this other layer. Speculatively, of course, but yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out. I guess logically speaking, one might assume that the sun and the moon are in the lower layer. And maybe the stars are furthest away and the planets are in between. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. I really want to figure out more about like the firmament and then like the celestial phenomena.
Yeah, because there's also the idea that they're in layers in terms of like Venus is so bright. Venus and Mars are quite bright compared to Neptune and Pluto. Now, of course, in the heliocentric model, they want to say it's because it's so far away in their model. But another perspective is that they actually are at different layers and that Venus and Mars are closer and therefore brighter, whereas something like, Saturn, Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, etc., are at higher layers perhaps, and therefore not as bright and not as visible.
That's very
Well,
interesting.
Jupiter is really bright, right? That's why they have to say that it's so massive. It's only second to the sun, right? And if you take all the other planets combined, it's not the size of Jupiter. But it doesn't work out in the gravitational model that it would be like Mars, made of rock and rust. So they say it's a gas giant, right? And they debate on whether or not there's a rocky core. But if you think about it, wouldn't there have to be? Because Jupiter is like surrounded by the so-called asteroid belt. All these asteroids just floating around. Wouldn't some of the asteroids be sucked in, right, from this massive gravitational well? That's why it doesn't make sense to me that these planets with rings, like they're gas giants, and gas giants don't suck in all these little particles floating around it. But where's all the gravity, right? How is it that these planets have all these moons and particles making rings, these layers of rings, and they just happen to be like the perfect spot where they don't fall into the planet, they don't fall away from the planet, they're perpetually like orbiting the planet, like perpetually falling. There's a lot of stuff in orbit that is perpetually falling and just the right speed, velocity, and everything to where it doesn't go in and it doesn't go out. It just stays put, almost like it's designed.
That is literally what an orbit is.
Well, if it was, think about it. If it was fast, if it was faster than it had to be to orbit, it wouldn't be orbiting it. It would escape. If it was
If
slower,
it either went away or fell in, it's not in orbit anymore.
yeah, you wouldn't see it there orbiting if it wasn't.
All
the
the
right
things
speed.
that were at the right speed are in orbit, and at the speeds that they're traveling, where they are in an orbit.
Well, that's just lucky that they're all at the right speed, right?
It is an orbit.
Not
Luck or not, it's an orbit.
All the things might have been traveling at different speeds. The things that were going too slow fell. The things that were going too fast went away, and the things that were left over were in orbit. And there were different variations of the speeds. There's a range, right, by where they are in the rings of Saturn. It's not lucky. It's just
So are you saying that for sure that these gas giants do have rocky centers? Because there would have to be a shitload of stuff that fell in and a shitload of stuff that fell out. And then what's left over just happened to be going at that perfect speed, according to you.
There's a lot of
so there is no controversy, according to you, whether or not there's a rocky center.
There is a rocky. Of course there is.
He doesn't.
It wouldn't have the right mass if it didn't.
For the record, Saturn is actually lighter than water. It was put in a giant bathtub, it would float.
Right.
Well, but we were talking. I mean, this is kind of into the heliocentric sort of tale of what these things, the physicality of them or whatever. I mean, that is a topic, but we were also talking about like the layers, and in the heliocentric model, the way that they've kind of placed the luminaries, and what I was partially suggesting is like at the different layers, like, because up to Saturn, they're visually, like, you can see Saturn is the last one you can see with a naked eye, and then so you can Jupiter, like Venus, like Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn you can see, and then beyond Saturn you need some magnification to be able to see like Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. So if they are different layers, that would make sense on that level.
So just to be clear, you need a telescope to see Uranus?
Yeah.
Just making sure.
He's really tight. He's a tight drone.
You know what's crazy?
So, Zanuck,
like, how do you guys say?
Go ahead.
Well, it's just weird to me that you guys say it with such confidence. Like, do you guys really believe it's like this definitive? Like when you say stuff?
Yeah, because the last thing Anakin said, they're like, "Oh, of course it's a rocky core." It's like, really?
Like, do you really believe it that much?
I think that they understand what the ridiculousness they have to defend to keep defending this globe model. You know,
Do you think that it's like illusory confidence, or do you think they really do? Are they really like? Do they really believe it that much? Like, do they really think it's that definitive?
I don't know anymore, man. I don't know.
I think so.
That's crazy, bro. It's so crazy that you see how the flat earthers are talking about, like, yeah, I wonder what it is. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, it could be this, or I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. You know,
Well,
I wonder what's going on. And they're like God, basically. They act like they're God.
I was going to say, there is like a psychological component. I read about this study that they'd done where, I'll just say it super briefly, but they basically had like 10 participants and they all sat in a circle, and they had like a sheet of paper, and they wrote like a name, they like drew a little person on the paper, and then they called it a name. They were like, oh yeah, this is, Jane, this is Jane, this piece of paper. And they started like telling stories about Jane and like making it real, that Jane has a family and Jane does this and that. And so they got everybody kind of involved in the story of Jane, even though it was just a sheet of paper in the middle of the room. And then one of the people running the experiment gets up, walks across the rooms, and steps on the sheet of paper. And then they were like recording the reactions of everybody. And people were like, they actually had like visceral, like their heart rate went up, and they had like actual, no, you're stepping on Jane. So I think there is a way that like just the way like the human psyche works with like symbols and story and mythology in a sense, to where you can make something that isn't real. And so I just wonder sometimes with the heliocentric model and the globe, like, is that part of what's happening? Like they're defending the globe as if it's real, even though it's just a sheet of paper. It's just a model, and they'll defend it, with every last ounce that they have.
It's a model.
Well, think about how they reify, gravity and space time, right? Like they literally think that space time is real, but what element on the periodic table is space time made out of? Like, oh, it's not.
Why would it have
It's
to be
not
made
made out
of
of
an element?
goodness. Well, in order for something to be
Wow.
like, physical, it would have to be made up of an element,
Really?
right?
It's not
Right. If something has
is.
concreteness, then it would have to be either, made of hydrogen or helium or iron or copper.
Well, they don't claim it's material.
Really strange.
I mean, that's
Right. So if it's hold on, that's my
How are you
point.
moving through
Hold
time?
on. That's my point. It's not material. It's immaterial. It's not physical, right?
Those are not synonymous, dude. Those
Do you
are
believe
not the
that
same
time
thing.
exists?
Physical and material are not synonyms.
Does time exist, Larry?
Okay, so time is a concept.
It's a yes or no question.
It doesn't really exist. It's a
It doesn't
concept.
exist. Okay. Well, then you're in the minority.
But wait, this is a good
intellectuals.
example of how they do this. Is so weird. They
No, we all know
definitively
progressive
state
time.
things about space-time, right? They say it so confidently, like as so definitive. It's weird to me, though. Like, I'm just
Well,
saying
no,
it's
it's
weird.
not
Like,
weird. We
your
have
own
evidence
paradigm
that
says that
supports
they
it.
don't actually know that's true.
Well, can I give you some evidence? Maybe. A little bit. How about-
No. I want you to address that your own paradigm admits that it may not be true.
Evidence.
Everything is falsifiable, and everything becomes falsified if it is not true. Eventually,
No, it's not in this group of like, well, everything technically could be wrong. So there's a 0.0000001% chance that this table in front of me isn't actually a table in front of me. No, it's not the same
Right.
as that.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is.
hold on. If you want us to admit that it might be wrong, why don't you admit that it might be right?
Correct. That's a good point.
Because it's fundamentally fallacious on its face.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's
It
talk
attributes
about
physical
the
properties
evidence.
to conceptual
Let's talk about the
abstraction, so
simple
it's
evidence that
impossible
high
logically.
schoolers can understand. Because I've already gone through the high school physics kids, and they seem to get it pretty easily.
This is
We
where I
talk
put my
about-
headphones down because I'm not
Go
listening
ahead,
to
put it down.
Zach.
I'm not talking to you
to talk
because
down
you're
to me
beyond
again.
you're
I'm not
beyond
doing
help. And thanks for interrupting. You don't have to make an announcement that you're not going to listen. That's not you. You're so arrogant. You think you need to be. You're so important and self-absorbed. You have to announce you're not listening, so everyone knows that you don't want. You object to what I'm going to say. That's how you are. So
Right,
go
so
ahead.
say
Put your
it.
headphones down.
Say it
Dude,
then.
you're just
Okay,
making
so we have
just
evidence.
not
We have
alone.
evidence of. Let's just break it down. So what is the fundamental cause of the bending and warping of space-time, which allows some object to fall from a building, yet and accelerate, yet it is in free fall? So does anyone know what that answer is?
Well, it
What
begs the
allows
question.
what allows
Right,
an object to be in free fall, like you to literally have no forces acting and you drop off a building? What allows you
begs
to be in? Can I finish the question so you know what I'm asking?
I thought you were
What
asking a
allows you
question.
to be?
Sorry.
What allows you to be in free fall, yet we can measure your acceleration
Oh
from the
my
moment you leave
God.
the. You put your headphones down. You said you were going away. Just go away. To Larry. Larry, what would you say causes that?
So here's the thing.
Fingers in his ears.
You claim that it's a gravity well that's causing it to fall.
No.
I claim
No.
that it has to do with the density in the atmosphere not being dense enough to hold it up, right? But I can actually demonstrably show
I'll hold it up.
Yeah, is the atmosphere going to provide enough buoyancy to hold it up? No. So what does that mean? That means it has weight because of its density, and it's going to go down. Now I know that not everybody in here agrees with that, flat or round. It doesn't matter. But I can demonstrably show you with a cup of iced tea that this is the reason it goes down. It's because I changed the medium. Now it's going down. Can you manipulate the gravity well or the bending and warping of space-time or the mass attracting mass to demonstrate that it goes down?
Of course not.
Well, the person you're talking to is muted.
Yeah, why would you mute me?
Someone
I was
please.
talking to Larry. Witsit comes in and makes a declaration, he doesn't want to listen, then he jumps in to interrupt me. I mean, that's classic. So
Zanuck,
Larry,
I think you should excuse
yeah, we can actually
yourself
drop
from
things
the
in a
debate because
vacuum,
you have an
Larry.
emotional investment in.
Hey, is it possible to have a conversation with anybody but the people that are interrupting?
One more time, you should
So
excuse
Larry,
yourself
talking to
from
you,
the debate
you might want to
because
clear the
you
way
have
too. I'm
an
going to answer your question.
emotional
You care to be
investment in
answered,
Witsit.
Larry. This sensei is being relentless here. So Larry, yeah, you made a good example for buoyancy. And yes, that is a differential medium. Differential densities determine which way it's going to go. If that differential density and the object itself is in the influence of gravity, under the influence of gravity. Now, there are no gravity wells in the Einsteinian models at all. We're talking about the bending warping of space-time. I wanted to break it down real simply by starting the foundation by saying, why is something observed to have this paradoxical relationship of something in free fall, yet it is accelerating? And then the next step would be, here's some evidence. Well, we do measure satellite times versus surface of the Earth times being very different. Not very different on the scientific scale, not very different as far as us looking at our watches. And that is fundamental to understanding why bending and warping of space-time occurs, because time dilation causes the bending and warping of space-time. And that explains a lot of things we see. It happens closer to the Earth, has less farther away, and we see the gravitational lensing. As we're looking at things that should be or behind the sun, we see them clear as day next to the sun because of gravitational lensing, which is based on the bending warping of space-time when you're near that. That's
I
why
don't know if you can take anything
now,
seriously.
could it be wrong? Yes, it could be wrong. But is it more accurate than we've ever been before in anything we've actually studied as far as mass and this gravity and have predictive qualities and the orbits and everything? Yes, it is much more accurate. So what's so wrong? Why is it so unfathomable to grab that idea and use it as like this? Okay, this is our new standard. Rather than nope. Gravity.
Why do you talk?
Space-time's not real. It's got to be made out of hydrogen.
Are you done, bro? Why do you talk so long, dude?
God, take a lesson from the master. You.
It's into
Okay,
monologue territory for sure.
I'm gonna go ahead and respond, right? Not to his entire monologue,
Yeah,
thankfully,
good luck.
right, guys? I'm only going to respond to the vacuum thing because that's what his rebuttal was. Everything else after that was him waiting on someone to talk over him because he was monologuing for like 2 minutes. So I'm just going to address his initial point. So the vacuum demonstrates my claim perfectly because there's not enough buoyancy to hold up whatever object you're dropping in the vacuum. But you already knew that was going to be my response. You just chose to monologue afterwards, which I'm not going to do. Mic out.
Okay, real quick, Zanuck, you have an emotional investment in this debate now, and that is going to cloud your ability to actually see the facts as facts. So I think you should remove
I was
yourself
giving
from
the
the
story.
argument.
I asked him at the very beginning to talk about bending and warping space. He was objecting that it had to be made out of hydrogen. Then it morphed into his buoyancy discussion, and I addressed that as well. But it wasn't that long. When Witsit goes, I clocked him 10, 15 minutes nonstop.
Wow, you're just gonna blatantly make stuff up.
Look, yes, you all know this. I went for a minute. You muted me.
Nah,
So, Larry, yeah, we could talk the buoyancy. Yes, when there's
Hold on a
no medium
second.
in there.
Hold on a second, Zanuck. Witsit is a live stream host, so he is allowed to speak longer. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, then I didn't know that rule existed. I thought we were all like 30, 40
emotional
seconds.
bias on the part of Zanuck. He's just
Anyway,
so it's going
okay,
to cloud
fine.
his ability to see what's
Can I
truly
go back to
going on in
Larry?
the debate.
Glad you're not adding anything.
Zanuck, can you have a conversation in such a way that you make a point, they respond to the point, you make it like concisely and specifically, instead of you coming in here every day as if you have to talk down to us and teach us basic physics, and then you repeat yourself over and over and over and over?
You have been doing that exact same thing.
It's a yes or no question,
before
bro.
was frame
Zanuck,
tracking and
it's
how
a
the
yes or no
pendulum is
question.
tracked. I mean, all that stuff you talk
It's a
every
yes
day
or
over and
no
over again.
question. Zanuck, can you answer a yes or no question with a yes or a no?
Of course.
Okay, so can you do that with what Witsit just asked you?
He didn't ask me a question. You did.
No, Witsit just asked you, can you have a conversation without monologuing, be concise with your point, and silent so the other person can respond? It's a yes or no
Of course. But I was actually explaining something to you. I thought it might be useful to you, but you decided not to take it. You diverted to something else.
Explain to us, dude.
What was useful?
I wasn't talking to you, Glad. I was talking to Larry.
Well, I don't know if we're
He
I
asked
don't know.
about-
Hold on. I don't know if we're having their Zanuck intervention, but I will say, Zanuck, the thing that Witsit just said, I agree, because it's sort of, it's like this. Let's just say that you're at a picnic, you're at a party in the park, and everyone's hanging out, listening to music, and yeah, you maybe there's little debates happening back and forth, and people are sharing their viewpoints. There is something particular about your dynamic where it is like it's like you're coming into the picnic and you're almost like just running around like, oh, I'm sorry, you're wrong about that, you're wrong about this, you're wrong about that, and you're trying to like correct everybody and teach everybody. It is pretty cringe, I will say. I mean, people debate and say their viewpoints, and there's been many people that have done that, and but there's something about your like style, like it's almost like you're not ever really like listening and engaging and having a flowing conversation where there's ideas and, oh, I think this and I think that. It's like you always have an agenda. It's always the same thing. It's almost like a curriculum that you think you're putting us through, and you somehow think that we're your students, and we're not. It is cringe, and it does seem to just be building up, and you do it every day, and it's just.
I know you don't like. No one likes to be told
much.
certain things they don't want to hear. But I was talking to Larry about something he had made a point about. He talked about the characteristics of space time. It should be made. It has to be tangible, concreteness, and I was addressing that.
Yeah.
So it did. I didn't mean it to be a monologue, but it was like a minute. You got me explaining this for a minute.
The thing is,
you
asked me a question about the vacuum, and then you went on about gravitational lensing and how we can see the stars on the other side of the sun. Did you want me to answer like each point that you hurled elephants at me with?
No, those
to be fair, Zanuck, sometimes you monologue about monologue.
Okay, I don't want to monologue about monologue. Let's just move on. Yes, I was giving you examples of how space-time has these characteristics when it's bent.
Right, but you're saying it has to be space-time that's causing this to happen.
The point we do know.
What about the refraction of the heliosphere?
Larry, we do know about time dilation. That is the fundamental foundation of how space-time.
Bro, you don't know anything because science doesn't prove anything. But yet you're in here like you know everything because science doesn't prove anything. That's weird, bro.
I didn't say that. I wasn't talking about a scientific methodology experiment.
Well, how do you know something then? How do you know? How do you know there's time dilation?
No, because we have. Larry, we have the observations of time dilation. We know this. That's a knowledge.
Yeah, but you can't trust your eyes, bro. That's like a mantra from the Globers.
No, not an observation in the sense of what you see, what we measure. Observations don't have to be what you see, by the way.
You measured what? The ruler bends, bro.
No, we measure the clocks being different.
If the ruler bends too.
We measure the time being different on the satellites that are orbiting versus the GPS satellites, which require this time delay, versus ones that are on the surface.
Yeah, but if the contraption is contracting and the ruler is contracting, how do you measure the time dilation, bro?
They measure it and they predict it. It doesn't offset. The time dilation and contraction do not offset each other. They're not one-to-one. It's not how that
I'll
works.
pass the mic because I don't want to hog the mic like some people.
What may I ask? I've been hearing this Lorentz contraction argument. What's the significance of this with regard to just basic physics and what we experience?
You can't falsify it. You can't falsify it. See, if I make the claim that I got a 12-inch,
that's not
you know what,
significance,
right?
Larry.
But I won't let anybody measure it, right? Then the claim can be dismissed, right? Because if I have a 12-inch pinky finger, I should be able to bust out the ruler. But if I claim, no, the ruler is bent, right? That's why you can't measure my 12-inch appendage, right?
Yes, that's
I don't think
exactly
that's really
how
the
it
answer you were looking for.
What is time? Fucking Zanuck, what is time?
It's a philosophical question.
Progressive existence.
And what is space? So
The
now,
area between your ears.
now,
The distance between objects.
so now amalgamate the two.
I think his question was he was wanting to know the Lorentz contraction.
Time is the fourth dimension.
He was actually wanting to know how. Was it Howard? You were wanting
Yes.
to know what does it actually prove, this contraction in the Lorentz contraction?
Yeah, I mean, with our everyday conversations that we have, and we talk about the shape of the Earth and blah blah blah. What's Lorentz contraction got to do with it?
Got to do with it.
See, it's talking about.
My answer?
Oh yeah, sure.
Got to do with it. Yeah, I mean the classic thing is Lorentz transformations come into play when the null result come back from the Michelson-Morley, which showed that if there is an ether, we're stationary. If there isn't an ether, then these transforms come into play as relativistic effects, let's say. The best thing I can say is that if you look at the sun now, they all say, yeah, you're actually looking at the sun 8 minutes ago, because it takes 8 minutes for the light to get to the sun. Now, switch reference frames where you're on the sun, the same thing. It will take 8 minutes for any light from the Earth to come back and reach you on the sun. So the Lorentz transforms are supposed to account for that discrepancy from me seeing you 8 minutes ago. So it squashes that back into a, let's say, a common real time. Now, the reason why it enters the flat Earth discussion is it's obviously forms evidence in form of a stationary Earth. And that can mean, obviously, a stationary globe or a stationary flat Earth, but the globe earthers won't even get past the admission of, yes, it works both ways, for the discussion to progress further. Sorry for monologuing. I know there's
No, you didn't monologue. You were extremely concise. Well done. I got to say that's textbook.
And completely
of what I've
inaccurate.
learned.
But okay.
Okay.
Does it also
He
imply
said
that the light doesn't actually take 8 minutes to get from the sun?
Yeah, that sounded good.
Does
Yeah,
it
that was in
imply
the heliocentric model. Yeah, we were talking about the heliocentric model, right? Because that's what you guys believe. So yeah, that's implied that that's what we were talking about. That doesn't mean necessarily that that's reality, but we have to, step into your belief system to destroy it.
So of course Zanuck disagrees with that.
Yeah, Zanuck, go ahead and teach us the right way.
Well, he's talking about how long it takes from the sun, the light, the photons to actually reach us. I don't know if he was actually implying there's photons, but it's just the shortening of this object, any object, along that direction of travel, and it's in relative motion to an observer.
Yeah, you're right, Zanuck. He was talking about light.
It's not one to one.
He
It's not
was
one to one.
he was
If I go
talking
twice
about
the speed,
light.
it doesn't go
Maybe
half.
he
It's not
was
half the
not
size.
talking about photons.
Hold on. It's not. If I go twice the speed, it doesn't go half the size. That's not how it works. It happens. These are relativistic.
Got nothing to do with it. The whole point.
Oh my
Sorry,
God! Forget it.
Zanuck, the whole point
Never
which
mind.
you seem to have missed is the transformation. Forget light between the sun. It's the transformation from one reference frame to another. I jumped from Earth to the sun for that exact reason.
But Zanuck knows everything.
What do you mean you jump from Earth to the sun?
Because
For
that's
what
two
reason?
separate reference frames, is it not?
Why are they? No, they're in the same reference frame.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They're two separate. As soon as you select a reference frame,
let me finish. Everything in a point coordinate system that you're looking at, motion, is called a reference frame. If I'm looking at the Earth and the sun, that's a reference frame. They're both in it.
yes, and there are two different reference frames. One where
can
the
be.
Earth, listen, one where the Earth is stationary and the sun is moving, and the other is where the sun is stationary and you're stood on the sun and the Earth is moving. And that was the point I was trying to make. The Lorentz transforms light between the two.